the US and Israel attacked Iran, every Western leader is going like, "Oh no, this is horrible. I condemn Iran for striking back." Not a peep about the fact that Israel and America escalated in tandem. By the way, saying that Israel started is pretty much just like a thing to soften the blow of America attacking. Because America is still, very much involved, as we know. Iran has struck back very harsh against Israel and America, attacking a shit ton of bases, including like American personnel in a lot of other Arab countries. My god, Merz would never say such a thing. Yeah, Merz would never be like. I don't know what to say. Like, what can I say that's not like, just like what I can't say anything that's not like swearing. Like I can't. Like I have great difficulty thinking of something positive to say, or it's like something negative, but not so negative that it would like be bad for my fasting. Point is, I don't like Matt. Matt is a horrible person. Right. So now Matt is just rage baiting. Don't fall for it. Alright, I'll try my best not to. Right. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna pull up some news thingies. We're gonna go through the news, and then after we're done, we're going to what do you call it? We'll play some games and probably also watch some other news stuff as it's happening on the side. Because we like to be informed, but it's not healthy to just be completely doom-filled and like, although you should take it seriously when people are literally being killed, it's not healthy to like constantly watch people being killed. It kind of, in my opinion, for most people at least, breaks your psyche in a way. Right. We're going to have me open up OBS, and then I'm gonna put it in studio mode, and then find the correct thingy. It's not what I'm looking for, not really. Yeah, sure. This is good. Just a moment. My apologies. Would this be fine? I think it would. Yeah, okay. You know what? That's good enough. Transition. There we go. Turn that off. Close the game. I hope everyone has been doing well despite the fact that the Western nations are intent to kind of just destroy the world. A very lovely thing. So, it looks like that the US has attacked Tehran. Well, more than before. There's a specific thing. Was it this one? Yes, I think it's this one.
Israel is bombing Iran's capital for a second day. Large explosions have been heard across Tehran. Israel's military says it's carrying out what it's calling a broad wave of strikes in the heart of the Iranian capital. The U.S. and Israel launched coordinated strikes across Iran on Saturday, accusing Tehran of advancing its nuclear program. The Red Crescent says hundreds of people have been killed. We have a team of correspondents covering this breaking news story for us in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and here in Doha. But first, we are going to go to Mohammed Val, who joins us now live from Tehran. Mohammed, Iranian media, and we have been hearing throughout the morning explosions reported in the capital, Tehran. What are you hearing and seeing where you are now?
Yes, Marlene, we've been witnesses to those strikes just less than 2 hours ago. And unusually, because during the last couple of days, the strikes were around Tehran, but not in the middle of the city. But today, it's a different scenario. We've seen that firsthand, very close to the places where we were. And the news that we have so far is that several locations have been hit, including some around the airport of Mehrabad, which is the second most important airport in the country. It is in Tehran. But there is no specific information about those targets, whether they are security places or whether they are military. But the understanding is that they are.
I mean, almost certainly, whenever the US and Israel strike somewhere, you are expect there to be civilian casualties, aka like murders of civilians, because that is just part of the modus operandi.
The army,
that is just how they behave.
So the other facilities that have to do with the government. So this is really a new stage in this campaign, because people haven't seen the heart of Tehran, at least since the beginning of this campaign, being hit so hard, and that shows that the campaign is getting closer and closer to many places that were considered safe before, including hotels, major hotels, major malls and facilities and so on. These have to do with the lives of ordinary people. So people are more afraid now than ever before, because this campaign is getting very close to their homes, very close to their interests.
Also, if you guys have links for any news regarding, the war and attacks and all, like anything to check out, please do link them, and I'll
to the places where they
we might check them out.
A resort for asking for, looking for food or provisions or anything else, and that
also not just like something that really baffled me when I saw it was that the Iranian Security Council, they told people to just evacuate Tehran, like evacuating everyone from their capital. Iranian National Security Council. Is it this one? Yeah. Vice Public to stay calm. Yeah. Its operation by the United States and Israel could continue to run other cities, advising citizens to remain calm, but possible travel to other areas to avoid potential danger. There's something about they told people to leave Tehran. There you go. Iran advises Tehran residents to evacuate capital as conflict intensifies. Iran's National Security Council on Saturday advised residents to leave the capital, Tehran. Like, to me, that this is an insane, development. Because I cannot imagine just telling everyone in your capital, to leave. I understand it. I get it. I'm not saying that it's bad of them to ask this of their citizens. It's just insane that they, felt that they have to. That's what I'm trying to say. Iran has announced that all US and Israeli assets and interests in the Middle East have become legitimate targets after the country was jointly attacked by the US and Israel. Yeah. And there's been a lot of that. Ray K. Shout outs to Ray K. Did I spell the name correctly? Yeah. Ray K has been reporting a lot on what's going on because he can speak Hebrew, Arabic, and English. he's also been able to like watch Israeli news, and he's also been following like all the strikes, like literally having like a bomb alert thing and a map up, following all the attacks on Israel.
It gives an idea about the intentions and purposes of this campaign. Some are talking about messages, strong messages to the leadership and also to the people, those people who are still in doubt about the intent and about the objectives of this campaign. They have now to know that it is continuous, even though the top leaders have been taken out during the first wave of the strikes. The people in Iran who are still in doubt that this is going to continue until the objectives set by the Americans and the Israelis now should know that it is continuing and that it is going to reach its objectives. But here in Iran, also the leadership is defiant. We have heard Ali Larijani, head of the Supreme National Security Council, in a defiant mode, talking about strong reaction by the government, and that much force is going to be used more than ever before. So the same rhetoric that we have been hearing over the last couple of days, we have heard more of that today, even after these strikes and after the killing of the supreme leader and other top leaders.
But Mohammed, of course, now that the supreme leader has been killed in sort of the first wave of strikes.
Yeah, they. In case you are not up to date, it is confirmed. I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, has been murdered, assassinated, whatever you want to call it, by the US and Israel.
One of the main goals inside Iran
Look at the hashtag, Ali Khamenei dead.
will be to find a new leader. And
dude, hashtags are so weird. It feels so weird to like set them up. I also set them up for my TikToks and whatnot, but it's just like it's weird.
It looks like now that the Leadership Council is taking
icky.
shape. What more can you tell us about that?
It feels indecent.
Yes, it's going, of course, to take time because there is a lot of confusion and chaos, and the country is at war. So understandably, this is going to take time, as I said, and there is this the Provisional Leadership Council that is being set up according to the Constitution, according to Article 111 of the Iranian Constitution. It is made up of three people, and we already know the names. They have not yet been officially designated, but they are designated by the Constitution. They include the President, Masoud Pezeshkian. They include Ayatollah Arafi, elected, who is a member of the Guardian Council, and also they include Ghulam Hussein Ijai, the chief judiciary chief. So the names are known, but we're still waiting for the confirmation and the final announcement of this. And this means that the Iranian government is still adamant that continuity takes shape, and that stability takes shape, and that despite the powerful, shocking news of the passing of the supreme leader and other top commanders and leaders, Iran will continue its course, and the government will continue to function. So that
this is like, from what I can understand, this is the equivalent of killing the Pope of Shia Islam. Admittedly, I'm not very knowledgeable about my Shia siblings. I want to change that, of course. But from what I can understand, this might lead to a lot more violence and a lot more retribution by Shia armed groups, like armed groups which are Shia. There might be a lot more attacks by them on the Americans and Israelis. We'll see, though. And in general, it's just like, it is insane to me how normalized it is for Western countries to just murder the leaders of other countries. Like, to me, this is just barbaric. Like, I don't know how else to describe how insane, like, it's so uncivilized, it's so disgusting to me that it's just okay to, like, kill the leader of another country. And this is not to say that I support Khamenei or whatever. Like, it's completely irrelevant. You should not just be allowed to kill the leader of another country, even if you don't like that government. It's very ironic as well, like, considering that the leader of Israel is literally being prosecuted by the ICC, ICJ, one or the other, or maybe both, I don't remember, but literally war criminal. And Western countries can just get away with it. Like imagine like Iran killing like a Western leader. I'm not gonna even name specifics because Westerners get all insane about it if you even mention the possibility. But like, imagine if they did it. Like the entire Western world would go like, "This is insane. How could they? Like you what? What's wrong with you? You're such a hypocritical piece of shit." I mean, you can be against the regime and foreign intervention. I don't think it's a crazy thing to say. Yeah, no, exactly. And that's also why, like, I don't really want to talk about my disagreements with the regime, because currently, well, like, I don't even like calling the regime, the government. I have my disagreements with it. I don't want to talk about it, because what's currently happening is the Western world, like, Israel and America, and almost certainly supported by NATO allies and all that shit, in one way or another, are murdering countless Iranian civilians. And for what? For Israel's ambitions in the Middle East, because Iran dared to like not be like not just give up all their national resources, like all their oil, to the West and shit like that, because they dared have any level of sovereignty. U.S. and Israel attack Iran as Trump announced regime change. Oh, this looks good. Oh, this is an hour long. This could still be good to watch. I think maybe we'll watch this as we might watch this as we're playing, like, as we play through the demos. This could be good to watch. Dropsite News is a very good, sorry. Dropsite News is a very good news site. Highly recommend them. One of the best things Hassan has done in recent memory is like really supporting Dropsite. I ain't running away. What do you mean? What else? Alright. Another thing. Minab Girls School Strike. I kind of missed most of the interview with Jeremy Scahill. We might actually put that on. The interview with Jeremy Scahill, it was really good. Jeremy Scahill is such a great journalist. Like him and Ryan Grimm, they are so great. I'm so grateful for those people. That's so an Israeli strike on a southern Iran school. It's 148. At the start of the war with Iran, of the illegal attacks on Iran, they struck a girls' elementary school in Minab, a small city in Iran. 148 people have been murdered. Okay, I'm glad that this content was available due to cookie settings. Yeah, that's fine. I'm a little bit scared about looking at this article. Like up to like more than hundreds of children have been murdered. Children and their families. Like, in which way is this liberating the Iranian people? You know? Like, this is just insane. This is just pure savagery. Like, this is like barbarism. Like, this is like the West loves to like call other countries like shithole countries, uncivilized, all that shit. What is this? You struck a girls' elementary school. Like, have you no shame? Have you no embarrassment? Like, and so many Westerners, like, so many like Western outlets are still like, blah blah blah blah blah. This is like a preemptive strike, and like it's still playing into like this BS narrative that this isn't in any way justified. I saw Hassan like interview Rokana the other day, yesterday I think, and Rokana like he does a lot of good work from what I can tell, but he's still like, I need to confirm it with my own sources. Like, what do you mean you need to confirm it yourself? This happened. You can't like real. This is not fake news or some shit like that. The strike is part of a wave of joint US-Israeli military attacks across Iran that has triggered an outbreak of regional violence. Iran Foreign Minister has shared a photo of the attack, which he says destroyed the girls' school and killed innocent children. The crimes against the Iranian people not go answered, Archie wrote in the post on X. Shitter. Iran's foreign ministry urged action from the UN Security Council. Of course, they're not going to do shit. He sums himself on some issues, yeah. I mean, like, he's still great in other issues, which, much good as that. But it's still okay to, like, call him out for being a bit of a coward on that. At the same time, I also do kind of get it, because Americans are, like, the American news, atmosphere or, like, environment is just insane. Insanely hawkish. Separately, Iran's main news agency reported that at least 2 students were killed by another Israeli attack that hit a school east of the capital, Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val said the attacks call into question US and Israeli claims that they're targeting only military targets and they're trying to punish the regime, not the people of Iran. There's no immediate reaction from the US or Israel on Iran's claims about the school strikes. They don't even need to say anything, because I'm sure that Western media will like not even report on this properly. They'll probably report on like the amount of Israelis killed, like even if it's like 5 Israelis killed to like 2,000 like Iranians, they're probably gonna report on an equal amount or some shit. Knowing Western media. After the US-Israel offensive, Iran unleashed attacks on multiple Arab countries. Yeah, Iran actually hitting back is it's kind of
tonight, the
crazy to see. Surprising.
U.S. jets and Tomahawks targeting Iran as part of a joint U.S. and Israeli operation, leading to a historic moment in the Middle East. President Trump posting the leader of Iran's Islamic regime, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
I also hate they keep referring to it as an Islamic regime. Like, one, every government that's an enemy of the West, that's seen as an enemy of the West, that's a regime. And 2, you could just call it Iran's, like the leader of Iran's government. Like, it's always like, oh, it's an Islamic regime, this evil Islamic regime. Like, it's such insanity. Like, it's just to generate more Islamophobia and to, like, further just, like, make it seem like, oh, what is this? Netanyahu calls Iran acting as to prevent war he just started. The Onion. I love The Onion. The Onion is great.
Is dead. Khamenei, a political and religious leader, led Iran, which is designated by the U.S. as one of the world's top sponsors of terrorism since 1989.
Yeah, they're among the top, but they will never beat the U.S. on that.
His compound in Tehran, seen in this satellite image, completely destroyed. The daylight strikes.
From what I can understand, they also murdered like several members of his family in this strike. Like Israel usually does. They don't give a shit about like collateral damage. They love it.
Left smoke billowing over Iran's capital. This vehicle on fire and a crater in the middle of the city. Israel releasing this footage, striking a ballistic missile launcher. You can actually see the Iranians as they were preparing to fire. President Trump inside Mar-a-Lago.
You what?
Missile
okay.
Launcher. You can actually see
I can't see them preparing to fire. I can see them run away in fear of being killed.
President Trump inside Mar-a-Lago, seen watching it all unfold. Tonight, Iran retaliated.
It's so insane to me just watching this shit from Mar-a-Lago.
Israeli air defenses taking out many of the incoming missiles.
Actually, I mean, I guess that part's not that weird. Home comforts, I guess.
Huddling under an overpass and crowding inside underground shelters.
That dude just has his entire belly out.
Outing inside underground shelters. And also tonight, in a surprise move, the Iranian regime also lashing out against multiple
Lashing out!
countries, including striking civilian targets.
Whoa, striking civilian targets. That is so horrible. I can't believe only Iran is doing that. It does sound dystopian. I mean, he lives there.
Iranian strike on a hotel from several different angles. The Fairmont Dubai
Yeah,
hotel hit and erupting in flames.
So I think it's like
this
it
image from
kind
a
of makes sense.
blown out hotel.
I'm surprised how weak Iran actually is. All threats were lost lead in 10 seconds. Pathetic. Okay, you say that, but like that doesn't really mean much. He was 86 years old, and they were prepared for his death.
Here, Iranian projectiles streaking across the sky. That's an Iranian drone nearly striking the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. In Qatar,
This just sounds like watching a strike from a tourist trap as a president.
people scrambling as debris from an intercepted Iranian missile falls on a street.
I saw a lot of people celebrate the UAE was being attacked by Iran, like on TikTok and shit. That was
An Iranian drone
I'm not gonna comment on
striking
that.
damaged Terminal 1 of Kuwait's international airport. And in Bahrain tonight, look at this Iranian strike on a downtown high-rise.
From what I've heard that the reason for why Iran is striking hotels and shit, because the enemies of the West, they don't have infinite resources, unlike the West. They have to like conserve their bullets, kind of like guerrilla warfare. You have to like conserve your bullets for when it really matters, right? And I've heard the reason why they're striking this civilian infrastructure, like these hotels and stuff, commercial infrastructure, is specifically because apparently, like, there might be like American personnel in these places. Like, basically, they pulled them out of a lot of the bases in the region and then put them up in hotels and shit. I was not surprised Iran defense was this is like third.
Inside this building filled
What are you saying? Like, are you stupid?
as an Iranian drone makes impact, and huge plumes of smoke visible for miles when an Iranian drone hit the headquarters of the U.S. 5th.
Like, you're saying the defenses are weak. The US, like, put insanely expensive bombs in trying to defend, like, one of the big bunkers of Iran, and, like, during the last, like, the 12 Days War, whatever it was called, last time they did this shit, and failed. They said, oh, we completely destroyed the bunker. They failed.
Fleet. And in
Oh, let's look at
as
this.
an Iranian drone makes impact, and huge plumes of smoke visible for miles when an Iranian drone hit the headquarters of the U.S. 5th Fleet. The Pentagon saying no one was injured. Tonight, the
Like, saying that Iran is weak is a little bit insane, considering that they are launching so many strikes everywhere in the region right now. Less than 1% of force use and kill leader, Iran will do nothing, they're weak. Like, were you, like, dropped on your head as a child? Like, what's wrong with you, reindeer? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean less than 1% force? They murdered a leader in their home, like an illegal thing. Oh, also, I have heard something about... So this is something I heard about, which I have not confirmed. Benjamin Netanyahu hiding in Germany. This is something I heard a little bit about. Some people were looking at flight logs, and and this is a very big deal if it's true. But I'm gonna wait and see until there's evidence. That basically people have been tracking flights and shit, and it seems like it might be that Netanyahu is hiding in Germany. Like, this is from Hindustan Times, and I feel like I'm not gonna trust this at all. But this is a very big deal if it's true, I would say. Despite social media claims, it doesn't appear Netanyahu is in Greece. To be sure, these claims are made by unverified profiles that they did track flight data. Netanyahu is playing Wing of Zion. Blah blah blah. As explained about ship and land Berlin on February 28th. However, there's no official visit from Netanyahu scheduled in Berlin. It is not known if the Israeli PM was on board the flight as it landed in Berlin. However, the new data led to fresh claims being made online. Okay, his plane being in Berlin is a little bit suspicious. I will also say that flying at this time is very risky. So I don't know if he's actually there. Grok meanwhile fact checked the claims of why are you using this I don't like Hindustan Times, so they seem not very good. But yeah, if Germany is harboring a war criminal, that would be insane. Like expected insane, but still insane. Grok, the one and only real journalist, yeah, for real. So yeah, these are the latest updates, I believe. Let's check Al Jazeera again. See if there's something else. Oh, they're live.
Retaliating. So taking this into
they have, made human shields for themselves. This is not actually an act of, war. So we are trying actually to target only military personnel and the facilities who are helping the United States, military in their operation against Iran. So again, I would like to emphasize that.
So this is true. That
has nothing to do
with this does play into the theory that the reason for why they're striking hotels is because American troops are in them.
In the region, and have tried and have explained our position for them.
This is Iranian informants, by the way.
Of course, we know what is their position. They are not happy. Some of them are even angry. Some of them try to understand it. And I wish that they understand what is going on in the region. It is not our fault. This is not our choice. This is a war imposed on us by the United States and Israel. So if they are angry, they should be angry on Israel and the United States. They shouldn't pressurize us to stop this war. They should pressurize the other side, because we have not started this war. This is not a war of our choice. This is the war of their choice. So they have to be held responsible for anything happen in this region. And I hope that our brothers in the region would, face Americans and Israelis when they have complaints.
Okay, let's go back to Ali Hashim. Ali, let's break that down, because that is Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi saying this is not a war of our making. We have friendly relations with our neighboring countries around the Gulf. We are targeting US bases. A little bit difficult to square that with the fact that, of course, those missiles are traveling over occupied towns, like here in Doha. We've heard the explosions above us over the last 24 hours, but also they've been hitting ports like ports in Amman. They've hit, apparently Kuwait airport has been hit. There are apparently buildings in Dubai that have been hit. So this is a difficult thing to sell for the Iran's leadership, isn't it?
Well, in fact, it's very difficult to sell, given the fact that attacks over the past 24
they have
hours
to be
targeted some civilian institutions, such as airports, as you've been saying, in Kuwait, in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and also the port in Oman. The fact is that the Iranians said just before the war is going to start that this is going to, and actually the late Ayatollah Khamenei said that if there is a war on Iran, then the whole region will be set on fire. And I think right now what's happening is that the whole region is becoming part of this war. Everyone is under pressure. And everyone is under risk.
I mean, Iran, Iran is actually doing the thing they promised, in that if you attack us, we'll attack all your shit. Like, we don't give a shit. Like, we've given you chances. We've tried to be civil so many times. We are going to attack all your shit in the region if you pull some shit.
But the end,
and
an hotel in Dubai.
This can go either of two ways. Iran can either be very try and be very accommodating again, as they've usually been historically with the last few conflicts, where they've even done huge attacks, which are just flashy and not meant to actually do any damage.
Enemies. And there are actually questions right now going on in the region within diplomats.
But I think it's the other way this can go is that they're going to be very mad that their leader's been killed,
in different countries,
and just then another unprovoked attack on their country and retaliate back much harsher.
This is taking the situation to the verge of a real regional war with several parties in it. And this is what's making it really very dangerous, and at the same time, it will pose more threat also on Iran itself. So I don't know how the Iranians are reading this, and what's the end game, because I know that they didn't start the war, and I cannot blame this whole war on them. But in the retaliation process, they are the ones retaliating towards the region. So in the moment when the region is becoming part and parcel of this war, then I don't know how this is going to end.
Ali, we're going to be talking to you, I know, for hours about this, but for now, Ali Hashim, thank you very much indeed. You're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Rob Matheson. It's 14 GMT.
Why does it look like a rotisserie chicken in that picture?
Since the killing of
look at
Ayatollah Ali
Trump. He
Khamenei,
looks so
and has
like
vowed to follow in the footsteps of the
well
Supreme
cooked,
leader.
slightly
Masoud
undercooked.
Pezeshkian
Actually,
says the armed forces of Iran will continue to strike.
he has like the color of like a toy chicken.
Enemies. Pezeshkian declared the U.S.-Israeli strikes as, quote, open declaration of war against Muslims. Here's a little bit more about what Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, has been telling Al Jazeera exclusively.
Never miss a post from Yanis.
Well, there might be
His visual images have crossed thin red line into criminal sensitive. France, Germany, and the UK condemn Iranian attacks.
Foreign ministers, I explained for them. What happened in Oman was not our choice.
Typical. Such
we have
bullshit.
already told our, army, armed forces to be careful about the targets that they choose. As a matter of fact, our
This would like looking at his eyes, he looks very tired.
Are now
and I feel like he's probably going to get even
independent
tired.
and somehow isolated, and they are acting based on instructions, general instructions given to them in advance. So I have talked with our military leaders and military commanders to be careful about the targets they choose. But again, this is not something against Oman. This is not something against Qatar. This is not something against any other, neighbor country. This is against American targets, and we are not in charge of this problem. It is not our fault. We are under attack. Our brothers expect us to sit and watch that Americans attack us and using,
we'll say the entire Arab world, like the entire MENA region, like all the.
Of course, they don't like that.
I have nothing positive to say about Muslim, like leaders of Muslim countries.
This to be stopped.
Nothing.
They should go to the United States. They should go to
because they're all complicit in the West colonization and extraction and like just destruction of the Ummah.
Unwarranted, unprovoked aggression.
I have a lot of things to criticize the Iranian government for, but they are the only one which has actually been supporting Palestine. One of very few, that is. Along with like their proxies, especially the Ansarullah, or the Houthis, as they call them.
Neighbor, that we are doing actually to protect ourselves and to defend ourselves.
Iranian missile strikes have killed at least 9 people in the central Israeli city of Beit Shemesh. At least 20 others have been injured. Israel's military says it's investigating why its air defense system failed to intercept the missiles. It comes hours after Iran's Revolutionary Guard said
this must not look good for the Israelis. From what I understand, it's very, very bad for morale whenever like missiles actually come through.
Tel Aviv, with sirens sounding in major urban areas. The strikes reportedly targeted Israel's army headquarters and a weapons manufacturing complex. Large explosions have been heard across Iran's capital.
I hope they.
Israel's military says it's carrying out
like military weapons complexes deserve to just get owned.
In the heart
like,
of the Iranian capital.
There's nothing to defend
Israel
there.
Launched coordinated strikes across Iran on Saturday.
Especially for Israel, which just uses it to murder children all the time.
The Red Crescent says hundreds of people have been killed.
Notice the
The
difference
two
in that
correspondents covered this
hundreds of
break
people have been
steady for us
killed
in
in
Tehran, Washington,
in
DC,
Iran,
Ramallah in
while
the
like
occupied West
a
Bank,
dozen have
and
been
in
killed
Doha.
in
But we'll
Israel.
go first to Mohammed Val in
Like
Tehran.
who is the
Let's
most
talk
moral
about those
army at this
explosions
point
the
in the
capital,
war?
Tehran.
Would you
What's
say?
been happening over the last few hours?
Yes, Rob, we have some update for the first time, some clarity about the targets that have been hit this morning. That's from Fars News Agency, which of course is very close to the government, and it says that the targets include an army hospital and to at least 2 headquarters or 2 buildings that are related to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. It also has hit Basij bases, some Basij bases, and that's Basij are paramilitary
Hitting an
militias
army hospital, I'm
supporting
pretty
the
sure, is a
army
war
and the
crime.
government, and also some police stations. So some
I
clarity
think
here
hitting
about,
police stations might also be a
the
war crime.
targets, and all of them have to do with government institutions, particularly related to military institutions and security apparatus
But I'm not sure
of the
about that.
government. And that's in a translation of what the Israelis have been promising, along with the Americans. They are going to expand this
Look
campaign
at this
and they are going to
comment.
make it wider.
Dubai
And
Air Show
and
2026,
also a message
organized
to the
by
Israelis
Iran,
that
was
this campaign is
scary.
continuous, continuing against the regime, against the government, sorry.
It's
And
funny.
that this is going to be for the purpose
Relief.
of allowing or creating the circumstances for regime change in the country, that it is going to be up to the Iranians to rise up against the government and change it.
Dude, it's insane. Okay.
Mo, stay with me because I want to play out another clip from the interview that Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has given to Al Jazeera exclusively.
Okay. Let's watch
But
this.
if their
and then we'll
goal
move
is
on.
change the regime,
little
that is a mission impossible. You know, the demise of the leader doesn't mean that you know, regime change or the change of the political system in Iran. No, we have a very well-established political system. We have a very rich constitution, and based on that, all you know, state institutions are in place. They are doing their job, their function, and as I explained before, even in the demise of the supreme leader, we have a procedure and that we have immediately activated, and you will see the result either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, that a new leader would be appointed by the Assembly of Experts. All of those experts are elected by the people themselves. So there are, you know, democratic and constitutional institutions already in place, and the whole system, the whole regime, as you said, is strong enough to resist against any, you know, any turbulences. And as you see, we lost some commanders, top-ranking military
I've also
commanders,
heard that
but they were
China
immediately
is
replaced
supplying
because
Iran.
everything is very well established in Iran.
Right.
This war
China, Iran. Let's see. Supply. China sent attack drones to Iran as it discusses ballistic missile sales. There you go. So it looks like China is actually doing something. Usually China prefers to like not do like anything because they're trade maxing. They don't want to like piss anyone off too much. Recommended Khamenei is alive as far as I know, says Minister made reports of his killing. How old is this article? 15:34 GMT. Last update 22 hours ago. Yeah, okay, no. This is old news. Real Donald Trump. Oh no. That's funny. In order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. 29th of November 2011. Right. We're going to open the Tic Tac. Oh. Seen onion. Let's.
Year of unprecedented challenge.
Okay, year in review. No, we're not gonna watch that. I thought it was maybe gonna be about like something new. Alright, watch stream. We're gonna watch a few of these and then move on. This one, this one, this one, this one. This one, this one. We're gonna just like watch a bunch of these. And then we'll move on to some gaming. Also, this is funny when you look at it from today. Yeah, no, it's hilarious. Alright. Go.
I was struggling for material, you know. Because of Ramadan, I was struggling for material. You know, as I do, I flicked on the Sky News. And lo and behold, there was Pauline Hanson. I gotta say, my prayers were answered. Ramadan miracle.
Look, if you don't know, Pauline Hanson is like a very infamous racist person in Aussie land.
I do say so myself. So if you didn't see it, Pauline Hanson went on Sky News and she said, how can you tell me that there are... Sorry. How can you tell me that there are any good Muslims? Before we discuss the no good Muslims claim, she made so many other claims that I'd love to talk about. What a gift. She said she's not allowed into Lakemba. She is allowed into Lakemba. She's got to pass through checkpoints. No, but she means white people. No imports, no immigration, getting to cherry pick an ultra-curated and very narrow sense of identity that we get to vet upon entry, which of course is not what Lakemba is, but it is Pauline's fantasy.
Okay, I don't know. I don't understand any more of this, but the first part was funny. This is a very cute thing I saw. These Hindu students in India formed a human chain to protect their Muslim friends. From the 22nd of February, who were praying at Lucknow University after authorities locked the campus mosque. Authorities say the 200-year-old Lal Baradari building housing the mosque is too dilapidated for use. It must be difficult to comprehend those stones. Attacks against religious minorities have risen since Modi came to power. 1,460 Muslims were impacted in 419 incidents from mid-2024 to mid-2025 alone, rights groups say. In a remarkable display of solidarity and unity, a group of Hindu students at Lucknow University formed a human chain to protect their Muslim classmates who were praying on campus. These acts of kindness came in response to the authorities' decision to lock the campus mosque, which posed a challenge for students wanting to perform their religious duties. The students' action highlights the spirit of community and mutual respect amid diverse religious practices in India. This incident is a significant example of how students can come together for a common cause, ensuring the rights of all individuals practice of faith are upheld. Even if blah blah blah blah, the human chain not only protected those praying, but also sent a powerful message about faith harmony and the importance of standing together in support of another's rights. Interesting that keywords here. Alright, close this. Did we already watch this? I think we did. But yeah, here we go. When men IRL aren't cutting it, so you start going for anime once, and this is Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. Hijabis are very funny. I think we already watched this. Bill quizzes potential Muslims. This clip is very funny.
Right hand, bro.
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Right hand, bro.
The green box. That was a test, you know.
Yeah,
that was a test.
My
look.
hand's messed up, so
yeah,
I've done
green
it
box, green box, green box. Name me one pillar of Islam.
Shahada.
Green box. Green box, she smashed it. She named the most important one as well. Next. What do Muslims say before they eat?
They give thanks.
See.
I don't speak the language.
What language?
I don't speak any other language.
You don't speak Islamic?
No, I don't.
You think Islam is a real language? Yeah, red box immediately.
Bro,
immediately.
He didn't even try.
I asked him, does he speak Islamic? And he
it's
said,
like,
no.
I want to
He
watch a
didn't
full
try.
video
No,
of this.
next. How does Jesus die in the Quran?
Oh.
He gets crucified, but he doesn't go up to heaven.
He gets crucified, yeah?
Red box.
I'm joking.
Mind games.
Master, he gets crucified, but he doesn't go to heaven. So where does he go to hell?
Wait, just out of interest, how did Jesus die in the Quran?
So for those that don't know, Jesus didn't actually get crucified in the Quran. He actually got ascended up to heaven, and technically he's not actually dead. He's going to come back on the day of judgment, which is probably very soon. So yeah, get ready. What is the first surah of the Quran?
Surah Al-Fatiha, and you say that in prayer.
How many times do you say it in prayer?
You say it at the start, and then you have an extra surah, and then you say your rak'ah. So it could be 3 or 4 rak'ah, depending on what prayer you're saying.
What month of the year is Ramadan?
It changes.
Actually, it's 2, 3, or 4.
2 weeks every year.
Yeah, you're even doing to my explanation. Like, just go green box, green box. Next, what is the name of the night that the Quran was revealed?
I'm not sure. I'm not too educated on the...
Yeah, man, red box, please. And be quick as well, please. Thank you very much. What day of the week?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not too educated.
Okay, to be fair, I wouldn't know this either.
What is the name of the night that the Quran was revealed?
A lot of people, I feel like a lot of people would not know this one.
I'm not sure. I'm not too educated on the...
Yeah, man, red box, please. And be quick as well.
Like, I would just say, like, I don't know.
Thank you very much. What day of the week the Muslims go to do their prayer, the congregation prayer?
This one's so funny.
Red box immediately. She didn't even bother, she didn't even try and guess. Assalamu alaikum.
Very funny. I want to see this channel 4. What is this like? Oh, what is going on? Why is it not working? Ah, the what prayer? Congregational prayer. So like a Jummah. Let's close this and this. Let's see. Channel 4.0. Is it this one? Yeah, is this on this one? Okay. It's called Find the Muslim, featuring Billy the Goat and Scouse Mali. What do you say that? Scouse is a funny way. Funny accent. But yeah, this one I do want to watch at some point, because that seems very fun. What is up with this banner? Epilepsy warning ass banner. Right, day 8 of Ramadan, jeez, so brother. I thought this video by Itai, I think, was very cool. I don't remember his name. But I thought it was like very, very quaint. I thought it was very like the vibes are just like very.
Today,
nice.
I want to apologize to our brother. I didn't know his name. Maybe I will never meet him. But still, I want to apologize here openly and ask forgiveness from Allah. This is what happened. A few days ago, I was in Sanya shooting the video about the Ramadan Bazaar in the Muslim village. And that time, the masjid are distributing the free iftar. I was standing outside and just briefly shoot the video of the entrance. I didn't even go inside. But suddenly, an uncle came out with a very urgent, firm, angry voice. 不要拍，这里不能拍. And at that moment, I feel that very dark energy came out of my body. I was getting super angry, replied the uncle with a very harsh tone. The uncle probably felt that darker energy. He didn't argue back. He just turned around and went back to the masjid. And after that, this kept going around in my head. From uncle's perspective, he wasn't attacking me. He was just protecting his community. If some bad guy posted some fabricated video on the social media, they will probably get some unnecessary troubles. But from my perspective, I placed myself on a very high moral position. I was like, I'm making videos.
The uncle said, like, you're not allowed to shoot videos here.
To share a beautiful Ramadan with the world. I'm doing something meaningful. How can you stop me? My ego, my fake self was screaming like crazy. This was my mistake. If the uncle ever sees the video, I want to say to him, I'm so sorry. 真的非常非常对不起. So now I realize Ramadan is not about showing people how beautiful Islam looks. It's about cleaning what's inside of us. Sometimes the enemy isn't anger. It's the ego within us. Ramadan Kareem. So stay tuned and spread love.
I think
Assalamu alaikum.
I really like this video because it's just like the vibes of this are good. Like I like this idea of like No idea. I like that when people it is good when you feel bad for doing bad things. I would say that the way he apologized it is very good. It's very healthy, and I wish more people would do this level of self-reflection. Like even if this was a PR stunt, which I don't really think I have a reason to believe that. I think it's very nice and good to do this. I will say this stuff about dark energy.
Okay,
I think is a little bit interesting. It's not really, as far as I know, a thing in Islam, but whatever. Yeah. Soviet Muslims in pins and badges. Whatever these badges are, I so badly want them. Alright, can we actually play this video? Hello? What? Access denied? What? What? Why can we not watch this video? Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna copy this and put this somewhere. I've never seen that before. Is that the case for other videos as well? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Okay, we're not allowed to watch more TikToks. That is insane. That is very weird. Can you send the link? Yeah, I can send the link. Wait, can I? Yes, I can send the link in the chat. I don't think it's country locked. I think there's just something wrong with TikTok. Is just like very shitty on PC. I think it's just that.
Army soldiers were not fighting to free the slaves in the Union Army soldiers were not.
This one I thought was
fighting to free the slaves in the American Civil War. At first, let me explain. In the early
yeah, you can watch it. Yeah, okay. Then it's something wrong with my. It's something wrong with TikTok.
Of the war, we have this sort of competing notion of what the war is, where for the South, it very much is about the preservation of slavery. But for the North, it is about the preservation of the Union, not the ending of slavery to preserve the Union. And then the damnedest thing happens. They see it. They see it for the first time. These Union
happy 2003 MK23. Yay!
South before emancipation. They see.
I thought this video was very interesting. I want to learn more about this because I think like this is like basically in line with something I'm beginning to learn about, and that is basically chattel slavery. Like was a horrible thing, but it was even more horrible than what cursory knowledge would tell you. Like comically evil level shit. Like Israel level shit. Like that's how messed up. You know?
Happens. They see it. They see it for the first time. These Union soldiers in the occupied South, before emancipation, they are not to be freeing slaves. They are not to be interrupting Southern life in any way whatsoever. Their job is to win the war and occupy the region to prevent the Confederate Army from retaking conquered territory. And as these soldiers are stationed in the South, and they're not on combat duty, they're curious. What's this whole slavery thing? Most of the Union troops, had never seen a black person before, let alone had any firsthand knowledge of slavery. And so they go into town and they ask for directions, and where's the nearest plantation? I want to see this thing for myself. And it radicalizes them. Upon seeing the Southern system of slavery for himself, Union Army Sergeant Cyrus Boyd writes, "By God, I will fight until hell freezes over, and then I will cut the ice and fight on." Group of Union soldiers see a planter beating one of their slaves for the first time, or rather a foreman beating a slave for the first time. They are so mortified by what they are watching that they hop the guy's fence, they go to the dude's house, they pull the slave off the stump that he's tied to, then they tie the foreman to the stump and they beat him with the same savagery that he was beating the slave. I wrote a book. If you want to support me directly, you can read it. It's on Amazon. Thanks.
Is that AI? I don't know why it looks like AI.
Smooches.
But
Union Army.
I'm not commenting on the book. I will say, like, I need to. One of the reasons I want to look into this is that not only, like, I very much believe that slavery is a lot worse, and like, it's just a lot worse than how it's portrayed. in general. Like the depravity of like chattel slavery was like uniquely evil, like genuinely insanely evil. But I'm not entirely convinced on like Union soldiers not knowing about this. Like this is something I would want to know more about, because it could be whitewashing. I don't think that that's the intention here, but just to be safe, like that is one of the things I'm a little bit extra skeptical about and would want to know more about. I want to hear more examples of it. Then again, we do have the goat. If I'm able to find it, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Something went wrong. Something went wrong. There we go. Nice. I think we've already watched this one. Making a Japanese mom say brain rot words. Okay, this one is just very, very, very funny. Big fan of this video. Oh, come on. Let me watch it. Let me watch it, please. I want to watch this one. Come on. Okay, can we watch this one? Okay. We've already seen it, but let's watch it again. I think it's funny. Frank incognito mode, and I can't be asked like dealing with browser mess around.
جاز لك يا ابو حسين. يلا توكل على الله ابو حسين. من وين هي يعطينا؟
Where's Iraqi Mo?
على المارك تبعي.
بس خلص. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
It's so funny. It's
يلا توكل على الله يا نمر.
فجر فجر فجر.
I don't know why he's saying fudger.
الله اكبر.
فجر من يومين قال لازم تمشيني. لا خلاص.
راح فراطة ابو حسين. شو قدامي؟
It's so funny for me. Okay. Next. And we can't watch this one. We can watch this one. We cannot watch this one either. Okay, there we go. Now we can play some. So, Japanese hotel owner banned by Booking.com and Airbnb after asking Israeli guests to sign war crimes pledge speaks out.
I'm the owner of Guest House Windy Villa in Kyoto. Today, I'm recording this video in support of the BDS movement, No Room for Genocide. You may have heard about my guest house, Windy Villa. It started last April when an Israeli traveler came to my place.
We'll look up this Windy Villa because it sounds cool.
To stay. At that time, it had been about a year and a half since Israel's massacre on Gaza began. As a global citizen who values universal principles such as freedom, equality, and peace, and also as a facility manager responsible for the safety of all guests and the staff, I could not silently accept someone who might have been involved in war crimes. This is the reason why I asked the Israeli guest to sign the pledge, a confirmation that the person has not violated international humanitarian law, the minimum standard every human being must uphold. He ultimately signed the document and stayed for several days. Israeli media reported on the matter, and it spread worldwide. The Israeli ambassador to Japan complained to local authorities. The city pressured us to stop using the pledge. They were unable to prove any violation of law or discriminatory conduct on our part. The attack did not end. Booking.com and Airbnb removed us from their platforms. We notified Booking.com's headquarters that we would...
If anyone goes to Japan, visit this dude.
Booking.com chose to avoid litigation.
Like, awesome dude.
This decision. This case showed serious problems in corporate transparency and ethics, so we have not resumed using the platform. As for Airbnb, they continue to keep us suspended. Both companies are targets of the BDS movement. Business owners should think about ways to depend less on highly centralized platforms while still protecting their income. This can include using platforms with different ownership structures.
Can I repost?
Or building local cooperative networks. I believe this is the core of the...
Wait, can I repost now? No way.
From the business perspective,
dude,
Booking.com and Airbnb together control about half of the global online booking market. Some owners may agree with the BDS movement, but fear losing their income if they act. In my case, after being banned by those platforms, I began working with Trip.com and strengthening direct bookings through our own website. As a result,
Nice.
our reservation levels have recovered to nearly the same level as before. In the near
Nice.
future,
That's good.
I hope that ordinary people like us around the world, connected by shared values, can come together and become a moral force that guides the world toward greater justice and sustainability. May the good wind always blow your way. Free Palestine. My name.
Inshallah. Free Palestine. Standing agents at the Wind Guest House in Japan. Ooh. Tier 2 World. Guest House Wind Villa. That looks nice. I don't know why, but this looks very cramped, but in a very cozy way. And I'm not just saying that to like place this guy, but this looks very cozy. I like the carpet and this very slight amount of darkness, and just this looks very cozy. Like just sleeping here, like after a long day, it looks like it would be super nice.
If I were guest.
Good grief. I'm not sure if I can show that on stream. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm pretty sure I can show that on stream, but
the Wind Villa guest house did what many governments have failed to do. It stood in solidarity with Gaza.
okay, I'm just gonna like that. I can't be asked watching the entire video right now.
Illness was a
so this is something I always want to look into more. Like this is big. This is kind of a big if true moment.
Curse. But over 1,000 years ago, Muslims built the first. They said mental illness was a curse. But over 1,000 years ago, Muslims built the first mental hospitals to heal people with dignity. While the Western world were locking the mentally ill away, calling them possessed or sinners, scholars in Baghdad, Damascus and Cairo were doing the exact opposite. They built Bamarestans, Islamic hospitals where patients weren't punished, but were held, treated, understood. And here's what nobody tells you. Muslim scholars like Al-Razi from Iraq and Baghdad and Al-Balkhi from Balkh, modern day Afghanistan, were writing about anxiety, depression, trauma and holistic healing centuries before Freud even became a thought. They believed the mind and body were connected. They created therapy spaces inside Bamaristans, the world's first psychiatric wards. Care was free, gentle, spiritual and scientific. Because in Islamic civilization, a mentally ill person wasn't a burden. They were a soul deserving compassion. So the next time someone calls Muslims backwards, remind them we were treating mental health with humanity over a millennium ago. They said...
And that's something we still can't do in the West, by the way. Unfortunately, I don't think it's done in Muslim countries anymore because we're colonized by the West. There you go. This is another thing I want to learn more about. So this is a video by Al Jazeera, which I thought was very cool. The Foreign Press Association of Israel and the Occupied Palestinian Territories is demanding the countries around the world. Thank you for the follow, J-Mark. The Foreign Press Association of Israel and the Occupied. I need to let that play out. It's so funny.
Jmar just became a follower of
Shimonism. Okay, sorry. The Foreign Press Association of Israel and the Occupied Palestinian Territories is demanding the countries around the world step up and force Israel to let journalists into Gaza, urging supporters to sign a petition to let them in.
Let us in.
Let us in.
We should all fight for our right.
An independent press. So join us. Join us.
We've been locked out, banned,
denied, restricted.
In calling on the United States.
Wait, I can't repost
leaders
this.
Around the world to demand Israel let journalists into Gaza.
Our Palestinian colleagues in Gaza have been reporting
Even
for more
Sky
than 2
News.
years under impossible conditions. But they shouldn't have to bear that burden alone.
The government responded with excuses, stalling tactics.
Refused to allow journalists into Gaza to report independently.
The Foreign Press Association of Israel and the Occupied Palestinian Territories has saying the Israeli government before the Supreme Court but is struggling to get a favorable ruling.
Enough is enough. You,
me, us. We should all fight.
To show the world the reality of war.
Israel maintains its ban is meant to protect journalists.
More than 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed in Gaza. Many more have been displaced. Some have been detained. We need more journalists in Gaza.
let us in.
Let us in.
Let us in.
Really good video. Can we watch any of these now? I'll watch a couple of these. Right. So, oh nice, we can finally watch it.
That represent the... Let's look at the Soviet pins in my collection that represent the more than 15% of the USSR that was Muslim. This is a 1920s Order of the Red Banner of Labor of the...
Oh, that looks so sick!
SSR. Now, it's missing a hammer and sickle that would have been right in the middle, but notice the crescent moon and star sitting inside this Soviet labor award. Azerbaijan was majority Muslim, and early Soviet state symbols were not erasing Islamic visual language. Now, this one's especially interesting. Order of the Red Banner of the Khwarezm People's Soviet Republic. Approved in 1924, and only 74 people ever received it. Mine is a fake. The banner here says, "Workers of the World Unite." In this particular period, when it came
Dude, that is so sick.
It was about incorporating Muslim majority regions into new federal structure, not dissolving the identity. Of course, policy evolved over time and varied by region and leadership. The Soviet Union existed for more than 70 years. It was not static, but in 1920, the official position towards Muslim communities was explicit recognition. Next, I had to go find it, is a Soviet Red Cross and Red Crescent badge from the 1950s.
Red Cross and Red Crescent?
Notice that both symbols, the crescent and cross, appear here, as the USSR formally recognized the Red Crescent because millions of its citizens were Muslim. Next is this city...
I actually don't know much about the Red Crescent. Like, I don't know what they're... Like, if they are affiliated with the Red Cross, and like, it's just like how they work. International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. Because I don't trust the Red Cross whatsoever. Like, not at all. I do not at all trust them. Due to a lot of messed up things they did during World War II, collaborating with the Nazis, among other things. And just still a lot of shady behavior to this day. So recognizing, I'm sure there are many great people in the organization and doing great things and blah blah blah. Red Cross and Red Crescent movement is a humanitarian movement with approximately 16 million volunteers, members and staff worldwide. It's trying to protect human lives and ensure respect for all human beings. Blah, blah, blah. The three emblems they use is Red Cross, Red Crescent, and Red Crystal. Foundation. Until the middle of 19th century, there were no organized, well-established army nursing systems for casualties, no safe protection institutions accommodating the street. Those who were wounded on the battlefield are devout. Okay, I want to know about specifically the Red Crescent. International Cross, Red Crescent. No. Turkish Red Crescent. Okay, but where does it say, like, is it just like a part of the Red, is it just like Red Cross, but like in the Middle East, like in Muslim countries? Like, I want to know how it was founded. Like, is it just like an offshoot of the Red Cross? Oh, look, Denmark mentioned. Cool. It was the first Red Crescent society of its kind and one of the most important charity organizations in the Muslim world. Okay. So it looks like it's an offshoot of the Red Cross and started by the Ottomans in 5th of July 1865. Okay. Can't find any more information that I want to find out. Oh, spoilers. Okay. Chinese shitposts. I'm only now discovering these. Actually, not really only now. I've seen something similar before, but let's watch this. This is so wholesome.
Today we're making a...
Gotta watch video by Golden Balance. I really like Golden Balance. I'm pretty sure he's Muslim, and he makes great cooking videos.
Chicken shawarma.
And it's Ramadan, so we have to watch a food video, you know? Like, we need to watch food videos. This is an important Ramadan tradition. Watching food videos while we are not starving, but like very, very hungry. Depriving ourselves of food.
Crispy shawarma is trending online, but I'm here for it. The key to a good home shawarma is to get really thin slices on some thighs. And our marinade starts with a handful of heartburn. You can do tomato paste or hot pepper.
This is gonna make me sad that I don't have
amount of
much in
full-fat
terms of
yogurt.
good
Do
food.
not use Greek yogurt. To this, we squeeze in a little bit of fresh lemon juice. Then just give that a squirt of oil. And then the most important part for the flavor profile, some shawarma spices. If you want to make it from scratch, I'll list it down below. Or you could use a pre-mixed one. I love the one from Spice Affair. Just give this mixture a quick blitz. And just let it talk to all that beautiful chicken. I'm just gonna give this a quick mix. And you marinate this until you lose patience. And me personally, I'm going overnight. To give it an amazing exterior, start it with some oil, throw in lots of tomato.
Is it? I know some Arab people who say "me personally" a lot. Like, I don't know. Like, is that like a thing? To be honest, like him, like I'm thinking about another friend of mine who is British.
Hot pepper paste. When foamy and toasty, we need a little cayenne pepper. Trust me, and add a little ketchup. And I'm just gonna splash in a little bit of water
so
and turn
good.
it into a paste. Now the fun part is here. The sheet tray's been sitting in the oven for about 10-15 minutes on high broil. I like to throw in a little beef tallow and then instantly slide on our beautifully marinated chicken. Then you want to spread it out into a thin layer and throw it into the oven on a high broil. Chicken only needs about 10-15 minutes. And here I'm gonna toss in an aluminum foil bowl with oil and then a lit natural charcoal to smoke. To assemble, you want to split a pita and use the insides. Enough toom to ruin your breath. A generous pile of that beautiful chicken, and then some wild cucumber pickles. Then you want to just fold, tuck, and roll. Toast the steam side down in some pan drippings. And we're going to paint on that beautiful red paste that we made. Just make sure you flip them and baste all the sides. And as
looks
always,
so good.
Bismillah. Today we're making a crisp.
So good. I'm hungry. Want food? Alright, I got distracted from this video. ADHD
Behind it
moment.
is a Soviet Red Cross
Going
and
back.
Red Crescent badge from the 1950s. Notice that both symbols, the crescent and cross, appear here, as the USSR formally recognized the Red Crescent because millions of its citizens were Muslim. Next is this city badge of Derbent, Dagestan. A little harder to see the details here, but the city of Derbent contains the Juma Mosque, built in 730.
Please. Oh, shit. Please. How can I get these? I must have them. Oh, oops. Click something. I must have hammer and sickle. I must have. Wait, I have emotes for this. Find them. There we go.
34 CE. The city of Derbent contains the Juma Mosque, built in 734 CE, making it the oldest mosque in Russia and then Soviet Union. And lastly, another city badge for Kazan. Actually, this is a landmark badge specifically for this mosque. Kazan has been...
So apparently in the Ottoman Empire there's an organization with the same function as the Red Cross that had no symbol, so they introduced the Red Cross as a symbol for that organization. Okay. But is it part of the Red Cross, or? To me it seems like it is.
Kazan. Actually, this is a landmark badge specifically for this mosque. Kazan has been the center of Tatar Islam for more than 1,000 years. Of course, history is complex. Under the Tsars, Muslim populations were governed through state-controlled religious hierarchies, under the Russian Orthodox Church and with heavy imperial oversight. Early Soviet policy initially dismantled some of that imperial...
No, it wasn't? Okay. I mean, that's good. I like that.
Oversight. Early Soviet policy initially dismantled some of that imperial structure and promoted literacy campaigns, local languages, and indigenous administration. I find that often in Western discussions, Muslim life under the and with heavy imperial oversight.
مكروين ve Marsayi Asgari İmdat ve Muavinet Seviye was the name. which is a way of Turkish nobody speaks anymore. Let me try that again. Mikroin ve Marsayı askeri imdat ve muavet semiyeti.
Early Soviet
Close enough, maybe.
policy initially dismantled some of
We studied the Tatar language at Tatar Literacy Club.
that imperial structure and promoted literature.
Learn to wear clothes. On the left is a green silk dress made from Mubusk silk. On the right is Komsomol uniform. Yangi Yol, Soviet Uzbek magazine, 1928. We cover the first issue of Novi Vostok, image from the Soviet Union of the Muslim world, 1917, 1958, Ivar Spector. Oh, look at that. Dude, look at that! That looks so sick, like the hammer and sickle. And then like the crescent inside. That looks so nice. C is not okay. Okay. Mesruin ve Marsoyi Askeriye imdat ve mueve semiyeti ve muevenet semiyeti. Close enough. It's similar to the J in Juma. J. What? Okay. Meçruin ve Marsayı Meçruin ve Marsayı Askeriye imdat ve muevenet cemiyeti. That's all I'm gonna try. Anyways, look at this. This looks so sick.
Literacy campaigns locally.
Ooh, dude! If I could like have a badge like similar to that, nice. Did it do well? Oh, look at this, so sick. I want that. What is this called? Novi Vostok. Novi Vostok magazine. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be difficult to find something because she has like really good sources. Like she's like somewhat of an archivist, I believe, like Lady Izdiha. Cover the first issue of Novi Vostok. Novi Vostok magazine cover. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Okay, it. Also, Google search is getting worse every day. Yeah, no, it's really, really bad. So I'm not using Google.
Languages and indigenous administration. I find that often in Western discussions, Muslim life under the USSR is often flattened into one single propagandized narrative. These objects really show something more complicated. The actual presence and inclusion within a revolutionary state. You know, and one that was constantly evolving. And might I mention, doing things for the very first time. And lastly, I want to leave you with something I care deeply about. When we talk about history of a former nation, whether it's a quick pop history fact or a heavily debated political event, we owe the respect of basic context. Geography, ethnic composition, religious makeup, cultural history, that should be step one when talking about any place or thing. Without that foundation, it's very easy to flatten millions of people into a single narrative. The Soviet Union was not one culture, and it was not one experience. Understanding that doesn't mean you have to agree with everything that ever happened there ever, but it means that you are serious and genuine about that history. Strong opinions are easy. Context requires work. Let's look at the Soviet.
Another great video by Lady Izdiha. Right. One last thing, and then we'll move on to. I need to go pray Asr real quick. So after this, I'll put something on, and then yeah, we'll be back right back. Making a Japanese mom say brain rot words. Dude, I love this shit. Oh, shit, we need more sound. It's so quiet. Try that again. Yeah.
Ritz. Ritz. Hauku. Tour. Sigma. Skibidi.
She said unko, which means shit in Japanese. When she was saying unk. What did they drink? There's no way that's water, right?
6-7 デルル
That's you.
ドリップノーキャップブッシングおはようファナムタックスプーキーミャオミャ
Tries to say mewing. This is a cute friend.
ちょっとやめて。ルックスマキシンファインシットノンチャラン
Oh, did you find it? What's it called? Let me see. Oh, well, I'll see it as soon as we're done with this video. I'm not get distracted. Too distracted. Again. What did you say? Fine shit.
Non charan. 次はわかる。オーラ。Where the has Where the has at raise your ya.
Raise your ya? What is that? Okay, this is not as funny as some other videos, but it's still great. Oh, what the shit? That was loud. I do want to do one more food video real quick. Yes, we want to do that. Table of Gods. They make like ancient dishes, which I think are sick.
Years ago, an Assyrian party with 200,000 liters of free alcohol was held in Kalho.
Okay, maybe we should not watch this one. Let's watch maybe this one instead.
In Mesopotamian mythology, Anzu was a giant eagle who even the gods feared. But one day after Anzu had caught 2 bulls and was flying home to feed his chick, something terrible happened. As Anzu called for his chick, he received no reply. So he called out again. Silence. Anzu dropped the bulls and beat his wings. A hurricane followed. He roared so loudly even the gods feared what would happen. Anzu was going to rip apart the life of whatever god or man had hurt his chick. But when he arrived at the nest, he didn't believe his eyes. His chick was safe, well fed and happy. Anzu looked around confused. Then a man stepped forward. He looked like an ant in front of an eagle. This was Lugal Banda, the mortal man who would one day father Gilgamesh. I have taken care of your little one, Lugal Banda said. And no wonder Anzu's chick was happy. It turned out Lugal Banda had indeed taken care of the chick by baking honey cookies and popping them into its beak. I shall let you have no opponents in the mountains, Anzu said and blessed Lugal Banda. In Mesopotamian mythology, Anzu was a...
Dude, that looks so good. Like, I don't even know what this is made from, but it just looks so good.
Flying home to feed his...
In any case, these videos are great. I like them. Right, the link you sent. Let's have a look at it. 8 books, Soviet in the Muslim world, 1917 to 1956. Oh! Right, copy image, thank you. Because I really like this. I really like... Like, I want to, like, look into... Like, I want... I want to create something that better, like, shows, this, like, Muslim... I want something hammer and sickle along with the moon and crescent, you know, like half moon and crescent. I want something that combines that. Okay, right. We are going to... I'm not gonna just react to this video just yet. Looks fire. Yeah. Looks so sick. We are going to open Twitch and probably put on the himbo. Probably put on the Ryan Grimmins. Oh, nice break here.
Soldier point.
Let us find. What are we looking for? We'll find the Ryan Grimm interview. I don't know why I'm writing Twitch. Snabi. Videos.
And made her reaction, bro.
Front Trump is worse.
Will not build.
Okay, let's see. Where's the interview? This is the interview with Ro Khanna. And this is the interview with Jeremy Scahill. Okay. That is an insane thing to write. That's gonna be a site-wide ban, most likely. What was the name of this person? We need to, like, real quick, just pull them up. We're gonna just report this person real quick. Thank you. Manage suspicious user. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Where's the report button? Oh, that's not. How do you report someone on Twitch? Report, chat messages, bullying, harassment, hateful conduct. There we go. Next, slurs. And I'll just copy and paste their message. Yes, I verified the report is truthful. There we go. Nice. We are off to a great start today.
Esteemed guest.
So, shit. I'll put on Hassan a little bit before he starts the interview with Ryan Grimm. Not Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill. Partially because I need to go pray real quick.
By a president who does not care about the...
Just a moment, just a moment. They created an account for that? Bro, that's pathetic. Maybe they'll get an IP ban. They should at least get an IP ban.
long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful. It is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophic. Just this week, Iran and the United States were negotiating key measures that could have staved off war. The president walked away from these discussions that chose war instead.
Okay, so Ocasio-Cortez's statement on Trump's combat operation.
Long-term who are actually championing.
Okay, we're gonna play this, and I'm gonna go pray real quick. I'll be right back.
This death and destruction campaign at the best of Israel and the Epstein pedophilic cabal, that would be very unkind of you, and perhaps the only thing that we should care about, okay? AOC statements, the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful, it is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophic. Just this week, Iran and the United States were negotiating key measures that could have staved off war. The president walked away from these discussions and chose war instead. President Trump flippantly acknowledged the possibility of American casualties, stating, that often happens in war. Mr. President, this was not an inevitability. This is a deliberate choice of aggression when diplomacy and security were within reach. Stop lying to the American people. Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about Israel doing Israel shit again. They struck an opposition figure that was under house arrest. Luckily, he's still alive, but that's crazy. Anyway. Violence begets violence. We learned this lesson in Iraq. We learned this lesson in Afghanistan. We're about to learn it again in Iran. Bombs have yet to create enduring democracies in the region, and this will be no different. In moments of war, our Constitution is unambiguous. Congress authorizes war. The president does not. I will do my part to uphold our Constitution by voting yes on the Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution. Every member of Congress must join us in rejecting this aimless war. I will say,
like all of you, I woke up this morning to the terrible news that Donald Trump had taken up.
Yeah, I was talking to Abdul last night.
Yet again to war with Iran. Ask yourself who this benefits. It doesn't benefit you or I. It doesn't make our grocery prices any cheaper. It doesn't address the fact that our healthcare is more expensive. It doesn't make home ownership more attainable. all it does is change the subject, distract us from the broken presidency of Donald Trump. This is a man who ran on America First, ran promising that the era of regime change wars was over. And now he's just taken us into another foreign entanglement, the third one this year alone. This is Trump admitting that he cannot solve your problems. He will not even try. Instead, when those problems get bad enough, he's going to distract you.
How do I get my boyfriend to snap out of the Western work and be good mindset? I know he's smart enough to understand this, but he just won't. Is he cattle? Does he sometimes go, like when you bring him treats? Do you sometimes smack him in the ass and he just gets really excited and runs away, runs off into the distance, galloping around? Does he go, Because you might not have a boyfriend. You just have livestock at that point. I'm just saying. Okay. How do I get my boyfriend to snap out of the Western work and be good mindset? Okay. Are you dating a Lockheed Martin executive? Are you dating Mr. John Boeing? Ask him these questions. Ask your boyfriend, are you Mike Huckabee? Because if you're not any of those things,
okay, I'm back,
it's
but I
not
also need to
beneficial
go
for you.
have a wee real
Correct?
quick, so I'll just keep playing the himbo.
It's not beneficial for you at all, especially if you grew up in a rural area. He might literally be a cattle. He might literally be livestock. But if you grew up in a rural area, ask him, hey, don't you think it's fucked up that you don't have a rural hospital? Like the last time you guys had like a healthcare professional in this region was 35 years ago, and businesses have completely pulled out of this area. Everyone is poor as fuck, but it seems like there's always money in the bank to go to war overseas. Does that do anything for you? Does that do anything positive for you? Does that make you feel good? Why does that make you feel good? If it does, you know? These are the questions you can ask your loved ones. These are the questions you can ask your loved ones. Ask them. How does this work for your best interest? Because there's obviously a non-selfish argument to make, one that revolves around solidarity across the board, one that, one that recognizes the dignity and humanity of those who are being slain by the Amer-Israeli Empire. But if people can't comprehend that, there's not really any good arguments to constantly engage in this endless warfare anyway. There's not really a lot of great arguments at all, as a matter of fact. I mean, fucking even the veterans that go out there recognize it.
He's going to distract you by weaponizing ICE on your street, killing American citizens, telling us that he's doing something about immigration while he's really just weaponizing and normalizing paramilitary force.
I'm going to have Jeremy Scale on to talk right now.
He's going to take us to war with a nation of 93 million people that's got serious ammunition and artillery behind it. We don't know where this ends. But what this is normalizing a chaos because he can't actually deal with the problems in your life. This is an illegal war. There is no justification for it. He didn't even try to justify it to Congress. He had every opportunity in his State of the Union. He didn't. He's not trying to justify it to the international community because, again, there is no justification.
Okay, I'm back.
Benefits from this. How many American women and men are going to get broken over wars we never should have fought? How much of our time and our treasure is going to be spent shedding blood rather than saving lives here at home? This is unacceptable. No war with Iran, and we are going to stand up every single day to oppose this.
All right. Jeremy Scale is in the building. Jeremy Scale of Drop Site is in the building. Esteemed guest. Welcome back, Jeremy. Unfortunately, every single time we have you on, it always feels like the world is collapsing right in front of our eyes. Yeah, but it's still an honor to have you on nonetheless. Can you hear me?
Thank you for having me back.
Of course. So you guys, you just got done with your reporting. I believe you're in contact with some officials on the Iranian side, and Dropsite just revealed a couple hours ago, or your latest reporting shows, a very different perspective than what we're seeing in mainstream media. But I know you're paying close attention to what's going on in the news. Let's get started with, the I guess now almost 50-year project of Israel finally coming to a.
I'm gonna real quick just pause that. I'm just gonna fix something real quick, chat. I think I wrote that correctly. Right, there we go. We have done a thingy. What is that thingy, you may ask, chat? That's right. We have made Way to Code 25 into a moderator. Welcome. Congratulations. You are now one of the lieutenants of the great Sheminist army.
Close. Do you feel like there is any? Do you feel like there's?
You've been granted great power, and with that greater responsibility. I expect you to be able to fulfill that role. At least, like, in a chill way. Mainly just if I'm off praying or something, or like if someone comes in. Basically, if someone comes in writing what that wanker from earlier did, yeet them. Thank you, I will abuse it. Excellent. That's the spirit. Current hype train conductor. Wait, what? There's a hype train? What? Oh, wait, no, there's not a hype train. It's just you're the current conductor. Okay.
Argument that you've heard so far that made you go, maybe this is a real reason for why we're going to war with Iran.
Move the himbo.
No, and I think it has to be stated at the beginning, just from an American perspective, that the Democrats, we've seen this coming for weeks and weeks, that Trump was going to move forward on this, and at Dropsite we've been reporting on things that we've heard even from people within the inner circle. And one of the things we reported recently is that Trump has been kind of stomping around, even in internal briefings, making statements like, I'm going to go down as the president that forever changed the Iranian regime, and obsessively talking about the '79 revolution and the seizure of the embassy. And they've been
so insane.
This whole thing started on its surface in mid-January after the protests in Iran that then converted into very bloody battles and attacks in the streets of Tehran and other cities around Iran.
Turn up the sound a little bit while we look for a game.
And there's competing narratives about what happened there.
I saw the bunch
but Trump
demos for you
seized on
guys.
that moment in Iran and said, help is on the way. And of course, the utterly discredited son of the deposed Shah also was calling on Iranians to rise up and seize institutions. And then nothing happened in the immediate aftermath of that. And then Trump basically almost entirely stopped talking about Iran is brutal toward its own citizens and they're massacring their own citizens. He was obsessively claiming that he had stopped all of these public hangings. But they basically dispensed with that, and then they resumed this talk about nuclear weapons. And every U.S. national intelligence estimate going back years had concluded that toward the end of 2003, Iran had given up its nuclear weapons ambitions. And then in June, Trump conducted all of these strikes over 12 days on the three main nuclear sites in Iran. And then they said that they had completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear program. In fact, they created a special web page on the White House website to preemptively declare as fake news anyone that would dare to say, otherwise. And then last weekend, Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, he and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, are the point guys on all of this. Witkoff makes like a Dick Cheney style statement and says, Iran is a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material. And they provided no evidence for that whatsoever. But it also sort of was like, well, wait a minute, you either totally obliterated the program or it's gotten so advanced that they're a week away from it. So they start obsessing about this nuclear thing. They're supposedly in negotiations again. Just what happened last year in June happened now, which is that they claim they were going to have another round of technical talks in Vienna, Austria on Monday. The Omani foreign minister last night was with Vice President J.D. Vance and said that the prospects for a deal are very serious. And then, people wake up this morning to news that the United States and Israel.
With a major Kuomintang offensive against Central Jiangsu liberated area imminent, the Central China Field Army decided to strike first, seizing the initiative. On the night of July 13th, the concentrated forces attacked the isolated 56th and 57th Regiments along with the attached Mountain Artillery Battalion of the 19th Brigade. The KMT reorganized 83rd Division garrison in Shuangjiabu and Taijing. Okay, we can't. So first complete an available scenario. Okay, so this is like us. I think. Are we attacking from the northeast or southwest? I'm guessing northeast. Because blue is probably the color of the Kuomintang. Okay, right. Continuing.
Have launched massive bombing at sites and cities across Iran. The death toll in this strike that hit the girls' school in Iran has now officially surpassed 85. I'm hearing from sources in Iran that there's been a strike on some kind of a gym facility in another area of Iran where children have also been killed. The Iranians, unlike last time that Israel and the U.S. bombed, didn't wait to sort of absorb it and then come up with their own calibrated response. You know, as we've talked about before, the Iranians have choreographed their retaliatory strikes through back channels with the U.S. in previous times.
Yeah.
We've been reporting for weeks they're not going to do that again.
Yeah.
In fact, we've had sources close to the power structure in Iran that have said that they understand that they're aiming to kill at least 500 American personnel in retaliatory strikes. So delegation to launch strikes was dropped down to a much lower command level in Iran, and that's why you saw an unprecedented simultaneous retaliatory response from Iran across all of these Gulf Arab countries. They also hit Jordan. A colleague of mine in Israel, who's in a bomb shelter right now, just sent me a message saying that the pattern of these strikes is unlike anything we've seen in previous attacks, and that the public instructions are to stay inside of those shelters much longer and a much longer duration than ever before, during these retaliatory strikes from Iran.
Yeah.
Iranian naval vessels from the IRGC have been turning ships away at the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear if it's officially closed right now, but it appears that could well happen. But to put a fine point on it, let's remember that the Democrats have seen this coming, and Hakeem Jeffries and Democratic leaders in the Senate as well refused to bring to a vote this war powers resolution. Now, I don't have any illusions about the position of the Democrats. In fact, we reported at DropSite that Chuck Schumer and others are cynically hoping that Trump does exactly what he's doing right now for two reasons. One, they actually support it. That's the most important thing to understand. It's a bipartisan consensus. They support it. They may not want to say it out loud. But then the other component is that they cynically believe that if it goes foul and wrong, remember, 70% of Americans don't want this war, that it's going to be on Trump and it's going to help their electoral chances. That's what you can distill this down into. They quietly want Orange Hitler to wage a war that they also want, and then they hope it kind of goes bad when he does it, even though they really want it to succeed, but they kind of hope it goes bad in the eyes of the American people so that it helps them. It's a win-win, and it captures in a nutshell the state of the institutional Democratic Party's posture when it comes to foreign policy.
Yeah, absolutely. I have the Ryan Grimm tweet here. It says, Jeffries, who held off a war powers resolution long enough for Trump to go start the war before it came to a vote, does not condemn Trump's attack in his initial response. The party leadership, as we reported last week, is eager to see Trump launch this war. I'm sure you've seen the House Minority Leader's statement on this supposedly unprecedented surprise attack that America and Israel conducted on Iran, that they were signaling that they were going to do as they launched an armada. 50%, more than 50% of our entire naval assets were moved into the region over the last month or so. And Donald Trump kept saying, just like he did in the build up to the 12-day war, that there was going to be a negotiations process. But it was very clear. It was so clear that I actually interviewed Ben Rhodes, former Obama administration National Security Advisor Ben Rhodes, about how these negotiations were simply a sham. Israel had kept adding on additional qualifiers to the negotiations, many red lines that they were simply designing so that the Iranians would inevitably say no. What happened yesterday, however, was really interesting. The Omani official that went on television, I think, knew that this was probably going to happen. And that's precisely the reason why they were saying, no, Iran is actually totally on board with the negotiations and even leaning into maximalist demands that the American government was making on denuclearization. Demands that were even more aggressive than the JCPOA, as far as like, taking out enriched uranium from the country and whatnot. And I think they did that. This is speculation, of course, but I think they did that just to show the American population that the Iranian side was absolutely playing ball, no matter how ridiculous these negotiations were.
Yeah, I mean, also just to back up a bit, a couple of weeks ago, we started reporting based on sources that are informal advisors to the Trump administration and are very well connected with Arab governments. That the U.S. was
that sound
certainly
effect?
going to move forward with an attack.
I don't know
and
what
that they
hard
needed
it's-
to. The concern
it's
was
very
not so much the offensive weaponry that the U.S. needed to get in place. They wanted a delay to bring in refueling aircraft, to bring in missile systems, THAAD, and others that would be capable of defending Israel or the American military bases in the region. And I think there's a real question of whether there was
Sorry, for the first time playing Hawaii.
True. To negotiate in good faith. It could be that the entire thing, even if Iran had capitulated in a shocking way, that they still would have gone forward short of the Iranians declaring that they're no longer going to be in Iran anymore, and that Trump is welcome to take over, or Pahlavi can come and walk right in and we'll hand him the keys to the shop. But you had all of this stuff going on, and the Iranians, we started talking to senior Iranian officials, and what they said is, we're putting on the table things that go far beyond the scope of the JCPOA 2015 agreement. In fact, one official said to me, it would shock John Kerry. And John Kerry, of course, was the Secretary of State and was the lead negotiator of the 2015 deal. And so the enrichment levels, the oversight mechanisms they were willing to talk about, the idea that they would then have non-nuclear negotiations down the line, that they were going to buy American civilian aircraft, that they were going to open Iran's doors again to investment opportunities for American oil and gas companies and potentially other American corporations. Yeah. They put all of this on the table, and I think that from their perspective, they weren't Pollyannish about what they were facing. They know that Trump is kind of, a crooked godfather as head of state, running around with his consigliere, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, the real estate moguls running around doing all of the bidding for Trump. But they felt like, we're going to show the world that we are exercising maximum flexibility on this question. And for some moments, it did seem, and by the way, I was told that there were actual direct talks between the U.S. and the Iranians, not just in this last round, but going back to February 6th in Oman. And the Iranians were saying that they had a sense that the Americans were even taken aback by some of what they were willing to put on the table. So, I talked to Rob Malley, who was on that negotiating team in 2015, an American official, former envoy to Iran under President Biden. And he said Trump could just call it a day and declare victory on this. He's just like knocking it out of the park compared to Obama in terms of what he's able to get out of the Iranians right now. If the issue is nuclear, they've got a victory here. But the thing is, the issue wasn't nuclear. The issue hasn't ever been nuclear. The issue is regime change. The issue is fighting Israel's wars for it. And this all comes days after Mike Huckabee, I know you talked about this on the stream, but days after Mike Huckabee says to Tucker Carlson that, it's a perfectly acceptable goal for Israel to try to move not just from the sea, to the river, but from the sea to the Tigris and Euphrates.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, no,
so
this is
what we're seeing here is a combination of factors. This is war for Israel. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You're also a little bit delayed on your end. Your internet is cutting in and out a little bit. So I apologize for cutting you off. What I was gonna say is there's competing interests here. There's converging interests and then there's diverging interests. On the American side, and I want to hear your perspective on my assessment. On the American side, obviously, we have a grand design for this resource-rich region. We want to dominate it. We want to have complete control over OPEC Plus to the best of our ability. or at least we want to have like the majority control, right? We have pliant, servile Gulf states, and also completely dominated, former states that are now failed states that are puppet states to the United States of America, as far as like oil producers, and we want to be able to control. We want to have controlling interest in OPEC Plus, so that we can use that as a leverage point against our foreign adversaries, specifically China, right? And that's America's interest in the region, and Israel has different converging interests with the United States of America, and Israel plays a formative role in this project as a unsinkable aircraft carrier, as a missile sponge at times if need be, as a place where we can like develop our weapons, as a testing ground for some of the latest and greatest technology in terms of conducting warfare and surveillance and population control. But then on top of that, I think Israel's specific interest, beyond being a servant to American empire as a settler colonial apparatus, is this insane zealotry that they have in terms of following this ultra-Zionist agenda, this idea that they want to complete a greater Israel project, destroy all of the indigenous populations, and either turn them into slaves, or basically ethnically cleanse them and dominate this entire area from Lebanon to Syria, as they've started taking on even more territory and annexing even more territory in these places, and maybe even parts of Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And who knows where they go from there, right? And definitely even start waging war with Turkey as well once Iran is knocked out of the equation, as even Naftali Bennett has clearly signaled, right? That's the convergence, but the divergence, I think, is when Israel's ambitions get in the way of a more reasonable path forward. And I think we saw that as a divergence in the Obama administration. The last time we had any sort of sovereignty in our own design in the Middle East was the JCPOA. Now, obviously, I have my own personal opinions on, developing nuclear sovereignty for nations in the periphery. I believe everyone has to have a nuclear program if they want to exist outside of the American nuclear umbrella.
Yeah, so now having nuclear doctrine.
Having said that, the JCPOA was something that the Obama administration put together to actually negotiate a peaceful path forward with Iran, to potentially normalize relations with Iran, to have a lot of controls over their nuclear program and their enrichment capabilities. And Israel hated that.
I don't want to lose soldiers.
Donald Trump came into office and ripped the JCPOA apart. And Iran still continued following along with the JCPOA for a little bit, but then Donald Trump.
This game is very confusing, but it's kind of cool, is it?
And then Joe Biden came into power, and Joe Biden was also an ultra-Zionist, and Joe Biden also followed with the same exact agenda. I feel like post-Trump 1, Israel got into the driver's seat and was no longer simply a consultant, or no longer simply, the tip of the spear in some ways on America's MENA policy, but basically took it over entirely. Do you agree with this assessment? I know it's very long. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, a couple strings to pull on from what you just said. I think there is a sort of massive shift in aspects of Trump 1 to Trump 2. Remember that Trump openly viewed John Bolton, one of the most obnoxious neocons on the scene. He openly was talking about what a fanatical lunatic John Bolton was. And one of Bolton's kind of crowning achievements in the first Trump administration, when he was the national security advisor, was the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani at Baghdad airport in January of 2020, the head of the elite IRGC force of Iran. And when you read some of the reporting about it, and even sort of how Trump spoke about it at the time, it took a while for Trump to come around to that, and then ultimately he did it, and then he felt good about it, and it kind of showed him his awesome power. And it's like Trump liked those kind of clean things. Oh, I killed Baghdadi, I killed Qasem Soleimani. But, in general, while Trump was a militaristic president, no doubt about it, in his first term, there was you got a sense that he was listening, or sort of leaning more towards
nice. We got an achievement in Chinese. I don't know what it says.
Anti-interventionist, isolationist wing of the MAGA movement. And he kept the Israel firster Netanyahu neocon wing kind of a little bit at bay. He comes in this time, and again, the context is Joe Biden, 50-year dedicated Zionist who facilitated the Gaza genocide with total enthusiasm, throughout his 4 years in power, and then Kamala Harris, who comes out and when she becomes the nominee and says, "There's nothing I would do differently than him," and that's a huge part of why they lost, of course, but they don't want to release their autopsy. Sets the stage then for Trump too, and I think one of the most telling moments, and it speaks to the questions you're raising in this entire period of Trump's second presidency, is when he goes to the Israeli Knesset back in October, when he's on his way to declare he's secured the Gaza ceasefire at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and he arrives in the Knesset, and it was sort of like a reverse Nuremberg trial, where the war criminals themselves are celebrating themselves and standing up and cheering one another. And he goes on and on about the kind of influence of Miriam Adelson, the late Sheldon Adelson's wife, and the single greatest bankroller of Trump's campaign. And he talks about her being the most influential, Israeli in the world. And I think that part of what's happened here is that led up to this is twofold. Trump now is completely in the service of the most extreme Zionist agenda in history. He's in total servitude to that agenda for a variety of reasons. He's not as sophisticated of a Zionist as Joe Biden was when his brain was intact, but Trump is all in
when his
and he's
brain
willing
was
to do
intact.
anything for them at this point. And then the other component of it is that these guys are all high on their own supply. You've got drinking buddy Pete Hegseth as the so-called Secretary of War. You've got little Marco, who thinks he's Dulles risen from the dead, trying to overthrow Cuba and the Venezuela thing. They kidnap Maduro, and Trump starts to sort of want it injected into his veins. And I was told that Trump and his people were saying, do another Venezuela in Iran. And he's hearing from intelligence and military people, it doesn't work that way in Iran. And he doesn't like some of what he's hearing from the military people. And he starts to understand that, Iran didn't go all in the last times that they've struck against us, that their ballistic missiles are actually pretty ferocious in some ways, that there are weak links in the Iron Dome system in Israel, that it can be overwhelmed, that U.S. bases can be hit, that you may, Mr. President, face a mass casualty incident involving American personnel. So then they're talking about, what about a Libya option where we use air power? But the problem is, what ground forces do you have inside of Iran? And the other thing is, Iran, for as much as people talk about the supreme leader, Iran has been building horizontal institutions since 1979. This isn't a commentary about any internal political issue. These are for Iranians to debate. I'm looking at this from a perspective of military intelligence, strategic, what is possible and what isn't. Iran is not Libya. Iran is also not Venezuela in the sense that you're just going to lop off the supreme leader and then say we're making a deal with the rest of you. So they now are in this war that is not in any way in the interests of the American people whatsoever. It's not in the interests of anyone in that region except Israel. And so what do we have at the end of the day? The only conclusion we can draw is that Trump is fully purchased and bought into at the same time Israel's war of annihilations in the region. I was in touch with a senior Iranian official this morning and asked him about the response from all of these Arab countries where they're condemning quote unquote Iranian aggression, but then they're silent about the fact that it's the United States and Israel that launched this war. And he made a point, he condemned it. He said, of course, this is unfortunately what we've come to expect, etc. But he said, do they not understand? Eventually their number is going to come up. Like they may feel like they're in a good position right now. They had their nice little visit with Trump, but their cards are going to get pulled one day or another in this whole project. Right now they're useful pawns in this game.
Yeah. There's also this national security report
Times
from
to learn
Reuters,
Chinese.
which, not always the most trustworthy, but at least on the American side, it's important that they're leaking this kind of thing. But Aaron Banco reports as a Reuters exclusive, the CIA assessed before the strikes that even Iran's Supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the operation, he would likely be replaced by hardline figures from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And I've said this over and over again, that the Ayatollah himself is 87 years old. He is a zealot, you know, but and therefore I think like martyrdom would probably be something that he looks forward to. But outside of that, there's also obviously like you said, a horizontal leadership structure, and within the Iranian forces, within the Politburo, within the political side of Iranian civil society, and within the IRGC, the Ayatollah is probably one of the more restrained elements, whether it be offering personal setbacks to the Iran nuclear program, or even the restrained nature in which Iran has refused to retaliate beyond some kind of retaliatory theater, as we talked about with Qatar. So if you take out Ayatollah, or even some of the top line generals in the IRGC, which have become even hardliners from the last cleansing that took place in the 12-day war, you're going to have a group of individuals that are even less responsive to American negotiations. That's my speculation. It turns out the CIA is saying similar things as well.
But yeah, and I think that I mean, there's a couple things I want to comment on that, but just to start with what you just said, I think that even is confirmable from the Iranian perspective, because what we've been told by sources is that they have a multi-layered succession system that they put into place at the time of the 12-day war. And it is true that a significant number of senior military figures who fell into, you know, a more moderate camp when it came to how should we be responding to attacks militarily by the United States and Israel, they're gone, and there were directives issued, as I said at the beginning, further down the command chain, and that's why you saw this almost immediate retaliatory response by Iran across the spectrum, and actually increasingly seems like they're going to start hitting targets in these countries in a real way. There's been, like, you know, a hotel here, a military facility here. The airport in Kuwait was also apparently bombed as well. But I think we're gonna see a lot more on that front. But on this issue of, like, is someone from the IRGC going to take power? That's not exactly what we've been hearing from Iranian sources. That's not what has been reported from the Iranian side. It's newsworthy that that is the assessment that the CIA is making. But again, I think it goes back to Iran being a nation of institutions. Yes, it has a supreme leader, and that seems like a very foreign concept certainly to Westerners. But that doesn't mean that it's not a country of institutions. Another thing about Ali Khamenei specifically, remember that, yes, he is a religious and a highly revered religious figure in the world of Shia Islam. There's no question about that. But he also, on a tactical level, was deeply involved with the Iran-Iraq war. Yeah. And you know, he is not just a guy sitting in a room, praying for the world. This is someone who also has been a combatant in this war since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, understands the stakes very well, and understands military strategy. You know, this is not just like your neighborhood priest who's giving, this is someone who really, really understands on a tactical and political level the enemy that his country is facing. That is just a factual thing. This is a highly advanced scientific society that is a society of institutions. I keep emphasizing that because it is not some, sort of banana republic somewhere where you just pluck out the dictator and everything comes crumbling down. The other part of it is, who are the ground forces that are going to come in to implement this thing? Pahlavi, he's going to raise an army. The MEK, this fanatical cult that has this oversized influence among politicians in the United States. You're going to have Kurdish forces, come in. It's some military planners have said it's like they're not actually thinking it through on a political level. The U.S. military advisors, they're telling Trump all of this stuff. Yeah. They're painting pictures for him. And the Trump people kept coming back and looking for something clean. So what do we get in Trump's speech? We get Trump going out there, and it was like this weird hodgepodge potpourri of things I'm going to throw at you. Wow, the 79 revolution. Oh, they took our embassies hostage. Then he throws in, they were involved with the USS Cole bombing in Yemen in 2000, which was done by Al-Qaeda, sort of sworn enemies of Iran. He's just throwing everything at the wall. And then after we finished raining bombs down on you, everyone should stay inside for now because bombs are going to rain down. But then you're going to seize the reins of power, which you've always wanted, and we're going to hand it over to you. It's as though it presumes that there is some strange tiny cult that somehow is in charge of a nation of 90 million people, and that it's just a matter of killing the leaders of that, and then everybody comes out and says, oh my God, we want the Shah back in power. And this is like fanciful thinking that, from an American perspective too, if you want to be like just looking at what are America's interests, could well result in a large number of American deaths. Not to mention, they're blowing up girls' schools within hours of this thing starting. They blow up, and I'm sure the death toll is going to rise. They hit a girls' school. They're hitting sports facilities. That bombing, by the way, of that girls' school is as horrifying as some of the worst single bombing episodes that we've seen in Gaza. And they did it within like hours of launching this thing on day one. We always talk about what are American interests, but I think it needs to be said, Hassan, that what about the Iranians who are dying on the other side of these missiles? And again, the whole thing is a cooked up narrative. There is no imminent threat. There is nothing to preempt. The only thing that was preempted was a diplomatic solution where the other side was making concessions that were on an unprecedented scale. The Iranian people are being punished for Trump's nonsensical war that was facilitated by the Democrats doing nothing yet again, not raising any voices, quietly cheering this on, cynically hoping that it benefits them electorally. That's the bankrupt nature of our politics that leads to a war that is setting literally the Middle East on fire right now.
Yeah, no, they have no succession plan, and that much is very clear from some of the targets that they've actually prioritized as well in the first round of the bombing, where apparently they tried to strike the president's residence as well, and the president is like,
oh shit, they're actually attacking
leadership that is.
Oh shit, what just happened?
A reformist, right? Like this is. I know that I'm
so
sure
is
that
the foreign minister, by that matter. So is the foreign minister.
Exactly.
Arachi
The foreign
also
minister and
comes
the
out of that
president
camp.
they're not like they're nowhere near even from the eyes of the Iranian population. They're not.
Okay, that's not ideal.
I'm sure that they're very upset because they feel as though the Ayatollah
So
hand selects everyone regardless. But like these.
Okay, maybe I'll play this another time. This game is very confusing.
Iranian society.
Let's find another
They've
game.
Actually, from what
Seems
I
cool though.
understand,
Seems
targeted the in the Pasteur district, the residential building in which Akhtar Ali, the leader of Iran's Green Movement, was housed under house arrest since 2011. So they're actually going after oppositional figures as well, and it leads me to believe that their goal here is to create a Libya.
They need to calming down. True. Hello, Raph. How are you doing?
They have, or maybe lean heavily into whatever kind of Mossad ground elements they do have inside of the country, and hope that Kurdish forces can cause enough chaos and destabilization elsewhere, and then internally in Tehran and in the heart of the government.
This game looks cool because there are tanks in it. I like tanks.
With the hopes that they just have a failed
Graphics
state.
also look
It seems like that's their
I clicked
most
some
likely
buttons.
scenario out of this. They have
Oh shit! I did not.
Plan. Well, it wouldn't be appropriate even if they had a succession plan. By the way, I'm not saying that at all. But it's just very obvious that they have no.
Accidentally just spend all my money in the game. I'm already slowly feeling better. Nice.
Israel is terrified of the
Hope we
Iranian
get fully
ballistic
well
missile
soon.
program because it showed its capabilities of being able to cut through the THAAD interceptors and the Arrow systems and the Tamir interceptors as well, and actually strike at the heart of Israel in Tel Aviv and strike at military targets in and around Israel. And they want to be able to defang the administration with the hopes that they can just without depleting their munitions like they almost did last time, they want to be able to cause enough instability and enough chaos that there's never a threat from the Iranian ballistic missile systems ever again.
Yeah, and I think remember what Israel did when Assad.
Okay, what is going on?
In
Okay, this game I think it just has really, really bad, like... There we go. Put down the graphics are very low.
Syria,
Okay, there we go.
At which Trump
It's just
recently,
insanely poorly
threatened, said that he
optimized.
basically put Ahmed al-Sharaa, in power. That's for a different show, though. But the Israelis turned around and they bombed the entire conventional military capacity of Syria, including all of its defensive weaponry that basic nation states have. And the reason that Israel did that was to ensure that no Arab government was going to be able to take power or establish power in Syria that would be capable of defending itself against Israel. And Israel, of course, is moving toward annexing even further territory inside of Syria.
Why is it not
and
working?
I think there's a degree to which, I don't know to what extent Trump is willing to go the distance for what he believes is going to be a regime change war. Remember, it was the U.S. and Israelis that sort of wanted the 12-day war to end, that reached out and said, okay, enough is enough. And the Iranians view this as it's an
I think it broke something. I think I did.
Existential war, and so I think
That's
we're
very
going to
annoying.
see them pull no punches in their reply. But how long does Trump want to take this on? What happens if the Iranians manage to strike a U.S. base and they kill a large number of
this game is not
US
working,
personnel?
so we're not.
What's going to happen in that scenario? So we have those questions, but let's play this out a bit and say, okay, they're going to.
I just can't even close the game now.
Ballistic missile sites throughout the country.
Shadows
They're
of War
rebombing some
2,
of the
way too
facilities
buggy
that
to
they
be
did
able
last time.
to be able to even play.
Again,
Nice,
no
maybe I'll try to
threat
single
of
player.
Iran making a nuclear bomb. Like we should be very clear about that.
Right,
But let's
next
say that the
up,
point is to
Space
use that as a
Slog
justification
demo.
For doing
This
the
game
rest
looked
of it.
fun.
And they don't really even pretend to have an ultimate justification. It's kind of like a junior varsity version of the Cheney propaganda that took place
Junior
prior to
varsity
2003. They're taking some shades of Cheney, but it's not even like in the same universe of sophistication as that campaign. And it was
Welcome to the
much more
demo. This demo
haphazardly
features 12
thrown
in-game
together.
games of the
And
main game. I hate
sidebar
this type of demo. I
The
hate
New York Times,
games which is just
for
like, oh yeah,
all
we're
of their
gonna.
kind of
Also, it's not.
clutching about Donald Trump and his dangers.
It's like
What are
half.
they doing right
I
now?
can't see
They're-
half the
they're
screen.
Conveyor belts again for the same lies. They're doing stories saying like, oh, Al Qaeda and Iran are in cahoots again, and they're going to activate their networks in Europe. They're doing the same thing again. They're doing the exact same thing, even though like they view him as like Orange Hitler, who's going to put David Sanger in a
Original
concentration
Sun
camp, and it's like. So now we're in this situation where I think part of it is that they're just going to go after Iran's
Normal
missile
builder,
capacity because Israel recognizes this
select
may take a
actions.
long time, or Israel may want to continue to be attacking and attacking and attacking.
Let's just have
Iran.
a bunch of
But
splinter
the real
packs.
question is here: at what point is the U.S. going to say, "Okay, it's enough"?
World Seed. Saladin.
It's a real question. It's a real question how long this is sustainable, especially if targets start getting hit, which I think they probably will. In the region, meaning Iran is going to start
The characters is
getting,
bisexual.
successful strikes on
Oh no, this game is
US
woke.
military assets.
And they've set it up this time in a much more, in a much less restrained manner as well, going after American bases and radar systems and early advanced warning systems in and around the Gulf, where American military bases are. And they targeted them, and they haven't actually, they've been pummeling Israel a lot harder this time around as well. They've learned a lot of lessons from the 12-day war. And I think this was generally what the military advisors were leaking to the press in the buildup with this armada coming into the region, where they kept saying, like, we don't know if we have enough munitions, not for offensive capabilities, mind you, but for defensive capabilities. And I think that they also knew that this was going to happen. That's still economic activity for the American military industrial complex, for developers, for contractors and whatnot to go back to those bases and build again, right? But they knew that those bases would get blown up. They totally let go of those bases, and that's precisely the reason why they brought in a fleet of AWAC, air surveillance systems instead, all to basically defend Israel in the upcoming retaliatory strikes. Now, I don't know how successful this defense will look like. I don't know how successful the THAAD systems will look like, especially considering that the THAAD systems actually failed to intercept quite a bit. We haven't seen the full scope of the Iranian munitions and how much they can, like how much more success they can have in terms of penetrating
I should begin
Israeli
preparing
defenses.
Buddhas, actually.
But I think
Food.
this is not going to be as successful an operation for America, and I think if this continues, the longer this goes on, the worse things will get, especially if they end up striking American assets with American active duty service members in it.
Yes, and I think probably Israel has fed the United States an idea, because I think there's still a lot of people enamored of the Israeli intelligence in Iran, and without question, Israel has been able to successfully, clandestinely and covertly, and at times overtly strike inside of Iran. There's no question about that. But I think that the power of their intelligence services, or the prowess of it, is overrated. And I think that they do a very good job of snowballing the Americans into believing that their intelligence is like platinum level. Yeah. And I bet that my guess would be that there is a lot of, or a significant amount of, wishful thinking that's been stovepiped, through the system into concrete intelligence about what might happen if you just manage to kill Khamenei and the commanders of the IRGC. That actually there's great consternation.
It's annoying that I cannot just skip
conventional
that.
military in Iran, that we think we could start to see defections take place, and Pahlavi, nobody really likes him, but he does have X, Y, and Z, and the Israelis are ready to do this, and they can smuggle weapons in this way. I can imagine that they have some little lab that they're cooking this stuff up in, and they're hoping that
Welcome to the slog.
If they just continue to bomb and bomb and
There's
bomb
no
and bomb.
the game also.
I think there's a real chance that that's part of the plan, is wishful thinking. But again, it's how heavily is the United States going to bomb? What are they going to bomb? How are the Iranians going to respond? What is the response going to be in the region? If this goes on and on and on, and Iran really does pull out all stops and puts its military force on display, we're going to know whether it was hot air or whether the Iranians were telling the truth, that they've really calibrated their responses. I don't think we've seen the most ferocious Iranian response. I think this is just starting.
Yeah, no, I agree, and we'll see. Especially in nighttime, it is nighttime now in the region, so we'll see what kind of retaliatory strikes they have. They've definitely upped the intensity of their bombing campaigns in retaliation to Israel's strike, and who knows? I mean, the one thing I will say is that the only thing that both America and Israel respond to and choose to back away from is a military deterrence. That's the reason for why there is an indigenous, ballistic missile defense industry in Iran that has been fairly successful. And it seems that restraint over and over again, and assuming that the Western nations will deal with Iran in as equal partners in any capacity has been an abject failure, and it looks like they're recognizing that now, because once you get backed into a corner over and over again, you're basically teaching your adversaries that the only way to get out of it is to fight out of it, to fight their way out of it.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Yeah, and
yeah, I was gonna.
And again,
Go ahead. Sorry. It's there's a little bit of drop.
Yeah, I apologize if it's my internet.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just one final thought on this. All governments are going to say, we're ready to take you on. We're going to fight. You're not going to be able to overthrow us. I don't think any of us that have followed warfare or American regime change operations, or know anything about this history, are naive to that. But when we talk about the difference between Iran and the other nations that the United States or Israel have attacked in this manner, we're talking about a much more formidable adversary. We're talking about a much larger geographic area. We're talking about a much more modern and sophisticated society with a very sophisticated military and weapons production system. And we're talking about decades.
Video is frozen.
Building...
Oh, thank you for letting me know. Okay. Okay, what is my PC doing? Why is it shitting itself? Please stop. Is it just like broken completely? Oh. Okay, that worked. So I guess like some internet shit. What just happened? Oh. Oh nice, LB's online.
Horizontal institutions. So it's not that the United States doesn't have the bombs to just continue on and on and on. It's not that there isn't sort of a really nefarious will here that's at play, or that Israel...
Okay. It's because the... Why is it... Why are these demos so badly optimized? Ah! Thank you for the follow! Wait, like, give me a second, I'll read your name as soon as I fix the screen. Ah! And
Maiseno 442 Just became a follower of Shimonism.
thank you for the follow. I have no idea what the alert said. Mesano 442. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much.
Bill is finally getting its way. That's all true. At the end of the day, it's going to boil down to some unpredictable components that neither you nor I really can imagine at this point. And I think that it can come down to also what happens when there is a large-scale casualty incident involving Americans. How is Trump going to respond? Is he going to lose his mind and start talking about using a nuclear weapon? How is he going to respond to that? What happens if you do this for a couple of weeks, and yes, you've killed a bunch of people, but there's no sign of an uprising happening? There's no sign of rebellion, and instead what you're seeing is large demonstrations of Iranians inside uniting against what the US is doing. What happens in that scenario? From the Iranian perspective, what does happen if the use of force by the United States is much more overwhelming than any analysts expected? That they are actually severely degrading the country's ability to launch ballistic missiles? What happens if there is a real wipeout of multiple layers of the succession system in Iran?
The game looks nice. It's kind of like a space RimWorld like
and at the end of the day,
vibes so
the
far.
narrative from the US is that there's this Islamic Republic dictatorship that's holding a nation of 90 million people hostage. That's the dominant narrative. My sense is that Iran is a much more pluralistic society than that. That you have much sharper and nuanced degrees of how Iranians in general view the Islamic Revolution, the Islamic Republic government, what they want in their society. This isn't a case of two options, where you either have, these secular, Western-oriented Iranian diasporas who think that, who want to make sure that no one ever has to wear a hijab, and then on the other side you have the mullahs. It's a ridiculous
those are the two
oversimplification
genders
that does a service to no one to think about. So that human dimension is something that almost never gets talked about. Iranians
There you
don't
go,
fall into
titanium.
that
Yay.
category. You have people, even within the ruling state in Iran, there is great diversity of how people view what that government should be like, how they view its policies, including some of the favored policies to talk about in the West. There's great diversity of thought. And all I'm cautioning here is that let's say that the US and Israel are able to do unspeakable damage to the state in Iran. That doesn't mean that Iranians are gonna en masse say, oh my God, thank you, Donald Trump. Now here we have X kind of government. That oversimplification is a total disservice, including to Americans who are trying to assess what they actually believe about these policies.
Yeah. One last question before I let you go. Thank you so much for coming on, by the way. Jeremy Scale of Dropside, everybody. And my question
Jeremy.
is, what do you say to these middle powers who at Davos, led by Mark Carney and many others, had condemnations for the United States of America and the death of the New World Order when Trump came out and basically treated white countries, European allies, in the same way that he treats countries like Venezuela and the same way that he's treating a country like Iran. There was a lot of condemnation during the Greenland incident, and yet every single one of these European leaders and the Canadian leader with Mark Carney has come out to condemn not the United States of America and Israel for blowing up schools, only a couple hours ago, and according to the Red Crescent, the death numbers are at 200 plus at this point in the first round of bombing, with 700 plus casualties overall. They are condemning Iran for retaliating.
How could Iran retaliate? How dare they?
Well, look, I mean, all of these countries have just been like pucked by Trump. I mean, it's really it's really impressive. And you know,
Space Worm.
Keir Starmer today say
Someone hunted.
that Iran needs to give up its missiles. What nation state exists without a capacity to defend itself? He didn't even say like nuclear weapons. He said they need to give up their weapons program. And it's like, okay, Iran, the solution to this is you're being attacked by the most powerful nation in the world, plus Israel, and the Prime Minister of Britain gets up and says that the solution is Iran should end its weapons program, as though that means that they don't believe that Iran should be a state. And so you have the Arab countries, with the exception of Oman, have all come out and they're condemning Iranian aggression. They're saying nothing about the US and Israeli aggression. You have the European countries who all are issuing these milquetoast statements about concerns about rising violence and there's no aggressor involved here.
I think
and then they pivot to the most passionate.
I don't think she'd be streaming otherwise.
As though Iran started this. Iran has capitulated in terms of their terms to a set of demands that if they were on the table in previous deals that the Europeans have called for, the Europeans would feel that they had essentially tricked Iran. So what the logical European position on all of this would have been to say to Trump, do you understand what we have on the table here? We have been working for decades on this. No one has ever been able to achieve this before. Oh my God, thank you, Donald Trump. You got this. Sign this deal with Iran right now. But they're all afraid. They're all little poodles getting walked around the block constantly by Donald Trump. And they say nothing. And then they pathetically denounce the country that just had a girls' school bomb, where more than 85 people just got killed. A country that wasn't launching strikes at the United States. And the Europeans have the audacity to denounce Iranian aggression and call for it to lay down its entire weapons program. To not be a state anymore.
Shit.
I mean, we live in a totally upside down world.
Good.
And I'll end with this. It all, in my mind too, some of the biggest villains in this story, the Democratic Party. The Democrats from the time that the genocide began in Gaza, and it was their man and their woman in the driver's seat on that thing. It was Biden and Harris, and they could have ended that war. They could have ended that genocide tens of thousands of Palestinians ago. They could have warded off this whole thing. They gave us Donald Trump. They should never be able to shake these two fundamental facts from the past 3 years. They facilitated the genocide. They ensured it would continue. Then they refused to listen to people who were saying, you're going to lose this election to Donald Trump if you don't stop this policy. They refused to listen to people that knew what they were talking about, and they gave us Donald Trump. None of these people have any right to say, oh, the Palestinians in Michigan did this. No, you did this. And now you're doing it again. You're doing it again because you cynically actually like it. You cynically actually like what Donald Trump is doing. And then you pretend, oh, we're against it. Oh my God, Chuck Schumer saying the president needs to make his case. No, you need to make your case as to why you haven't done war powers resolutions. Why you're not up in arms about the war of aggression that we're launching. We've seen this. You and I now are old enough. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Over and over.
Why you
old enough
until the bombing campaigns began? There was there was a shorter period. I saw someone talking about it. There was a shorter period of time in which like they created a resolution to honor Charlie Kirk. I think it was 8 days. It's been 12 days since like it's been much longer than that, but certainly 12 days since like the Iranian conversation greatly escalated when the Armada was there. 50-60% of our naval assets are in the region. 12 days. They could have pushed for this war powers resolution ahead of time. They didn't. They waited on purpose. Now, the thing is, that's not going to stop Trump anyway. But they're not even creating the legal hurdles like the congressional hurdles that are necessary to basically carry out impeachment later down the line if they end up winning in the midterms and have the capacity to start articles of impeachment once again. That's what's so crazy, is that they're not putting up any fight whatsoever, and it's so obvious that it is because they want this to happen. It is uniparty. Striking Iran has been a uniparty decision for many, many years. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any Democrats at all that are against this. There certainly are some who have been outspoken on this, but they are far from the majority. And as long as those people also don't call out the party leadership for their lack of interest in moving in any direction to create some sort of like reasonable defense against it, it's all seen as, in my opinion, a total capitulation, total concession to the fascist imperialist endeavors of the Trump administration and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're gonna move on, but just in closing on that front, I agree with you that there are a handful of political elected officials in the Congress, and they're not all Democrats. I think of Thomas Massey, for example. And Ro Khanna, of course. I mean, I think that they've done a really sort of praisable campaign on the war powers issue. And that's one narrow component of this, because remember, presidents also violate this all the time. Yeah. And
actually, we don't even
Bill
need
Clinton did this during his presidency, waging wars.
We just want to make these
and violating the concept of the War Powers Act. So we shouldn't also view that as like, oh, Congress is going to do this, and then Trump listens to them.
Oh yeah.
Presidents, both Democrats and Republicans, Trump is doing it in the extreme right now. They really are enamored of this idea of the unitary executive, that when it comes to quote unquote national security policy, that Congress's only function is to fund the priorities that the president implements. This was the life's work of Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, and the embodiment of it under Trump is a real story. Because Trump looks like a buffoon in a lot of ways, and he says the most outrageous stuff. But if you look at it really through the lens of like what Cheney and those guys were trying to do, what's clear is that Cheney and company made a mistake by caring too much about the law. This was it. They were a lawless administration. They cared too much. Trump's kind of showing them how it's done. And he's also showing them, in the same way that Israel is showing they can bomb whoever they want and no one's going to do anything about it, Trump is showing them the Democrats aren't going to actually do anything about it. They're not going. They can't do anything about it. So we shouldn't waste too much time on like, oh my God, the War Powers Act. Oh my God, they violated the War Powers Act. It's an important battle, but the bigger battle is, where's the spine from the so-called opposition to stand up to these things, even in their own making the case to the American people?
It is genuinely so.
Trump needs to make the case to the American people. Why aren't the Democrats making the case to the American people in a very robust way? Why this is a horrible idea.
Nothing is being done. Nothing at all, and it's very disappointing.
Iran and what it's going to do to the region. Not to mention actual American interests, like not having our people killed. They're not making the case at all. So it's not just about the War Powers Resolution or demanding that Trump make his case to the Congress. It's also, if we had a real opposition, they'd be making the moral, ethical, and strategic case like their very existence depended on it right now. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And they won't do that ever. So yes.
Politicians are apolitical, I think. Yep.
But that's not the end all be all.
Honestly, yeah, pretty much. Is he stuck?
The War Powers Act,
standing around.
My assessment is kind of
cannot
like a restraining order, right?
Schedule construction structure prefab module. Okay,
around you and your stalker.
that is
it just simply creates
not very good for a demo. You can't even. They can't even construct a building without getting stopped. Come on, man.
You have more tools in your disposal.
Come on,
to
man.
Prosecute it.
Come on, dude.
And the War Powers Act here
This is not great.
Technically, in a functioning
Oh,
another
ship is within communication range.
But at least it creates a paper trail, a
cool.
legal paper trail, so that you can actually enforce.
Can you guys actually
articles
work
of
on this?
later down the line.
That would be
It
very
also
cool.
creates
So you
a
can
narrative.
rescue this person.
You're 100. I 100% agree with you. I don't mean to imply that it's a nothing thing. I'm just saying that it shouldn't be the only thing we're talking about.
Oh, for sure.
But remember
for
too,
sure.
the era we live in now, it's not just that like you have to tune into C-SPAN to watch the debate. In the media environment we live in
even
now,
like
clipping with people pulling things. What would happen if we had an actual War Powers Resolution debate is that you would have an actual debate about fundamental issues involving the American Constitution, about the war powers of the Congress, about the war making of the president, and then you would have the best among that lot in Congress making some of the cases that you would want to hear or I would want to hear.
Yeah.
And then what that does is you then see recognizable politicians making this case. The
Must be
clips go
placed
around.
internally.
That's
My
when you
arse.
then initiate also a
Ah.
public debate on it.
Yeah.
Because we don't just have to have C-SPAN. We'd be all of us would be sitting there clipping like mad. This was said, this was said, this was said, picking it apart, fact-checking in real time. That would have, if we had done this 3 weeks ago, when it was so clear this is where we were headed, then it's like the Democrats would have been doing something at least. It's not just about the war powers. They would have facilitated a debate. We would have had an opportunity to talk about it where we would have seen the positions of elected officials. They didn't want to go on record. That's really the dark story here.
Yeah.
None of them actually wanted to have to go on record about this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They didn't want it. They didn't want their ambitions to be known. And it's crazy because, once again, theoretical democracy is collapsing, especially in Western liberal democracies. And we see that, especially when you look at the polls and you look at the attitude that the American population broadly has, where only 27% of Americans actually want to strike Iran, and more than 70% of Americans don't. In the Democratic Party, the overwhelming majority, if not damn near the entirety of the party's base of support, actually, one, has dropped its support of Israel, has higher sympathies, much higher sympathies for the Palestinian population as opposed to the Israeli population and the Israeli government. And especially in the case of striking Iran, there is no real constituency.
This
and yet
is another demo that is
elected representatives,
not
if you were to look at
not a very good.
Overall, if you look at their attitude overall.
Hey, pausing real quick. This demo of Space Slug, like, it seems like a really cool game, but there's like nothing. It takes too long for me to actually do anything in the game. I would say, like, it's taken me 20 minutes, like what, 15 minutes, 10 minutes so far to just get to this point of like almost building a ship, and that was buggy as well on the way. And I only have 12 days in the game to do anything. I would say this is not a very good demo. I hope the developer does great in their making of this game, but I would say this is a very not good demo. None offense. Right, onwards to the next one. Did it even change the game properly? Space Slug. There we go. I don't think we even did. Oh well. Well, I've changed the game now. And yeah, continuing the video.
It's not a real democracy in any way, shape, or form. They are not abiding by the democratic wishes of their own base, of the majority of Americans, and certainly not even their own base of support within the party as well.
That would be nice.
Where 80%.
But actually, we're going to
no war with Iran. And
switching back to just chatting.
98% or something as high as 98%
because
of Democratic elected
watch this.
are either quiet about
While
it or
begin to
very
make some food.
restrained in their approach. It's completely unacceptable.
Yeah. Well, Hassan, thank you very much, man, for having me on. And again, you know, big thanks to you.
I'll begin making some
people.
food.
Like from the first time I was on your feed,
we'll just continue.
I've said this every time I've been on, but I really
we'll be doing a lot of good reporting.
You know, you've also got some wackadoodles with you, but like in general, your community is a great group of people, man.
Yeah.
And I always love the dialogue and the feedback that I get from your broader community.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming on. Everybody support Dropsite and Jeremy's reporting. It's an honor to have you on as always. Thank you. All right. Have a good one.
Take care, everybody.
Bye. Okay. I am going to run to the bathroom as I play this video now because I have to pee really bad. But that was Jeremy Scale, everybody.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible, its menacing activities directly endanger
Iran is very hard, very scary.
Our bases overseas and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged.
Oh no, not chanting death to America after being bombed. How horrible.
Targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
All right, let's bring in CNN's Elena Treen. She's reporting from Palm Beach, Florida. Elena, the president said on Friday that he was not happy with where the talks were with Iran, and now we're seeing the consequences of that.
Absolutely, and I think you're right to point out that the context of all of this is incredibly important. We had been hearing Victor in recent days, really in the lead up until these strikes this morning, the president saying that he wanted diplomacy. He was hoping a deal could be reached. And from all the conversations I had with people at the White House,
he really
that
wanted
was sincere.
diplomacy,
But
huh?
of course, at
He
the same
really
time,
showed how much
saw
he wanted
the Trump
diplomacy.
administration and the president directly order.
Why are they just repeating what he says?
Or the most massive military buildup in the region since essentially.
The channel reminds me of a stupid Family Guy scene.
War with Iraq, and so that
which
leverage was
channel?
there. And
Oh,
I
that.
think a lot
Oh,
of people
gotcha.
were waiting to see whether the president would move on that.
I can
And of course,
imagine.
he did. I also found it very remarkable just to see the president in that video statement giving it and releasing it on social media, having that be the way that he delivered it. But look, there's a couple things I took away, Victor, from those remarks from the president. One is that he said that this is going to be a massive and ongoing operations, and that comes as sources are telling our colleague Zach Cohen and I that the United States is planning for there to be several attacks or several days of attacks. This is going to be a long operation and could ultimately be, the largest military operation the president has ever overseen, including during his first term. But another moment that I found very striking as well is that he essentially.
I've long said that George W. Bush is the worst contemporary administration that America has ever seen, bar none, because of the global war on terror. After today's events, depending on where this goes, I think Donald Trump is objectively now the official title holder and is far more devastating.
Yay!
I will say that.
Good job, Trump. Very successful.
I think that his
Incredibly
reign of terror
successful.
is going to be more consequential than George W. Bush. If this goes the way that they're signaling, and there is a destabilization of Iran in particular, it is truly. I mean, at the domestic front, Trump works, all the stuff is true, right? I mean, George W. Bush did the Patriot Act. He walked so Trump could run. All this stuff is theoretical. But if you look at the actual, like, incalculable death toll of the global war on terror, the destabilization that took, the destabilization came afterwards or during, until, I would say, like, until this moment, they were competing with one another. From this point onward, I think Trump takes the cake. This isn't to say that Donald Trump was good by any metric, by the way. I'm just trying to highlight how evil the Bush administration was.
And effectively called for regime change in Iran. The president said in those remarks, quote, "When we are finished, take over your government." That was a message
He cares more about Iran's democracy than he cares about the U.S. democracy? No, brother. He does not care about either democracy. He does not care about democracy, period. And he's never cared about Iranian democracy. That's not a real thing. You don't bring about democracy by blowing up schools. You don't bring about democracy by blowing a country up. That's just a lie that they half-heartedly told the American population leading up to this. And I guess some people were silly enough to believe it. But that was never the case. That was never the truth.
Directly to the Iranian people. It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. That is a huge statement, particularly as really over the past year or so, ever since the president.
It's a huge statement, huh?
For his second
Why are they
term,
calling it a huge statement? It's an
were
insane statement. You can call it an insane
directly.
statement.
And even though the president didn't say it directly, he came as close as he ever really has to acknowledging that one of the goals in this larger operation is to potentially see if the Iranian people can use this weakened state that the regime now finds itself in to kind of overthrow and push against the government there. So that was a remarkable thing as well. I also think it's worth pointing out, and you mentioned this, Victor, just how disappointed and frustrated the president seemed yesterday when talking about the negotiations that were going on just 2 days ago in Geneva between the president's top advisors, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, with the Iranians and intermediaries in Switzerland, saying that they did not go far enough. And what we know that the United States wanted from Iran was to, one, be very clear that they had no goals and did not want to ever make a nuclear weapon, and also that they would commit to zero enrichment of uranium, things that the president argued they were not able to get to. And so that is what's led us to this moment. But of course, so many big questions, I think, that many Americans still have about what the future of this is going to look like.
It's really interesting that one of the questions that I keep receiving in the chat over and over again is like the coverage around whether or not Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead or not. The Israeli intelligence has often been correct in their assessment whenever they say like a high profile target has actually been assassinated. There are very few instances where they actually get it wrong. They lie about everything else, but the Israeli intelligence is saying that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Iran is saying that that is not the case. Now, judging by past performance, he could just as well have been killed. The issue here that a lot of people don't comprehend is that is not as meaningful as you think it is. Okay? Even if that was the case, which there's no evidence for at this moment, that's nowhere near as meaningful as you think it is, or meaningful in the direction that you think it might help boost morale of like some on the ground movement of Iranians that are going to now seize control over the government. Okay? As I talked about with Jeremy earlier, there is a line of succession. This is a competent government with a contingency plan built into it, with horizontal expansion and numerous other forms that can seize control over the government and the government functions and continue retaliating against both the United States and also Israel. And not only that, but also there is a regional significance for the Ayatollah as well, as you probably know by now if you've been in here for a long enough time, that there are Shias all around. There are Shias in Lebanon. There is a robust Shia population in Iraq, in places where there are American military bases, and their response to the assassination of their highest their highest religious figure will not be kind. Okay? But whether he is dead or alive still doesn't change the reality that this is still a functioning government. The notion that you would just like take out the Pope of Iran, right? The Pope of Shia Islam, and then all of a sudden everyone is going to
he's gonna cast down their arms and
oh my
surrender.
God, he's dead, so I guess it's over now, is silly, is stupid. Holy shit, look at this video. That Shahid is flying at you, bro.
Oh, hello, abundant apples. What is that? Alright, what does it say? Oh, shit. Just a moment. What is this? The Danish Dance Folkeparti, which is like the Danish People's Party, which is the far right party in Denmark, the mainstream one. They're apologizing for what? Anyway, sorry. The Danish People's Party's Outlander and integration speaker, Mikkel Bjørn, is like apologizing to the 17-year-old girl, Luna Arab, whom he doxed by name in an SMS to TV2. He writes that he's going to send flowers to the girl. In November, he asked a question to the Outlander and Integration Minister, Rasmus Stoklund, if how it can be possible to have a Danish citizenship when your surname when your surname is Arab. He also asked the minister if the person should move back to their Arab homeland. The girl is born in Syria but came to Denmark as a 5-year-old and goes to gymnasium, which is high school. It was a mistake, writes Mikkel Bjørn now on Facebook, and and what do you call it? Points out and on the side. Anyways, and like puts and points out that and says that he takes distance from both the tone and the premise of the question. I sincerely and deeply apologize, he writes. I understand fully that it can be both insulting and degrading, especially because the question hits a young person and uses a wording which does not belong in a productive, respectful debate. He claims that there's talk about an error when the question was pooled together with a bunch of other questions. The insulting and degrading question should have been sorted out, removed from the pool of questions. That is insane. Alright, nice. Just some good old racism. Sick. You're not allowed to, according to the Danish People Party, you're not allowed to have Arab as your surname, even if it's so stupid.
For the record, and I saw this with my own personal fucking 2 eyes when I was in Doha. Not to say that this is happening in Doha right now, but if you're wondering, if you're curious as to why the Iranian drones are being expended on civilian infrastructure in hotels and whatnot, I suspect that the Iranian intelligence has seen that the American military has not fully left they've left the bases, but they've probably not fully left the countries. They're not all in Israel or whatever. I suspect that they're probably staying in those hotels. Because there's no other reason why they were just like, this is Iran attacking all the Middle East, not Israel. Know your enemy, buddy. Wait, what? Is Iran attacking everyone, not Israel? Know your enemy, bud. Do you think Iran is just attacking Bahrain and the Gulf states for no fucking reason? Are you stupid? I'm literally in the process of explaining to you why they're not only striking American radar and American military bases in the region, but they're also most likely striking at these civilian infrastructure because the American military assets have moved into the civilian infrastructure and they're basically waiting it out. Now, is that actually within the rules of war? I don't think so, but does it fucking matter? Obviously not, right?
What are rules of war? What's the point of
There are no more rules of war at this point. This is the design that Israel and America had for the rest of the world. Also, it's really funny to be like, know your enemy. If you're Middle Eastern, if you're a Gulf state, know your enemy. It's Iran. It's not fucking America and Israel. Okay, buddy.
Also, Resident Evil when?
Because when I was in Doha, I saw
if we reach a lot of gifted subs, or if we reach a lot of subs, I will do that. For the moment, I neither have the money nor any interest whatsoever to play a horror game. I'll only do that for your guys' entertainment, and for that I need some good incentivization. I love when people have a shit thing and then add a buddy to it. Yeah.
Do you think Iran will respond by launching at America? At America, thousands of miles away? Iran, as far as I know, does not have the ballistic missiles capability of targeting American soil. They will most likely target the American naval assets in the region if they haven't done so thus far. America, in many respects, gets to be as violent as it wants to be because it's actually totally sheltered from the consequences of its endeavors. This is the reason why we get to behave in the violent and unrestrained ways that we want to. I support all I support all the lies the war is based on, but not the war itself. Old liberal proverb. Now compare and contrast Zohran Kwame Mamdani's statement about going to war with Iran and what the consequences of that might look like versus Gavin Newsom. The corrupt and repressive Iranian regime must never have nuclear weapons. The leadership of Iran must go. But that does not justify the president of the United States engaging in an illegal, dangerous war that will risk the lives.
Whenever you,
the lives of
the thing is, whenever you start out your statement like that, like, oh, something, the Iranian regime government, they're super bad and they're super terrible. Then what you do is you undermine your own argument. You're saying that it's actually okay. It doesn't matter. Like, people still understand to some extent that illegality and like the sanctity of law is not infinite, right? So when you say, oh, Iranian government is mega Hitler, like it's super terrible, super horrible, we need to ensure they don't do this. But what you did by attacking them, that's bad. Like, they're not gonna give a shit. Like, they're gonna be like, I mean, you said it yourself. Like, they are gonna, to some, they may not fully understand it, but to some extent understand that you're saying that they are horrible, but you're also speaking against yourself in that we shouldn't attack them. No, you're saying that it's okay to attack them, and then you're also saying it's not okay. Like, you are having you're doing a very shitty message.
President Trump is putting Americans at risk abroad because he is unpopular at home. This is the lackluster, shit-lib response to Donald Trump literally fucking waging war with Iran. It is mind-boggling. Also, the name of the Green Movement leader is Mir Hussein Musawi, not Ali Akhtar. Sorry, Ali Akhtar is the area that he's in. Also, Samira Zone is in here and has been yelling at me for the last week. Okay? And he's still talking about why is Iran targeting residential buildings? Brother, oh my fucking God. Your countrymen are being slaughtered. And you're still going, why is Iran targeting civilian buildings? You are out of your fucking mind, dude. 200 dead. 90 schoolgirls murdered by American weapons, by American targeting systems in Israeli hands. And you're going, oh, why is Iran retaliating? You are a psycho. You're a fucking psychopath. Jesus Christ. Please, what the fuck? This is what we were talking about. This is what I was saying for weeks and weeks on end. The notion that, like, Americans care about liberal democracy in Iran is so fucking stupid because America wants to blow up Iran. America wants to kill even more protesters than the Iranian government did. And you're over here thinking that this is going to be a liberatory act. That's not. Oh. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay, man.
And that has been a big struggle.
You can criticize both? No, you can't criticize both. What do you mean you can criticize both? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? The Iranian government's repressive elements or the Iranian government's repression is inconsequential if we're talking about tens of thousands more people dying in the hands of a foreign state. What the fuck do you mean? The actual response, the actual repression from the state in and of itself is completely unacceptable. But once again, as I kept repeating over and over again, like you're literally looking at one strike, two strikes on two different girls' schools that killed 9 to 13-year-old girls by the dozens, like 85 plus 9-year-old girls died in a fucking school.
That's all.
What are we talking about?
It's at 140, by the way.
What are we talking about?
As I went over earlier, the death toll is at 140 plus.
There's no both sides in fucking Gaza either.
Like, come on.
There's no both sides in fucking Gaza. There's no both sides. Is there a both sides in Ukraine? Do you spend a good deal of time talking about, like, Ukrainian repression? Oh, Zelensky is not allowing democracy to thrive in Ukraine. I don't give that argument any fucking credence. It's ridiculous. Yes, I know CBC released my interview today. Hassan Piker comes to Canada. Comments are turned off. Oh, brother. They claimed it was the IRGC misfire. Oh, wow. You know, I was born yesterday, and I didn't actually watch this happen. I didn't actually see this exact same fucking response over and over again. So I was born, I'm a baby. I'm a baby with a baby's brain. So of course I'm going to go, oh, it must have been its own misfire. Oh, shit, dude. Is there any way for you to check if your YouTube stream is restricted? Why are you saying that? I don't think it is. Why? Because there's not a lot of people watching on YouTube. Is that what you think? Yeah, Hamospitals. Yeah, there's the German chatter is having issues. That one German chatter is having issues in their region. Wait, really?
That's funny. Wait. Oh, he's gonna do a funny thing.
Oh. It's fine for me in Germany. Here, let me fix it. Okay? Are you ready? I'm going to fix it. 1 second. Israel has a right to defend itself. Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel, most moral nation in the world. Israel, best nation in the world. Israel, only nation in the world. In my heart and my soul, I am Israeli. I would love to be Israeli one day.
True.
I think that Iran is the scariest country on the planet, much worse than Israel. Iran actually did a genocide and killed 17 million Iranians in 2 days by facilitating the only nuclear strikes that the only nuclear arms that they actually had developed and used against their own population, as opposed to the fake genocide in Gaza. That's not a real genocide. The real genocide is actually when Israeli feelings are hurt. I love the nation state of Israel. I think Israel should be able to deploy its Jericho 3 nuclear first strike capabilities on every country. I hope one day that Israel actually, if we ever step out of line, maybe Israel will use it on me. Okay? There you go. Is that good? Hopefully this will fix the algorithm, and I will get the algorithmic boost from YouTube as well. $7,000 has been deployed into my bank account. Yes. Is this sarcasm? What the fuck do you think, man? I'm making a joke.
No, I think he was being sincere there.
Yeah, I love AIPAC. AIPAC is just the democratic wishes of the overwhelming majority's population, who are also stupid because they don't understand how important Israel is. Also, yeah, this was the analysis from Barry, Barry, who said they have not stopped hammering Israel for the last 9 hours. During the 12-day war, the attacks will come every 6 to 12 hours typically. They're keeping this tempo up while also striking at over a dozen U.S. bases in the Gulf, hitting vital radar systems and Air Force too. Now they are closing Hormuz. They haven't fully closed Hormuz yet, but there is speculation that they're going to close Hormuz. Yeah, so it is definitely.
In case you're wondering, no, this will not look good for your stocks.
Statement? Shut the fuck up. Donald Trump is dragging the United States into a war the American people do not want. Hold on. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
Let me be clear. I'm opposed to a regime change war in Iran, and our troops are being put in harm's way for the sake of Trump's war of choice. This is a dangerous and unnecessary gamble with American lives that also jeopardizes the stability in the region.
And pussy too.
And standing in the world. Wait, this is actually, is recklessness dressed up as resolve? I know the threat that Iran poses. Oh, God. I was going to say, this is actually not that bad. And then she goes, I know the threat that Iran poses, and they must never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. But this is not the way to dismantle that threat. Ay, ay, ay. Lending credence as to why this war must be waged while criticizing the way you're waging the war is the most idiotic, lackluster, totally neutered, totally feckless, liberal version of I'm doing my part, okay? It's just, you're making concessions. I've said this over and over again, right? I said this during the 12-day war. I said this now. I'm saying this now. If you turn around and tell your audience that actually we have to do something about Iran while simultaneously going, but the way Trump is going about it, I don't like. You're basically saying you have an aesthetic difference, okay? Why would anybody listen to you? Why would anybody go, okay, so we just didn't follow process? Is that the problem? Because the process is not the problem. It's always fucking form over function with these demons. It's the function that is the problem. Okay?
Whoa, we're Charlie Kirk!
Damn!
We're just going!
So fucking frustrating to hear these.
Thank you for the follow, Face Melter. Please do not melt my face.
Satan Yahoo says Khamenei was targeted.
Then I will not be able to eat the delicious food I am
But was
cooking.
he killed? That's the question. And the Israeli intelligence claims they are so sure that he was killed. He might have been. But I'm not so
No problem.
sure that the equation.
Lovely to see you. Welcome. How do you, if you don't mind me asking, how do you find the stream? I'm always curious about this.
As a matter of fact, assassinated.
In the
As a small bean streamer.
we have targeted
Suck them calories up, yo.
site where Khamenei
I intend to.
was.
I've been fasting for the
This
last
tyrant who
12
has
hours, which is not that
spread-
bad, but
spread the,
possibly
terrorism
from a
across
silly
the world.
sloth. Oh shit!
And
Say hi
who
to them.
was the architect of the plan to destroy Israel.
That's
This
awesome.
plan has been
Well, you're
destroyed
very welcome here.
completely
Anytime.
in the open.
You're also free to lurk, of course.
Low-key
Not that I can
might
stop you.
just allow for somewhere younger, more.
When can you eat
radical
over there?
take reins.
At
I mean,
17:54 or something, isn't it, today?
Here's the other side of the story. Okay?
You're welcome, Face Melter.
Let's say there is no popular
This could be
base
a-
for the Ayatollah,
Oh,
even
who
though there
knows?
is, right? I mean, it's not like the majority, but it doesn't matter. It's a significant
I'm sure it isn't.
percentage of the population.
I'm sure
But
you're
let's say that
genuine,
doesn't
real
exist. Let's say everyone is now secular in Iran. They're secular. They're Western focused. They love the West, but they're still
I can eat it.
Zionists.
17:55, which is in 19 minutes.
Indigenous, missile, indigenous munitions manufacturing industry, and they're still continuing along with their facilities, their underground missile silos, their underground missile production facilities, their underground missile launching capabilities are still there. They're still intact. What does Israel do then? Let's say Iran democratically arrived at the same fears that we all have about Israel. What then? Does Israel let up all of a sudden? What argument do they use at that point? Because at the end of the day, this has nothing to do with Iran's version of governance and everything to do with Iranian sovereignty being an ever-present danger and threat to Israel's ambitions in the fucking region. Okay? I can give you one example that is in line with American interests in the region. Okay? Turkey. Turkey is what they claim Iran should be, right? Turkey's a secular country, even though the leadership is more right-wing and more Islamist than ever before, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, Turkey has all the functions of the things that they want to implement in Iran. And even the modest pushback that the Turkish government presents to Israel's ambitions in the region, despite the fact that Turkey is a fucking NATO nation, has led Israel to openly say Turkey is the next Iran. Turkey is in Israel's kill list. A NATO country. So even if they turned Iran into Libya, even if they turned Iran into Libya, destabilized it, and its reverberations will be felt across the entire European continent, entire world, as a matter of fact. It's a massive country. Let's say they destabilize this country. Let's say they destroy the sovereignty of this nation state. And now you have tens of millions displaced, another refugee crisis.
You were writing something.
Region once
I've been homeless since I rolled out.
They say
Wait,
they
what?
want to go after.
Hassan is best. Hassan, true. Everyone knows I'm going to do such a thing. I've been homeless for 10 years and evolved out here. I'm like getting hood rich. What is this? Oh. I'm like getting hood rich, 8K in the bank, save $3,000 a month. That's a lot of money from sitting on the bench of want to ban all the skills along the way. I look at the disability today and think, wow, I'm better off than all the renters. If the bombs drop in, I'm worried. In fact, if the bombs drop, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to help you very much being homeless. I think you're going to be homeless even more, like everywhere. You're just going to be homeless with everyone else, and it's just going to suck for everyone. I need to make my own law of a fae that can handle steel? What? Never plans. It is useful to have some plans. At the very least, like, you know, a backup plan now and then. Right, we're continuing.
Turkey next.
I'm going to do...
And Turkey has been in line with Israel's interests in the region because Turkey is a servant of empire, just like Israel is a servant of empire. So it's very clear that their ambitions are actually no longer converging with America's grand design in the region. Their ambitions go beyond. Their personal ambitions, Israel's personal ambitions, is to seize as much territory and ethnically cleanse it to the best of their ability. That is very clear. Okay? Because they are a fascist country, and not all fascist nation states are going to exclusively work within the realm of material necessity. Imperialism as the highest state of capitalism. Okay? There are certain instances where, you know, even the American government acts out in ways that don't pertain to immediate natural resource extraction when they engage in some aspects of foreign policy engineering. Okay? Haiti is a great example of this. Cuba is another example of this. Like, why the fuck are we constantly destabilizing Haiti? Is it the limestone? Is that what we want from Haiti? Is that, you know, the robust limestone depots that they have that we need? Is it a matter of necessity? No, we're doing it because we want to punish a country that was designed around a slave rebellion, a successful slave revolt. Same with Cuba. We don't want to have a stable communist government so close to the United States of America. That's terrifying.
I hope that Cuba is...
So there are some ideological ambitions that supersede
absolutely insane what we're doing.
The grand capitalist design.
Like, super illegal and bad.
Liberal capitalism is failing. A lot of people lean into that fascism and the ideological purposes, and that's kind of what you're seeing with American foreign policy as Israel takes control over the MENA region and the grand design that America has in the region. Yes, I saw the fucking cruise missiles flying over Iraq. It's one of the most incredible sights. Look at this. Imagine being some poor Iraqi farmer watching $40 million worth of cruise missiles on their way to Iran, then going back to work. Look at that. What's interesting about this video also is that, and this first line of attack from Israel, is that last time in the 12-day war, their opening salvo was actually planes. They did much more precise targeting with their Air Force. This time, their opening salvo was cruise missiles. It's very interesting. They did not have a sophisticated
Video froze.
infiltration
Oh,
mechanism
sorry.
that they
There
could
we go.
open up like they did last time, that dismantled their aerial defenses and things of that nature. It calls into question how much more they have at their disposal in terms of destabilizing Iran. I don't know. I'm simply speculating.
It's back. Very good.
I saw a picture of a bloody backpack on Reddit. Did we really strike an elementary school? We struck
Yes,
2
you did.
elementary schools.
And killed hundreds of children.
80
School children, specifically school girls.
Not 1, but 2.
Great tragedy that Western media will not report on properly. Will not call out for the horrible crime that is. It's just like with the hospital.
Yeah. Could this be the end of America? It's entirely dependent on what level of retaliation Iran has, the capability to commit to. It's again, it's entirely dependent on what happens next. Because if Iran fucking unleashes a barrage of its more sophisticated munitions on Tel Aviv, on American naval assets in the region, and they are capable of continuing this war, continuing the retaliatory strikes, and they start killing, like actual American soldiers, service members, if they start blowing up American assets, if they are capable of holding a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, if they're capable of unleashing full war on the oil fields and collapsing the global petroleum markets, at that point, it's up to us here in the United States of America, in the imperial core, it's up to us living in the Western world to make a big enough fuss about the instability to make it virtually impossible to continue this war. At that point, who knows what might happen? The Iranian government has worked overtime to arrest, disappear most of every principled reformist leader, and when Israel bombs, they target them. There's no decent follow-up to a collapse. Even more cool-headed IRGC leaders are gone. Regime change in Iran just means security elements most responsible for the worst repressions will rule. Maybe they play ball like Delcy in Venezuela, but it won't be better for the people. Yeah, of course it won't be better for the people. There's never been a moment where American intervention has yielded a prosperity for the fucking population that is on the receiving end of American attacks, Israeli attacks. That doesn't happen. That's never happened, and it will never happen. That's just a fucking lie. And it's not even a lie that they are committed to at this point. It's not like they're fucking saying, we're doing this for you, people. They're not even committed to it.
Come on.
That's Qatar. They refused to tell them for months that they were going to deploy. How long has it been planned? I mean, you can't conduct a military operation like this overnight, okay? It's months in advanced planning.
Fragment falling to the ground and exploding in Doha, the capital of Qatar.
Why are they laughing? Wait, where did the video go? Oh, this is one of the buildings that was struck in Bahrain that's on fire. For those of you who are asking why like residential buildings are being struck with Iranian Shahed drone strikes in places like Bahrain, I suspect that it's not to like punish the countries, the Gulf nations that are allowing Americans to reside in them or allowing American bases to reside in them, but it's more so because a lot of the service members are moved out of the bases. And they're probably staying in hotels and shit. Something that I've seen personally as well. If they strike, because remember, they have the enemies of America have limited tools at their disposal.
It's back.
Right? The foreign adversaries, our foreign
Video
adversaries
froze,
have
it's
limited
back.
tools at
Oh
their
no, that was
disposal.
earlier.
Which is why I always stress that people, why did the Hamas throw missiles at whichever direction they possibly could. Well, that's because their capabilities are incredibly limited. Number one, they don't have the precise striking capabilities more often than not. And two, if they're striking a target, they most likely have some intelligence about why they're striking said target. Because if you have more limited tools, more limited munitions capabilities, you're going to try to make the most use out of them. You're not going to like try to fucking blow up a random house or whatever. Israel gets away with doing whatever the fuck it wants to because it has virtually unlimited munitions. And its grand strategy is just, ethnic cleansing. Having said that, of course, there are other civilians that are casualties in the process, other civilians that are also living there that get struck, and it's, not... This is just a byproduct of, once again, America's imperial endeavors in the region. It's also a byproduct of Israel and America totally destroying the rules of warfare. The pre-established rules are completely gone at this point.
It's part of the retaliation from Iran after the U.S. and Israel launched a massive and ongoing military campaign across Iran. U.S. embassies across the region are now telling Americans to shelter in place, and just in, the State Department is now urging all U.S. citizens in Lebanon to get out while commercial options are still available. Let's go live right now.
I made some mince.
Paula Hancock, who's joining
It
us
smells
from
so
Abu Dhabi.
good. I'm so excited.
You and your teams are hearing new explosions where you are all the time, right?
Yes, Wolf, there was another wave of incoming missiles, or at least we heard the blasts of what we assume to be the interceptions.
Guys, I just want to ask you a question. If you feel like the highest priority here is like, liberal interventionism or something like that, do you ever question why they do this after market close or in the weekend? Does that ever strike you as odd? Like, because it is strange, right? It's objectively strange that they would literally forego the element of surprise and also the capabilities that they might have by striking at night. Why is it that Israel struck Iran in broad fucking daylight, you think? Isn't that strange? Because if they really wanted to, if this threat was imminent, okay, if the threat was imminent, they would probably strike Iran in the middle of the American business day, right?
Nah, Hassan's being silly. Obviously, it was just a very lucky coincidence. The markets will not be harmed, but we harmed slightly less by this.
Just something to consider.
A lucky coincidence. Obviously, it was a very great threat. It happened exactly at the time when the markets will not be open.
This has been happening for hours
Makes
now.
total
We're
sense.
certainly seeing no letup in the retaliation from Iran. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense here in Abu Dhabi saying that they have been intercepting missiles. They also say that one person has been killed by falling debris after...
Why do they strike after market close? What do you mean? They do it on a Friday, so there isn't as much of a fucking media blitz because people pay the maximum amount of attention to the news on a Monday
The
morning.
market shall not be harmed.
They pay the least amount of attention to the news on a Friday afternoon. And if you do it after market close, you soften the impact that it's going to have on the markets in general. Because there's going to be a retaliation. That retaliation might even lead to, closing the Strait of Hormuz, for example. Like, what that's going to do to the stock market is devastating. So they try to soften its impact to the best of their ability and work, let the situation work itself out and have the market stabilized by the time it opens again on Monday morning. I'm so glad the evil IRGC is on its knees. Cope. Just maximum cope. Once again,
it's insane
that was the
that
case,
I got some of those comments.
There's not a lot
like
of
2 or 3 people end up just being like, it's a good thing that Iran got attacked and we killed their leader in an insane way.
The Israeli Mind chief political analyst. So now after Khamenei has been eliminated, can we say that Tucker Carlson is the most prominent anti-Semitic leader of our generation? Oh my God.
Sites and cities across Iran.
Oh my God, yes. Khamenei
is
slated to give a speech about how he's not dead, and the Israelis already have said that will be a pre-recorded speech. Once again, though, it doesn't even fucking matter. Even if Khamenei is dead, does that solve any problem whatsoever? No, fuck no.
Sorry guys, I'm just like maintaining my watch streaks with other streamers.
It's utterly ridiculous.
An interception. We've seen images of smoke near the Al Dhafra base here in Abu Dhabi as well. So potentially not all of those missiles were intercepted, but we're certainly seeing no let up in this retaliation. We've seen it as well in Doha, in Qatar. They just recently had another wave of incoming missiles. Officials say that they are intercepting them as they come in. There are shelter-in-place orders across the Gulf nations. Airspace has been closed. We know in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet...
Actually, yeah, real quick. Let's say hi to people. Let's see what people are up to. Because it's fun. Are you winning some?
I'm just gonna...
I don't know who Litobia is, but I will follow them. Why not?
Shemin, are you winning, son? No, I'm getting my ass kicked. I hope you're having a good stream, Shemin.
Right. I'll say hi to Rhea real quick. I feel like it's fun and wholesome to say hello to people while you're streaming, you know? Welcome in, Shem.
Meanwhile, Palestinians during the sirens. We make cookies. Making the holiday cookies. Just saying, we don't have any safe room or shelters or...
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I do have to say, it's serving. The Fendi, I mean, it's fake Fendi, but the fake Fendi with the cookie making while the sirens are going off. Go for some cookies. These are for Eid. These are for the Eid. Now it's still not the time. You make them and you keep them until the holiday. I'm like, you're making them a little early.
You keep them for that long?
I'm gonna be honest, it's a little too early. Practical act of divine. She's doing it very early. I mean, unless maybe they like them and they want to have them in Ramadan. Usually there's other sweets for Ramadan. Yo, Morbin, McGurk, how's it going? McGurk, sorry.
We've said hello to Reiki
Going back to my thing. See you around. See you around, Shaman. Take care. Chat. You should follow Shaman for the coziest gaming.
Aw. Oh, that's too kind. Thank you. Also,
guess
you know what?
what's
Screw you.
under
We are shouting him out back.
Yo,
just
Thank
became
you.
a follower of Shimonis.
Thank you for the follow, Gatetta. Gatetta? Yes. Alright, we're going back to Himbo. So my food is being prepared.
Have been targeted as well, and the same in Kuwait. We have heard reports in Jordan as well. As well as concern.
It is 17:59. It is time for me to eat. Just
targets themselves. Many of them have said to the United States they were unable to use their bases if they were going to strike Iran. They had said that their airspace must not be used as well, as they wanted to put some distance between themselves and what the US president was ultimately going to decide to do. We've heard statements, for example, from Saudi Arabia saying that they give the strongest condemnation of this blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks, also pointing out that there have been incoming into Riyadh and the eastern province.
Of course, Saudi Arabia condemns Iran. Of course.
Fucking awesome, dude.
It means so much.
It's really fucked up. Why are they defending themselves? Why won't they just like sit there and eat it? By the way, that was literally a question from NBC News to the foreign minister of Iran.
Yeah, that was insane.
If you think that we are not living on a separate fucking planet with the way that these guys approach every issue, look no further than this interview.
For clarity,
genuinely insane.
For clarity, you said that your missiles cannot reach the United States by design, that you do not want to reach the United States, but you also said it would be necessary as a defensive vehicle that you could if necessary. So to be clear, are you committing that Iran is not and will not build missiles that would have the capability to reach the United States?
I can confirm, yes.
The U.S. doesn't.
Sir, if that's
okay.
a red line for you,
Even so, the U.S. does not get to dictate that.
Bases abroad justified.
Like,
but because they are attacking us. They are.
Sorry, I spoke over that a little bit.
Build missiles that would have the capability to reach the United States.
Do they both have like? Are those pins for the hostages of cancer?
I can confirm, yes.
Sir, if that's a red line for you, why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
Because they are attacking us. U.S. military.
Nice, very cool, very cool.
Installations, facilities,
very awesome.
They are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by you.
Alright, I'm gonna go pray real quick.
Forces in the region. So
wait to call you hold the fort. Be back.
And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact, and I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
New worldwide. Following the launch of U.S. combat operations in Iran, America's worldwide, and especially the Middle East, should follow the guidance of the latest security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. They may experience travel disruptions due to periodic airspace closures. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. Enroll at step.state.gov to receive the latest security alerts. It's fucking nutty, dude. It is so goddamn nutty. Sinatusi, 200 missiles fired thus far today from Iran to Israel alone in just under 12 hours. The entire 12-day war, around 550 were launched. The fact that the U.S.-Israeli direct and cyber assaults haven't significantly reduced Iran's ability to retaliate at the get-go, as they did for over 10 hours in June, is important. Despite full-spectrum U.S.-Israeli assault, Iran appears to have entered this war firing at scale. Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is not like the 12-day war at all. This is not like the 12-day war at all. They have a much higher level of threat They're at a much higher level of threat. They are increasing the frequency of their attacks. Gloves are off, it seems. And this might not be the full scale, the full spectrum of their capabilities either. Al-Mayadeen, a source within the leadership of Iraq's Islamic resistance, told Al-Mayadeen that their fighters have begun several operations against U.S. bases since noon. Earlier today, Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces announced several casualties as a result of the ongoing U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran and its allies. The area of Jurf al-Nasr, north of the Babel province, was subjected to several airstrikes at 11:50 a.m. today, the PMF statement read, resulting in the martyrdom of 2 individuals and the injury of 3 others within varying degrees of wounds. You also have Hezbollah, but in Lebanon, but they are, I think they're just like totally diminished at this point. IDF spokesperson, the crossings to Gaza have been closed, including the Rafah crossing. Of course, Israel is punishing the Gazans once again, punishing the Palestinians once again. They only have one speed. You know that. Israel gets hit. They hit back at some of the most vulnerable populations that are directly under colonial occupation. Breaking, U.S. military officials now estimate Iran strikes may extend for weeks. Yeah, it was going to be a day-long operation, right? It was going to be in and out, quick, fast. Turns out it's not.
Qatar has called it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty. The UAE condemning and denouncing this as well in the strongest terms. The blatant Iranian missile.
Just so you know, while the opening salvo of Israel and Iran was pretty fucking disgusting, as is the case, shooting schools and whatnot, just understand that it's going to get worse. Their opening salvo was always going to be the least impactful to the citizens, the least impactful to the civilians, because they still think in their minds, in their machinations, that there's an opportunity here where they can get the popular base of support to mobilize against the IRGC, against the Iranian government. If they start recognizing that that's not happening, whether because the IRGC has been successful at destroying any kind of dissent in the country through repressive forces, or even if people realize that, okay, well, my new enemy.
Oh, I can't believe I missed like prayer time. Iftar, like the breaking of the fast for like several minutes. I want to make a Superman spoof called Social Man, and Hassan plays the himbo nerd. Also ego, and then change to Social Man, save us from capitalism. This is not cope. No, it isn't. What's a spoof? Is that like an alternate? Is that like a copy or something?
But once they realize that the Iranian population might not respond positively to what America
comedy version
so far, or if they run out of military targets, which they probably won't,
nerd alter
they
ego.
are going to start punishing the civilian population even more so than they have. This isn't to say that they haven't already. They have. We know that they have. Killed children, school children, little girls. I'm telling you right now, they are going to kick up the mass casualties on the civilian side in an effort to just say, fuck it. We are throwing away caution. There is no alternative here. We just want to turn this country into Libya. Trump spoke to Axios and floated off-ramps. New Barak Ravid, of course, Israel's #1 journalist, Barak Ravid, IDF Ravid, has gotten an exclusive with Donald Trump. How shocking.
What? No way. I can't believe this.
This is it.
Netanyahu to Iranians have basically said the same thing as well. You will be demanded to take to the streets to finish the job.
Chance and an opportunity that will not come again.
I really hope Twitch removes the spoofing of satire. Okay, nice. Thank you. That's something new. I really hope Twitch removes the this is a sensitive topic DS soon, because you're not under attack. Like no one's gonna defend the pro-Israel lobby anymore with that antics. Like no one gives a shit. Like especially now, like this is your time to claw back, to give yourself, to assert your authority. So I really hope that Twitch makes use of that for the greater good.
Turn up. Just wait. Another annoying liberal talking point is pointing out the fact that a lot of the Iranian diaspora are celebrating these strikes and are responding positively to the literal destruction in their homes. because of their dissatisfaction with the government. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about what the Iranian diaspora is saying. I've seen it far too many times. I've heard it a million times over, man. I heard it in Iraq. It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck what the diaspora says? Even if the local population was like, oh, thank God. Even if the people in Iran right now are like, actually, thank God that they're killing a bunch of people here. Okay? That still doesn't make America and Israel's actions right. It still doesn't yield prosperity for the Iranians. If they can't see it because they're too focused on their own government's repression, I'm not going to fucking lean into standpoint epistemology to justify this kind of destabilizing incident when I've seen it play out a million times over. Yep. I'm 34 fucking years old. I've seen this play out in Iraq. I've seen this play out Operation Sycamore in fucking Syria. I've seen this play out in Libya over and over again. I've seen this play out in Afghanistan. It does not matter. It does not matter what the local population even says in this circumstance. What will end up happening is what has happened over and over again. Mass destabilization, death and destruction, balkanization potentially, and millions, tens of millions of people displaced.
What are you guys chatting about? What do you say? I love hot fuzz, even if it's subtle pro-cap coded. Yeah, no? I mean, you can enjoy things that are like politically wrong. That's okay. It's when they make me haha good. Yeah. Allowed examples. Unexamples keep approaching Palestinian borders. What?
Oh, wrong video. Hold on. Let's get back to this.
Attacks. So there is concern in these Gulf nations who are unaccustomed to this level.
What is the allowed example about? That's what Twitch says.
What is
oh yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
It's okay, chatter. I'm
it is insane.
Balkanization means
it is so insane that you cannot. That for specifically Zionists is a protected like an ethnicity,
a bunch of small,
which I think is like that is anti-Semitic and that is inherently anti-Semitic.
Different pieces.
In my opinion.
Comes from the Balkans, the glorious.
Like I'm sure you can say some shit about like Islamists or something. Like you can say, oh, these damn Islamists or whatever. I'm sure you can say some shit like that, and search will not bat an eye.
Attack, but there is also
although that is, even though that would be a lot more connected to just treating like Muslims as an ethnic group. Like it's insane BS. Like really stupid.
It was Qatar only that was targeted, and that one was fairly restrained. That is not the case now.
You think this is dramatically in the next few days and maybe next few weeks going to dramatically escalate this war?
I think it has the potential of doing so, Wolf. And
get in there, Wolf. Wolf Blitzer used to work for AIPAC, by the way. He was a spokesperson for AIPAC, just so you know. I mean, that's my goat, but, you know, just letting you know.
You're seeing is a very large Iranian response, and I think, you know, it's going to be interesting to get the military assessment from places like CENTCOM to see if they had anticipated this kind of a reaction from the Iranians. They clearly anticipated some of that by evacuating some troops from some of these bases that you've mentioned in the Persian Gulf region, but I don't know if they've really anticipated the magnitude of this, because it looks like, you know,
I will have Rokana on at 1 p.m. Pacific time to let his statements be known about going to war with Iran.
We're looking at you know, several hundred, if not a series of 1,000 drones heading toward Israel, and potentially other targets as well. And if you add that, couple that with missiles that the Iranians still have, it could be a fairly substantial response.
I also asked AOC, but she has not responded.
The question then would be, though, what kind of follow-up will the Iranians have?
How effective is that Iron Dome anti-missile system that Israel has over the whole country in dealing with a lot of drones coming in from Iran?
This is what the Iranians are trying to do, Wolf. The Iron Dome system was not built for drones. It does have some modifications that have been
even
made to work on the drone problem. But the problem is that with a swarm of drones, it's going to overwhelm most radars that are associated with the Iron Dome. And that's why not only do they have the Iron Dome, but the other elements performance of the Israeli air and missile defense systems like the Arrow system and David Sling, but also the Aegis systems that the U.S. Navy brings in.
Irony in Israel calling any of the
coast of Israel
David
right now, and they are.
But they are
Let's see
Goliath.
how effective they are this time. They were highly effective in June. Let's see how effective they are now.
Joining me now is CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis. Alex, let's start right where Wolf left off. Explosions over Bahrain. The Iranians hit the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet Service Center. Explosions over UAE, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi, over Jordan, Kuwait, other states there in the region. Just put into context the scope of the response from the Iranians and what you glean from how they've responded and how quickly.
So it's clear that they were prepared for counterstrikes to a certain extent, given that they reacted fairly quickly in the middle of the night to the strikes, because in the 12-day war, they took a little bit of time to respond as they regained command and control and determined what assets that they had left. And they took 5 days to respond after Qasem Soleimani was assassinated. So this is clear that there had been some pre-planning that was done. And as you mentioned, the countries that were attacked here specifically are where we have specific bases. So in Kuwait, we have Ali Al Saud Air Force Base. In the UAE, we have Al Dhafra Air Base.
Or whatever you want to call it.
In Bahrain,
it's part of these governments.
Based out of there.
Like again, like I'm not going to go too much into criticizing the Iranian government when they're literally the ones on attack.
The Air Force Base, but also the forward.
But let's say
so all of those
that like you're an average. Like I just feel bad for the average like normal right wing or whatever you call it in Iran. Like a lot more than it would for the average right winger in the West, because your friends could just be murdered. Like
literally something that they've
and you had no recourse. Like you just have to eat it, because Iran is like very up until now.
No, not even.
And probably still now. They've always been like very like conciliatory, like with the West, despite all the antics.
Oh, you hit our bases.
So they were like Qasem Soleimani or like whatever being murdered
in
like
Iraq.
Like that's a huge, like important person for them who was killed, and they still had a very soft response, if I recall correctly.
CNN showed their expert from the Atlantic Council. It is now showing their expert from.
Imagine like you're just a regular soldier. Your friends would just be killed by, or like your family, and there'd be no recourse, like no justice whatsoever. No one will ever bring the US to justice or the troops. I mean, we see this with like the way they behave, like in Iraq, Afghanistan.
You must learn
It reminds me a lot. Some really good videos I'm gonna show you guys at some point. It's so insane.
Right now, you know. Barack Ravid posting that Khamenei has been killed. Yeah, I know. They keep saying it over and over again. I know. Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yashael Leiter, told U.S. officials that Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei has been killed in the Israeli strike on his compound. A source with knowledge said, "This has been the Israeli. This has been the Israeli official statement so far. They keep saying that he's dead for sure. Again, that hasn't stopped the retaliation.
Not just boil water and let it
at
stay
all.
there.
If you
That
have
remind me to get coffee in like 5 minutes. That's
Iran
like
keeps
once
saying
again
he's
just
alive.
wastefully
Israel
boiled
keeps
water
saying he's dead.
for no reason.
As I said earlier, Israel, when it comes to high-profile assassinations, is usually on the ball. We gotta be for real here, okay? When they talk about high-profile targets, they're oftentimes correct, okay? As I said earlier in the day. But ultimately, that doesn't matter, right? Like, or it's not going to yield the response that Israel and America thinks is going to create. Yeah, bro, the same thing happened with Nasrallah. Okay, I don't think you guys understand. I know. I'm saying the same things that you're saying. Okay? When Israel said Hassan Nasrallah was killed in their strikes and Hezbollah said he wasn't killed, okay? it turned out that Israel was correct. So whether Ali Khamenei is dead or alive, that's up in the air at this point. It's likely that Israel is correct. The difference here is the IRGC and the Iranian nation state is very different than Hezbollah. Okay? Do you understand? So regardless of whether or not they were able to do a successful decapitation strike and assassinated Ali Khamenei and martyred him in the eyes of the popular base of Shia all around the region, okay, this is ultimately not going to be as consequential as Israel and America thinks it is. Do you see what I'm saying? Like focusing on whether or not he's dead or alive is utterly irrelevant right now, especially when the IRGC is currently pummeling Israel. Okay? Clearly, that has not caused Iran to turn around and go, oh my God, we're putting our arms down. You killed the Ayatollah. What will we do? Do you understand? The Ayatollah is 87 years old, guys. Another Iranian drone hits the U.S. base in Bahrain, with Bahrainis seemingly celebrating the strike, chanting "Ya Ali." This is significant because it foreshadows what will likely happen if the war takes on a religious dimension, such as if Ayatollah Khamenei is assassinated. Look, all you do in that situation is piss off the existing Shia population in the entire fucking region, and you take out one of the more restrained leadership positions in the Iranian government. There's already a contingency plan. There's already a day after plan that the Iranian leadership has. There's no day after plan for America and Israel. Do you see what I mean? Their goals are destabilization.
So just to clarify, what you're seeing play out right now, you believe this is a war?
Well, when you call for regime change, it is not a military action. It is a war. Congress should be on record, every member, all 435 members of the House, all 100 members of the Senate, make a decision, put your name on there, yes or no, because this is not a limited military action, and that is on any capacity, Caitlin. This is something because the president has given you 6 explanations: nukes, ballistic missiles, Navy, proxy war, capacity to do that, and then regime change. It is all of the above and more. It's national. So therefore, because of
during the 12-day war, Israel did not want regime change. No, that's bullshit. They did. It was that America didn't have as many assets in the region as this time. They did. America was like, see what you can do. They overpromised. Okay, remember, what did Jeremy and I just talk about? Israel and Israeli intelligence overpromises and underdelivers. So in the 12-day war, Israel probably overpromised to the Americans that, like, oh, if we fucking, blow up the Iranian air defenses, develop air superiority over Iran, you'll have people rise up in arms and, like, kill the administration. You'll have, like, we'll be able to do regime change that way. And America was like, bet, go ahead, do it. And Israel blew their fucking load. They had operatives in the country.
Bananimatron, how you doing?
A literal drone manufacturing.
We're watching Himbo as
in the
I'm
heart of Tehran, right? So they did all of that,
lovely coffee,
thinking that it would yield regime change. And America saw in the process of 12 days that their defense capabilities were diminishing, and that Iran was able to destroy the Iranian defenses. They showed their body. They're saying his body was found, and they showed the body to Netanyahu. Okay. It's now official. Documentation of Khamenei's body was shown to the prime minister. One of the modern world's longest-serving dictators is dead. Okay.
Sorry, I'm American.
Now,
no need to apologize. If you're vocally against what's happening, then that is plenty.
Now,
and that is good. As long as you expend some of the excess energy you have against what the US government is doing, then that is plenty.
Which, again, stop saying it's bullshit, chat. As I said earlier in the day, Israel is correct more often than incorrect when it comes to high-profile assassinations. Okay? Even if it is correct, even if there is full confirmation, even if it's correct and there's full confirmation, what now is the question?
Steve,
All right, I
what
gotta
caused
pee.
you and your associates to go to this shelter? What happened?
Right. We are going to find a video to watch. I think this one, because that seems fun. So everyone, be sure to
people, myself.
Go in and watch this video on the side in support of these guys. Channel 4 or whatever it's called. Can I not? It's annoying. I can't. Why can't I use Shadow Arena to like pin a message? Now watch this.
The goat.
Find the Muslim, featuring Billy the Goat and Scouse Mali.
Yes, people, myself, Billy the Goat. And that's Scouse Marley. And today we're going to be going head to head to see who can spot the...
Scouse Mali, okay, I get it now. As in Scouse Somali. Like Somali and Scouse. I thought he was like from Mali because, you know, Scouse Mali. I wonder if he realized that.
Muslims out of a lineup of 12.
We will each evaluate the lineup one by one, sending them to the green box if we think they're Muslim, and sending them to the red box if we think they're non-Muslim.
And the person with the most correct guesses at the end is the winner.
If you know me personally, right, yeah, I'm a Muslimic, right?
You know how I know you're not going to win?
Why?
I've seen you eating haram food outside.
Ah, stuff. Come on, guys. Before we actually came to the shoot, I had to search the nearest halal Nando's. He didn't
My best ever food was in Venezuela, I missed them. Oh.
care.
You're not going to win still.
Actually came to the shoot, I had to search the nearest halal Nando's. He didn't care.
You're not going to win still. I know what kind of Muslim you are. You should skip cross.
Okay, we need some subtitles.
Search the nearest halal Nando's. He didn't care.
You're not going to win still.
Specifically for the Scouse accent. Good grief.
I know what kind of Muslim you are. You should skip Quran school when you was a kid.
Yeah,
I know what kind of guy you are.
We're going to see.
Yeah, no more verbal. And this is Find the Muslim. Bring on the first one.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. I'm Armor, and I'm a Muslim.
Is that Albanian?
Yes, correct.
What, you're a Reaver, you're born Muslim?
No, I became a Muslim.
Why?
It's a beautiful religion.
A green box. When I see the Albanian chair, straight away I know he's Muslim. Well, not 100%, but he looks Muslim enough for me. Next one.
Hi, I'm Farida, and I'm Muslim.
Farida?
Yeah.
Green box. Straight away. There's no way on earth that a non-Muslim before the name Farida. It's impossible. I know guys like you already, fam.
I'm Saeed, 25, I'm a Muslim.
Who?
Who?
Yeah, who?
Saeed.
Nah, like, who asked?
Who asked?
Red box, red box.
Is it?
This guy's thing is crease.
Is it?
Yeah, I know he just bought that today, fam. I can tell you bought that today, fam. Next. You know what it is? One thing I will say is that, like, gingers are always reverts.
Hello, my name's Noah.
Dude, that is true. There's so many gingers who are reverts. I don't know why that is.
I'm Muslim.
And you got the beard as well. Unless you got the beard just for today's shoot.
No, I've had this like literally 2 months. 2 months I reverted.
You reverted 2 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
I believe you.
Marshall.
I believe him still. Noah as well.
He's not even asking
My
them
name's
anything.
Katrina, and I'm a Muslim.
Say assalamu alaikum again?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, it sounds like you just learned that 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna ask you a question.
True. Loca.
Believe him still. Noah as well. Yeah, it sounds like you just learned.
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Katrina, and I'm a Muslim.
Assalamu alaikum.
Say assalamu alaikum again?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, it sounds like you just learned that 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
What day of the week do Muslims go to do their prayer, the congregation prayer? Red box, immediately. She didn't even bother, she didn't even try and guess.
My name is Mike, and I'm a Muslim.
You, yeah? Your name's Mike. What's your Muslim name?
That's my only name.
When's the last time you went to the mosque?
There are good Muslims, and there are bad Muslims.
Let me ask you a question then.
Wait, what?
There are good Muslims.
What's your Muslim name?
That's my only name.
When's the last time you went to the mosque?
There are good Muslims.
What is that response?
And there are bad Muslims.
Just say it's been a while because you've been
Let me ask
voting in
you
your
a
faith.
question then. What do Muslims say before they eat?
They give thanks.
To who?
I don't speak the language.
They say Bismillah.
Language.
I want fish.
I don't speak any other language.
You don't speak Islamic?
Get fish.
No, I don't.
You think Islam is a real language? Yeah, red box immediately. A man said, I asked him, does he speak Islamic? And he said no. He didn't even try as well. Next.
Hi, my name's Cara and I'm a Muslim.
Cara,
Cara.
are you a revert?
Yes.
How long ago did you revert?
Like a year and a half ago.
Name me one pillar of Islam.
I low Kirk, like, from the clothes, I would guess she's a Muslim because it's like.
Yes.
How long ago did you revert?
Like, not a lot of people wear clothes which are that, you know.
Like a year and a half ago.
Name me one pillar of Islam.
Shahada.
Green box. Green box, she smashed it. She named the most important one as well. Next.
Hi, my name's Dips and I'm Muslim.
Dips.
Dips?
That's your government name?
No.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Right hand, bro.
The green box. That was a test, you know.
Yeah,
that was a test.
my hand's messed up, so
yeah,
I've done
green
it with
box. Obviously, if you're Muslim, you know you only shake with your right hand, so that's why I put my left hand out to see if you're gonna bite, but you passed the test still, green light.
My name's Daniel and I'm a Muslim.
Daniel, yeah? Beautiful Muslim name, mashallah. How does Jesus die in the Quran?
He gets crucified, but he
bro,
doesn't
this guy's neck is so
go
big.
up to heaven.
He gets crucified, yeah?
Oh.
I'm joking.
Mind games.
Master, he gets crucified, but he doesn't go to heaven, so where does he go? Hell?
Wait, just out of interest, how did
My mom is weird about Islam.
Jesus die in the
How so? I mean, that's not surprising. Most white people are. But how so?
So for those that don't know,
I'm assuming you're white. I don't know if you're white or not.
oh, Jesus didn't actually get crucified in the Quran. He actually got ascended up to heaven, and technically he's not actually dead. He's gonna come back on the day of judgment, which is probably very soon. So yeah, get ready.
Hi, I'm Beth and I'm a Muslim.
Hi, and no salam.
Well, salam as well, but I say both.
Say the full thing.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, name's Beth as well, yeah?
Yep, I
British, yeah?
reverted.
Okay, wait. She said assalamu alaikum. And you said assalamu alaikum back? You should say wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, name's Beth as well, yeah?
Bro. Okay. I mean, he would get the red box for this.
Yep, I
British, yeah?
reverted. Yeah,
Reverted,
2 years
yeah?
ago. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Yeah.
Sure.
What is the first surah of the Quran?
Surah Al-Fatiha. And you say that in prayer.
How many times do you say it in prayer?
You say it at the start and then you have an extra surah and then you say your rak'ah. So it could be 3 or 4 rak'ah depending on what prayer you're saying.
What month of the year is Ramadan?
It changes, it goes forward
green
2
box, green
weeks
box,
every
green
week.
box, green box, go. Yeah, you even do to my explanation, like just go green box. Next.
My name's Eunice and I'm a Muslim.
Eunice, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Eunice. What's Eunice in English?
I don't know. It's just my name, innit?
You don't know what Eunice is in English?
No. It means white dove, doesn't it?
That's interesting, you don't know by your old name.
Bro, how do you not know that Eunice is Eunice? Wait to go, do you see this? This is like literally... This guy might literally be a Turk.
What Eunice is in English?
To me, he looks Turkish. Like, look. I think he's Turkish. Maybe, actually, I don't know.
It means white
But there are a
dove,
lot of
doesn't it?
atheist Turks.
That's interesting, you don't know by your old name. What is the
crazy,
name
though.
of the night that the Quran was revealed?
I'm not sure. I'm not too educated on it.
Yeah, she
man,
said, I
please.
don't know this
And be quick as well, please. Thank you very much.
Salaikum Lama, my name is Khalid. I'm Muslim.
Say that again?
Salaikum Lama, my name is Khalid.
Salaikum Lama. What does that mean?
It means peace, peace be unto you.
Salaikum Lama. You told you that?
My mom.
Yeah, nah, big up
Salaikum Lama. What?
your mom. She knows what you're talking about still.
She?
Yeah.
It's a he, bro.
Your mom's a he?
Nah,
Oh, your imam. Oh. Khalid, yeah. Salaikum Lama. I like that. I'm gonna start saying that. I like that still. Okay, let me ask you one question. What is the name of the prayer that Muslims pray at sunrise?
Fajr.
Ooh. How many rak'ah is in Maghrib, the prayer Maghrib?
5.
3.
Ooh. Green
Wrong. It is 5, bro. 3 for Forus and 2 for Sunnah.
box. You know what it is, bro? I was actually gonna red light you straight away, but you brought it back in the end. Salaikum Lam.
I know, but I have funny.
You know, we'll talk after. I'll teach you. You got a lot to learn.
Silver stories?
Okay, so Billy, how do you think you did?
I'm not sure, I'm not sure. There's a few that's 50-50 on, but obviously you can't be here all day, so. But I'm happy though. I'm happy so far still.
Okay, well, I can confirm that there are...
Bring in the contestants, man. Let me see. Okay.
Hello, my name is Arbor and I'm a Muslim.
Arbe?
Yes.
It's not a Muslim if I've heard it. Where are you from?
Albania.
I know a couple of Albanian Muslims,
That's why the name is Arbor and
I'll be
I'm
honest,
probably
yeah.
not familiar with it.
Okay, name me 1 halal restaurant.
Wait, what are the rules for this? Like, do they have a limit on the amount of questions they can ask or something? Like...
That's why the name is Arbor and
I'll be
I'm
honest,
probably
yeah.
not familiar with it.
Okay, name me 1 halal restaurant.
To be honest, I go to Albanian restaurants, any place.
Okay,
Most of the time it's
is Wingstop halal?
No.
Get in the red box now. I got you with that one.
Wait,
I got you.
No.
What is...
I go to Albanian restaurants, any place.
Okay,
Most of the time it's
is Wingstop halal?
Wingstop?
No.
Get in the
What
red
is
box
Wingstop?
now. I got you. I got you with that one. I got you with that one. I got you with that one. MashaAllah.
Hi, my name is Farida and I am Muslim.
Okay. See, this one, you catch me off
Why
guard.
did you go mashallah?
Hi, my name.
I got you with that one. I got you with that one. I got you with that one. MashaAllah.
Hi, my name.
Come on, man. Why? Lower down your gaze,
I am
bro.
Muslim.
Okay. See, this one, you catch me off guard now. How do you clean your ass?
Wow.
Water?
With water?
Yeah.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, let me ask a more serious question.
Oh,
In your house, do you wear shoes?
just be sure to behave in chat, Banana
You don't
Man.
wear shoes? More serious question. In your house, do you wear shoes?
No.
You don't wear shoes?
Who wears shoes in their house?
Third question. Are you single?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, you're Muslim. Yeah. Found my wife already, man. We're good to go. Bring in the next one.
My name's Saeed, and I'm a Muslim.
Okay, so where you from?
Nigeria.
Oh, good place, man. Good place. I know a couple of Nigerian Muslims. You get me?
People.
Half. If I say Jesus, what do you say?
Nigerian. Bro, this guy's accent is so funny.
I don't know, I just prepared.
I love British content. British content is so funny. They're very amusing.
Not too long.
Okay. If I say Jesus, what do you say?
I don't know, I just prepared. Not too long.
Okay. No.
Oh, mate, does it mean like sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
You're still.
I am
Okay.
problem for real.
Where did you get that from?
Croydon.
Croydon? It seems new.
Yeah, it is.
It's new.
Yeah, as I said, recently, innit?
I'm gonna catch you off guard now. When you walk into the house, right, yeah? What do you say?
Sometimes I like to say, mashallah.
MashaAllah, I want to go into the yard. Get in that red box. You enter the yard, you say MashaAllah. Okay, guys, come on now.
You say Bismillah.
What are you saying, brother?
Hello, my name's Noah. I am a Muslim.
Okay, you know what? The beard's catching me off guard now. The beard's getting me. That little goatee. MashaAllah, brother. Okay, listen. Noah, when did you become Muslim?
2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Yeah.
That's recent, you know. That's recent. How you finding it?
It's different. It's really different, to be fair.
Okay, what do you say before you eat?
Before I eat?
Yeah. Do you say anything?
I've learned to say a prayer before I eat. I think it's about 5 times a day.
Before you eat, you pray?
Yeah.
Before you eat food, you pray 5 times a day?
Unless I've been taught wrong, I don't know. But
So explain to me. So
Okay, yeah. This guy.
okay, so here's your meal.
Yeah,
it's chicken and chips, right? You're gonna pray.
say hello though.
Yeah, it is halal.
Okay.
I'll give you that. Okay. Then what do you do?
Then I thank Allah for the meal.
Okay. Do you pray?
Well, I just thank Allah for the meal.
Okay. How many
Okay,
times
no,
do you
no.
pray a day?
5.
Now, what times is the last one?
Like just as the sun goes down.
You catch it. Okay, I need to ask one more question now.
Him. I think he's faking it. Bro,
Don't
that
get them
one.
Air Forces 4.
Too long. Look at this.
Yeah, get in the bread box. Man. Yeah, they're disgusting. No, I am not having that.
Yeah.
Bring in the next one. Assalamu
He actually
alaikum.
kind of clocked him.
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Katrina and I'm a Muslim.
Good stuff. Where are you from?
India.
You know what I think you've got? I think you've got Muslim friends. So I want you to give me
Ooh. I think he clocked her. Mushrooms right now.
one thing Muslims do. What's
Legal
one thing that we
offense,
do that no one else does?
Wuda. You clean yourself.
Okay, yeah, she's Muslim. Yeah.
Wait, what?
One thing that we do that no one else does.
Wuda. You clean yourself.
Bro, she's Indian.
Okay, yeah, she's Muslim.
Okay,
Yeah.
this guy is just
That's
uncultured.
what's-
Like, bro, how do you not know the Indians also clean their ass? What?
Simple. That was easy. Okay, bring in the next one, man.
That was such a bad question.
My name is Mike, and I am a Muslim.
Assalamu alaikum.
I don't speak the
Yeah, go. Yes, that's it. That's you done. That is insane. I don't speak the language. Is nuts. I'm on fire here though. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm on fire.
Hello, my name's Cara and I'm a Muslim.
Okay, Carter. Okay, I'm gonna catch you here, Carter. Which direction do we pray in?
Towards the Kaaba.
I feel like this is a ChatGPT answer, you know. And you're smart. Okay, I'm gonna have to catch you.
What?
Were you born Muslim?
How is it a chat? Okay, what he's saying does not even make sense.
This is a ChatGPT answer, you know.
She just answered it. Like a regular
You're
person.
smart. Okay, I'm gonna have to catch you. Were you born Muslim?
No.
Okay, so when do you move it?
Okay. You could say this is kind of a trick question because we do believe that everyone is born Muslim.
Like a year and a half ago.
Who made you move it?
Just seeing stuff online.
Just seeing stuff online?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a question now. You don't like me. I'm gonna ask you right
I
here.
do think she's in.
How many times, right, yeah, you eat at the end of the day?
Eat?
Yeah. Eat. No, question.
Yeah.
Okay, what month do we fast?
Like the end of February, the start of March.
I feel like she's being so scared. I don't know. I'm just gonna ask.
Okay. I don't think a
Hey,
non-Muslim
you're catching me off
would
guard
know
now.
this.
Ipadippadula.
I don't-
It's not you, la.
I don't think an
Water,
infidel
like
would know that.
That one. Yeah. Stuff. Oh, I think she was, you know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna move
like-
back because we shit that stuff at the end, so I'm gonna move it back. Yeah.
Like from her clothes, it's just like.
Oh, I've got a theme here. Why are all the girls going? Okay.
Because you got tricked by an Indian person who just said the most. Who answered the easiest one. Like, come on. Indians also like clean their ass with water. Like.
Yes, brother. How
do you not know that? You live in the UK. Like, genuinely, how does he not know that? Like, this frustrates me. This vexes me. How do you not know? How do you not know that living in the UK? Like being violently British as well, like with the insane Scouse accent.
Son, I'm Muslim.
What's your name?
Dips.
Your name's Dips?
Yeah.
Your government name's not Dips?
Nah, no government name still.
Okay, Dips, okay. And where about you from?
East still.
Okay, right, I'm gonna catch you now, right, yeah? If I said, oh, he's so ugly, what would you say to me?
So you can't say that, bro. That's not right.
Yeah, but would you say anything?
You might say stuff for the law.
Okay. You know what, yeah, he's Muslim, that's it, yeah. I got that one.
Come on.
Wow, you know, the way he looked at me then, I don't know. What's your name again, Dips? You should change that name. Yeah. Bring in the next one.
My name's Daniel, and I'm
Isn't Scouse Mali? If Scouse Mali is Somali, then he is in no position to ask others to change their name. I need to find this out now, actually. Nick, Scouse Mali, is he Somali? What is this? What is going on with the banner? Sorry, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Scouse Somali. I need to know whether they're Somali or not. Because if they're Somali, then, you know. Where are they from? Somali. Like, where the ancestry or whatever from. Teaching Brazil Somali culture. Yep, okay, they're Somali. They're not in a position to tell others to change their name. Bro, your name is Scouse Mali. You have Mali in your name. Mali is a country. Bro, this is my ummah, bro. We are so cooked.
What would you say to me?
So you can't say that, bro. That's not right.
Yeah, but would you say anything like?
Oh.
Wow, you know, the way he looked at me then, I don't know. What's your name again, Dips? You should change that name. Yeah. Bring in the next one.
My name's Daniel, and I'm a Muslim.
Where you from, Daniel?
Senegal and Gambia.
Okay, my best friend's Gambian.
Oh, yeah?
So I'm gonna catch you now. What kind of music do you listen to?
I don't really listen to music because I'm trying to practice.
You been Muslim all your life?
Nah, I reverted 2 years ago.
Okay, and how do you clean your ass?
Water.
Water? Anything else?
I know you're meant to use a...
Bro! I'm gay. That's good, bananimatron. That is good. I'm glad to hear you come out. Congratulations. Bro, you can't just ask someone if they use water, like if they are not white. The assumption is yes, they do.
To music because I'm trying to practice.
Come
You been
on.
Muslim all your life?
Nah, I reverted 2 years ago.
Okay, and how do you clean your ass?
Like it's a useless question.
Water? Anything else?
I know you're meant to use a special thing that's like you put water in it and it's got a spout, but I just use a Volvic bottle.
Volvic bottle?
I know it's mad.
That Buddhist Muslim, hey, we've all been there, man. We've all been there. I've used the Volvic bottle. Yeah, see, he's definitely Muslim. I'm happy about that one.
I mean, knowing to use a
right
bottle,
now.
yeah,
Bring in the next one.
That's
Hi, I'm Beth and I'm a Muslim.
Let me shake your hand, Beth.
Sorry,
I see. Okay. I need to be smart now. Okay, so how long have you been Muslim for?
I reverted 2 years ago.
Okay, she's getting me now. In your 2 years, right, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What time is the first prayer?
Well, Fajr can be earlier in the morning compared to slightly later in the winter because sunrise is later.
Oh my God, I think she's cooking. Yeah, she's cooking. I reckon you're smart. I reckon you're very smart and you're gonna catch me.
I feel like she's... I don't know. I feel like she could just be like someone who's done a research.
Okay, give me some Muslim words.
You would say inshallah, for God willing.
What'd you say before you eat?
Bismillah.
Okay, you're Muslim. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, saying it that way.
I don't know. You
I
know,
mean, she still could
a lot
stop.
of reverts here, but
She could just
I
be
feel I'm a
knowledgeable.
bit conflicted right now. Yes, brother.
Hello, my name's Yunus and I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, Muslim. That's it, man. That's yay. Bro, you don't have to go. I know you're an Arab, don. You love tea, innit?
Yeah.
You love tea? I know the thing, bro. I know you, man. Bring in the next one.
Hi, my
Well, if he's Turkish and he just said like, you are Arab, that would be funny.
name is Khalid and I'm Muslim.
How tall are you?
Like 6'5".
Oh, yeah, you can't. Not gonna be here. Okay. Right. Okay. How long have you been Muslim for?
All my life.
All your life? Where are you from? Where you background?
Nigeria. Yoruba.
Yoruba. How many rakats are in wudu?
There is no rakas in wudu.
Okay.
Ablution. That's ablution.
You got a girlfriend?
No, that's haram, bro.
Okay. Have you had a girlfriend?
Never.
Do you want?
Okay. This also is not really a useful question because a lot of Muslims, it's haram, but you know. I love you, Mo. You do it. Wait, why are you talking about Mo? Bananimatron. Are you okay? Oh, what the shit just happened? I'm back. Why do you time out Bananimatron? Is it because they are a little unwell, or? Why did you time them out, brother? Also, dude, you were AFK for like the best react. Like this is such a good video, man. Actually, I want to go back a little bit. For self-protection? Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. It's really good you did that. Well done. Only time out no one. Yeah, no. Time out drag maxing. Yeah, I know that you are right. You are right. It's good that you timed them out. Right.
My girlfriend.
No, I'm looking.
Okay. You can return to this.
Nigeria. Yoruba.
Yoruba.
They're basically guessing whether someone is Muslim or not.
There is no rakas in wudu.
Okay.
Ablution. That's ablution.
You got a girlfriend?
No, that's haram, bro.
Okay. Have you had a girlfriend?
Never.
Do you want a girlfriend?
No, I'm looking for a wife, inshallah.
Just ate iftar. Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, some good stuff.
See any wives there?
Lower my gaze.
Okay, yes.
Mashallah. Mashallah.
Got that one. That was definitely right. Oh my God, that was woo. That was smoking gun.
Scouse, how do you think you've done?
If you want me to be honest, right, yeah, I feel like
I think he did.
I smashed it. I'm not gonna.
I think he did well with. He did well clocking the ginger guy, I think. Maybe. But.
To my own horn, but I reckon I've got every single one right. I don't think I've got one wrong, genuinely.
Okay, so I could confirm that there are 4 Muslims in the lineup.
What?
Oh, that means the other guy did better.
Muslim in the lineup. 1, 2, blood clot.
Make whatever swaps you need so that you can only have 4 people in the green box.
You've lost your goddamn mind. There's no way I only got 4. Oh my God, I put like 10 in my. Oh my God.
Yeah, this one is a head banger. 3 of you are lying to me. All you could be lying to me.
Don't you smirk at me again, okay? Mister, what's your name again?
Khalid.
How'd you spell it?
Khaled.
Get in that box, man. You're gone.
Dips.
What?
I don't know about that name, Dips.
What's wrong with spelling? Yeah, you missed the best video. Why didn't you say you were going to iftar? I was gonna like watch this at another point.
You know.
It's just not my god, innit?
What country you from?
I'm Sri Lankan.
Yeah, nah, red box, man.
You never seen a Sri Lankan that's Muslim, bro?
Red box.
Beth, What's your surname?
Both of them.
Both of them?
Yep.
You get back in that one. Yeah, I reckon I got it
Bro,
wrong.
this guy, he asked the Indian girl, like,
I see.
knew that she was Indian, and was like, bro, like, do you wash your ass? Okay, you're Muslim. Like,
Yep.
You get back in that one. Yeah, I reckon I got you wrong.
I see. You keep looking at me as if like you want me to change my mind.
You messed up.
Have you prayed today?
I tried to, yeah.
You tried to.
I'm reverting it. So
Did you pray or not?
I'm still getting consistent.
Can I stay over there, mate, please, bro? Stay there.
Appreciate.
What do you say before you start prayer?
bro, his attempts are so bad. I tried. Bro, you say, I tried but failed. Like, say something like that or something. Like I should have, but I didn't. Like, something like that.
I'm still getting consistent.
Can I stay over there, mate, please, bro? Stay there.
Come on.
What do you say before you start prayer?
Bismillah.
Yeah, get in that box, man. You're the Bismillah, get out. Okay.
You said your name's Farida, innit?
Yeah.
What does your name mean?
Unique.
Unique, yeah?
I speak Arabic, so I know what it means.
Alright, so do me a favour. In Arabic, can you tell broski right here to go to that box?
Thank you.
Do you understand what she said? Of course you don't, mate, because you're a kafir.
I'm reverting.
You know what I reckon?
Okay, why did he say it like that?
I reckon these two have got hijabi friends, so used to that one. Yeah, I reckon both of them, they've got hijabi
No,
friends.
I think that this one with the long pants and long sleeves, I would believe that she's
And they have me over.
Bro, you're just making a mistake if you put me here, bro.
What's your favourite surah? The Quran?
The surah?
Yeah.
Oh, as I told you, I'm not educated on the Quran.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, no. That this guy, he's just Turkish. Like, I just clocked this guy as Turkish, you know? Like, he just gives me Turkish
Nah,
vibes.
bro, I'll get you some blankets to get comfy over there.
Bro, I just want to say as well, you kicked me out from my shoes, look at his as well.
Yeah, okay, you're back in that box.
Pardon?
Yeah. I'm putting him back in because it's a common theme. He's ginger. MashaAllah,
True.
brother.
MashaAllah.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong then. Okay,
You know? Responding back with mashallah. Oh, I want LB to watch this.
Okay, I want to leave him there. I am absolutely 100,000,000% locked in.
You know what it is? We're going to be here all day, so let's just lock this in. What do you reckon?
Like,
I'll be honest, listen.
you should have done
I
it.
reckon I've smashed it in the park.
You think so?
I genuinely, I'm on to the best now. Wallahi, I think I got 4-4.
I got no faith in you. But I got no faith in myself either, I'll be honest.
I promise you guys, yeah, there is no way in the world he
Mashallah, he's humble or something.
beat me. Impossible.
You think so?
You know my instincts, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No one anything. I can sniff it out, bro.
Sniff what?
Sniff it out.
I see Liverpool.
I can
yeah.
sniff it out, bro.
I don't know what country that's in.
I can sniff it out.
Or sniff it out.
Yes.
Okay. Enough chit chat, man. Let's find out.
I watch this right now.
Will the real Muslims please get in the green box?
Okay. I need to lock in my choices.
I watch this right now.
Real quick.
Will the real
So the real Muslims, I think it's this guy on the left, like this guy here. I think it's this woman here. I think it can be this lady, but I'm not sure. I think Khalid, he might be Muslim. And I think maybe the Albanian. Or this lady here. So 1, 2, 3. Shit. Okay, I think, for some reason, I think this lady. I think she's Muslim. I think he's Muslim. I think Khalid's Muslim. I'm not sure about the ginger. Shoot, dude, this is difficult.
real Muslims please get in the green box?
Come on.
Or will the fake Muslims please get in the red box?
Scouts. Oh shit.
I'm nervous now, you know. I can hear
Was
the
it right?
movement. What IBS now, you know. Generally, bro, I'm scared.
Scouse,
Hit
you've
me.
got 1 correct.
No, yeah, you're
Kafir, like,
joking. You're joking.
kafir.
You're joking. You're joking.
You're a kafir.
You're joking?
Wallahi.
Okay, maybe LB shouldn't watch
You need
this.
to go
You're
umrah
joking?
immediately
You're
and
joking?
repent for your sins.
I got
You need to
1
go.
correct.
You need to go Umbra immediately. Bro, what's it called? This guy, this one of the dudes, one of the contestants is called Dips, and this guy Scouse Mali, who is Somali, was like, you should change your name. When his name is Scouse Mali, he's not Malian, he's Somali. The confidence is
Are you
funny.
sure?
It is
What?
funny.
Have you
It is
confirmed
funny.
it?
What do you mean, have you confirmed it? You should on VAR, fam.
No, I reckon you got
man,
0.
Tim.
I reckon you got 0.
Billy,
Come on,
Billy got at least
you've
2.
got.
please.
At least. Why am I saying at least 2? I think he got.
I'm genuinely for a miracle right now. Please hit me. Tell him 0. Say 0. Please.
Very correct.
All right. Can't lie. After this, we're going to the mosque together, bro. I got a lot to teach you, bro.
Can I turn around and see?
3 out of 4. Let's turn around.
Wait, that.
Salam
I was right.
alaikum.
Wait, what?
Salam alaikum.
Oh my god! No, that was mental. I put here in this box. I changed it.
Wait, Aki, so you got that beard for no reason?
That's what
For
I
fashion,
said.
you got that beard for fashion.
But I just went to my barber and said do whatever.
Eunice, come here, Eunice.
I knew Eunice was a Muslim. I knew he was a Muslim.
You know, I took.
Of course he's not Muslim. Look at him. He's Arab. No, sorry. What, Arab? No, sorry. Turkish.
Well, look at him and
My bro, I asked him a question. He said, "Oh, I'm not really too educated." My bro,
wait, no,
red box,
his
man.
name is Eunice, no?
Go wrong.
Bro, what do you mean his name is Eunice?
My brother's called Eunice, man.
Bro, you can be Arabic and not be Muslim. That's what you're forgetting. The only real thing.
Yeah, bro. I think Scouser Mali, I don't know if he's playing out of content, but there's a lot of things he doesn't
Yeah, 4 out of 4 is because this
I think he looks more Persian than Turkish. Actually, yeah, you're right. You may
guy
be right.
said "Salam alaikum."
To throw you off.
I repeat, wait, repeat after me, yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum, bro.
Why did you both pick
Bro,
No,
I'll
it is.
be honest, it's
Reverse always ginger, innit?
they're always
Reverse are
ginger.
always ginger,
Listen,
man.
it's a common theme, right? Anyone who converts to Islam, who are predominantly white, happen to be ginger.
Always ginger. They all look like you. So well, Dobby's in the chat for Billy the GOAT as expected. It was a good competition though.
You're ill. I'm not gonna touch your hand.
Say no more. Anyways, if you enjoyed this concept, make sure you guys like, share, comment, and subscribe to channel
This is
4.0.
good video.
And also, I got one more thing to do before we go as well.
What you said?
Do me a favor and go into that red box. So you are a
Stop,
kafir.
for the
You are a
Lord.
kafir. You need to take it harder again.
Stop,
You need to
for
reach
the
harder.
Lord.
You need to
Man,
reach
there's
harder.
bucks, you know. Stop. Hey, you.
Don't worry, I'll take you to the masjid after.
Infidel.
For the
I mean,
Lord.
Heiko,
Take it harder again. You need to reach harder. You
like
need-
his guesses, like the guesses was by Scouser Mali were dog shit. Like his attempts were just kind of dog shit, not gonna lie. Right. Back to what's going on. Let us look upon the world. I want food. Not food. No. All videos of iShow Speed saying Free Palestine. You know what? Let's just put that on real quick. While I eat the rest of my food.
It is real! It's real! Free Palestine, man.
This is a GOAT, bro.
I do wonder how he became
Where you from?
famous.
Me, I'm from Palestine.
You from
Free
Palestine?
Palestine.
You from Palestine?
Yeah, yeah.
Yo, hey, yo, just build up the Free Palestines in the chat. Now, what's going on? What's going on in Palestine?
Oh my God! From Israel. We from Israel. Hi.
Israel?
Yes.
Free the Palestine?
No. Okay. You know what?
No! No! No!
Son, no! Come on, man. Like, not like there's nothing to free or something. Just went no instinct.
No. Okay. You know what?
No! No!
No.
No!
No. Story, no.
What do you mean, no?
We don't want to buy beach.
No, what, bitch? What? Don't play with me!
Not a beach, is my love. I love him. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I'm not.
By the way,
Bro dies.
by the way, where are you from?
iShow Speed. I have not seen that clip. That's so sick. What do you mean, no? Oh yeah.
I'm from Israel.
Are you
from Israel? Hey, free Palestine, bitch!
No, free Palestine. What are you saying?
What do you mean?
Why did they say no?
Bro, what do you mean by free Palestine? You know,
Why did they say no? What the?
Where you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Are you from Free you! Free you!
I know, free Palestine.
Free you! Free your daddy! Free your mom!
I love Speed. Me too.
Free you, man! Free you, dog!
fire. You're the best streamer out there.
Thank you, bro. Are you in jail right now?
Are you in jail right now? Bro, I mean, he's like, I mean, if he, either way, sort of, yes, he is. I mean, if he's in Gaza, was in Gaza. Bro, actually, I don't even want to think about that. Think about. Bro, that. Thinking about that immediately made me sad, because, like, he might be dead. Like, these children might be dead, you know? Shit, man.
No.
Then you're free.
Yeah, Raph, that emote is great.
Yeah. Sorry. But bro, I'm just, oh my god.
Oh, they freed you, man. Oh, I didn't know they
Yeah.
freed you. I'm happy for you, bro. How's life?
Thank you, bro.
Where you from?
We're from Israel.
You're from Israel?
Yes.
You already know what I'm about to say, right?
I love Israel. You love Israel?
No. You already know what I'm about to say, right?
Huh? What the fuck?
Free Palestine! Where you live?
Bro, they can't even handle someone saying it online.
I live in Israel.
Free Palestine, man.
Is it picking his nose?
It's not Palestine.
What is it?
You don't even know you're trying to pronounce it.
It is Palestine. What is it then? What is it?
It's Philistine. And sure, he says it a little bit odd, but I mean, Philistine is like the Arab pronunciation. Palestine, how we say it in English.
Palestine. Man.
What is it then? What is it then?
Google it, motherfucker. I'm not dictionary.
Because it is Palestine. Free
Notice how American that guy
So
sounded.
you're from Israel?
Yeah. Can you say אפילו יותר טוב?
Affiliate Tito. Hey, how about
אפילו יותר טוב.
What do that mean?
Even better. Go follow Master Ronald on YouTube.
Hey, bro.
Master Oad.
Hey, bro, free Palestine, my man, alright?
אפילו יותר טוב.
This is, that's like me complaining people calling
Master
Turkey
Oad בשבילך
Turkey, nobody cares. Exactly.
Israel?
It's like, it's this weird, like they're just trying to like hang on to every single thing. It's like, that makes it illegitimate because you can't say it correctly. Like, bro, you can't even say hummus correctly. Like, hummus.
Yeah, my man.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Is that a soldier?
Free Palestine!
No, thank you. No, thank you.
The way they say,
What do you mean, no?
the ways they say no thank you as well, it's like they are aware of the level of like insane shit. Like, not even there's nothing to free. Just like, no.
Thank you. What do you mean, no, thank you?
Oh, also, real quick, sorry, I forgot. Support whomever made this video. Noah Sensei.
Free Palestine, bro. Everybody,
Mama Volts donated
free Palestine, bro. Everybody chest to be on free Palestine.
There's a lot
Mama
of free
Volts donated
Palestine.
$1.99 through Super Chat.
Everybody chest to be on free
Can
Palestine,
you say
Yo.
You are from
Hey, y'all from Israel?
Yeah. You love
Free Palestine! It ain't funny. What's funny? Fuck you too. Free Palestine. Shut your Shrek looking ass up. Hey, where y'all from?
Israel, man.
Hey, bro, play a beat. Play a beat so I can rap.
Okay. Hey.
Hey, what I'm about to say. I say.
Hey.
Keep going. Hey.
Going.
I say, free Palestine, boy, you need to do it. Israel is the country that you really need to do it.
Oh, they're going along with it.
Freedom.
This is so bad.
Freedom. Shut up! Don't interrupt my rap. Free Palestine, that's what you need to do that. Free Palestine. Are you gonna put that dick inside of me? I say free Palestine.
Okay, chill, bro.
God damn.
Okay, that's cool. That was an odd ending to that video. We're going to probably continue watching Himbo on this.
Thanks for having me, Wolf. So early this morning, for the first time, a siren sounded, and where I was staying, we were rushed to a shelter.
And we're gonna play this demo called Trade Empire.
Central Israel. The last one, which just occurred a few moments ago, was followed by a series of boom. Sometimes which is an interception of an incoming missile. And earlier in the day, we heard one or two of such booms, but in the last round, we heard over 2 dozen. So it seems that the Iranians have changed their tactics as the day has gone on, from individual or small numbers of missile attacks to at least the last one being a larger salvo, which they've used in the past to try to saturate and penetrate Israeli air defenses.
Do you get a sense that the Iranians in their missile attacks, their drone attacks, are going after specific Israeli military targets, or just launching them to kill people and destroy as much as possible?
It's impossible for me to know from the places I've been able to be today exactly what they're targeting. In the past, they have put a lot of emphasis on military targets, intelligence targets,
menu
but
looks
some
nice so
civilian targets. There are still buildings destroyed in central Tel Aviv from the war last June. So,
have they reported at all, like at this point, about the attack on the school?
Civilian population,
like the massacre on the girls' school?
Other installations, and these missiles are not that accurate. It's entirely possible that they could shoot for a security target and hit an apartment building or a neighborhood. So they're probably going to cause as much damage as they can, given the pressure they're under from combined U.S. and Israeli strikes that the president announced this morning.
Clearly a lot of targets for the Iranians in the Tel Aviv area, and good luck over
Trader name Shimon.
What do you
Family
think
name
regime
Shemley.
change in Iran potentially could look like?
Actually,
no way.
What did the game start off saying? I forgot. Oh,
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think we're gonna make it.
Family profession. Wait, doesn't matter.
I don't think we're gonna make it at all.
Alright, let's just go with merchant.
I think the
map
American
Mediterranean,
government
only
and
one
the
option.
Israeli
Difficulty
government
normal.
take action
Starter location.
for that guy.
Constantinople.
Okay, and that guy is the average
Iconium.
guy.
Let's go with
They literally hear that and they go, "Oh, success."
let's just go with Antioch.
They don't think about like what happens next. They don't think about what's going on right now, right? Because like if the Israeli government knows that the Ayatollah is dead, then the Iranian government knows that the Ayatollah is dead, and they haven't changed. As a matter of fact, they're literally still currently blowing up American military bases, reducing the fucking rubble in the region, and also pummeling Israel. Okay? I don't think I don't think the average American or the average Westerner has like
Is this AI art? I hope
the capacity to comprehend what this means as far as like regional action, what this means as far as like destabilization. Literally think, oh, bad guy killed. That's awesome. We did it. Victory parade now. You know? Like they think this is a video game. They just
this is strategic
they don't
strategies.
think about it beyond that.
Serenia is one of the Western games. No, being Francis.
Is that what it is? Like they refuse to comprehend what's still currently happening. Because
what do you say?
It's not like Iran was like,
possible
oh, no,
what?
You killed the Ayatollah. It's over. We are actually giving up on our ballistic missiles program right now. It's done. On God, you slimed the Ayatollah. I will now let go of my weapons. I will now stop bombing Israel in retaliation. Like, is that what you... Like, what... I don't know. I don't know what you think is happening at this point.
Oh, AI art, yeah. I hope not, but I unfortunately don't have high expectations because most people
I think this is one of the
are fine with AI.
hanging over what the president announced.
I think also for a lot of people,
of course,
They
Right.
literally think that like the
Some of the visuals
Ayatollah
and music
has,
were
like,
generated by AI service
the power
placeholders
of
before the full
hypnosis
release.
or something.
Ah, okay. You know what?
Like that.
I can't really.
People
I'm not
don't
gonna comment.
independently
Like I'm not
arrive
gonna
at the
attack an
conclusion
indie
that,
game
like,
for that.
they want to fight back against Israel.
It kind of
and
looks like
America's bombing
AI.
campaigns after,
Very
like,
surfy
the
pancake.
first opening
Hello, how you
salvo
doing?
killed like a bunch of schoolgirls and a bunch of civilians, like 200 plus civilians.
You will have questions.
Right?
You will move the camera.
Like they think, oh well, the Ayatollah's dead. He had the Gias power to
Yeah,
fucking
good.
hypnotize the
Good.
entire
I'm glad to hear
Iranian
that.
population. Now that he's
No
dead,
words,
they're-
thank you.
these people are
That's a
going to
disclosure.
welcome us as liberators.
It's good that they're at least honest about it.
Am I
City
wrong for
to
remembering that in the
panel.
12-day war, Iran hit the same civilian targets that Israel did a day or so later?
And your relationship with the city.
Yes.
Higher population means more producers.
They did, but if the Ayatollah is dead, then they probably have a different response package anyway.
Can shift once tax is applied.
Because this time around, they have been much more aggressive in their retaliation.
By boosting producers.
Last night. First of all, I think many Americans probably woke up this morning surprised to discover that we're at war in the Middle East, something the president said he was going to try to avoid. And he really didn't do very much to prepare the public or discuss with the public what his strategy was, what the goal is, why it was imminent, and why it was necessary to take this action. He mentioned...
I'm from Iran, the neighboring city of Tehran. People are dancing, cheering, and whistling in the streets. Nobody is with Iran. Stop supporting Islamic savage regime. Longtime fans is 2020.
Yeah, okay, bro. Sure, I'm sure you're from Iran. Bro, if that guy's from Iran, then he's probably just an awful person. Like, cheering after, like, one of the first targets was an kid's elementary, like, a girl's elementary school.
We're
Guillotine.
not gonna make it. It's over. It's over, brother. Hog brain is complete.
Deuce tab.
Okay. Hey, Hasanabi, I'm standing literally.
The game
in
does
the
look
rubble
very
right
bad.
now, and
Oh,
it's
what?
fucking goated.
Oh, it was...
Okay, you don't understand. I want more J-Dams. I want more.
Wait, can we not
J-Dams.
move
Oh,
the
wait,
camera
I'm
around
dead
when...
now. I don't
Wait.
think he's joking.
I cannot
think
move the
that there
camera
are-
around when the game is
probably not
paused.
in Iran, but there are
Okay,
people
that is...
who are like,
that,
oh no, this is gonna
that
be
they
great.
need to change. They definitely
Just
need
like
to change that.
there were people in Iraq
Wait, did my game not
that were like,
change?
I
Okay,
hate
yeah,
Saddam
very
Hussein.
good.
Thank God he's been toppled.
Not available in demo. Okay. Some interesting things though.
He's not from Iran. He's from South. Wait, what?
Production city producers request a good side.
We're dancing in the streets. Bro. I hated my grandma. Okay. Let me tell you, she had bad fucking vibes. Feel me?
Interact with the city. Trade lets you buy goods.
What is this?
Black market opens
Where is
risky
this from?
profitable
Only 18% of Iranians in Iran see foreign intervention as a path to change. 18%. Where is that from? Study after study shows that while the majority of Iranians don't support the regime, even more don't support foreign intervention. We know our own history. Why would we support the ones who created the problem in the first place? Even Gaman, the most regime-critical survey
what
out
did they
there,
produce
the
here?
one that Shah supporters
Spices and
themselves
sweet
cite,
fruit.
show Iranians in Iran prefer civil protests, 31%, and
Food?
strikes, 65%.
Just food?
Over foreign intervention, 18%
Okay, that's not
as
great.
a path to change. Iran poll / Chicago Council asked 2007 Iranians what Iran
Spice
should do with the U.S.
spices.
attacks. The majority said respond militarily. 30% said go to the UN. No majority for welcoming it. 86% of Iranians view the U.S. negatively. Iran poll 2019. And NIAC / YouGov in 2025 show 53% of Iranian Americans don't even want foreign intervention. Like not even the majority of diaspora supports this. Except if you were to look at my chat, it's 99%
Oh, Patrick
of
Bad David.
Iranians in Tehran and 125% of Iranians in the diaspora that support this unconditionally. They're literally aching
Alright,
for it.
let's
Their
purchase
back
all
walls
of
are
this.
quaking. They want it so bad. They want to shove a tomahawk missile
Check them in
up
your
their
inventory.
fucking assholes
Oh, you can
and
research
launch
stuff.
themselves in the direction
Cities,
of Tehran
prototype,
to kill their
merchant
own
panel.
fucking grandparents. If that was what it would take. If you ask the people in my chat tuning in from fucking Langley, okay, that's all they want.
Turn
That's
down the
all
himbo a
people
little
are
bit.
demanding.
Turn it down a little bit. I can see the moon very clearly from here, by the way. Fun fact, it's very pretty. So, when the game's paused, you can't do anything, it seems. Like, any window you close, etc. Like, it has to... Like... Okay, that's a fatal design flaw. I hope that's keep in mind.
Its nuclear program, ballistic missile program.
Okay, let's go somewhere where they don't have spices, silk, or incense,
Why now?
so we can sell it.
And it's surprising to me that he laid the predicate that the goal of this is regime change, because that is not something that can be done just by airstrike. What he said, and he's right about this, is that only the Iranian people on the ground are going to be able to overthrow the regime and replace it with something else.
Doesn't make the game more realistic.
Most intelligence
I feel like it's not really to make it more realistic and more just a very not great design for. Let's go over here.
You're telling me that the IRGC had a plan for their 86-year-old leader to die one day? Yeah. It turns out they are aware of how the passage of time works.
Wait, what?
And yes, of course they have a fucking contingency that they already implemented last time.
On this page,
okay? The six-way split screen of Al Jazeera showing half a dozen regional capitals on fire should quickly bring home the catastrophic implications of this illegal, stupid, and completely unnecessary war.
Wait, why am I looking at another city to purchase something? Huh? Okay, fine, we're buying 2 olive oil, I guess. The game just told us to buy something, it didn't tell us how much money we need to save. Usually you can turn that sort of function on and off, yeah. Rent buy vehicle, what? Okay, there isn't even a vehicle to rent. What?
Like people
search. Okay, there we go.
Also, it's so funny
Roman caravan.
Be like, what? The Ayatollah
Sure.
is dead.
1 week.
Oh
We
my
don't even have
God,
money
I
to rent it
love
for
the
1 week.
Ayatollah or something. Like they come in here to be like, bro.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Off to a
always
great
dead, bro,
start
Ayatollah.
for this.
Like, first of all, I'm not even fucking Shia, dumbass. And secondly,
Additional
even as a Sunni Muslim, like, when have I been
Famous leader?
a pious man? You know?
No, thank you.
Like, what gives you that indication that I have any sort of like personal connection to the fucking Ayatollah? You absolute dumb monkey brain loser. You fucking stupid Ameroids who think like, oh well, obviously this guy fucking his name is Hassan. He's Muslim.
Okay, let us sell
loves the Ayatollah
local trade.
personally.
Can we
Like, I don't-
can we travel?
I only care about the consequences.
Is that an option? Warzone. What? Okay, that's not ideal. Bandit threat. Can we just like travel over here?
Beyond that, it's a big question
Right.
of whether this
This game looks nice, but that's it.
be done peacefully or democratically, whether
That's very unfortunate. Like it looks.
Yeah, just wait. Now
I've been baited by so many of these games so far because they look really nice, but they have no content. Like they're not even demos. Like they're only concept. Like they're pretty much just concept art. Hassan is the next Supreme Leader. I knew it.
Okay, it wasn't a misfired IRGC missile. It was actually there was actually a missiles and munitions stockpile under the school, and we had to blow up the girls. On
Okay, let's
top
try
of
this
it.
again.
You know how it is. That's how it always goes. Okay.
Let's see if we can play just
The
a
US
tiny
seem to
bit.
be pinning a lot on Iranians protesting against the regime during, or as Trump requested after major military operations. Anecdotal, but I've seen more videos of Bahrainis celebrating strikes than Iranians. Basijis currently occupy the streets. Even Channel 14 in Israel could only scrounge up a single woman dancing on a street and a couple boys in a schoolyard. Maybe things will happen tonight, but I have skepticisms. But I have the skepticisms you have. Yeah, they are really, really leaning into the Iranian population taking matters into their own hands. And if that doesn't happen, if the response doesn't come, or even if it does come, let's be real, I think they're probably still going to keep up the strikes and escalate its intensity on Iran. But if that doesn't happen, they're just going to start directly killing more and more Iranian civilians, I think. What a spectacular strategy, for the record. What a spectacular fucking strategy. Twitch and YouTube combined 81,000 viewers. Are people waking up? Or are they botting again? No, brother. It's a fucking massive issue. It's a massively consequential story.
I need to wait for him to finish
course, people are
speaking,
just
I guess.
tuning in to
Wait,
listen
does
to
Cypher's not
what
count?
I have to
What? Oh.
Yes.
Select the city on the map. I need to click the start trade as well. Nice.
For you, the viewers, by you, the viewers, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you would like to
Buy
support
3
the
leather.
broadcast.
Next, rent buy vehicle. Search.
Twitter
We don't want to
claims
buy
your dog
anything.
died. What is
Rent.
this? Streamer Hassan Piker's dog Kai has died at age 3 after an apparent accident at home.
That's
The
it.
cause of death has not been publicly confirmed.
Right, Roman
Yeah,
Caravan.
it's because all the fucking Zionist Hasbara dick riders that are too afraid to openly.
Did we go through this on stream yesterday? I think we did, because it sounds familiar. Alright, what we might do is put on another video to do some edumacation. I don't know why I said that. That is a very boomer joke. My apologies. What is this? Bro. Why is every single one of his has so high fidelity? New game about Nakba. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. Balkan stereotypes explained. Taking my tank to McDonald's. That's not a tank! I hate clickbait. Why so many famous Berlin clubs are closing? Why would I care about that? Duke's Gangster reveals why Muslims have so much power in prison. I'm kind of curious about that. I DJed at a famous nightclub and only played Beethoven? That's funny. What's the point of the Cybertruck? Make it shitty, a day in the life of an inshittificator. For the Norwegian Consumer Council? What? Japanese guy visits Denmark for the first time. I don't really... I should watch some more Denmark related stuff, but I really don't want to. Like, I genuinely do not want to. Unless it's like to talk about the racism here, you know? I just kind of like, eh. What do you say? Oh, did I click something? I don't think I did. Nice. What is that thumbnail? Overzealots, why do horrible people keep winning Nobel Peace Prizes? Catholicism. Dokiduber is fun. Gatsu, Japan. Gatsu is one of the good people, right? I think it was.
By international standards is like trying to find a I love Japan. If God asked me which country...
Okay, I think Gatsu was one of the cool YouTubers. I don't remember. The name is familiar and that's it. So I'm gonna hope he's one of the cool YouTubers. We'll have a look at the video and see what's up.
I want to go to in Japan every day of the week and twice on Sundays. But I feel like you guys need bigger homes.
I don't remember.
When you want to stay in Japan, it is basically impossible to find a normal-sized home. Even for living, it's notorious for having these extremely cramped apartments where only one person at a time can take off their shoes at the entrance. Japanese apartments feel like those cave diving videos. But I actually found one where I could stay that was above 13 square meters. And Japan's streets look so different. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. I was staying in Sangenjaya, looking around like, damn, this shit looks like a video game. Then I realized, holy shit, this is Japan. It's like you landed on a different planet. Literally nothing is the same. And it's because they were so isolated for basically their entire history. So basically, they took no inspiration from anyone and just made shit on their own. It's a very big contrast to Europe, where all of Europe was influenced by like 3 empires and nearly every single country looks the same. Everything is different in Japan. Their homes, their traditions, the people look different. It's like being airdropped to fucking Jupiter. You might think it's weird now, but when you're actually there, it's even more weird. The people all drive on the wrong side of the road. Anytime I was in a car in Japan, I was like, you're going the wrong fucking way. Apartments in Tokyo were a cruel biblical punishment from God because Konami cancelled Kojima's game of PT. Trying to find an apartment in Tokyo that's considered livable by international standards is like trying to find a politician that isn't a pedophile in the US.
New question
I just kept looking and looking and I couldn't find anything. The average apartment in Tokyo is 20 square meters or 215 square feet, including the bathroom and everything. I stayed in a bigger one at first, but then switched to a hotel room, which was 13 square meters. That was not even the smallest one available. It was literally called double for some reason. Double of what, bro? A fucking tent? And Being in a small place like this is like if you try to live on your balcony. Growing up, I really did not appreciate how good my Soviet commie block was because it was by far not a big apartment or anything, but I was able to get my own room. We had a little balcony. And comparing this shit to the countries I used to think were rich is ridiculous. It's like all the rich countries just don't give a fuck about their own people. Like the US with New York apartments that cost 4.5k to rent for a month for a 1-bedroom. Like Tokyo, like London. Like, man, I thought y'all had money and life standards. Like, what is all this? If you're a rich country, your people should be able to live within at least a 1-bedroom apartment, man, for a decent price. Because believe it or not, when you see these comic blocks from the outside and they're all gray and ugly, you go inside and it's the best apartment you've ever been to. And I'm very glad that we sort of brought these same
I think Guts is one of the cool YouTubers
from the Soviet Union to the modern day as well, because the Soviet Union was horrible for a lot of things.
The epic rap battles of history background. Why does he have so much? Wait, is Gatsu from Georgian? Maybe that's why he has so much Stalin
to the modern day as well, because the Soviet Union was horrible for a lot of things, but the apartments are all so much better than the West. Even today, the new apartment buildings that get built in Warsaw, Tbilisi, Kiev are all decent sized, and nobody in the post-Soviet world lives in 13 square meter flats. Definitely not the median person. But you know what they don't cheap out on? The Japanese toilets. You guys know where I'm from, especially when you go to the rural areas, man. I've shat in places you motherfuckers can't even imagine. What is that you're saying? I took this picture. Go ahead and try and reverse Google search this, see if anything comes up. And then you go to sit down on a Japanese toilet and the toilet is already heated. Best feeling ever. You don't sit down on a cold toilet seat. You sit there and you feel warm and loved. And you look to your right, there's a billion different buttons and writings. It's like, god damn bro, is this a fucking toilet or a DJ set? And then you find out it is, because most of them play music or nature sounds to drown out the sound of you pooping. This goes to show me that the Japanese aren't real shitters. Because bro, you put me on a bathroom after Georgian beans, you can put fucking nuke sounds and it won't drown anything out. And then after you're done, what everyone usually does is that Japanese toilets have this thing built in where it splashes your booty with water at a decent speed to wash you off. And it feels weird at first, but it is significantly healthier. It reduces so much bacteria by washing it off instead of using toilet paper, reduces skin irritation, and it's amazing basically. But sadly, this thing is too good for the West. You basically can't get Japanese toilets in Europe without importing them, and that's not good. Everybody comment #wash your booty Europe. I'm trying to start a new trend here. Let me introduce you to the Gaijin Killer, the White Obliterator, the non-Asian Blazer, the drink Strong Zero. You look at this can and you think it's like an energy drink or something, but no, it's a strong alcohol and it doesn't taste like alcohol at all. So you just drink it, drink it, drink it, and after about 2 strong zeros, you suddenly
Okay, what do I do with the trade goods I have? Can I not move to another city?
If aliens came to Earth and were like, show me your greatest achievement, I would not show them the pyramids, the wheel, or even Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I would show them the Japanese metro, because this metro defies all odds. Usually when train systems get privatized, they become complete bullshit, like the Deutsche Bahn in Germany. This metro is the cleanest, most comfortable, most useful metro I could have ever imagined. It's genuinely perfect. The most insane thing is, in the Tokyo metro area, there live around 40 million people. That's more bullshit, like the guys in Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I would not show them the pyramids, the wheel, or even Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I would show them the Japanese metro, because this metro defies all odds. Usually when train systems get privatized, they become complete bullshit, like the Deutsche Bahn in Germany. This metro is the cleanest, most comfortable, most useful metro I could have ever imagined. It's genuinely perfect. The most insane thing is, in the Tokyo metro area, there live around 40 million people. That's more people than California and Canada, all in one city. And somehow, most of the time, you can still find a free seat on these trains. Obviously, there are still some videos of the metro in Tokyo being crowded, but guys, like 98% of the time, it's not like this. Which is impressive for me personally, because I live in a city of around 1.3 million people, and the metro looks like this all the fucking time in Tokyo with 40 million people. people feels like it's a small train for a village. Going from America to Japan is like going from monkeys throwing poop at each other to a royal family. It's like Parasite the movie, like going from the broadcast basement to that rich family's house.
Description?
Nobody's carrying a gun, nobody's tweaking on
It's
the
on the
subway.
frame on 0419.
And it's amazing.
Hassan, if you're watching, if you're watching, no, I'm not just finding out that bidets exist. I know you guys have it in Turkey too.
Washing it off instead of using toilet paper reduces skin irritation, and it's amazing, basically. But sadly, this thing is too good for
that is amusing.
To that rich family's house. Tokyo, with 40 million people, feels like it's a small train for a village. Going from America to Japan is like going from monkeys throwing poop at each other to a royal family. It's like Parasite the movie, like going from the broke-ass basement to that rich family's house. Nobody's carrying a gun, nobody's tweaking on the subway, no ICE agents snatching people up on the streets and putting them in camps, and it doesn't smell like piss like New York. Also, going outside in Europe or America basically means side questing, whether you want it or not. Someone will come up to you and talk to you, even when you don't want to. Whether it's the old man saying blah, blah, blah, blah, and you laughing and smiling as you pretend to know what they said, or some guy in Tbilisi airport telling me to take a passport to his friend in Poland, or just keep coming up to you for some bullshit. In Japan, there is no fucking way anyone even talks to you if they don't know you, or if you initiate a conversation. There's actually no chance. Throughout 2 weeks, the only stranger that has talked to me was a lady who wanted to take pictures of me and my friend, and she was Chinese. That's it. Little side note.
Okay, that's funny. Also, funniness inside. This game is too broken. Like, literally, like... it is unplayable. Like, it's just not... Like, I'm going insane. Looks like a really cool game. I love trading games. Very much. I really enjoy trading games where I just go around, trade, and eventually become a capitalist by buying capital and then just, like, outprice everyone, make a giant monopoly, etc. Very fun. Love that kind of game. This game is not it yet. I hope to see more of it in the future when there's more content. As it is right now, this game is not worth, like, how much space does it take up? This game took up, okay, 1 gigabyte. It's not too bad, but like, seriously, please, like, why do people make demos when there's no gameplay? It just makes your game look bad. Like, it's better for you to wait at that point. Like, I'm sure it's, I don't know if they're like hurrying up for like Steam Next Fest or something, but like, come on, man. Like, it's literally unplayable, right? Like, I still don't want to be too mean, but also I'm being honest. I'm not trying to give this game shit. I think it has good potential, which I think it does. I think it has a nice graphics and all that shit. It needs a lot more stuff on the map. It just needs a lot more polishing before it can be considered a demo, I would say. It could also just be my PC. Like, some of it might also just be my PC being shit, to be fair. In any case, what is this game? Here comes the Swarm. Alright. Here comes the Swarm. Go, done. Let's see how this game goes.
I don't know what it is. Take pictures of me and my friend, and she was Chinese. That's it. Little side note. I don't know what it is, but people from China are extremely talented in photography. In China, if you ask someone to take a picture of you, you might as well have given Vince Gilligan a camera, because you will get the most beautiful, most symmetrical and eye-watering picture of yourself you've ever seen. It will be like a picture that you have as a profile pic on every social media platform. Also, Japanese people are so nice, it's insane to me. But throughout my stay in Japan, one thing was torturing me, man. I was thinking, man, these people are so nice. And like Akira, it would just not leave my mind. Like, you're telling me these cute people did this? But it is also pretty frequent in Japan that they will charge you more for being a foreigner than if you were a local. This for obvious reasons, such as you can't read Japanese.
Didn't know that was a thing.
So because of that, some restaurants will take advantage of you, and when they give you a check, you will find some surprises on there, such as extra food or drinks you didn't order. And it's very surprising.
Dude, I hate that shit. Those, like, not that kind of thing. Actually, no. There's a lot of that kind of shit in Turkey. Like, there was a lot of like really tourist trap restaurants in Turkey. It was so bad, specifically Istanbul, because that was where I was. I was so upset. Like, my little brother talks so much shit about the Turks, like regarding the veracity of their claims to being Muslim, which I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna repeat it, and I'm not gonna say that I believe in it, but I'm just saying that it could have been more honorable. It's pretty common in many countries. Bro, I've never felt so like tourist scammed in another country like Turkey. Yeah, in Turkey they would even try to scam me. Bro, that is not normal. That the level of scammery is too much. Like, that is too much. Like, that is, you've lost the way of Islam. You have to be an honest merchant. Like, that is just like I get it if there's some tourist tax, but I'm brown. They should be able to see that at least. But I guess not. It was just like, it was very disgusting. I was very disgusted by all that. I've not tried something similar in Bangladesh. I'm just gonna say that. Even though people even when people know that I'm a foreigner and whatnot, they don't really care. Like, they're just like I'm paying them like the amount of money they want is very low for some services and goods. And I'm just like, I give like a little bit extra. I try to give a little bit extra, depending on what it is. And this is like, no, not necessary. A lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, it's just like, see, that's honesty. Like, that's sick.
You will find some surprises on there, such as
little ugly dude thing you come against soon.
Extra food or drinks you didn't order. And it's very surprising because they give you the utmost respect and smile at you and treat you so kindly and then scam you. Not in all establishments, of course, but it's still weird. They
Stalin video.
Tax, you know, the foreign.
Also, in general, Turkish Muslims are pretty conservative.
You can't smoke on the street in Japan.
I mean, they are in Bangladesh as well. I don't think Turkish people are that religious. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Either, because there are smoke detectors. So, to actually smoke, you have to go into a little cuck corner that's located all over Tokyo, so you don't get fined and you can legally smoke. There are also some bars that allow smoking inside, so it's insane to me. Like, you can't smoke outside, but you can smoke inside in some places. It's ridiculous. Another ridiculous thing about Japan is, like, you think they are 100 years ahead of everyone because they use these amazing bullet trains. They make so much technology, and generally they're known for being so tech heavy. They're basically responsible for the cyberpunk genre, but sometimes they're not in the mood for all that because the bureaucracy is insane. Even when you enter the country, you have to fill literally like 2 or 3 documents out, like what you are carrying and some other stuff. And the government offices still use fax machines, and they were
I've heard about that.
Disks up until 2 years ago.
Japan just has this affinity with Germland for some reason, but occasionally they just need to be like, some of the shittiest like parts of their country or like cultural aspects or whatnot. They're just like, we're gonna match that with Germland. Like, oh, shitty bureaucracy, shitty overdone bureaucracy. Yes, just like our Germlish tomodachi. Hey, we want that. Yeah, it's so good. Like, what's wrong with you? I hate it.
So old, I have never seen them in my life. I was born in 2001. I've only seen CDs and shit and VHS, and their government was using floppy disks up until the dictatorship of Syria ended. Because of all this bureaucracy, having any change or reform in Japan is basically impossible because it's all run by like 100-year-old Japanese conservatives, and everything is based on seniority, which is how impressive it is that the CEO of From Software, he has to be the first person in Japan to transfer to a different company in a low-level position and become a CEO in 10 years. By Japanese work culture standards, that's nearly impossible. And also, people talk about overwork in Japan, and I was half expecting the streets to be just filled with salarymen passed out drunk. But honestly, it's not that common. What is common though is them dressing so cool. I was getting out-dripped by Japanese salarymen, bro. You're gonna get out-dripped by a Japanese homeless man. It's ridiculous here. Everybody has an amazing sense of style, especially the young people. Along with dressing, they're very good at a lot of things. Basically everything except making kids. And if you play games, you know that American games compared to Japanese ones are just slop. Americans make shit like Call of Duty and 2K. GTA doesn't count count because they release one like every 20 years. And Japanese are over here making Sekiro, Bloodborne, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, Silent Hill. These are ridiculous. This is a crazy lineup to have and to come out of one single country. And generally their whole culture export is so big. It's like Tbilisi, Georgia and Tbilisi, Japan, and everyone loves it. But guys, I can't lie, it really is that cool. Not only are the cities extremely clean and safe and organized, and you can get to anywhere in Japan with public transport, but also every city is just filled with things to do. You can go be butt-ass naked in the onsen, you can enjoy your nerdy interests, every single artist comes there for a tour, you can have amazing food too, and food in Japan is like tasting that one childhood food you really loved every single time. After going to America,
Bro, he is glazing.
Only Georgians have good food, basically.
He is really glazing
Japan.
Japan.
In
Good
Japan
grief.
touches your taste buds, you are filled with pure euphoria. It's like tasting food for the first time. And the Wagyus, man, even the shit they sell in Family Mart and 7-Eleven is genuinely such high-tier, healthy food. And those are supposed to be like the slop, you know? The thing is, I really like Japan, but if they keep going like this, they will not make it. We need a new generation of talent to give us Naruto, Jojo, Berserk. Not make it. We need a new
Not inside each other so I can watch more JoJo, man. It isn't
generation of talent to give us Naruto, Jojo, Berserk. I want the future to experience peak just like I did.
Ja, sehr gut, ja, ja. Like when I was working in the airport, we used to look at as if they were there for 60 years.
Apartments in Tokyo so people don't have to live in 20 square meters. Kids want to do some shit like run around sometimes, you know? They want to do the Elon Musk thing. You can't do the Elon Musk thing in 15 to 20 square meters. And the government is trying some bullshit when it comes to raising the birth rate. Like they're trying everything when the answer is extremely simple. Just get bigger homes somehow. It's you in the government, not me, man. You can't expect me to tell you how to do it. Start sending landlords to an island or something, you know? Look what your neighbors did. Also, if you're a new viewer, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I'm a bit passportly challenged when it comes to visas, so I needed a visa for Japan too. And I would like to thank the consul in Georgia for giving me a visa, even though I was not prepared for it at all. Basically, what you have to do to get a Japanese tourist visa is get like 1 trillion different documents and then go to the consul. And I thought I was going there just to deliver the documents. I was not aware there was gonna be a person standing there asking me questions about my intentions to travel to Japan too. So I came very unprepared for that. The woman there asked me what I want to see in Tokyo, and I couldn't think of anything else, so I said I want sushi and beer. I can guarantee this is the first time anyone has mentioned I want beer while applying for a Japanese visa. So then she told me to come back in a couple days. And the thing is, they don't even tell you if they approve your visa. They told me to call them back in a couple of days, and then I called them, I asked them if I got a visa, and they told me to come and see, basically, into the consul. Bro, you're right there, man. Just tell me, please. I've been waiting for
Bro,
this
that
for
is
like a week,
insane.
but
That
I
is
did.
so shitty.
Thanks a lot to the Georgian consul of Japan for being so nice and cool. Anyways, Japan is goated. I know you enjoyed this video, so go ahead and click the like.
I did enjoy
and
this video.
subscribe with the notifications on. YouTube is dry as
Okay,
shit
we're
now,
being
so it'll
attacked.
be better for you to get some bangers on your recommended, you know? It's better for both of us. So, goodbye.
Shit. Okay, not a great start. Wait, this building does not have a path? See, this game is more of a demo. See how there's like some basic gameplay? This is good. I like this. This is a very good start for a demo. That video was funny, by the way. I remember now. Gatsu is a funny one. A funny sword. What is this? He gives up to you, governor guesses by it. No! Damn. That's messed up. Very sad, very sad. Do we just continue watching this? No. We'll find something else. Himbo will start in about 18 minutes? 25 minutes? Could watch a Hakim video and piss off everyone who hates quote unquote tankies. Just guess you gotta pay your taxes so you go now. Bro, I don't have any money, so I'm not the. I need to like unsubscribe from a lot of stuff. I need to just like tie all of their disgusting. Anyways, let's like this video. Sorry, give me just a moment. We need to find a video. Most racist countries in Europe. Oh, that would be funny. It could be funny. Maybe let's write maybe a not just bikes video. I just realized. I just remembered they exist. So every metro system should be this beautiful. 11 days ago. Yeah, that's fine.
This is a
that is a beautiful station.
metro station in Stockholm, and this is another one along the same metro line. There are dozens of stations here that are creatively decorated, which is why Stockholm refers to their metro as the world's longest art exhibition. I had seen articles and photos of the Stockholm metro before, but I figured these images were photoshopped to make them look more interesting than they really are. But no, they really do look.
It must be a pain to maintain though. Like, something that is important to remember is that depending on how you design things, it's gonna be not fun to maintain it.
Look this cool in person.
That's something to keep in mind.
Let me show you what I saw while visiting one of the world's most beautiful metro systems. A very, very quick announcement. I have a new show on
the video on the
Nebula
side.
called Day Pass. It's a travel show where I take you around a different city each episode while also riding as much public transit as possible. Check out the link in the description or stick around till the end to learn more. So I was in Stockholm for a few days before Christmas, so while I was in town, I wanted to explore the city and to see what improvements had been made since the last time I was here, almost 20 years ago. Unfortunately, in late December, there aren't a lot of hours of daylight, so I didn't spend much time filming outside, although it was nice to visit when the Christmas lights were out. Fortunately, one of the best things to see in Stockholm is underground, so I could film the metro at any time
This
of the
guy's
day.
very low HP.
And I was seriously impressed. I started my travels by following this list of beautiful stations on the Visit Stockholm website. I had seen articles about the art on the Stockholm Metro before, and there were always about a dozen stations featured, so I figured that these were the only nice ones. But the reality is that 90% of stations on the metro system have some kind of sculptures, paintings, light installations, tile mosaics, or other kinds of artwork. I am not exactly sure what criteria was used to decide on this particular list
They
of
level up,
stations.
something?
Perhaps some of the artists were
Oh
more
yeah,
famous than
they leveled
others.
up. Nice.
But I visited over 24 metro stations while I was in Stockholm, and many of these were just as beautiful as the ones on the Visit Stockholm website. With that being said, about half of the stations on the metro are outdoors, and these are much less impressive than the underground stations. There might be a few interesting sculptures like this one, but they're otherwise pretty utilitarian. Unless, of course, you consider this highway to be a work of art. Dystopian art, maybe? The large-scale immersive artwork mostly started in the 1970s, so any stations built before that date are much less impressive than later stations. In practice, that means the most interesting stations are along the Blue Line, which first opened in 1975, or any of the newer stations along the Green Line. This also means that there can be a big difference between the different platforms at transfer stations. For example, I was originally pretty disappointed when I first got to T-Centralen Station, which is on the list of beautiful stations. The tiles are nice enough, but it's not a very impressive station. The next time I arrived here, I was brought to this platform, which has some much nicer tile designs, and of course, as soon as I transferred to the Blue Line platform, it was immediately obvious why this station was on the list. This is probably the most photographed station in Stockholm, and it's the one that immediately comes up when you do an image search for Stockholm Metro. probably because it's the one that's directly connected to the main train station and commuter rail station. These huge blue and white patterns look even larger and more impressive in person than they do in photographs because they span across the entire station. There's an exit here to the main train station, as well as the Stockholm City commuter rail station. Another often photographed station is Stadion, with these colorful rainbow paintings covering every wall and ceiling. These stations feel very spacious when you're there in person, like you're in a giant cave. And I guess that's because you are in a giant cave, made of granite and bedrock. Many of the stations along the blue and green lines look like this, where the walls and ceilings were left unfinished, and then covered in sprayable concrete, sometimes called shotcrete, before being painted.
Nice.
Which gives this amazing cavernous look and makes every station feel very spacious.
But again, this kind of shit, I think, is very difficult to maintain. Then again, it is. I guess maybe that's why they sprayed it with concrete, because then it's easier to maintain. I just know that you don't want too many like holes, like tiny holes and stuff, because you know.
A great example of this is Solna Centrum, which is very often photographed to look like you're in some kind of evil cave. But when you visit in person, there are so many small details that don't come through in those viral photos, like these silhouettes of little houses. And there are also lots of splashes of color throughout, as well as this bizarre little diorama of a town with a flying tram. The rest of the station has all kinds of strange artwork and lots of green trees throughout. There are also other stations like Nekrosen that are smaller, but the open ceilings still make the station feel very spacious. I also love the escalator lights at this station. One of the things that pleasantly surprised me was just how many small details there were at many of these stations. You could pass through here dozens of times and still find new things. There's often a deeper story that the artist had in mind when designing each station, so if you're interested in learning more, you can book a guided tour of the metro system to get that context. What do you need? But it's also perfectly reasonable to do as I did, buy a day pass and visit stations from a list, or really even just ride the metro and get out at any station that looks interesting. I found it to be trivially easy to travel around from station to station because the trains arrive very, very frequently. I have filmed a lot of metro stations for this channel, and I always prefer to wait for a train to arrive or depart, as the video looks much more interesting with some movement. In some cities, I've needed to wait a long time to get the right shot, but in Stockholm, trains arrive so frequently that this was never a problem. And when I was filming this platform at Odenplan, the trains were arriving and departing every few minutes, so not only was it trivially easy to get a shot with a train in motion, I also got several shots with two trains arriving or departing at the same time. This platform has a display case with rotating artwork displays by recent art school graduates. This actually takes up a surprising amount of room on this narrow platform, but I guess it's sandwiched between
what he just said. I believe is fairly common.
Rotating artwork displays by recent art school graduate.
That is like similar to how what is it they say? I'm not confirmed this myself, but I think it's true. It's like if you were an architecture student in the Soviet Union, like your final project would be a bus stand. Like you'd basically design a bus stand, which would then be put down somewhere. I think that shit is very cool. I think that's a very cool idea, and also a way to like give back, like to immediately just benefit the people.
This
Hello,
takes up a surprising amount of room
how are you
on
doing?
This narrow platform, but I guess it's sandwiched between these creepy stairways to nowhere,
Your balls
so the
well?
space
Yes.
wasn't really being used.
We're just vibing.
This was one of the stations
Go back
that
from the
made
gym?
the
Hell yeah,
list,
mashallah.
but not for the metro station.
Get
but
that
rather as
gym
Citybanan
bud.
the newer commuter rail station connected to the metro station.
You're watching a Not Just
The
Bikes video
Citybanan is a
called
commuter rail
Every
tunnel.
Metro System Should Be This Beautiful, because apparently the metro system in Stockholm, I don't know if is it only Stockholm he's been talking about so far, or I think it is. Apparently the metro system there is very beautiful. Like look at this shit.
Station has unfinished, and then covered like you're in a giant cave, and I directly connected to the main train station and commute.
The metro system, the metro I was in the trains I was in Malmö were also really nice.
Commuter rail station.
And they're really cheap as well, at least for them.
But I guess it's sandwiched between these creepy stairways. This platform has a display case with rotating artwork displays by recent art school graduates. This actually takes up a surprising amount of room on this narrow platform, but I guess it's sandwiched between these creepy stairways to nowhere, so the space wasn't really being used anyway. This was one of the stations that made the list, but not for the metro station, but rather as Citybanan Odenplan, the newer commuter rail station connected to the metro station. The Citybanan is a commuter rail tunnel under the center of Stockholm that opened in 2017. This was built to allow faster commuter train travel through the city and to free up railway capacity on the surface so that more intercity trains could operate. The platform of Odenplan station has a spacious and modern design, but the most interesting part is the escalator with these neon lights that span across the ceiling.
Moving out.
The other Citybanan station is Stockholm City, which is connected to the main train station through this tunnel with these crazy shapes on the roof.
Standing by.
A lot of the art in the Stockholm Metro is made with tiles, and it's common to see stations
this game reminds me
built
of
in
their
the 1950s
buildings
that have tiles on the wall. These are very reminiscent of the tile designs in older stations in the Toronto subway as well, because tiles were very popular in metro stations built in the 1950s and 60s, which is why tiles like these are often just called subway tiles. So that tile theme is commonly used in the art in new metro stations in Stockholm too.
He's
Like
taking
this
a
wall
lot
in
of
Odenplan station made up of
veteran
thousands of
shapes.
small square tiles.
What do you need?
There are similar mosaics in other stations, like in this tunnel between the main train station and Teja Centralen metro station. Also, I just need to mention that I love the signage in the Stockholm train station. This clean
Ready to
white and
upgrade.
yellow design looks really great, and a lot of thought was put into making the wayfinding
Upgrade
clear,
buildings
so
to
it's
next
very
tier for
easy
higher
to
housing
find your way
income.
through the
Ooh.
station as a result. It was also really nice to see the station
Yes,
decorated for
please.
Christmas. In contrast, Bertoyet station, apologies for my bad Swedish pronunciation, really leans into
Don't
the
apologize for
1950s
that.
subway
You don't need
tile
to respect
aesthetic
Swedish
by
pronunciation.
recreating the original look of the station as it was built in 1952, including the original typeface and signage that was used at the time. These red garbage bins are not original, but were redesigned from photos of the original station when the station was renovated in 1997. They also added these neon lights on the ceiling, which aren't original, but I think they complement the rest of the 1950s station pretty well. Another tile artwork station is Toraldsplan that uses subway tiles like the pixels in pixel art. There are characters inspired by Pac-Man, Super Mario Bros., and many other classic
That's cool.
video games.
Hopefully nothing from
Isn't
Nintendo,
this
because they would
great?
sue the shit out of
I've
them.
taken so many commutes by
Nintendo are
public
awful.
transit in my life, and they would have been so much more joyful if the walls of my station were decorated like this. At Rinkeby station, tiles were used to create these detailed mosaics that are visible at several locations throughout the station. Another station that did the subway tiles theme well was Festerskogen, where the whole station is filled with all kinds of wacky, colorful artwork made from subway
That was
tiles.
close.
The colorful tiles contrast well with the gray rock background. For what it's worth, this station wasn't included in the list on the Visit Stockholm website. The last few stations that were on the list include Solnastrand. This station has sky cubes sunken into the walls, ceiling, and platform, and it was designed by Japanese sculptor Takashi Naraha.
Wait, sky cubes?
Ceiling and Solnastrand. This station has sky cubes sunken into the walls, ceiling, and platform.
That's
and it was
interesting, but I'm
designed
not
by
sure if I like
Japanese sculptor Takashi Naraha. It's pretty neat, but I found this station to be much less interesting than many of the others, so I assume it made the list because it was designed by a famous foreign artist, or maybe I just don't understand good art.
Okay, then
Another
what?
station I found underwhelming was Bargamosen. The only interesting features I saw were these colored glass panels. I'm probably missing something here. I was able to get a shot with two trains moving at the same time though, so
What is-
that's something.
This looks like...
I was colored glass panels. I'm probably missing something here. I was able to get a shot with two trains moving at the same time
It looks
though,
very
so
realistic, yeah.
that's something.
I don't mind this
I
design.
really
I
enjoyed
like this
Hallonbayen
stations.
Station though. The white walls
Dude, the train station in Helsinki is so beautiful. Like, it's just this huge, like, almost like a bunker. It's sick. I like it. It might actually have been designed as a bunker, as far for all I know.
Covered in children's drawings made the station feel so joyful. This just makes it so much nicer to wait for a train here.
So far, this game is a very good demo,
also
I
has
think.
wacky line drawings, as well as musical phrases on the themes of peace, the fight for women's rights, and environmental protection. This art was created by covering the station in a dark layer of stone, then a layer of concrete. The illustrations were then projected onto the walls, and the concrete was sandblasted away to show the dark stone underneath. Pretty cool. Tekniska Högskolan station has these really interesting
Technical high
formations
school
that look
station.
like they're carved into the rock.
Stupid
And
name.
these bizarre shapes
IMO.
and crazy paintings. And then one station further along the line is Universitetet, which is covered in scientific drawings.
Okay.
The and is Universitetet.
That literally just means the university. That's the name of the station. It's just the university.
Which is covered in and then one
Universitetet,
station
or like Universitetet,
further
as the Swedes
along
would
the
probably
line is
call it.
Universitetet, which is covered in scientific
Amusing.
drawings featuring the work of the 18th century Swedish biologist Carl Linnaeus, as well as
We'll talk
excerpts
about
from the UN Declaration of Universal Human Rights. I like this, but as a typography nerd, using a 0 in place of O on these tiles was triggering.
We need
I was also glad to see that the artwork wasn't only installed in the busiest stations in the city center, but also at suburban stations. Like here at Morby Centrum, which is at the very end of the red line. And it also has
Universität,
very cool lights
yeah.
on the escalators.
Almost the same as in German.
Speaking of the end of the line, at
Universität!
any station where trains could leave from more than one platform, there are these speakers on the ceiling that make a ticking noise on whatever side the train is leaving next. And the faster the ticking sound, the sooner the train will depart.
That is neat.
These were installed to help people with visual impairments, but like most accessibility improvements, they help everyone else too, as long as you know what to listen for. A station I regularly found myself at was Fridhemsplan because it's the main transfer point between the blue and green lines. The green line platforms are yellow with the shotcrete ceiling, and all kinds of different artwork displayed along the walls. And the transfer to the blue line really makes it feel like you're deep underground. There's also a tunnel to transfer to the bus station along with a departure board. I thought at first that this thing on the ceiling was a net to catch falling rocks or something, but on closer inspection, it was part of the artwork as well. The Blue Line platform has a nautical theme, with ship models and this compass on the wall, as well as lots of other random displays. Bizarre. I also enjoyed these childlike paintings along the platform. I have no idea why this station didn't make the list, as I found it to be more interesting than most. But one station that did make the list and wins the award for the most unhinged artwork is Kunstgarten at the end of the Blue Line. When I stepped off, I thought it looked pretty similar to the other stations I had seen along the Blue Line, just with these candy cane-like stripes across the platform and the occasional gargoyle head. It was also interesting to see that they have what looks like bare natural rock without a concrete covering. The more I walked through this station, though, the crazier it got, with bizarre statues and random art. Some of these stone pieces are apparently the actual ruins of the 17th century royal palace that used to be located nearby, but burned down and was demolished in the 1800s. Where do you think this door goes? I couldn't manage to get it open. I was actually getting off at this station, and as I was going up the escalator, I noticed that this is one of the stations with this crazy diagonal elevator. There are a few stations that have cool elevators like this that run alongside the escalator, and they move crazy fast. I like these. But what I really appreciated is how the entrance to the station was on a car-free street with a bike path running through it. Pretty nice. Incidentally, I filmed this scene at 4 in the afternoon and it was already this dark, so yeah, I'll be coming back in summer if I want to make a video about any of the stuff on the surface. Anybody who watches this channel regularly knows that I really, really hate it when a metro exit drops you off at the side of a busy road. The area around a rapid transit stop is some of the most valuable land in the entire city, so it shouldn't be wasted on car infrastructure.
Oh shit!
So I was very happy to see that Stockholm does a pretty good job of ensuring that the exits to their metro system are pedestrian friendly, with many exits bringing metro riders directly to pedestrianized or low-car streets. And this was the case even at many of the suburban stations I visited, such as here at Tinsta. This station brings metro riders directly to a pedestrianized square, even though it's a very suburban station.
Shit!
Tinsta also had some great artwork. The artist clearly leaned into the cave idea and put Neolithic-inspired cave drawings all over the walls.
Shit!
And what
They're destroying my buildings!
School notes with
No!
doodles on it.
Stop!
Relate. It's just so wonderful to ride a transit system where so much care and thought has been put into making the experience pleasant and enjoyable for transit riders. Obviously, it helps that the Stockholm Metro is quite extensive and that the trains arrive with regular frequency. But there's something to be said about traveling through beautiful places as you ride the Metro. There's also value in bringing art to the general public, to people who may never consider going to an art gallery, but who will ride the Metro on a regular basis. One of the unexpected benefits of station artwork is that each station gets its own identity, and that changes the way you think about it and remember it. There is evidence to suggest that these unique stations make the transit system easier to navigate, as people can more easily build a mental map of where they are and where they're going, compared to a metro system where
it's annoying there's not a rebuild button somewhere.
It really does feel different riding the Metro in Stockholm compared to most other cities. But
oh shit, they're expanding this way, I think.
How can Stockholm afford to make their metro system so beautiful while other cities are struggling to build even ugly utilitarian transit? Well, I did some research on that, and it's actually really interesting, as it starts to show the absurdity of the typical lowest bidder public transit mentality that is prevalent in so many other cities. For example, I read that the unfinished look of a station like this actually cost the government less than if they had produced a typical finished metro station instead, because those finishings are more expensive than the art. Though apparently this raw design does have higher maintenance costs for things like moisture control, and the transit operator needs to pay to maintain the art, which varies each year depending on what work needs to be done, but is typically between 10 to 15 million Swedish kronor annually, or about 1 to 1.5 million euros per year.
That is a lot.
The metro operator has also said that the artwork discourages vandalism and graffiti, which is a major cost for public transit operators, and while it doesn't totally offset the cost of the art, it does reduce what they would pay in overall maintenance. Of course, another reason why Stockholm can afford to provide these beautiful stations is because their metro and rail construction costs have been historically quite low, especially compared to other European cities. A big part of the reason for that is that Stockholm has relied heavily on experts within the public sector instead of farming everything out to private sector contractors and public-private partnerships. Unfortunately, neoliberal politicians within the Swedish government have been pushing to reduce the role of government in future projects, which will likely have the same effect that it has had in other countries, funneling lots of tax dollars into private sector profits instead of providing more value to the public. I'll put a link to this report in the description if you'd like to learn more. Regardless of costs, though, this artwork has real benefits. It makes it clear to everyone that the government cares about public transit and treats public transit riders like first-class citizens. And when that happens, people are more likely to want to take public transit. They will also have a sense of civic pride about their transit system and will want it to be successful, and that can only be a good thing, especially for public support for future transit projects.
I don't like this button for destroying.
Stockholm is currently constructing 18 new stations, the largest expansion to the metro system in 50 years. And of course, these new stations will have new artwork as well. When constructing new stations, the Stockholm region budgets about 1% of the total cost of the station to go to artwork, which is expected to work out to about 10 million kroner, or about 1 million euro per station.
I think that's
honestly,
quite decent.
Given the societal benefits alone, that seems like a great
deal. I think that's
And
great,
it
and
makes
it's
for a metro
only
system
1%.
that feels inviting and one that people actually want to use, which should be the ultimate goal of any transit system.
Not just spikes, it's
I know
a
whenever
really good
I
like
visit a new city,
propaganda
one of the
channel.
first things
I'm
I like to do
like
is
really good
explore
for
the
just
transit
this low
system.
key, low cut
Riding public
propaganda.
transit gives you an authentic view of the city and helps you better understand what life is like for the people who live there. If you
Oh,
feel
'cause,
the
like,
same, and let's face it, if
taverns.
you've made it this far through the video, you almost certainly do, then let me tell you about my new Nebula show, Day Pass. Day Pass is a travel show where
Sure,
I
we'll
go
hear about
around the
Day
city
Pass.
to see
Why not?
interesting urbanist and cultural locations, while also
This
riding
place
as
is
much public
destroyed so
transit
many
as
times
possible. The first episode is available right now on Nebula, and I start the series in the most suitable place possible, Nantes, in France, the city that had the world's first public transit route. You can watch the first episode of Day Pass right now in the Nebula app on your phone or TV, or by going to nebula.tv/daypass. If you're not familiar with Nebula, it's a subscription streaming service that's owned and operated by creators, not venture capitalists, private equity, or big tech. Which is why Nebula can afford to support creators and to give them a platform to make the videos they want to make. When you sign up to Nebula, you not only support this channel and get early access to all of my future videos, you also get access to thousands of videos from over 250 talented creators, all without any ads
Okay,
or
I'm
sponsorships.
not great at this
You'll
type
also
of
get
game.
access to
Oh well.
Nebula
Ooh,
Originals,
indeed.
which includes
So they mean
unique shows
they
like
do
Day
even more
Pass,
damage.
but
Wait.
also documentary
Very
films
good.
and many other videos that are only available
What was that
on
sound he
Nebula.
made?
It's amazing what can be accomplished when you cut big tech out of the picture.
My stones here.
Nebula also has gift cards, and my Dutch viewers will be glad to know that you can buy them with Ideal.
Ooh,
You can
Dutch.
send one to yourself if you just want to try Nebula without using a credit card. So, if you want to support a streaming service with
Ooh,
lots
Dutch
of
people are not
original,
real.
high-quality videos that's also dedicated to making
You mean
creators
FPS?
the best that they can
What,
be,
sorry?
then consider signing up.
Wait, what? Why are you saying FPS? This is an RTS. I think I'm good at FPS and that kind of shit.
To Nebula.
I'm just like specifically this type of game. Like I'm not very good at. Not very good at because I'm like this game is not this type of game. Actually, it might be, it might just be RTS in general. I think RTSs are just like don't mesh very well with ADHD because you forget to check important things all the time. Like you forget to check things all the time, and with an RTS, you need to check everything constantly. Like you need to like. You should almost just like set up a system for just going around and checking things, you know? And I'm not very good at that.
If you sign up using the link go.nebula.tv
Alright,
slash not just
everyone
bytes,
remember to go there and support them. Alright, time to watch the himbo. What is the himbo saying?
Slammed. Unk. I've just had it on my phone and also on every television in the home. And I'm just standing up, getting as close as possible.
No, I see a second place Command and Conquer 3.
behind my back.
Nice. I want to play
watching the TV,
the Command and Conquer games.
keeping up with what's going on, and of course, because Iran is striking Qatar and numerous other Gulf states, the Al Jazeera coverage is nowhere near as favorable as it once would have been. Al Jazeera always has had issues with Iran, regardless. But you know,
yeah, Al Jazeera's coverage
we try to monitor the
less
situation.
good.
We try to monitor the situation to the best of our ability, as the rest of the Arab world does, as the rest of the world does. You know. But Half Day Hasi is back. You already know what it is. Hassan Abi Waiting Room just rated with 98 viewers. Butts.org. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Iran just hit a U.S. base right now. Oh, no, I know. I know.
Has there been a moment where they haven't been hitting US bases?
What the hell? So early for this, man. That's crazy. You Jew hating.
So better than Western media. Yeah. Oh, for sure. 1000%. Like there's still, I think there's still so much more fair. Like despite literally being at pretty much, maybe not a war, but like in a similar state, like in a state of conflict with Iran.
Whenever like someone who's super pro-Israel that's also Islamophobic describes what they think all of these other Muslim countries are doing, which are very different from one another, but they lump them all in together, and everything that they were saying directly is Israel. like literally everything you just described about like how much you hate Islam and how much you hate Muslims in general you could just say about Israel, which is precisely the reason why everybody fucking hates Israel. At least everybody knowledgeable, everybody in proximity to Israel, everybody under the crushing oppressive thumb of Israel.
This game is really nice. I would definitely want to check out the game after release.
Well. So, like,
see,
you know,
this is a like. Oh, I should not pause him. I should just turn it down.
Really despise Israel. Now, of course,
like
we're not,
this game.
We're not gonna say like this.
This is a really good demo, I would say. Like so far, like it doesn't need to have a lot of gameplay, but it doesn't artificially, at least not yet. It's not artificially reduced the amount of game time I have, and that's something I personally appreciate a lot. And also, there's some features. There's some gameplay you can do. You can fight these things. You can build up your settlement. There's some basic gameplay, you know.
Consistently continues to do.
And also upgrades. Like this is genuinely a good demo.
Okay, man.
I would say.
So here's the thing. A lot is going on in the world right now. By the way, R.I.P. Ahmadinejad, who was killed. For the record. Oh my God, Murat, you are so fucking annoying. I don't know if you guys can hear him. Going crazy mode on the bike outside.
We can't hear it.
But yeah, we're going to talk a lot about what's going on, the intelligence failure, numerous points failure in the Israeli-American campaign, the death and destruction that befall the Iranian population once again, what the next state plan is here, and a lot more. I'm just going to blast off, and we're going to get right into it because, dude, you are so fucking loud. You're not sorry. That's what every guy with a motorbike, every guy with a motorbike loves saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a fucking loud, obnoxious asshole." Loud pipe save lives. Okay. All right. Anyway.
Nice. 11 gas. Good. Iranian politician, former Iranian president. Oh shit. Wasn't he one of the moderates?
U.S. service members die for Israel. And more. Get in now. We can't hear it. Leave him alone. Okay, well, it's good. I'm glad you can't hear it, but I can. He says, "Thank you, chat." All right, do we have a?
Thank you, chat.
Do we have a blast off meme or what? Because I'm gonna get right into it. I don't have shit going on in my life. Have you seen Professor Xiang's predictive history channels? A Canadian Chinese Yale grad educator, excellent analysis of history and politics. You should have it on ASAP. No. Yeah,
whoa.
Amir Israel bombed a hospital.
Hassan doesn't want to have him. I'm messed up.
Oh.
Okay. We need to make use of some of these blood rubies. I think I'll let me blood rubies. Blood rubies is a little bit of a sus name. Let's not think about that too much.
Anyway. Do we have the playlist? Gaming with Murat when? 0 days off. So scared as an Iranian. Is Tel Aviv still being bombed? Yes, Tel Aviv is still very much being bombed. We're going to talk about all of that and more. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, okay, we'll use the Epstein's Fury one. Actually, you know what? We'll use both.
Epstein's Fury? Oh, what he said. What the shit is that? This enemy is higher level. Is a higher level than the swarm.
I know.
Spawner?
I know. Just hold on.
Okay, I don't like the look of that enemy.
The pedophilic petrocapitalist Epstein billionaire class is at it. Okay, is at it again.
Lots of small
that there is,
things here.
Look, I will say
should be easy enough to kill.
Okay, we here in the Western world, in the heart of empire, have had it quite fanciful for far too long. Okay. That's what it is.
Let's make
we don't get to be under the boot. We get to sometimes wear the boot, or at least lace the straps of the boot, you know. And in comparison to those who are under the boot, we are doing much better. We're doing much better than they are. Now, the reality of the matter is, however, it's not like we're still doing all that great, especially in comparison to how great we could be doing. especially if we just didn't choose to fucking blow up every goddamn country on the planet at the behest of a petro-capitalist, pedophilic billionaire class that is parasitic in nature, simply has an unlimited appetite for murdering children, destabilizing entire countries, extracting their natural resources, and making sure that Israel remains intact as it advances its fascist Zionist project. It's unfortunate, but we are dominated by these fucking monsters. But in the process of this domination, there are instances where you know, there are countries that push back. Okay, countries that push back that might not be the best countries, especially when it comes to their domestic affairs. Iran obviously is one of these examples that we're going to be talking about today. But the reason why the American government, the Amer-Israeli government, the coalition forces of the you know, pedophilic, petro-capitalist Epstein class, the reason why they want to strike at Iran is to, you know, stop that from happening, because they dare defy the American design in the region.
Yeah, how could they?
So
very messed up.
Sometimes, due to sheer sophisticated weaponry, due to the sheer manpower, due to the numbers, the American side wins, and in many cases, the American side does a pretty solid job of like dominating everybody else, at least for an extended period of time, until the war of atrophy makes it unsustainable, and then they back away, right? I will tell you, the way that people are covering this,
we need to build one of these research books. We need to save up some wood.
Has been not so great.
That gave us a very useless resource.
It's not been great at all, to say the least. There is a lot of misinformation flying around, but also there's a lot of improper assessments being made. For example, the American government itself has also leaned into this misinformation. I saw it last night. I was actually going to retweet it. I didn't. U.S. CENTCOM came out with a statement. By the way, we're blasting off. I hope everyone is getting in, and we're live. We're alive. There's a lot to go through. There's a lot to cover, and I'm going to be covering all of it and more. Where is the do we have the
Q and W is how you switch the things? It's a little bit silly.
Do we have the war of attrition, not atrophy? Did I say atrophy? Yes, attrition.
Yeah, war. He said war. Which to be fair, I'm not sure if that is that wrong.
The Iranian diaspora are unhinged. Dude, let him be unhinged, man. What are you gonna do? They think this is good. They want to believe that this is good. No, this is not what I was looking for. This is not what I was looking for. I was looking for the CENTCOM tweet from last night. I don't know if they actually deleted it or not.
As you command.
All set.
Okay. This is the CENTCOM update, but that's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is something entirely different. What I'm looking for is the early CENTCOM update that came last night. The fact check one. Wait. Nope, that's not the right fact check. That was also bullshit. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh my God, Operation Epic Fail. Okay, here it is. So last night, I saw this tweet. Okay, this tweet that came at 2 p.m. yesterday. And I thought to myself, oh no, oh no, no, no. I thought to myself,
He's such a my man.
Let me explain something to you. Do you see something here?
What is it? Fact
US
check.
Central Command comes out of nowhere and says the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members. Lie! There have been no reported U.S. casualties. And I thought, that's strange. Why the fuck?
Is that?
Why?
I don't think that's true.
Why are they saying that? Was that even a thing? Right? Was that
I
even
don't think
a thing that people were saying?
I don't think Iran has claimed to kill anyone
The RGC
yet.
claims the U.S. Navy ship was struck by a missile. Lie. And that's when I realized, oh my God, they actually probably did kill American service members, because they definitely did strike a U.S. Navy ship. I saw it with my own 2 damn eyes. I saw it through the lens of a Chinese tourist in Tel Aviv.
What?
In Chinese, filming it, posting it on a Chinese social media application.
That's
saw
funny.
it. We
Well,
all
Chinese
saw it.
spy,
So I was like,
more
well,
like.
that's a fucking lie. They're literally saying no U.S. Navy ship has been struck. Nope, a supply ship had absolutely been struck. So I thought, very weird that they're saying that. And then they said, the Iranian regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. Lie. And I thought, that's also strange. Because especially the one in Bahrain has been hit quite a bit. Like the Bahrain naval base that the United States has is basically like the ugly duckling of the pile. Iran is just fucking hammering that bitch. Literally non-stop. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what kind of smoke they have. Maybe they think like if they really rile up the Shia base in Bahrain, they can just like overthrow the government or something. Cause like they've just decided actually our fire, our smoke, we have it for Israel, we have it for America. But motherfuck the UAE and Bahrain in particular has been the attitude from the IRGC. I don't listen. They have a horizontal structure. Okay? They have a horizontal structure in their command and control in their operations, and
why can it give?
Clearly it doesn't matter like that the
it's orders on what to target.
And the Iranian military, well, not the Iranian military, sorry. Remarkable clip in here, which actually says the regime has no longer any effective command and control over the IRGC. We're going to talk about that. The IRGC is in charge. But what you also have to understand, as Arakshi correctly explains in this clip, which I saw earlier, is that, and this is what I mean when I say there's been a spectacular intelligence failure on behalf of the Amer-Israeli side, or the media has also just like kind of dropped the ball in their explanations here. While the Ayatollah has final say on all of these decisions, they have developed like multiple parallel structures here, especially with respect to
my cousin,
respect to the IRGC and the military or the military operations that they've the military
what a coincidence
systems that they've put in place, even if there is some kind of decapitation strike, okay? And that is clear. Like you cut the head of like one of the snakes, and then 3 other heads appear, and there's also a body structure that exists.
I mean, it's more like a Hydra in that case.
Completely intact.
Silly Hassan.
Like the Ayatollah gets killed, it doesn't matter. This is what I was trying to explain to you guys yesterday. It's basically like a Hydra system, right? The Americans and the Israeli side made it seem as though if they just like chopped
Better
down
night,
the heads
nice.
of the IRGC,
more
then
attack
they
damage
can
and
have
more
a
health.
contingency
Good.
plan. It'll be a
That's
state of panic, and
Sure.
basically like the people will rise up, and the Iranian population will seize control over their own destiny. They'll rise up. They'll take over the bases. They'll hand over their ballistic missiles program to Israel, and they'll live happily ever after as servants of the petro-capitalist pedophilic billionaire Epstein class and the empire. You know, you roll end credits, empire wins, whatever, right? But real life is not a fucking Marvel movie. These guys are a very
Resident Evil 9 Requiem win. I'll go. If you buy it from me, I'll play it. Actually, no, I'm not gonna promise that. If I get,
make no mistake, but there's still a
if I get like, if I reach 50 subscribers and people want it, then I will play it.
Oh, they're just like the Taliban, brother. That's what I heard in the fucking news. Like they don't know anything. Like they're all running around in flip-flops. Like how dare they defy our
Because then I will also have enough money to buy it.
You're gonna get the wrong assessment. You're gonna make
and also I will have some incentive because I do not by myself want to play it. Like I have no interest in playing it whatsoever. How many chicken? Many chicken probably.
While simultaneously unloading a barrage of short-range missiles at every fucking American base in the goddamn region, including hotels and apartment complexes that a lot of the service members have ran into and are staying in. Because here's the other side of the story. I mean, I can't speak for Dubai. I kind of feel like the UAE strikes are just personal. Like, you can have just maybe some one rogue like IRGC team that's like, I really fucking hate Dubai, bro. I fucking want to punish them and whatnot. But like, when you see those images of like apartment complexes being struck by Shahed drones, and you're like,
shit.
what the fuck are they doing? Why are they like hitting civilian infrastructure? This is not a justification for it, by the way. It's still illegal technically. But the reason why they're doing that on top of blowing up these fucking American bases is because there's around, I would say, 10 to 20% of ground troop mobilization in comparison to like the war in Iraq, right? But they're still there. There's still service members in the region, and you can't really fly
sending
them
this guy
out
back to the
away
wheeling
from
thingy.
you can't really take all the armed service members from the bases that exist in this region and just fly them to Israel, because then you're putting a bigger
where
and a bigger target. You're
wave incoming 60 seconds.
For Iran to
good thing I have some
pummel Israel because all
defenses.
the armed service members are there.
Yeah.
Great, right?
Oh, very few.
So what they ended up doing is they withdrew their forces.
Actually, I
from the
don't
base.
know
The
which
American
side
government
they'll
withdrew
attack
their
from
forces from the military bases. The military bases are still like half operational, where all of the where all the radar and the sophisticated early advanced warning systems are, and they took all of the guys and put them in hotels and put them in, like, you know, civilian infrastructure.
Okay, we really need barracks so we can recruit some. Oh, actually, wait, no, we did make one. Crossbow autoloader. Make them have more attack speed. That would be useful. Chainmail armor. Make them have more HP. Yes. First, let's just build a bunch of outlasts
What I think is
and
somewhat
a
embarrassing
couple nights.
about America's actions so far is that while they brought up the fucking armada, 50% of our naval assets, tens of billions of dollars. I mean, we're talking USS Gerald Ford, the poop chute, as you might know, is $13 billion to walk. It's a fucking moving island, right? And all
Why does
of
this one
these,
cost so much?
all of these naval assets are moving into the region, and yet the bases can't defend themselves. And one must ask the question, why? And I think it's because the American government, the Department of Defense, basically decided we just pull out from the bases, we eat the fucking costs of whatever kind of bombing campaigns take place on the American bases, but we protect Israel. Because there's a limited amount of resources at play here, even with the United States of America, the most powerful nation on the planet, the most sophisticated military on the planet. It is very, very difficult to maintain a protective stance with Israel, especially as the Iranian ballistic missiles are more sophisticated than they previously had thought. This is one, again, an intelligence failure, right? The anti-defense systems that Israel has and the Americans have, like the THAADs that they brought into Israel with American soldiers that are operating said THAADs, for example, are also not as good at interceptions as we also previously thought. That's intelligence failure number 2. Okay? And what is going on here is Iran, the singular nation in the region, with some help from the Houthis in Yemen, right? The Ansar Allah movement in Yemen, are causing as much attrition as possible and causing as much economic damage and instability as possible to the whole region, while simultaneously continuously pummeling Tel Aviv. What's really interesting, what's really remarkable about this is that American generals actually had a much more sober analysis about this, and clearly Donald Trump was not listening to them, and that's precisely the reason why they kept fucking explaining to the media, kept leaking to the media that if we do this, it's going to be a spectacular problem, right? They wanted to wash their hands over the casualties. They were like, we did our due diligence. We told Trump, he didn't listen, because There was another guy out there who was in Trump's ear over and over again, telling him everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. just strike Iran and
Bro.
it'll be good. It'll be so good.
Incredible accent.
That guy was
like
Benjamin
impersonation.
Netanyahu. And it's very clear.
Shit.
Very
Why
clear
do
that
I-
the Trump administration is comprised entirely of the fucking weird
I guess.
philo-Semitic boomers that are, you know, close in his orbit.
Anyway, bro just said buy it for me so I can
themselves.
still refuse to play it. No, I. That's why I said that I don't want you to buy it for me because I would refuse because I don't want to play it. I have no. I don't like playing horror games. Like if I play them, it's purely
high priority
because.
targets that the Iranian population will rise up, and Iran will not be able to actually withstand this this decapitation strike, and it'll be just like Hezbollah. It'll be like Hassan Nasrallah. If you recall, they pummeled Lebanon over and over again, and they took out a lot of the missile launching capabilities of Hezbollah. And in the aftermath of that, the Hezbollah fighting force didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. They could not even recover from Hassan Nasrallah's assassination.
What
Part of
is
that?
that?
Is because Hezbollah
Spitter.
is a paramilitary force with a party.
Why is he
in
making
a
those weird
nation
sounds?
that is not a sovereign nation
Also,
inside of Lebanon.
you guys send these streams.
Iran is a sovereign nation. Iran has the
let's-
entire force
Wave coming.
of
3 seconds.
93
Let's make a save.
93 million people. Why are you
Game
saying
one
like,
is
what the
one.
heck, Hassan? Like what? Philo-Semitic, as in like the other side of anti-Semitism.
What is that sound?
Still an otherization of Jews.
Oh.
And this notion that like you know the
I'm gonna pause for just a moment.
idea
We're back.
that, like Israel's capabilities are beyond, you know, like the Japanese imperial forces that thought, you know, Jews were magic money people. I think that there are definitely some older boomers in the conservative movement that that have this kind of assessment where they're like, yeah, you know how it is, you know how Israel is, it's the Jewish nation, they're all fucking super smart guys, you know. I mean, Trump has done this over and over again. He literally, Mike Huckabee is a great example of this as well. Anyway, so Tel Aviv getting smacked right now. Ninth wave just went off. Lots of destruction videos are going to be pouring in. I know. So, genuine question. Why does Trump admin believe Israel's intelligence more than our own? Great question. This is not the first time Donald Trump has done this. He's kind of a fucking idiot. I'm going to be honest. He's kind of stupid. He did this with like Russia too. I think he truly thinks like when a hot guy comes in, when a strong man comes in that he's like fond of, and I don't even think he fucks with Netanyahu that much as opposed to like Vladimir Putin, who he really wants to fuck. I think he just literally goes, nah, my generals are woke. They want to stop me from doing glory. It's truly about who gets to convince him. It's truly about who gets to convince him better. And his current cabinet appointees are not actually fucking smart people at all. They're morons. And they're sycophants. So they just kind of sit there and if Benjamin Netanyahu has the capability of greasing the fucking wheels and telling him everything he wants to hear, right? And obviously there's also a lot of money involved here as well. He's gonna listen. It's very clear. He's gonna listen. And it takes a while for him to like recognize the truth. It takes a while for him to go, wait a minute, you lied to me. This is not working, right? Like nation states have the capacity, unlike ever before, to single-handedly charm the dear leader at this point. It's very, very interesting. There are, however, people that can't charm him. Like Maduro was one of those guys. I don't know why he just like had extra smoke for Maduro always. But like, I think people just go into that fucking meeting and say all the right words, and he listens to them, and they glaze him, and they tell him like, you'll be a legend, you'll kill the Ayatollah, you'll save Iran, or like you'll make Iran into a beautiful opportunity for Trump. Like we'll build Trump towers everywhere in Iran. Tehran will be entirely, you know, Trump territory. They will love you. Look at all these fucking diaspora guys that love you already. All this stuff. And I think he believes it. And then when generals come in, even like Raisin Kane comes in, who is also sycophantic in his own way, okay? And comes in and tells him, no, dude, we're not gonna have enough missiles left if you do this. And he goes, that's not what my beautiful friends over at Israel told me, and I really believe them. You know how the Jews.
Okay, I'm back.
They got the
Sorry, mate.
Power. They got the magic.
Let's call my family real quick.
I love my Jews. I'm gonna go with the Jews. And then he just fucking says, no, we're doing it. Like, I think that's if I was a fly on the wall, I think that's what I would have observed, especially considering that you will see
which path are they going to take?
Something unprecedented. I went to sleep feeling hopeless, and I woke up with an entirely new, refreshed perspective. I think Donald Trump is gonna try to find like a Pyrrhic victory here for himself. He's gonna try to carve out like a success story for himself. And now it's entirely in the hands of Iran. If Iran's like, no, we're pulling a Vladimir Putin, fuck that, actually. We're gonna keep pummeling. Donald Trump is cooked. Do you understand?
Arrow at the ready. Bow in hand.
Nice, we've got more obelisks.
Regime fills
We should probably make another wall here, just in case.
I don't even think this is from this year. Also, it's surprising because Arash Azizi is not even like fucking what? I don't think this is from today, by the way. I think this is an old video. It's from like 2020 or something. I don't know why these guys who are not even like pro IRGC are doing like pro IRGC propaganda almost. Yeah, so for years, if not decades, neocons have tried to manufacture consent for regime change and war with Iran by painting it as a cakewalk due to the lack of support for the regime. But just as anti-regime Iranians are real, so alas the regime backers. Yeah.
Okay, it seems like they are coming from this way.
Being weird about the fake news.
Shit.
But yes, of course, there's a fucking solid base of support within Iran for the regime. People are so dumb. Yeah, the this is real. Yeah, I think this is the real one. Gigantic crowd in Isfahan. Naqsh Jahan Square to mourn Supreme Leader Khamenei. Like, people are so fucking delusional. This is what I mean. There is a serious information vacuum. There is a serious stupidity problem in this fucking country. People who are even well-read, people who want to understand the truth, still get biased reporting from mainstream outlets and think they have the full scope, the full understanding of exactly what's going on. And not only that, but then they also turn around and yell at motherfuckers like me who are like, that's not how things are. I'm gonna try to explain this to you as to the best of my ability. And people go, shut the fuck up. You love the IRGC. You love the Ayatollah. Why are you not listening to the diaspora Iranians? Why are you not listening to the NPR reports that go and ask people in Tehran how excited they are about being bombed and whatnot? Like, it's very frustrating. Okay, it's very, very frustrating. They go, that's misinformation. Why? Because I don't want to hear what you have to say, and it's very stupid. I've told you time and time again that while the regime is unpopular, there is still a very popular base of support for the regime itself. Okay? That's standing by.
Nice, easy peasy, cleared the wave.
Projected winner, Ayatollah State.
We have 9 out of 8 Arcana. I don't know what we can use that for. Maybe when we once have enough wood, eventually have enough wood, we'll find out.
No fan of the IRGC whatsoever. One thing that is consistently overlooked in Western discourse about Iran is the state's base of popular support. Millions who sincerely believe in the project of the Islamic Republic. And the notion that these people will just disappear in a post-IR Iran is deeply fanciful. Ironically enough, if you ask the fucking Gulf states or if you ask any of the Sunni Muslim majority countries, this is the reason why they want to fucking bomb Iran. Okay? This is the reason why they hate Iran. Okay? at least they have a better understanding of the fervor demonstrated by the popular fucking base of support for the Ayatollah, for the Shia version of Islam, like the ways in which the governments are supposed to work, like the true Islam, right? Because this is where that sectarian division actually does come into play. While most people say we're all Muslim, who gives a shit, there is a differing attitude in this fucking region for this, and also all of the other, you know, conflicts that have taken place in both Syria and everywhere else, where on the one hand you have the fucking the Wahhabist sects, the Salafist brigades and whatnot, and you have the Shia response to that, the IRGC and Hezbollah and the like, constantly fucking fighting against one another.
Right, we need to make a road.
Don't generalize. Most Sunnis don't hate Iran. No, I'm not. I'm talking about like regional leadership. All the way from Turkey to Saudi Arabia to every other one of these, to all these other countries, right? How's your dog? Dude, there's something really funny about, you know, America going into another fucking World War Epstein style situation.
World War Epstein?
Dumbfuck saw like a tweet from one of these like pro-Israel meme accounts that can't actually fucking talk about, you know, Tel Aviv getting destroyed by Iranian missiles, so they have to be like, oh, I bet Hassan's gonna be real mad and he's gonna like murder his dog in anger. And then that of course goes viral on Twitter, and then dumbfucks come in here and they're like, hey, I know there's like a possible cataclysmic event taking place right now where billions of our American tax dollars are going to be expended at the behest of Israel, and you know, American service members have already died and they're going to continue dying in the process for Israel. But I just wanted to say, like, my real interest right now is whether or not you, a content creator I don't like, for offering analysis that I don't want to hear,
an accountable available amount, which is on research upgrades.
Yes, dude.
Okay, and then we can get upgrades. Ah, neat. Okay. Empower off your account to a deity. You may then choose one of the received options to empower.
So this is another one of the
Knights
problems.
heal themselves for 8% of missing health for each attack.
With,
Ooh, I would like that.
Media class
very much.
Not giving
And both
you the full
connecting essences are empowered. This mind essence also counts towards your talent.
Not telling you exactly what's going on.
Oh, okay, and then you get these other upgrades. Nice.
Please don't
increase the supply range of plants by 75%. Increase the range of units by 20%. I think range of units and.
Is the rotisserie chicken?
Oh, you only get to select one each. Oh, no, one of each. Okay, I see. Increase the range of defensive structures by 3, or reduce the blood ruby cost of ascension upgrades by 80%. Let's take the.
Why don't you explain where she is, brother? Are you fucking stupid? Every morning she goes to the park.
Not available in this version of the game. Okay, there's only 3 upgrades.
Why do you guys
a little bit
genuinely
unfortunate,
think
but
that
whatever.
there is some fuckery going on? It's very,
Nice.
very strange. I'm gonna unban you.
Oh shit.
But it's just such an odd thing. It's such an odd thing to be like, this is what I genuinely care about. Like, I'm beginning to understand that if like Anderson Cooper had a fucking live chat on CNN, this is all the chat would look like. He'd be like, all right, we're tuning in live to Isfahan Square, where there's a lot of, you know, pro-regime
Let us
protesters.
upgrade
the how did you do your hair
things
today?
a little bit
I need to
with
know how your hair looks. I need to know what
crossbow autoloader.
what product do you use in your hair? Anderson, will you blow my back walls out, please?
What do you? It will be done. Give me your order. Moving out. What do you need? Moving out.
So, it's because you respond to them? Yeah, that's true. As I was saying,
Okay, you guys need to go heal here.
Lock in, everybody. Lock in!
And you guys can just continue destroying that building.
So I gave you a couple different points of intelligence failure and a couple different points of like misinformation, basically, that's been running amok, that has caused people to take totally incorrect positions on this issue so far. This doesn't mean that like Iran is going to be
I like
stable
the art
and
style,
continue pummeling
like the
Israel or anything
architecture
like
style
that.
as well. This game.
You know, things could very well collapse later down the line. But having said that, for the time being, as I explained to you yesterday,
okay, we need to actually make this research.
Well, the Ayatollah is dead. Before the full confirmation came in, I kept saying over and over again, even if the Ayatollah is dead,
more buildings.
Iran has has developed contingency plans specifically for this reason, like specifically for this exact same thing happening. So if you undermine your foreign adversary, if you feel like Iran is a foreign adversary and you undermine them, you're gonna make a mistake. For Christ's sake, you're an ISIS agent. An ISIS agent. This is the other side of the story.
I love when people are just being racist.
Unimaginably obtuse and incredibly dumb and not knowing anything. Iran and ISIS are not aligned with one another. ISIS and Israel are aligned with one another. ISIS and America oftentimes are aligned to the same interests against Iran, ironically enough.
Yup.
So, my suspicion,
At your command.
my suspicion is that the Americans,
you guys go over here,
led by faulty Israeli intelligence, came into this with
again
a lot of confidence, thinking that if they did a decapitation strike where they took out like a bunch of the IRGC commanders and also the Ayatollah himself, that the Iranian state would basically collapse, and then there would be a lot of, like, they would not be able to attack, they would not be able, it would not be able to strike back. They would take out their missile silos and their missile launchers, and then what would come after that is a popular mobilization of the forces on the ground, and then the Iranian government would just collapse in and of itself, right?
Another night and
unfortunately for them, that's not what happened. Delayed autistic guppy says,
yay! Research provides increased resource capacity with blood roofs, wooden gas. Yes, let's do that. And also more range.
Completely disagree on normalizing relations with Israel.
Upgrades for everything.
Deaths of civilians in the 12-day war to Israel, not the regime. Even in the unreliable hyper diasporoid Gaman polls, Israel has a plurality disapproval in Iran. Yes. That's the other side of the story as well. And I think Israel knows that, for the record. I think Israel knows that, which is part of the reason why they would rather just completely fucking turn Iran into Libya rather than allow it to have like any kind of sovereignty whatsoever. But they're telling Trump the wrong shit. They're telling Trump that, oh, it's super easy. We just strike out their fucking missile launchers, and we on top of that kill the fucking leadership, and then boom, popular mobilization, popular revolution. You look like a goddamn legend. You get to take out this like,
and we got another counter upgrade.
40-year leader,
Empower.
40-year leadership.
Please attack towers.
40 plus years of
please tower attack speed. Yes.
Longest running dictator in the world, that kind of thing, and it looks great. It looks like a great crowning achievement for you. But that's not what's going on right now.
We can't get any of the other upgrades, sadly.
At all.
This is.
And yet, because we are a
wait, maybe some of them we can. Lock socket. The socket is locked. You need 5 fragments and an unlocked neighbor.
People aren't even turning around and going, wait
5
a minute.
fragments.
You told me if the Ayatollah is dead, then revolution time, right? And Iran can't even fucking strike back. Now you're telling me they're killing American soldiers. Yes, for Israel, Trump is the one U.S. president who finally delivered the big war on Iran that Israel pushed for decades. But there's a chance he may
lumberjack efficiency,
manage that war, and U.S.-Israel relations.
It's not an efficiency thing for like the.
I think Sina Tusi is being a little too hopeful because I think when it comes to Israel, Donald Trump treats them as a special bestie. So I don't know if they'll actually like eventually write Israel off. But that's what he is signaling here. Because like if this becomes so unpopular that there's like
good thing we just upgraded our tower
base of support, which very well could happen, then he's gonna say Israel is the reason why we did this and become the most like. The idea is that he's gonna sell Israel out in the same way that he sells anyone out that becomes a problem for him. So,
At your command.
there were Palestinians who felt a sense of relief when Yahya Sinwar died, hoping their life would go back to normal. Didn't happen. Yeah, you're talking to like 8 Palestinians, by the way. Like, yeah, there are secular and like Fatah Palestinians living in Gaza that felt like Yahya Sinwar was ruthless in the way that he dealt with like collaborators and shit like that. But that's not like a majority approval amongst Palestinians by any metric.
I wonder if the
real.
walls are thick enough where we can like put soldiers on them, because that would be sick.
In any case, it doesn't matter, right? I get the broader point that you're trying to put together here, which is that these guys, the powerful forces, the more powerful foreign forces, these alien forces, do not give a fuck about. They do not give even an iota of a fuck about the normal existence of like people that they're dominating, whether they be the Palestinian population, whether they be the Iranian population, right? So that's the situation at hand right now. But here, let's get a little bit of let's get a moment of humor here, and then we'll get into the real juice and the sauce. But statement number 8 by IRGC: based on the continuous sound of ambulance sirens at American and Zionist bases, as well as field reports and intelligence monitoring, a psychological crisis unfolding
from the same side, it
and
looks like.
Zionist settlers. It emphasized that sustained and targeted pressure by Iran's armed forces will further intensify conditions for them. Missile and drone operations will continue in a sustained and comprehensive manner, and further operational achievements will be announced to the Iranian people. This right here, this is,
At your command.
if this is like the maximum amount of damage that Iran can put down, if this is the maximum amount of damage Iran can put down, and they can sustain this for an extended period of time, it's not great for America or Israel, okay? If they have more in the tank, if they have more in the tank and they can actually increase the intensity, oh boy, it's really fucked. It is really, really bad for America and Israel, okay?
Okay, send all these troops
One of the
back here
reasons
to
why
heal.
I'm saying this is because this is
Get the upgrade for this guy.
all, okay? During the
Which
12-day
upgrade
war,
efficiency?
it took
Yes.
quite a while for Iranian missiles to actually start penetrating the Iron Dome. Iran struck an area in occupied Palestinian territory earlier this morning. 6 hours ago, Iranians struck a bomb shelter. The number of deaths at the time that were confirmed had risen to 8 settlers. We think the number is even higher than that, okay? If Israelis can no longer feel safe inside of their bomb shelters, that changes the risk profile for Israel overnight, instantaneously. Their appetite for death and destruction, like for the broader Israeli public, also comes from the fact that they have always felt protected. During the 12-day war, you had a bunch of old people. There was some debris that fell. There were a couple people died. I believe it was like around 30 people. But for the most part, society was in a state of panic for sure, but they weren't in a state of real panic. It's the same principle with the United States of America. America is sheltered from the impact of its actions with the very with the very little exceptions like 9/11, right? Blowback in the form of 9/11 was one of the very few instances where America actually received some consequences for all of their meddling in the affairs of the Middle East.
Swarm incoming.
This is the same with Israel. October 7 was part of that equation for sure. And once again, with the working knowledge that America would protect them and they would have unlimited weapons and they could just like go and wreak havoc around the region, they were still very comfortable. They were still very comfortable, right?
Give me your order.
This takes away that comfort. This takes away that comfort entirely. If they keep throwing salvo upon salvo, and the number of Israelis that die as a consequence of those ballistic missiles increases, all of a sudden the calculation changes dramatically, because for once Israel is the recipient of all of their death dealing. For once, they actually see penalties in the heartland. That does not happen normally. And they don't have the same appetite for war all of a sudden. Because now, society is collapsing. Now, it's unstable. This is, in some ways, an advantage that, you know, Palestinians have over the Israelis, because all they've known is living devoid of any sort of bomb shelter whatsoever. All they've known is death and destruction. So there is a lot more punishment that they can withstand, even if they don't want to, because there's no fucking other alternative. They've never actually seen another alternative. For Israel,
oh, we are still researching it. Okay, it's just very slow.
Society has never actually seen
there they come.
endless amount of missiles coming in their direction, where they're no longer safe inside of their bomb shelters. Okay?
Shit, that's a lot.
This causes the calculation to change dramatically, especially in a country with supremacist attitudes, with supremacist values. Okay? In some ways, Israeli comfort for the longest time is leading to Israeli weakness.
Nice. We are killing most of them before they can even reach the walls. Or like, just as they reach the walls. Which I think is reducing the amount of damage we're taking.
No matter,
nice.
You know, no matter how people
next one will be even bigger.
Or whatever, but the reality of the matter is, they're not used to this shit.
Let us continue.
Look.
Motherfucking rocket! Oh my! We're full on wood. That's nice.
What do you need? And yes, the same could be said about Americans as well. Absolutely. Which, by the way, ironically, this guy is an American living in Israel. 4 people were killed by an Iranian ballistic missile impact in Beit Shemesh. Magen David Adom says footage shows the moment of the impact.
Oh shit! So motherfucking rocket! Oh my!
Research complete. Bow in hand.
This just happened too. Footage posted to social media shows
what
be a submunitions.
What are those?
Bomb warhead crashing down on Israel this evening amid a ballistic missile attack. Videos show some 24 fragments streaking through the sky. Now, before we get into the condemnations in international law, this is one of the consequences of severely violating international law. When you have a sovereign nation state who you open war, who you open up a new fucking theater of war with, that has
tunnel? What is that?
Missiles. And your opening salvo is the decapitation strike of the entire leadership structure. They're gonna fucking say, all right, well, you don't give a shit about international rule-based order or international laws whatsoever. We're not gonna give a shit about it too. Standing by. That's the other side of this story. This is part of the reason why you're supposed to
tunnel is
abide
cleared.
by the rules, right? You're supposed to abide by the rules of conflict. You go in, you kill a fucking bunch of... You shoot up a school in the most American and Israeli fashion, by the way. America loves its own
what's the size of this
shootings,
building?
its own domestic school shootings.
4.
America loves doing school shootings with their bombs overseas.
Piece of storage
Some school children are gonna die, right? It's just, we have an endless appetite for murdering children. We just have to do it, okay? But when you do that, and you force people into a corner, just like the Palestinians on October 7 or leading up to October 7, they're gonna say, all right, we gotta fucking fight
Spirit
out
cleansed.
of this corner.
Ooh, but there's no more upgrades we can do because we've reached the max.
Right now. For years and years. For years and years, I have said, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. You can't do this. These violent designs will lead to violent ends. Okay? There will be a violent conclusion.
Let's send our units up. Yeah.
My sibling is studying overseas in one of the Israeli cities that's getting bombed to shit, and even though I wish she wasn't in Israel, I'm terrified for her. Exactly. Like, this is... And while Benjamin Netanyahu gets to fucking fly out to Berlin, potentially, I don't know if that's real or not, right? You know, your
that's the story I was also talking about earlier.
And now,
that like, it's insane if he actually what do you call it? It's flown to Berlin.
This was seen on
Insane, but not that surprising because Berlin loves because Germany loves being complicit.
Cluster striking, cluster munitions.
In this shit.
These are unpredictable. These don't
like genuinely, it is. They love being complicit in this shit. Okay, we need to put more pylons.
Everybody, that could be debris from interception, but everybody thinks, even if it's cluster bombs, you have to understand something. Everybody fucking thinks only America and Israel get to deploy these weapons. Do you understand? Like,
okay, let's set up some of these wood cutting
something
buildings.
that America and Israel has utilized. As a matter of fact, the Iranian retaliation so far has not even remotely met the standard of what Israel has done to Palestine, what Israel has done to every other country, what Israel's done to Lebanon, deploying phosphorus, right? Chemical warfare, things of that nature.
Relatively speaking, Iran has been very timid
the only reason why
in their response.
We were comfortable violating the rules of law is because we thought no one else would do it to people in the core. And now there is a fraction of that taste in the core. A taste of their own medicine. What? You break BDS? I have no sympathy? What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, chatter. Jesus Christ, you're so moral, okay? You're so moral. You're right. What, that fucking chatter sister who's you know...
Wait, is that what
should die then?
The chatter who said that is an idiot. Like, genuinely just an idiot. Like, they're blinded by idiot hatred. And I call it idiot hatred because there's a space for, like, being angry and, like, full of, like, desire for vengeance and all that shit.
Confirms the plane is in Germany.
But that shit ain't it.
Government aircraft to Germany is parked for safety at Berlin's airport. Government sources said after U.S. and Israeli strike killed Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and plunged the region into conflict. Media citing reports from Flight Radar 24 flight tracking service said the aircraft departed Israel early on Saturday afternoon, circled over the Mediterranean before flying to Germany in the evening. The flight had been registered in advance by the Israeli government. The government source said, adding that the only crew members were on board. Israel state aircraft Wing of Zion is a Boeing 767 that has been specially equipped for official government trips. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think Benjamin Netanyahu is in Berlin.
Moving out.
I think they're acting like it was just the crew that escaped in the Wing of Zion. I think he's absolutely in fucking Berlin now. Oh my god. Yesterday I was saying there's no shot he like escaped the fucking Berlin. He's in the Hitler bunker, bro. Benjamin Netanyahu's in the Hitler bunker. Oh! Oh! Ain't no fucking way! He's Führer maxing!
Smite the feed!
Oh! He's in the Führer bunker!
Führer maxing.
Rip out the fucking ICC warrant right now. Slap it. Slap him with it.
Bro, I don't even know what to say to that.
Take the Hitler exit now! Okay.
Fucking hell.
I didn't want to believe this yesterday. I thought that was a little, you know, that's a little bit much, but maybe he is. They did release this video of him today.
סיימתי עכשיו פגישה עם שר הביטחון, הרמטכ"ל וראש המוסד. נתתי הנחיות להמשך המערכה.
Yeah, I don't believe it. This is pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. That motherfucker's in Berlin, bro. Oh, pre-recorded.
If he's in the bunker, he could do something very funny. I think that is Hassan meant by follow.
Trump fulfilled his dreams in bombing Iran.
I said follow your. I don't know what Hassan actually said. It sound like follow your leader as.
You know what's really fucking crazy about this? When I say this, motherfuckers go, excuse me, aren't you being a little anti-Semitic, Hassan? And then he just comes out and says it. It's so funny. Like, I say it. You say it, everybody goes, excuse me, don't you feel like this is a little bit too anti-Semitic of you to say? It's like, motherfucker, he's saying it! What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Not observe reality so your sensibilities remain intact? Are you fucking stupid? At some point, you gotta recognize what's going on, right? It's crazy to me. It's actually crazy. There's literally people on Blue Sky that were watching American and Israeli bombs blow up school children in Iran, and they were like, you know what the worst part about this is? My fucking feelings, okay? I feel like this is creating an environment of anti-Semitism because a lot of people are cognizant of the reality, the dynamic between Benjamin Netanyahu and the current American president, Donald Trump. What the fuck do you want me to do? Lie? You want me to be like, no, actually, guys, no, Donald Trump totally is not being fucking duped by Israeli intelligence, Benjamin Netanyahu. The 700 times that Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America leading up to this incident had nothing to do with what's going on right now. He just totally came to that conclusion on his own. Even though his own generals were like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. We're going to run out of fucking munitions. China is looking at this, salivating. You know, China is literally watching all of our moves here. They're developing tremendous surveillance capabilities, and they know what our defense systems look like. They literally are going to have an accurate tabulation of how little missiles we have, which, by the way, there's no indication that China's going to do anything, but just still, that's still an operational weakness, right? Later down the line. And they were trying to fucking tell Trump that, and Trump's like, no, no. BB told me I'd be a legend. Operation Fortnite Big Chungus commence. It's gonna be all right. Some Americans are gonna die, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Like, that's what fucking happened.
Truth the nuke.
That's what's happening.
Absolute
It's
truth
happening
nuke.
right now. Motherfuckers would be like, bro, don't you dare say something that hurts my feelings. Okay, change your fucking attitude. That's not my problem. You know? POTUS, the Daily Mail. This is from Kaylin Collins. It's always been a 4-week process. We figured it will be 4 weeks or so. It's always been about a 4-week process or so. As strong as it is, it's a big country. It'll take 4 weeks or less.
At your command.
Oh, by the way, Trump seeks swift end to Iran operations. Oh shit, Iran got hands is literally what happened in the last 24 hours. They went from Iran is gonna fucking collapse. Iran is gonna collapse instantaneously. The Iranian people are gonna rise up and like murder the fucking IRGC commanders themselves and take over the government and hand over the fucking ballistic missiles to Israel and America because they love our pedophilic cabal. They love them. They're demanding to be fucking cattle to the petro-capitalist pedophilia cabal that has destroyed every country in their fucking vicinity thus far. They're definitely gonna do that for us. And then all of a sudden that doesn't happen and they're like, whoa, what the fuck? Yo! This shit's not like Hezbollah in Lebanon at all. A country that doesn't even have anti-aircraft defenses, okay? A paramilitary formation that has its own parliamentary party in Lebanon that was trying to do their very best with the limited amount of logistical support they got from Iran.
Yeah, de facto army of Lebanon, because they're not allowed to have an army.
Iranian government, it turns out. They thought it was going to be like a Hassan Nasrallah situation. It turns out it's not a Hassan Nasrallah situation. Wait till markets open in 3 hours. Trump is going to jump for Iran. Your entire analysis is based on the assumption that Iran is able to sustain this level of damage while U.S. Israel continues to destroy their missile launchers and that U.S. does not escalate further. Brother, my entire analysis on this is that there is an operational failure because I'm looking at what the American government has said thus far. Do I think that America and Israel don't have the capacity to escalate things further? Are you fucking stupid? That's my expectation. And if I have that expectation, I'm certain Iran probably is aware of it too. I don't think they're going, oh, we're really fucking cooking here. I know that.
Okay, where do we expand?
Do you think that's a solution?
We're pretty close to the edge of the map over here, I think.
Do you think that actually
Loading's not working full
up?
Oh, right.
Leading to America's goals being achieved? You know? Hey Fatso, are you botting again? Your analysis sucks.
Did you just call Hassan Fatso?
Guys, hold on. I'm gonna do the quick power hour real quick. First of all, Fatso, that's insane. Secondly, here, let me do the quick power hour for the guys who want the same thing that they hear from CNN or Fox News. Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time. Donald Trump and Israel are masters, and we are but mere servants to Donald Trump and Israel. They're doing the very best they can. Iran is the greatest enemy of mankind.
Whoa.
Iran is
He's just
terrifying.
truth
Am Israel Chai. I love Israel. I think any moment the Iranian regime will collapse. Let's tune into our Tel Aviv expert to also say the exact same things, but with an Israeli accent. And yeah, breaking news. I've heard that Israel's the most moral nation, and also all of the little girls that
Oh no, we don't have enough people.
In the Iranian school at the beginning of the school day on a Saturday morning, which is like the Monday for Iran. They all actually were high-ranking IRGC commanders that killed 17 million Iranians and also 55 million Syrians, as a matter of fact. And they probably deserved it because they were all reading what? My sources tell me the Iranian schoolgirls aged 7 and 12 were reading Mein Kampf, as a matter of fact, at school. Is that good? Is that what you wanted? Does this analysis make it... Does this analysis make the situation better for you?
That's pretty much how
Can we now
it's
get back
reported
to
on.
fucking reality? Dumbass.
Bow in hand.
Give me your order.
So,
let's take all of these people and send them in this direction.
Let's look at Trita Parsi and what he had to say about observations and comments from Trump and Israel's war on Iran. 1. Tehran is not looking for a ceasefire and is rejecting outrage from Trump. The reason is that they believe they committed a mistake by agreeing to the ceasefire in June. It only enables the U.S. and Israel to restock and remobilize to launch war again. If they agree to a ceasefire now, they will only be attacked again in a few months. True. For a ceasefire to be acceptable, it appears difficult for Tehran to agree to it until the cost of the U.S. has become much higher than it currently is. Otherwise, the U.S. will restart the war at a later point, the calculation reads. It took them fucking years to finally arrive at the conclusion that the only way to get these guys to stop is by engaging in military deterrence.
Yep.
The calculation here on the Iranian side is we can send unlimited barrages of Shahed drones because America is so worried about defending Israel that they are not defending their own fucking bases, and they're not even defending their own soldiers that are living around the bases right now, that they can just keep blowing up and cratering every single American military base in the region, while simultaneously also sending their longer-range missile systems into Tel Aviv, into the heart of Tel Aviv, over and over and over again.
So we're being attacked from up there.
If they get any... That analysis is incorrect. If they get... No, what do you mean this analysis is incorrect? Strawmanning CNN, not close to accurate. That analysis is incorrect.
What? Is that chapter just stupid? Like, are they just very stupid?
They literally said no to a ceasefire. Donald Trump, according to Ynet, tried to get a ceasefire yesterday. Why did they try to get a ceasefire yesterday? Oh, we killed the Ayatollah. Come on now. You don't want us to punish you even further, right?
That's insane.
That's what the American side is looking
assassinate someone's leader and try and get a ceasefire. That's definitely how it works. That is definitely how this shit works.
Why would they want a ceasefire right now? They should just keep pummeling Iran, right? That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do that anyway. They're gonna keep fucking punishing the Iranian population even harder and harder and harder. And at a certain point, basically what will take place is
yes, they are.
The calculation on the American and Israeli side
we need
will
to
change,
build
the American
a
side will change,
ship
and they'll
of
realize that, like,
ASAP.
oh, the Iranian people are not.
It'd be nice if the game gave us a little bit more than 60 seconds to prepare for the enemy attacks.
Bombing.
Thankfully, this is a really, really, really nice,
killed a bunch of
what do you
children,
call it?
But it could have been much deadlier
kill zone.
overall. right? It could have been much deadlier overall, but they didn't do that because they thought, oh, maybe we can get the Iranian population to fucking rise up.
Let's build this like so. It's a little bit annoying because whatever angle I want to build this in,
They want to talk, and I've agreed to
not
talk,
very.
so I'll be talking to them. President Trump tells
It's either
Mike
gonna be
Sarah,
visually
they
not
should have done it
appealing,
sooner. They
or
should have
just
given what was very practical and
gonna
easy
be
to do sooner.
quite
They
wasteful
waited
of
too long.
space, I think.
If the Iranian population thinks, which I don't think this is correct, by the way, because senior White House official President Trump said new potential leadership in Iran has indicated they want to talk, and eventually he will talk. For now, Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus continues unabated. I'm told by a source that is exactly the opposite. Trump reached out and Arakshi said no. That would confirm the reporting by Ynet. Even the fact that there's inconsistency on whether or not the Iranians want to talk or not want to talk is indicative of one of two things. Either one, that there's a complete collapse in the governance structure of Iran, and now the horizontal development of the military strategy is completely autonomous from the central governance structure, because guess what? Israel fucking did that. Good job, Israel, right?
I want to know what exactly Hassan means by that.
And they already had a contingency
like about
plan
the
that was
the government's
automatically
structure
set in
there.
motion. So now you got to fucking deal with that, right? Or the central governance structure is still very much intact, and they have learned from the lessons of trying to deal with Americans in a peaceful manner, but clearly it's not fucking working. Clearly it hasn't worked at all. What does this mosaic defense shit mean? Iran has activated decentralized mosaic defense, giving commanders full autonomy in decision making. What do you mean? That's what it is. It's exactly what you think it is. They have a decentralized contingency plan for continuously pummeling whatever their fucking priority targets are over and over again. If something like this, something like a decapitation strike happens, as in they plan it ahead of time. There are contingency plans for what takes place. Oh, you kill the leadership, you kill our general. We're gonna go and sit on top of these fucking missile systems and blow up. For one group it might be blowing up Bahrain. For another group it might be blowing up the UAE. For another group it's actually, pummeling Israel. Again, and I keep repeating this over and over again, their entire governance structure is designed around what is taking place right now, potentially happening. Their entire governance structure, their entire economy, their entire missile production systems, everything is underground. Their missile launchers are underground. Their missile silos are underground. Why do you do that? Well, you do that
for you
because
guys
you're worried
while
about
I'm
America
checking
eventually
some stuff.
coming in and trying to blow up your fucking country. Your entire governance structure, your operational structure is also divided amongst different groups. They're like siloed in on their own, and they can operate autonomously. Because if
this game
America
very
and
fun,
Israel
very
come
fun
in
so
and
far.
fucking kill your generals and your leadership, you don't actually collapse.
Now the question is which direction these bastards are coming from.
Now, this doesn't mean that they will be successful. Okay, this doesn't mean that they will be successful. But what I'm simply saying is, by observing reality, by looking at exactly what is unfolded in front of our eyes, in observable reality, that Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination has not yielded the results that America and Israel thought it would. Judging by Trump's past performance, in terms of like quick, swift action, bombing campaigns or kidnapping a head of state, and then being in and out, and then like going to negotiate with whoever remains with a leveraged position, with a better bargaining position, Donald Trump thought, or falsely believed, that Israel was going to, that Israel was right, and that Iran was going to.
It seems like they are coming from this
Oh my God, he
direction,
killed
so
the
that's
Ayatollah.
good.
We're so sorry. We don't want our fucking entire government to collapse. We will do anything you want. We will, reduce our ballistic missile capabilities so that we don't hurt Israel's feelings ever again. I think that's what they thought was going to happen. That's why
The setting of this game definitely appeals to me more than their billions. There's another game like this, which is like medieval coded, but I don't remember how
happen.
I recall I didn't like that one as much, but I don't quite remember
Incredibly
why.
scary aspect of America's design here, because it's so fucking repulsive, it's so goddamn evil, is the border.
What's wrong with that guy? Why is he walking like a zombie?
They are also striking
Suspicious.
the Iranian-Iraqi border right now. There are Kurdish militias inside of Iran
We should
and
probably
Kurdish militias
send
outside of
this.
Iran that are directly equipped and trained by the CIA that are waiting to seize on this opportunity. Okay?
Building under attack.
Yeah, this is an insane kill zone. You there will target the one with the highest HP.
They're probably going to try to beef up.
Because that is what you're made for. And you there will,
They're going to
yeah,
utilize.
close
They
to
don't have
it's
any
fine.
popular mobilization on the ground. They're going to try to make
highest armor?
popular mobilization on the ground. So do you support these Kurdish groups as well? Fuck no. What are you, crazy? No, of course not.
Oh shit, they're also coming from this direction. I did not notice that.
Of course not. But
Shit.
be on the
Okay,
lookout
we're gonna lose those
for
towers.
all of the coverage about how woke the Kurdish militias are that are trying to liberate Iran in the upcoming weeks. Okay?
Okay, that's a little bit close, but no worries. What does a lead knight get? So the veteran knight gets more HP and
Once they
attack.
start
Right.
writing about the
The
brave,
lead knight gets
female-only brigades of the Kurds,
more armor, attack speed. And
that's when you know.
Very cool. We did lose this, which is not ideal.
How many times do the Kurds have to get fucked over by the American state after being used and abused as a destabilizing force in the fucking region for them to come to terms with the reality that it's not happening? Okay, you will not have an Israel-style Kurdistan. Okay, it's just not gonna happen. Like, you gotta.
Oh, can't believe
you gotta
Hassan
use
hates
the arms
Kurds.
and training that you got from the Americans against the Americans at some point, against the Israelis at some point. It's just insane. How many fucking Fell for It Again awards do you need?
What he's saying is quite
crazy,
brutal, but
especially
he's
after
not wrong.
Rojava, like,
It is.
it's
like, why?
I thought at least Rojava could have the same like autonomous structure that you have in Iraq. Turns out America did not want that at all. They just did not even remotely consider that at all. And I genuinely thought, perhaps foolishly, that that could have been a thing for the Kurds. They could have been like, they could have had like another autonomous region, and that they could have had.
I know why I'm trying to get more wood. We don't really need more wood. We need more people.
Nope. America had a totally separate design for the Kurds there. So, I'm sorry. It's a little ridiculous for me to also fucking lean into the destabilization force that they will represent in Iran at the behest of America and Israel. It's just ridiculous.
Is inspiration that the US abused that? Oh, for sure.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking? Fuck this shit country. I would never step into this shithole. What are you saying?
What?
Could you please expand my limited perspective? If the Iranian negotiators agreed unwaveringly to the demands and compromise much more than the JCPOA, why couldn't they address directly to the media so they could garner more favor against the US striking first? I want a Shahed drone to strike my house right now instead of having to address the same exact fucking question for the 17 gorillionth time. The Iranian organs of government have literally gone on every single television channel they possibly can to be like, we don't want to make nukes. And it's not just the last month that they've said this. They've been saying this for like 20 fucking years. So if you as an American have not heard that from every single foreign minister, every single president you possibly could have heard this from, you have your answer. They have been saying it. No one cares. Because it's not even about the denuclearization.
Incredibly amusing when he pops off like that.
The guy who
And very much like, yeah, I get that. I get it. Like, this is very much, I feel what he's feeling.
My chat that under the Obama administration, when they successfully created a multilateral agreement, they brought in China, they brought in Russia, they brought in the EU, they created the International Atomic Energy Agency that is 90% predisposed with the Iranian nuclear program to make sure that they never have enriched uranium beyond the level of civilian usage, to show the world that the Iranians were willing to fucking cooperate in exchange for sanctions relief, and that this had nothing to do with nukes at all and everything to do with Israel's own design in the region. I had the guy who wrote the deal. He said it out loud, an American. How many times do the Iranians have to say it? They've said it a million times.
They need to say it like
played ball
a few more million times, Hassan. You don't get it.
They literally kept abiding by the JCPOA because they were like, this is a multilateral deal. Donald Trump can't single-handedly destroy this deal, right? Nope. Turns out he can. Turns out he did. And he did it for Israel. Anyway, no, brother, I'm Indian, just learning about this since 2 days. I apologize for yelling at you, chatter. Sorry. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I've just had to respond to this question so many times at this point. And I keep hearing from the Americans over
Sorry,
and
that is
over
very
again
funny.
that like, oh, why do they
That is
want
incredibly
nukes so
funny.
bad?
I feel bad for that. Lado San apologized.
And they don't want to have fucking nukes. And they literally said that they don't want to have nukes. And the enriched uranium beyond civilian usage is simply
Hey dude, I'm Indian, I just
negotiation position. That's it. They literally are enriching uranium beyond usage, not because they want to fucking build a nuke tomorrow
That is very
or
funny.
whatever the fuck Israel claims.
That is
but so
incredibly
they
funny.
can get some sanctions relief. That's it.
Oh, good grief.
Also, they should have
Yeah,
nukes. I think they should have nukes. If they had nukes, it would be like North Korea. Every country.
It would be like North Korea. Most people don't see that as the positives of that he's referring to.
Actually protect other countries under their own autonomous nuclear umbrella. You gotta build nukes. That's it. You have to build nukes. It's very clear that China is not offering that same protective cover to nations in the periphery. It's just clear. China will never do the same thing that Khrushchev did. Khrushchev, for all of his fucking failures, people are like, oh, he's a revisionist, whatever. Khrushchev was a fucking lion. Okay? He was a goddamn lion.
I want to read the history that he did.
Another nuclear
So I want to learn more about
that's
that.
a sovereign nation that has turned around and said, oh, you want to fuck with these guys? We will nuke you. Never.
W.
He put the nukes in Cuba.
W.
My
Khrushchev.
fucking lion, dude. He did. He allowed countries to develop at great cost to the USSR for all of their fucking domestic faults, for all of their domestic failures. It is objectively a fact that America and the fucking Western capitalists, when left without any kind of counterbalance, counterforce in the world, would basically design the planet with their endless greed and their endless hunger in this dystopian existence that we live in now. In the absence of an alternative, look where we're at since the 90s at the domestic level. Neoliberalism has destroyed this fucking country and destroyed the Western liberal capitalist safe havens. Social democracy is turning into an abject lie. Austerity, endless militarism, endless conquest,
that's a lot of
the vassalization
stuff
of European
here.
nations. All of that
We
has
want that.
happened in an accelerated manner in such a vulgar way that it's impossible not to notice at this point. And that happened because there is no fucking USSR. So you can sit around and say, oh, Hassan, you're fucking tanky. You're fucking tanky. You love the USSR because you're fucking tanky all day, every day. But I'm talking about this from the perspective of like a European social democrat, for example. Did you like all of the amenities that the state was offering you? Well, that's because the capitalists had to concede.
Yep.
Your nation's capital overlords had to concede on those social democratic provisions because they were terrified of the alternative of communism. Okay? That's it. And the same
Yeah,
goes
rest
for
in
endless
peace.
militarism. The USSR is gone, and now all the nations of the periphery have to suffer as a consequence of that. I remember you telling this to Jank. I know. It's funny to see all of those people that have for years and years yelled at me come to the same conclusions now. It's very interesting. I mean, Ian Bremmer literally said, it turns out it's actually totally valid for North Korea to pursue a nuclear program. Ian Bremmer! He's a liberal! Look at this. Total resounding victory for the Hasanabi Doctrine. Ian Bremmer, North Korea looking a lot smarter for developing nuclear weapons despite all the international opposition and pressure. 10 years ago when I was saying this, someone like Ian Bremmer would have been like, look at this fucking psychopath. Look at this weird tanky. Look at this crazy guy.
I don't know who Ian Bremmer is, but I'm assuming it's someone who's a very liberal, anti-tanky,
Iraq,
that
no
type
WMDs,
of person.
toppled. Libya gave up the WMDs, toppled. Iran, no WMDs, attacked. North Korea, chilling. What lesson does every country take from this? It's not a tough one to figure out. It's true. It's true. Israel would not be fucking with Iran right now in the ways that it is if Iran had nukes.
Why do we not? Why can we not?
CNN
Oh,
had Israel's president on. Oh my lord, dude, come on.
nice CNN. Thank you. Very cool.
Pre-Ellison takeover at CNN. How are they going to be more pro-Israel? I keep asking myself this question. I don't know if I want to know the answer, but it is remarkable. Could it be that it's because DPRK borders China instead of nuclear capabilities being the focus? No.
What?
No, and it's not just nukes. It's also the military deterrence that they very quickly designed, not dissimilar to the way that Iran has, for the record. The DPRK is the OG of underground missile systems, underground artillery processing.
And they told that to all, like, all anti-Western imperialist movements.
Because they withstood a genocide by Allied forces, okay, in the Korean War.
Yep.
They took that technology to the Middle East. Ironically enough, there is some interesting material on this. They went to Iran.
It is super interesting,
You know,
like learning about.
Iranians, like, this is what you got to do. You got to fucking build underground bunkers, underground missile development systems. Like, if you don't do that, America will destroy you. Okay? The tunnel operations that you hear about with Hezbollah, with Hamas, with Iran, all of that came from the DPRK.
It is actually very interesting, and that it does also help explain like why America hates the DPRK so much.
It's ironic because Ali Khamenei, in his last ever foreign trip, you want to know the two countries he went and visited? Because once he became the Ayatollah, he never left the country ever again. It was China and the DPRK. Ali Khamenei's last foreign trip, his last ever foreign visit, before he went back to Iran and never left because he became the Ayatollah, was China and North Korea.
Is this 4 tiles big? There's some poetry in that. Poetic irony or whatever you call it. Maybe not irony, but it is kind of poetic.
Dedem bayağı milliyetçi adam ama ben 9 yaşındayken Kaddafi'yi öldürdüklerini demişti ki bir Brejnev'in kaşlarına kurban ol.
Yeah, we need to make more of these units.
Yeah, it gave us this famous photo. Look, President Ali Khamenei ate roast duck in Beijing's Quanzhou restaurant during his state visit in May 1989, his
nice
last
picture.
trip abroad.
Good for him. A shame that, you know. A shame he's a little bit of
Why
a
didn't they
dramatic
pretend
figure.
Khamenei never died and put out pre-recorded videos of him saying he's alive to not give us the victory? What do you mean, give us the victory?
Bell in hand.
It doesn't matter. Israeli intelligence on that front is pretty solid. It's pretty reliable. There's no reason for them to fucking lie about this shit. Because, if anything, yeah, Iran's late Ayatollah Syed Ali Khamenei being given a hero's welcome during his state visit to the DPRK in 1989. Look at that. Guys, Ali Khamenei was 86 years old.
All set.
Okay? He is a very important religious figure in the Shia world. Okay? He wanted to be fucking martyred. Why do you think he wasn't in a goddamn bunker, dude? Like, that's the other side of the story when CNN and all these other people are like, oh, dude, Israel has remarkable intelligence. Bitch, you killed him with his family at his home.
What do you need?
Literally during Ramadan.
Feel my wrath.
86-year-old guy during Ramadan.
Oh yeah, shit. They killed him during Ramadan as well. I didn't even think about that.
Are you kidding me?
Bro, they have given him the ultra martyrdom.
Iranian population, for the perspective.
Allow me randomly close up Turkish shadows. Yeah, no, me too.
Holiest martyrdom that he could have gotten. He's an 86-year-old guy.
Specifically because like
he could have died to a fucking
a sense of like brown solidarity or whatever. Like it's just nice to see like even though he's a Turk, and I won't say. I will not talk shit about you in this moment, but you know what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling, right?
That's why it's also hilarious.
You are still, despite everything, brown. And so I feel a sense of solidarity with you when you're brought up. Again, even though you are Turkish, I still feel some solidarity with you. So not solidarity, like, I mean, kinship. Kinship, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Or solidarity, but you know, kinship is the word I'm looking for. Oh shit. No, I lost one!
Very clearly, he wanted to go out. This is the best possible way for him to go out, from the perspective of the Shia population, especially.
I'll give it a shot. Point away.
That's it.
Taking aim.
Give me your order.
Yeah, Israel is hyped. They killed an elderly man and like 100 12-year-old girls at school.
Shit.
Look at that. Another hit in Tel Aviv. Let's see. God, it's so fucking annoying the way they show these strikes.
Oh shit, I lose a knight? Shit. Ah, damn it! I lost another one of these. These spawners are very annoying. Incredibly obnoxious. Shit. Give me more of these. Give me another knight as well. Shit. I need to like send this guy away.
Genuinely, what do you expect minorities like Kurds to do when they're oppressed and treated like shit by the majority? Turkish, Arab, Persian supremacy push minorities towards treacherous allies like the U.S. Brother, we're not doing fucking... we're not doing standpoint epistemology here to justify American intervention and American imperialism. There are plenty of Kurdish revolutionary groups that have existed that America fucking gutted in places like Turkey, ironically enough, by collaborating and developing entire fucking terrorist groups like the ultra-nationalists that are a part of the fucking governing coalition alongside Erdogan.
Okay, we lost a lot of obelisks.
It's crazy because the Kurdish revolutionary tradition was communist, anti-imperialist. Imperialism internally by the Turkish government, but imperialism abroad as well. And now what it's turned into is a fucking band of militants that America just deploys into other whichever region they fucking see fit. Jesus Christ.
At your command.
At a certain point, when you see all of the fucking developmentary, like the developmentary projects for the Kurdish nation state fall by the wayside, like the 700th time this happens, you literally have to fucking go, all right, maybe we shouldn't play ball.
Go in hand. Walks in sight.
Kill that spawner! Finally. Grief. That spawner kills so many of my units.
Standing by.
Oh shit. Wait, another wave is coming? The game did not warn me of that.
Anyway, we'll talk about
At least I did not
Israel
notice it.
trying to fucking destroy Article 5 as well, but here, let's just get started here with a funny meme while I go pee.
Please. Last year we bombed Iran in a really cool operation called Operation Midnight Hammer. It was awesome and 100% successful. But please, just let me say this, please. We had zero intentions of conducting a regime change war, you know, like Afghanistan or Iraq. We know those don't work. We know that doesn't work, right? But it turns out our 100% successful mission wasn't 100% successful. Iran is still trying to make WMDs. But,
All set.
look, begging you, please, trust us one more time. What about? I know what you're thinking. Regime change wars, they don't work.
Bow in hand.
Yeah, question we're asking is, what if we do Iraq, but good this time? Hear me out.
Yeah,
Israel wants this, of course, but this is about us protecting you, the American people, right? You want that. And yes, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice. Put the Shrek line in here, guys. Come on, I'm being serious. My fellow Americans, I'm just asking you, for old time's sake, just one more war in the Middle East. No. Oh, okay. We started already.
Isn't Congress supposed to like approve?
I don't know. I was just asking you to be nice.
Then why are you crying?
A very good friend of mine recently passed away. Took his own life in prison. Just thinking about him a lot today.
This hour with Fox News alert on Americans in the battlefield. U.S. Central
In the battlefield.
That 3 American service members have died in action.
Oh my god.
I thought none of them had died. Didn't they just report that? Curious.
How could this have happened? How could this have happened? What? Oh my god. This is like America and Israel feel untouchable, feel invincible. The Israeli population also feels invincible. The American military also feels invincible. This is what happens when that invincibility attitude meets reality. You, as an American citizen, should not allow these fucking monsters to get away with this, okay? American sons and daughters were killed for Israel. That's it.
Yep.
American sons and daughters were killed for Israel in a multi-billion-dollar operation.
You guys always target the ones with highest armor, and you guys just
going to
close
be insanely destabilizing. So even in the best case scenario, it's not good for the region. It's not good for anybody, really.
There they come. It's a very big swarm. Oh shit! And they're also attacking that bit. That's not good.
All of those
some
people
walls
that said,
real
if we
quick.
vote for Kamala Harris, we're gonna die for Israel. Where are they at now?
Make a wall.
Where the fuck are they at now? You're now dying for Israel. Every one of those fucking carriers, whenever they do, whenever they move into the vicinity of Iran, I'm thinking that's like 8 healthcares. Okay, that's 8 healthcares right there.
Building under attack.
That's 55
Oh
schools.
shit! That is a lot of enemies.
That's what I read it as. Every dollar spent on bombs overseas, whether it be at the behest of the petro-capitalist pedophilic cabal, whether it be at the behest of ultra-Zionists, every single dollar spent in that direction is a dollar taken away from you. A dollar taken away from your roads, fixing the potholes, fixing your infrastructure so that anytime there's like windy conditions, you don't have fucking unlimited wildfires.
Bow in hand.
Every dollar spent there is a dollar that could have been spent on high-speed rail. Every dollar spent there could have built a house. Given Americans better education, given Americans better healthcare.
Very quickly.
At some point, we have to recognize that foreign policy, which is uniparty, unfortunately, is very directly involved with shitty domestic policy. It's not something you can separate. For far too long, the average American has assumed that this is totally separate things, right? Totally separate things. What? It happens over there. We send our sons and daughters over there. They're protecting us. They're you know, killing pedophilic warlords, or they're, you know, killing goat herders that had nothing to do with anything, so that, you know, those goat herders never come and like endanger our First Amendment or something, right?
You target the highest armor enemy.
Smite the fiends!
Trump didn't bother spending a year propagandizing us for war because he doesn't have to. The U.S. system is deeply autocratic. We have a fake opposition party.
Okay, nice. We survived this. Must be in range with pylon. Yeah.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. My assessment on that take was also similar to Mark Ames, where I said, where is it? This person, Lily Lynch, says, I keep seeing comments like they didn't even bother doing a propaganda campaign this time. Do they need to? The American people are completely pacified. Where are the mass anti-war protests like we had in Vietnam and Iraq? Nowhere. I said, I think war is changing the proxy battles with poverty draft, equipped with far better resources and a pliant media that keeps the masses sedated at levels only experienced by cattle in Hokkaido Wagyu farms. And that's not the whole story either, obviously. But the draft, like the actual draft, made this a universal reality for the working class. Okay? It made it a universal reality. Every American was fearful that their sons might go to war. They didn't want that. But for the past 30 years, 40 years, like in the post-Vietnam era, there was no need for a full-blown draft. Now, that might change in the future, but there was no need for it, especially after 9/11. There was a lot of fervor. A lot of people joined the armed forces, and they went out to battle, looking for revenge.
We have...
But there is a reason why there is this passivity. What do you need? That you experience with fellow Americans, because the media environment has been designed for them to never connect the dots. The media environment that we have right now makes them think, oh, it's just happening over there. Who knows? You know, I gotta go to work. They don't realize that all of the necro-capitalist state that they experience here in the United States of America, all of the amenities, all the state functions getting destroyed, are directly tied to where our resources are going. And our resources are always going to permanent warfare. 800 military bases and the operation and the upkeep. That's where it's going. That's why your fucking potholes are never going to be fixed. And people do not tie that together. That's a major problem. That's a major issue in American media. That's a major issue in American organizing. That's a major issue in the fake the fake opposition party, the controlled opposition party, and the Democratic Party. That's the reason why post 9/11, post global war on terror, you don't even hear from Democrats usually you don't see Democrats universally oppose war. As a matter of fact, Kamala Harris literally said, I'm going to have the most lethal military of all time. Right?
I think her saying that helped her win. Oh wait, no, right, she didn't win.
To be fair, we got a few less bases now after yesterday.
Very interesting.
Anyway. Also, mass protests don't mean anything if there's no labor power backing it. That's the other side of the story. And sometimes even mass protests and labor power alone can't stop America's imperial endeavors anyway. That is the issue here too.
Whoa.
Iron Dome failed again.
I can't believe Hassan is saying dumb things. Hassan is such a liberal. He is so... He always tries to pacify people and speak against
Several Iranian
revolution.
hit Jerusalem.
That's definitely what he's doing. LMAO.
The Iron Dome can't stop ballistic missiles anyway. This is a failure of the arrow systems, and it's a failure of the THAADs if they have THAADs there anyway. That's what it is. This just happened. We just saw that. What I'm confused by is why Israel is not even trying to hide the impact sites now. That's what's interesting, because they did a fairly decent job of making this illegal and stopping the distribution of like impact sites and shit like that.
I guess we can just expand in this way. We just, by this point, we just mainly need to make more dwellings.
Changed to "We are small being Israel" now, instead of "We are lion." We are lion Israel to "We are small being Israel." We are the victim once again. Not realizing that the rest of the world does not actually see Israel as a victim at all. Even in the Western world, there's not a lot of people who see Israel as a victim, because why should they? Who the fuck would look at the situation and go, "Oh wow,
yeah, poor small being Israel"?
This is happening. It must be anti-Semitism. Bitch, you fucking struck Iran yesterday. You started this. You begged America to do this alongside you. Don't underestimate this. I'm not. But I just don't think that there is any fucking sympathy to be had here.
Yeah, no, people are very, very, like, done with Israel and their antics.
Look. Israeli camera work? Yeah. It's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy to see this happening and unfolding. And by the way, predictably, some of the establishment Democrats are literally running propaganda for the admin. This man, this bald piece of shit, was literally going to have his ranks stripped by the admin. And now he's on NBC News, Meet the Press, and this is what he has to say.
If there is a war powers vote, Senator, will you be a yes?
Well, I'm going to have to take a close look at it. I want to hear from the White House what their strategy is going forward. I would say at this point it's rather unlikely that it would be. You know, they went into this without any discussion with us ahead of time.
That is so pathetic, man. Come on.
The administration tried to strip him of his rank and investigate him for sedition, and he's prepared to carry water for them.
Yo, lot more housing.
Yeah, let me trust this White House, dude. Let me trust this fucking White House. Here, there's more.
Elimination.
The elimination of the Ayatollah. Is it a good thing for America? Here's Democratic Senator Chris Coons. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
That's an odd name.
Is that a good thing for America?
Absolutely, Dana. Look, Ayatollah Khamenei was the longest serving and among the most brutal dictators in the world. He had the blood of many Americans on his hands.
What are you saying?
It must be pretty nice for Trump that the Democrats, like, he doesn't even need to say anything. The Democrats are just, like, on their hands and knees, like, doing
man?
his work for him.
It's just like even from a pure partisan perspective.
Like dogs.
Even from a pure partisan perspective, you could just literally dagger the Trump administration right now at its moment of weakness, and you choose
Shrine
to
cleanse.
extend them a helping hand. What are you fucking saying? Oh, well, you know, this is a bloody war, but honestly, it's worth it because
Okay, I don't want to deal with that spawner right now.
86-year-old man! You're so fucking stupid! And it's not for a real audience. Like, you need to understand something. You need to understand something, okay?
Feel my wrath.
You need to understand something. They know that the audience is not eating this up. and they're still doing it. They know that this is not for a popular base. Like, who in America right now is like, oh, please contextualize why billions of dollars of naval assets are there protecting Israel and striking Iran right now? I really want to hear it. I really want to hear why this had to be done. No one is asking for this. You understand? Everyone is like, dude, what the fuck? We just got our soldiers killed for Israel, and you have Democrats in the supposed quote-unquote opposition party running around knowing full well that there is no popular support
level 2
trying to manufacture propaganda for an administration that they're supposed to be in opposition to.
This game is
not even trying to manufacture said propaganda anyway. It's fucking insane.
Shit, that's a lot of
From the
spinners.
attack on Khobar Towers in Saudi to the attack on the Marine barracks in Beirut to the killing of many American service members in Iraq. The Iranian regime has been the greatest exporter of terror in the region, and I will not grieve for one moment the passing of the supreme leader of Iran. And frankly, the success in taking out many of the leaders of the IRGC.
Shields up! Standing by. As you command.
Go in hand. Point away.
Standing by.
At your command. On the move.
That's
Marks in sight.
incredible, dude. Incredible. You are never getting healthcare, by the way. I just
Yep.
want you to know. I want you to know you are never getting healthcare. Okay? We are never getting healthcare. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Like think about it. When you hear the Democrats come out on mainstream news, on liberal outlets, and say this is fucking good, actually, understand that they know that amongst Democrats, this is at a minus 66% approval.
As you command.
Okay?
Spike the beans! It will be done.
The swarm is preparing an attack.
Okay, this way.
They know doing a regime change in Iran for Israel war is polling at 45% overall opposition, minus 66 D, and they're still trying to defend manufacturer.
How long until the upgrade here?
Bow in hand.
Still a while. Okay, you guys retreat over here. Retreat here to heal.
Were
We need
any
some
troops killed in the operation that took out Bin Laden? No.
of these.
Yeah, we're at this situation where the public isn't going to approve of Trump's various regime change efforts because Trump himself spent the last decade convincing Americans that America First isolationism is the best foreign policy. Reuters, only 1 in 4 Americans approved the U.S. strikes that killed Iran's leader on Saturday, while about half, including 1 in 4 Republicans, believe President Donald Trump is too willing to use military force, according to Reuters Ipsos poll that was concluded on Sunday. Some 27% of respondents said they approved of the strikes, while 43% disapproved and 29% were not so sure. They're trying to get that 29% to be a part of the approval side. That's what the Democrats are doing right now. I just want you to understand that is precisely what's happening right now. Make no fucking mistake. They are literally defending the administration. The Democrats that are going on television right now and saying, it was awesome, the Ayatollah is a bad guy, I'm so glad we killed this 86-year-old dude. They are doing this knowing full well that it's unpopular, knowing full well that it's unpopular in their own base. They are trying to get their own base to agree with Donald Trump. Okay? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. They are opposition forces. They are not a part of this movement. Okay? They should be treated as oppositional figures. In opposition to the working class needs.
As you command.
That is precisely what they're doing.
At your command. Unit under attack.
What do you?
What are they going?
Unfucking believable, dude. Unfucking believable.
What do you need? As you command.
Look at my opposition party, dog. They know doing a regime change in Iran for Israel is polling at 45% overall opposition, minus 60D, and they're still trying to manufacture consent. When Trump doesn't even care to. This is one of the moments of honesty, right? This is one of the moments of honesty. When Nancy Pelosi comes out and says, we want a strong Republican Party, this is what the fuck she's talking about, okay? This is precisely the reason why.
Give me your order.
Yeah, John Bolton is sounding the alarm on Trump's Iran gamble because he's an MEK truther, that's why. But that's neither here nor there. It's like utterly irrelevant. But look at these fucking numbers! Look at these numbers! You look at these numbers and you think that the media is speaking to no one. Who is the media talking to? Why is it that it's like Democratic figures that don't oppose regime change war in Iran coming out and defending Donald Trump's actions? Why is it every fucking Republican that wants to bomb Iran that's getting a shit ton of airtime in mainstream airwaves right now? It is because they are trying to actively change the dynamic here. They see these numbers and they're fucking terrified of it because they hate you. Okay? They hate you. They hate democracy. They want you to come to terms with this. They want you to agree with these incidents, with these actions. Here it is. A reminder that the Israeli Defense Ministry and military headquarters is based in the heart of Tel Aviv near residential buildings and shopping malls. Let's take a look.
Moving out.
Let's take a look at what the Israeli president is saying on fucking CNN.
President Herzog, at least
talking to Dana Fash.
148 people were apparently killed in a strike on a girls' school in Iran. That's according to local officials. CNN has not independently verified those numbers. Do you know what happened there?
Yeah, good luck. I'm sure CNN will independently verify those numbers. I'm sure they will.
And we don't have facts to that effect.
What do you?
And we don't shy away from checking anything, but we also have to understand that part of the strategy of this jihadist movement is to base its infrastructure of terror, let's say missiles, long-range missiles,
infrastructure
in
of terror
civilian surroundings. So I don't know, and believe me, I care for every citizen who lost his or her life. But what
I'm sure he cares for every citizen.
Offer a better future for millions and
in the most evil way possible.
And hundreds of millions of people all over the Middle East.
This is going to be a huge
So
storm.
long as Iran pursues its plan, which is against America, against Israel, against anything that does not accommodate their fanatic ideological belief, which means moderate Muslims, Jews, and Christians, they will never rest, and that is why we have to change this course, and that's why we have to
Again?
change the equation and move forward by,
Wait, is this just the end? Oh shit! It is towards the end. Okay. That is why.
Box in sight.
It's crazy.
It will be done. Give me your order.
They're like, oh, they put the little schoolgirl next to military installations, so we had to kill those little schoolgirls. Great. Yeah. All of the military installations are in the heart of Tel Aviv. So, hey, you set the standard. Now live in the world that you designed, for the record. Also, here's some more moments of confidence from our big, beautiful overlord. Trump addressed the first U.S. casualties as a part of the Iran attacks. They're great people, he told Nikki Schwab. And, we expect that to happen, unfortunately. Could happen continuous. It could happen again. I mean, this is, like, even from a pure partisan perspective, this is propaganda that's writing itself. All Democrats have to do is like, look at this guy. He wants you to fucking die for Israel. What the fuck's wrong with you? So why are they not saying it? Why are they not saying it? Because they also want you to die for Israel. Any Democrat that doesn't take advantage of the fucking unimaginably unpopular initiatives by Donald Trump right now at this very moment,
We need to make a lot more
should be seen
arrangements.
as also a servant of the same interests. That's it. You're gonna die for Israel. You're gonna fucking like it. Even fucking Bulwark is like Bulwark comprised entirely of fucking neocons. First major poll that Iran strikes show that they're not popular. That's slightly worse than the strikes in June, where the
this entire section is very vulnerable, and I do not like
55% today. Oh, yes, more, and the Democrats and the fucking phony ass controlled opposition Democrats are literally looking at these numbers and still going, how do we defend? How do we defend Donald Trump? How do we defend Israel? How do we defend it?
What do you need?
Any Democrat that comes out and doesn't stand firmly against this completely illegal
All set.
Give me your order.
expensive initiative Trump is conducting for Israel should be permanently treated as a
Is that another wave?
Controlled opposition.
Here comes the swarm. Okay, I see. Oh, a lot of them are stuck here. It's funny. Oh, I like the shadows here. Quaint. Quaint, but also very scary. Oh shit, they're all gonna come from this side.
They all know this is deeply unpopular, and they're actively defending Trump. If they run cover for Trump, it should be an admission of being compromised by the Epstein class. I mean, it is. Okay? They wanted this for years. They wanted this for fucking years. How did you ever do essays in college 10 words per minute? Shut up.
That's funny. Okay. Big swarm coming from over there.
The former
Some of them are coming from over there.
Bulwark, the rhinos, the Never Trump Republicans, are coming out and launching a better fucking opposition to what the Trump administration is doing than the motherfucking big D Democrats are, like establishment Democrats are. Whose freedom is he talking about here? Tim Miller responds to Ambassador Mike Wallace. Because if the purpose of the mission is Iranian freedom, then it's going to take a lot more sacrifice. If he's trying to imply American freedom was on the line here, that's just ridiculous.
Building under attack.
Come on.
21% of Americans supported the United States initiating an attack on Iran, and polling conducted in advance of the strikes that Trump ordered this weekend. Even most Republicans were opposed or not sure, with just 40% in favor. What Americans think doesn't matter. I don't say this to absolve us of responsibility. It is simply true as a matter of empirical reality. Regarding polling that on matters of militarism and genocide, Washington Tel Aviv's war machine is further and further away from U.S. public opinion. This is why Congress has a diminished role. It's not some obscure constitutional quirk or failing. It's because the people in charge of both parties realize their sprawling death economy has little organic appeal, and they increasingly don't need to worry about popular unrest. Europe has a unique opportunity here, by the way, even more so than we do, because Europe still has some semblance of institutional pushback.
Oh wait, can we mine
Europe
rocks
still has a population that feels like they're, you know, not servants of America and Israel. And they've had tremendous action against their own governments, mobilizing in the direction of Israel during Israel's genocide. But Europe also has work stoppage capabilities. Okay? The reason why I'm saying this, right now is because the European leadership is going to immediately take action in the direction of Israel to defend Israel and the United States of America. They've already signaled that they're in support. France, Germany, and the UK have issued a statement condemning Iran's disproportionate response. I want to know what they think is
disproportionate response.
Assassinate your head of a state and civilian leaders in an explicit campaign to destroy your government. France is deploying its carrier to the Mediterranean and says they will support Iran's... Wait, what? Oh, they will support Iran strikes. I thought you said France was going to defend Iran.
Whoa,
Like,
pace France?
Yeah.
It's funny.
Breaking. France's aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle is deploying to the Eastern Mediterranean due to the current Middle Eastern conflict.
I hope
according
it
to
sinks.
BFM TV report.
So
I'm gonna be
insane.
honest, guys. It's out of my hands at this point.
Like,
no matter how much
exactly.
we talk about, like,
Europe,
this isn't like
as per
Jewish
usual,
control or
just
whatever,
being
you
completely
will
complicit.
never, ever be able to convince the masses that Israel isn't this unique, special pearl that must be protected at all costs. And the easiest way for the masses to understand that is going to be through anti-Semitism.
Yep.
Like, that's it. That's it. No matter how much I try to fucking describe that this is like imperialism, this is imperialism, this is superseding even the most like vulgar materialist analysis. Okay? That's it. How do you describe this to people? How do you explain to people that like Israel isn't this like very special, unique nation state that like every other fucking country is always going to drop everything to defend at all costs, no matter how violent they get? After 2.5 years of a fucking genocide, after 80 years of an apartheid that people are now coming to terms with, people are now acknowledging, you got European vassal states only months after Donald Trump literally said he's going to take over a NATO nation's territory, are turning around and going, we are willing servants of both you and Israel, sir. We will defend Israel unconditionally, sir. Make no mistake. France is exceptional here because France has actually stood in opposition to NATO in the past. Charles de Gaulle, that aircraft carrier named after Charles de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle pulled out.
Charles de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle. Very minor thing.
France has its own nukes.
For the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the
Epic Fury.
Epic Fortnite Big Chungus.
most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit
We're not seeing anything like it. Wow.
in Iran,
It is so
including
cool.
Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now,
This ugly son of a bitch even took the hat off to take it a little bit more seriously. What happened, bitch? What fucking happened?
announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of
Oh, come on.
literally minutes.
Are these stuck
Iran's
here?
formerly supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands. And
Ooh. Yeah, this came in finally. I was
Building
wondering
under
when
attack.
this was going to come in. The IDF. Yep. I was shocked by why Israel was allowing footage of successful Iranian strikes on Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem to be mass released. They even had Israeli journalists. They even had Israeli journalists on scene covering it in English because they thought, I think, that they could garner sympathy. Now they realize nobody is fucking sympathizing with them. So they're like, oh shit, we probably should not show how devastating the Iranian strikes are. IDF spokesperson finally reiterates and emphasizes not to publish or share locations or documentation of impacts. The enemy monitors these documentations in order to improve its strike capabilities.
was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of
The
Iranian people could be
Iran
heard
doesn't
cheering and
like the
celebrating
US.
streets
They don't know anything about.
his
Like
death
they would never. Like they would always. It's good that they're standing against this this evil, this great evil.
surrender into
Because US would never do anything like that.
They want immunity.
They always stand against such horrible stuff. Always.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong
Okay, you guys go over
objectives.
here.
They could have done
Have the
something
next
2 weeks ago, but they
waves.
just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Give me your order.
That's crazy. He's literally saying, "You're fucking cannon fodder." Oh my God, there has to be a military mutiny
Insane.
at some point, right? Like, people have to be like, what the fuck are we doing? That's crazy.
Absolutely insane.
That's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged
Basically,
war
civilization.
civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now again the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do.
Well in hand.
But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle.
At least this fort-like thing is gonna be useful to hold them back for a bit.
Anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons. Would allow them to extort the world.
We've almost pushed back this war.
We're not going to let it happen. It's not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest
Some meet the craving
military
of power.
the world
Shit.
has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose.
That's another swarm.
This massive operation
There we go. We got it. We're safe.
Security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our
We did it.
ancestors have done.
We
for
did it,
us
Reddit.
Many, many years ago.
Woo!
This is the duty and the burden
That's cool.
of a free people.
That's probably the end of the demo. That was pretty fun. See, again, once again, this is a good demo. Rewards fragments. Shotgun bullets. Ballista's attack has 4 additional projectiles. Ooh. Flaming Swords night attacks apply burning to target crossfire. Reducing damage of burning by 400% when the target is also chilled.
America or death to Israel or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's
#1
greatest and most powerful
expeditions.
nation, so we
So
can
what
do
is this?
something
Expeditions are
about
available in
what
the full
they
game.
do.
Got an adventure where no PlayStation will be the same as showing new blessings and empowered enemies. With every step, your adventure will be further shaped by decisions. So like roguelite mode. I wish they'd sometimes just call it roguelite mode. Wait, could I have like gotten upgrades from this side and I just never realized? I think that might be the case.
The masses demand it. Baron Targaryen will be leading the vanguard. How about that?
The
Baron
Revolutionary
Targaryen.
Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death.
Insane.
Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom.
This is, dude, here is the tactical misstep that America always engages in. And it might still come to fruition. I don't know how fucking hogged out the Iranian population is. Okay?
Unlock the socket. Drag an essence into this
people
empty socket to assign.
hate
Oh!
in Iran.
Oh shit!
They still fucking hate Israel.
Many more essences
Okay?
will be available in the full game. Oh, sick.
This is not a situation where the
That
guys
is
are like,
cool.
oh, dude, I hate the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah.
I don't know
killed my
why
family, the
we would
Ayatollah
put the
imprisoned my
sockets
best
in
friends
different
for like
places.
making totally reasonable demands. All this shit. Okay, now bombs are flying overhead at the behest of Israel.
Crossfire,
like, what do you
shield,
think is gonna happen?
Shotgun.
What do you think is gonna fucking happen?
Shotgun is useful. Knights heal themselves is
What
very
about the
useful.
monarchists? There isn't a robust monarchist movement
Let's take
inside of
cross
Iran.
arrows.
And even the monarchist movement inside of Iran thinks that maybe Reza Pahlavi comes back and then they have a secular liberal democracy, but they don't fuck with Israel regardless.
Okay, that is very cool.
My friend interacted with an Iranian woman in Beijing and she told him the Americans are bad. I agree with your analysis here 100%. I know that there are plenty of Iranians in Iran that don't like the Ayatollah. They don't like the Islamic Republic. Okay? I know. But they're also not fucking stupid. Okay? Like, their anger and hatred towards the Ayatollah stems from the fact that the Ayatollahs imprisoned their friends. The Islamic Republic has thrown them in prison, killed them, sometimes tortured them, right?
Oh,
Tortured
nice.
their relatives. Okay. Now you have a more swift execution in the hands of the Amer-Israeli imperialists. Who would look at that situation and go, this is great, actually. I love dying. Actually, they did have someone on NPR earlier this morning who straight up said, if I die to American bombs, it's worth it. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to commit to as long as, the Ayatollah no longer remains. And to me, that is so poetically Shia, okay? You can be the most secular Iranian, but you cannot get the Shia mentality out of the Iranian soul, okay? You are Shia down to the fucking soul if you say some shit like that. Straight up. Straight up. Like, you're like, oh, I'm a secular liberal. I want a democracy. And also, I'm perfectly willing to sacrifice myself for no fucking reason. That right there is the most, no disrespect, I'm not being sectarian at all, but that right there is the most, like, spiritually Shia thing you can say.
To seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Oh. What a time, folks. Do you think Iran would relent in its attacks if the USA Israel wanted a ceasefire for the Jewish holidays, or is it now too far gone? They have no trust in the USA word. For the Jewish holidays, brother, or sister, there is a very important Muslim holiday taking place. And Israel famously loves
strong
bombing
offense. Blessings, watchtower.
Ramadan,
Increases the kana received for surviving the way by 2.
Ramadan.
The other one is commanders, and start the game with a commander that can be equipped by one of your units. Units grant blood remarks to all enemy units from the range. 12. Increase the health of the unit by 25. Increase attack speed, increase range. 20% chance gaining 1 blood ruby on death.
Top class, my good sir.
Wait, do we not have the watchtower as the other?
Show us the way.
As the other guy? What?
We are in unprecedented
The heck?
times, and we will go to war to defend Israel's sake.
In the Gulf. And
Okay, I'm gonna.
The United Kingdom.
I'm gonna
was
go
not involved in the
do
strikes on
prayer.
Iran.
Is it time for Isha?
That remains the case. Over the last 2 days, Iran has launched sustained attacks across the region at countries who did not attack
It's
them.
definitely time for Isha. Right, I'm gonna do Isha real quick.
Airports and hotels where British citizens are staying.
And I'll just let the Himbo do his thing. Also screw Kid Starver, awful person.
At least
He's terrible,
200,000
very bad
British
person.
citizens in the region.
Okay.
Residents,
I will BRB.
families on holiday,
BRB
and those in
prayer.
transit.
Okay.
I ask all our
What's it
people in the
called?
region
I trust you to hold
please
the.
register your
It's
presence
okay. All right, be back.
and follow Foreign Office travel advice. I know this is a deeply worrying time, and we will continue to do all we can to support you. Our armed forces, who are located across the region, are
Pathetic. Pathetic. Maximum cucked. Maximum cucked. America's cucked by Israel because the American administration is like directly letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. And you're cucked by America that is cucked by Israel. You're double cucked. You're not even sitting in the cuck chair in the room. You're sitting in the cuck chair in the room next over, listening in from the wall about America's back walls getting fucking blown out. That's the situation. Have some decency, my good sir. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. You're getting cucked by proxy.
Are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. Yesterday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain, narrowly missing British personnel. The death of the supreme leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. Their approach is becoming even more reckless.
Wait, but I thought, wait, hold up. The death of the Iranian leader hasn't stopped them. Wait, I thought it was over, right? I thought you killed the 86-year-old guy and all of a sudden it's like, boom, magically bad guy dead, right? Mission successful, mission accomplished. We throw out the banners. Did no one tell the IRGC that their leader is dead and they have to put their arms down now? Isn't that how that goes? I thought this severe escalation, this severe violation of all of the rules of warfare was for ultimately a good purpose, right? I thought America going in alongside Israel and executing a head of a sovereign nation was going to lead to prosperity. I'm so confused. What's going on? What's going on? I thought it was going to be fine. And now Donald Trump is coming out and saying some of you are going to die for Israel and you're going to have to like it. I don't get it. I don't understand. Kind of feels like none of these leaders actually have our interests in mind at all and simply have the interests of one nation state in mind. And it's very strange to me.
And more dangerous to civilians. Our decision that the UK would not be involved with the strikes.
Yeah, all the NatSec guys are basically doing this. Guy who's been a NatSec analyst for 50 years. Well, Wolf, I would say that now we've captured Iran's king and we have checkmated Tehran. And it's actually cheating for them to keep playing. Straight up. They just keep every NatSec guy is basically saying that over and over again on television. Every Democrat's like, I hate Donald Trump, but honestly, he did the world a service by assassinating the Ayatollah. It was so sick. The Ayatollah is ruthless. He's brutal. We love delivering democracy. Motherfucker, Trump is not even saying that. Like, Donald Trump is literally 3 minutes away from just coming out and being like, I love Israel. I love Israel is the only country I care about. There's no other country in the world that I care about other than Israel. And honestly, if you don't love Israel as much as I do, then you're a bad guy. You're an anti-Semite. You need to get in the coffin now. You need to die to a Shahed drone strike for Israel. And Democrats are still running around talking like there's some other alternative purpose here, that it's actually a good thing that this happened. The fuck are we doing? Do the parents of dead soldiers get a free Israeli citizenship as a treat? Fuck no. Fuck no. Also, who would want that right now? I mean, look at what's going on in Israel. Footage of an Israeli Air Force airstrike targeting an Iranian hostage installation in northern Tehran just a little while ago. Hitting hostage installations from the get-go, including the Israeli strike demolishing hostage headquarters, would seem aimed at fostering conditions for mass unrest, which is not necessarily the Venezuela-style transition some reports say Trump desires. Yeah. I don't know if this is like real footage or not, but it's very clear that they are not invested in regime change in Iran even. They want Libya. I need you to understand. They want Libya. But for Libya to take root inside of Iran, they need to mobilize on the ground resources. In Libya, they had Salafist brigades, okay? ISIS-style groups in Libya that were able to seize control or able to just like cause chaos on the ground. You know, murder civilians, murder members of the state, murder security forces. They don't have that in Iran right now. Part of the reason why they don't have that in Iran is because the IRGC, led by the Ayatollah, has been pretty fucking repressive and have jailed virtually anyone that has ever even thought about taking up arms against the state. This is not to say that it was the right thing to do, mind you, but in this very moment, they don't have popular mobilization. They have a lot of distrust in the government amongst the Iranian population, but they don't have the necessary resources for popular mobilization to cause chaos on the ground. That might change. Okay, that might change. But even in order to successfully facilitate a Libya-style situation in Iran, which again has much stronger institutions and a much stronger military and a much stronger contingency plan that was designed specifically around exactly what's happening right now happening to them, okay? That it is very clear it is very clear that their goal here is to functionally destroy all matter of the state apparatus and try to balkanize it to the best of their ability. But in the absence of popular forces, they have to send in popular forces into Iran, and that's probably going to be a mobilization of the Kurdish militias coming in from Iraq. That's what they're trying to do.
In a social media post Sunday, President Trump wrote this, quote, "Hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves." Is hope the plan for the future of Iran?
No.
No, the future of Iran is going to be determined by the Iranian people. The new Iran, whatever it is.
Thank you.
Whether it's a cleric or
what is this? Iran already purged the spies during the protests. I don't understand how they think they can revolt still happen, especially during Ramadan. You have 20% of the population with fervor and revenge against the West. No, it's way more than that. No, the Iranian population despises Israel and America. The idea that they're like super, there is like a genuine popular support among the Iranian population is a lie, okay? I don't know why people can't comprehend this. Iranians that fucking despise the IRGC also don't like the West.
I'm low, Kirk, considering doing another game, but
know that.
I think this is enough for this demo for now. I think it was a good demo. Very good demo.
Directly as servants of Israel. Like
I'd be interested in
understand that reality, which is why they just want to fucking.
I will say it depends heavily on what the content is, because I've played a few of these games before, and they're not quite up my alley, but out of all the demos we've played so far, this is definitely one of the best ones.
On Israel and the United States of America, not internally conducted by the Iranian government, mind you, before you fucking, before you make such an accusation, conducted by Western pollsters, okay? Conducted by the West. You're wrong, Hassan. Us Iranians love Israel and the U.S. Yeah, sure, Ryan's legacy.
True. Truth nuke, as they say.
Is the LA Iranians who keep pushing it, you know who? No, even amongst the diaspora Iranian population, by literal, even amongst the diaspora, the majority still don't approve of America and Israel, for the record.
Blaze of Empires demo.
And
I want to try that one.
The percentages are much higher for support for U.S. and Israel in the diaspora population, but even amongst the diaspora, it's like almost.
These colossal creatures invoke the favor of gods in this unique.
We covered this earlier. Yeah, Iran polls Chicago Council
fusion of RCS and roguelike.
What Iran should do if the U.S.
But your base got the resources and the empire through dynamic tech tree.
30% said go to the UN. No majority for welcoming it. 86% of Iranians view the U.S. negatively, according to Iran poll 2019. And a NIAC YouGov poll in 2025 shows 53% of Iranian Americans don't even want foreign intervention.
Okay.
The problem is people only hear from fucking Patrick Bet David and that kooky lady that goes on CNN to be like, I was crying thinking about the beautiful strikes. That fucking the Rabbi Shmuley for the pro-interventionist movement in the diaspora. She is literally the female version of Rabbi Shmuley, by the way, for Iran.
All right.
Just an incredibly unlikable person.
Layers of
People do
empires.
not understand that. Like, there are plenty of people in everyone in the diaspora hates the Iranian government. Plenty of people in Iran don't like the Iranian government or hate the Iranian government. But you know what they fucking hate more than the Iranian government?
It just starts
America and
immediately.
Israel.
Okay, interesting. Good thing it's not loud. Otherwise, otherwise I'd mind this a lot. Fat glass of
this is what I was talking about.
even returns to the place. Things to consider illogical and natural will take place on these floating islands when the wars you will soon explore.
But this is the first morning in my life that I get the good news and I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to just run. I want to just run and shout and shout and shout out of joy, out of joy, out of joy, out of joy.
Who is this insane person? Ali Khamenei! Okay, insane. Like, actually insane. Wank. Units was building construction creation of units stronger than enemy units.
Ali Khamenei is dead!
Dead! Good grief.
I want to tell everyone!
Natural resource paramount, you must could accidentally open this. The other reason must create villages send it to work. The more villages have, the better the expansion will be. This is how I create first villages in the town center. Oh, this. Okay, click the town center.
Israel, man. That is so spiritually Israel. I'm sorry. That literally, there's something.
Must not do anything. I know you must always gather resources.
Broken with the
this vision of labor for resource gathering is very important.
They're so spiritually
for
Israeli.
empire. And that's which resource you need the most at any times.
Oh.
Hello, combustible lemon.
Why
How are
can't
you
be
doing?
normal? She's on CNN this morning. I know. She's also like shitting on Zoran Mamdani too.
We're playing a demo. Right, I need to change to the demo game.
CNN.
I'm alright, thank you.
I think she was on CBS the day prior to CNN.
Blaze of Empires.
It is imperative the Democratic Party wake
I need
up
to
and
be
get
better at
past
doing
their
that.
dislike of
Setting that
Donald
stuff up.
Trump, the President Trump, and their feelings of international conflicts.
Always
going on.
unless which
This is
resource
about
you need the
national
most at any
security.
given time.
This is about what is possible in the Middle East.
Press
This is
idle
about
village
being
button,
a
select
good,
more.
good partner to the Gulf states.
So the villages
and
just
what
select
their
together food
aspirations
from the
are.
bushes.
This is about supporting the people of Venezuela.
Can I move around
This
the
is
map?
about dismembering
Okay,
our
can I not use my
relationship
keyboard
with
to move around the
not
map?
dismembering,
Do they
but
not have
improving our
keyboard controls for moving around the map?
It comes back to, do you think America is a force for good around the planet, or do you not? And I think more and more people
I think they might not have.
deteriorating material
That is.
conditions here in the United States of America,
They
and
need that.
contradictions that they
Alternate food.
experience are coming
Done.
to terms with the reality that no, we are not a force for good around
It
the
costs
world.
must give you natural
It was a much
resources.
easier
Using create
argument
more
to
villages,
make.
increase building. Okay.
It was a much easier argument to make if things were kind of all right here. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I get to eat jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. You know, I have a decent job. I mean, things seemingly are getting worse, but I can still pay rent. And honestly, the worse things get here in the United States, the harder that
I'm guessing it
argument
allows us to
becomes,
construct units faster due to
the harder it is
tutorial.
to sell that argument to the
Select
majority
villages and then send them
population.
to gather wood.
Okay, like I didn't arrive at this level of popularity over years and
Well, your
years.
first
of
barracks, and then you can create
consistent
paladins and attack the enemy and
against
defend yourself.
American imperialism. People came here because they were like,
This,
okay,
nope. This one.
everything that I've been told so far
Okay, so this
doesn't
is the building
meet
button.
my reality.
Barracks.
Like, match my reality. Slowly but surely,
Recruit knights, pikemen, and
you're
drop below.
seeing more
Put your
and more
first values
people
in
come
building
to
units
terms with
construct.
that, where they're like,
Each unit
things
does
that
not so enemy
previously
unit
were
types,
considered
strategic
impossible
decision making,
to
blah,
broach,
blah, blah.
subject matter that was previously considered impossible to contend with, things that you could easily cast aside as, oh, you're just a campist, you're just anti-America, you just hate America, why don't you fucking leave America? Like, now people are recognizing we're not
It's a
so
defeated
crazy. They were not
construction.
such strange
Okay, so this
statements
is
to
in
make. They're starting to recognize that.
What
like,
is that? Grade
yeah,
5
maybe
nights
the
when you're
administration
creating.
doesn't fucking
What is that
do
thing
this
at
kind
the
of
top
stuff
of the
for
building?
my interests at all, and perhaps they're doing it for some foreign nation state, Israel.
Each one
Or
says
maybe
it's
they're
very
doing
important.
it
It's the only way to know what the enemy's
Lockheed
plans for the
Martin.
strategy.
Maybe they're
Many
doing it
times
for
I'm hidden for
Boeing.
boys,
Maybe
so
they're
you
doing it for
Fine, you can tell me what is hidden
the
for.
profit margins of
Forward
you know,
attack.
petro-capitalists, many of which are directly in the Epstein files, right? Like, that's it.
Okay, wait. Wasn't there a button for
No matter how hard I
controls?
try,
Move attacking with double tap.
I'm one person. There are others like me as well that have had this position for a long time.
Send these
but,
guys
like,
there.
Our popularity doesn't
more
grow
units.
because our popularity is not growing because people are I don't know, fucking coming to terms with
seems
this
like we found the
reality
enemy.
'cause they
Oh shit,
heard,
that's a lot of enemies.
what I had
Whoa,
to say. They were
beasts!
like,
You
I
what?
love what you have to say, brother. No,
Okay, that's not
they
a good
fucking
sign.
came to terms with this reality on their own because they're seeing that their material conditions
Right,
are,
towards the enemy town
awful.
center.
They're
The
dog
game did
shit.
not tell me what the enemy town center is, though I can guess where they are.
Underrated sociopathic element of the U.S.-Israel violence is after they killed that bad guy, typically along with thousands of civilians. And for the record, I do want to say something, okay? There are still plenty of people out there that are looking for slop, that are looking for the same style of propaganda that you hear from Fox News and the same style of propaganda that you hear from CNN. Liberals are going to CNN
All right,
and like
send the
liberal
army
news
onwards.
outlets to hear kind words about,
look, a chest.
not just kind words necessarily, but like just nice things about why we have to do this. And the same goes for Fox News.
You might,
If
your
you're
knights may take
an
more damage from
Edgelord,
those
for
warbeasts because they
example, and you wanna hear,
counter
like, a
send these
more
pikemen attack the
independent
enemy
voice, you go to, like,
warbeasts.
Asmongold,
Pikemen at the
right?
counter will deal heavy damage.
So there's still a market for this. There's still a market for this sedation. But the very fact that this impossible to broach third rail of American politics, American imperialism, is now reaching a broader audience implies that there is more
Nice.
salience
We're getting
in this
gold or
message
something?
because people are coming to their own conclusions.
Also, we need more soldiers.
The U.S. and its allies have wanted to destroy Iran for years now, and they just took the opportunity when it was
You know
as
what?
weak as
Let's
it's
go
ever been. The
barracks.
Gulf states and mostly Israel are leading the agenda and have been lobbying for this for years. Unequivocally, no. I don't think we have ever been considering the good and bad, but it's much harder to defend the position than it's used to be. Yeah.
Esta edificio
Your
está
analysis
en
is incorrect.
construction.
That's not why people watch you.
I don't know what
I,
language
for
that
one,
is.
came for the help of CS reacts. I stayed after I realized, wait, this hurry Turkish dude kind of do be spitting facts. Okay.
What does that do?
Underrated sociopathic element of the
Oh!
U.S.-Israel violence is after
Interesting.
they killed
Think
the
we put
bad
in some-
guy, typically along with thousands of other civilians, they feed the inside story to Baby Bird NatSec reporters at the New York Times or Atlantic who do a
Oh, all
glowing
units
dark
are
30
owned by
write-up about
archers.
how sexy and slick it was. Hey man, why do you think they gave you
Eliminate all
this
enemy
inside
warbeasts
story?
using pikemen as
Is it because
counter.
you're
I think
so
I did.
adversarial
Didn't I
in
do
power?
that?
Or is it because you're a
Pretty sure.
slack-jawed court stenographer without any concern for the moral context in which the cool, slick techno operation took place? Yeah, they did this with the 60-minute shit too. Remember.
China right now, 55% of the oil production that Iran produces goes to China despite sanctions. You want to support the people of Ukraine? You
Despite
wanna end that
sanctions.
war?
Not only is this analysis incorrect, why should I give a fuck about this? If I'm an American liberal, a well-educated American liberal, and I've
Wait,
seen
why am
the
I-
horrifying
Oh, you
reality
guys
that
should not be
Israel
here.
has unfolded, okay,
You go
that
mine.
Israel has contributed to for the Gazans, for the Palestinian population, for the last 2.5 years. And now I'm seeing the American government go back into war for no fucking reason. I saw what this looked like with the global war on terror and its failures. Why the fuck am I supposed to think like, oh yeah,
What
we
do
gotta
these
cripple
buildings
China, of
actually
course.
do?
This is
Is it a free
preaching to the
unit?
converted. You
Yes,
are
okay.
preaching
Free
to the
units.
converted. You're
Neat.
preaching to people who already have this kind of ambition. Many Americans, due to their deteriorating material conditions,
But
do
more
not
barracks and an army of
have
knights and
this
destroy the
kind
enemy
of
town center when you
ambition.
feel ready.
They haven't bought in to the notion that like we
So
have to
far,
be
the
in
game has a
constant
nice
state
feel
of
to
war.
it, but
There
the
is no
tutorial
getting
is a
around
little
this
bit of a
number in this
dampener.
Islamic Republic. It is non-negotiable. It is not a want to have. It is a have to have. And it's not just for the Iranian people. I think you have to trust the Iranian people. We know this government better than anyone else. When you dismember and decapitate this regime, you are going to see a change in the Middle East, in Venezuela, in China, in Ukraine. And I think, quite frankly, their ideology has really, it's caused a lot of problems for us worldwide. We need to take it seriously. And I
What
think
is
at this
this
point, we have a
reporting?
tremendous opportunity. This will be like ending the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall. This is a
What the
transformational moment for humankind, for security.
What is this
As an
insane
American,
reporting?
as
What
an
is...
American, this
Okay,
is an
CNN is literally
in
just
our
Fox
interest to
News.
complete it. So
Like,
I
that is
am a
so
Democrat.
bloodthirsty. That is
I'm a
so
huge
insane.
Democrat. I
Like,
am
literally just...
incredibly
Trump right now.
Just
I love what
heaps
Donald
of
Trump
shit coming out of her mouth.
disappointed with my party. I do not see myself in them in this moment.
What an
Yeah.
Like, what?
Iranian American Maj Mahdara. It's imperative that the Democrat Party wake up and get past their dislike of
This will
President
be like
Trump.
ending
You
the
have to
Soviet
suck
Union.
it up,
Yeah,
and you have to
fucking
like it.
awful.
Okay, here.
Ending the Soviet Union. I hate when people bring that up as a
reactionary
positive.
approach to
Like,
this.
people bring that up as a positive. If people do that, they're either insanely ignorant or they're nonce.
Ethnic interests.
Like, then you're pro Epstein Plus, 1000%. If you're pro, like, the end of the Soviet Union.
Supposed to foot that bill.
Like, straight up.
Why? There is an argument to be made here for the most reactionary base as well, which is, why do I give a shit? Why are my tax dollars going to fight your war?
Okay, we'll say this game is quite slow.
Mind? I'm America first,
What
baby.
is this?
I voted for Donald Trump because I'm America first. And now you mean to tell me that this ethnic woman coming into my country is telling me that my sons and daughters need to go die for your regime change? Get the fuck out of here. How about you go fight on your own then? If you like it so much, I'll strap you to a JDAM and send you right there to Tehran.
Not Tehran.
Tehran, please. That's it. That's literally the Republican argument is also very simple here.
I also can't click buildings or
Republican argument is
units to
very
check
simple.
their
The other side
current
of the
amount of
story,
health.
Of course, for the Republican argument is, why the hell am I destabilizing another Middle Eastern oil-rich nation? I don't even see any of the dollars coming back to me. And then on top of that, we get a shit ton of migrants.
Sage, are you ready? Difficult 1. Okay,
We
sick.
got a shit ton of
We won the
migrants every time we
tutorial.
do
Oh,
this.
cool. Okay, claim.
There's a refugee
Rewards. Okay, so you
crisis.
unlock
Motherfucker, do I
buildings.
want that?
Neat.
That's the reactionary argument. You can make this argument. to your
200. That's
Republican
not enough
friends
to
if you
get
want
anything. Locked for roguelike mode. Okay. House harvesting.
Yeah, send Baron. Send the Iranian diaspora to the front lines.
Really get it how
Start the challenge of the gods. In the challenge of the gods, you can create villages, certain way to grow your empire and survive the base. It's basically in the favor of the gods. Will increase your power based on the choices you make.
Stop being allergic to
Okay.
regime change. Be allergic to dictatorship. This is 21st century. Believe me. Getting
what is
rid
the
of this
challenge?
barbaric regime and mullahs, the people
okay.
of Iran can be better.
This lady is so awesome. She should get more. She should get more coverage.
No, what?
I think this is going to turn into a Rabbi Shmuley situation very quickly.
Dang it.
Okay. At least Patrick Bet David is like, you know,
2
media
villages,
trained and
please.
shit. But it's awesome. I love hearing from characters like this. When a new character comes around, I'm like, thank you. More of this, please. Certainly, the average American in Arkansas that's tuning into the fucking CNN broadcast for once to just see what's going on is going to hear what this lady has to say and go, you know what? I'm convinced. You know what?
What do we get?
Sign me up. Sign me up. I'm
Biological
sending all of my sons to the war.
Increase damage by 2.
Better allies for America, for Europe. for the
Let's
free
get
world.
permanently
yes,
increase archers damage
the
by 2.
history will judge those leaders who could manage to end this regime, but they decide to actually, you know, negotiate with this regime and support this barbaric regime instead of supporting
Barbaric.
Iran.
Okay, this
One
person is just
like
an
Zoran
insane
Mamdani,
one.
if I have time.
Like a demon.
Zoran Mamdani's statement, it really broke my heart. It really did.
Just to bring people up to speed.
Oh yeah, Jake Tapper loves this. By the way, it is insane because she was fairly okay journalist in Iran. Not sure what happened to her brain when she moved to the U.S. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but
Wait,
I'm
what?
not very familiar with her background. But let me tell you what
I
I've seen
cannot
so
imagine her
far.
being at all reasonable. But
Okay, fucking excellent.
Mayor of New York, Mamdani condemned the attack on Iran, describing it as an illegal war of
Gonna increase
aggression.
nighttime by 2, or we
saw
get
you
2
took to
siege
Twitter to take issue with them.
let's permanently increase nighttime by 2.
We American, we have freedom, dignity, safety, democracy, everything here. And if you don't like President Trump, you can take to the street and protest against him. You have judicial system here. You have.
I mean, you can you though? Can you though without being murdered?
Why is that my problem? Why is that my problem?
Okay, why are we even like getting something other than wood?
I'm America first. Why is that
right
my
now?
problem? Convince me how this is supposed to.
Oh wait.
Convince me how. Okay, I'm back to being an NPR liberal. Okay, I'm gay.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Ma'am, I love standpoint epistemology, but what I'm failing to comprehend is how melting school children alongside the genocidal apartheid state is going to somehow lead to the positive liberal secular democracy that you think is going to come across, is going to magically happen in Iran.
What's going on?
Why are you yelling at my favorite mayor, Zohran Mamdani? I don't understand. I'm kind of in agreement. I'm an NPR watcher. I'm kind of in agreement with Zohran. I like Zohran. He's got a lot of motion.
In progress.
He's very cool. He's charismatic. You, on the other hand, have failed to explain to me why I should like Donald Trump, Orange Man, who I hate, who is Orange Mussolini, Mango Mussolini. There is no, like, the reason why I'm doing this thought experiment is like,
and I'm
who
going to be more
fuck
units in
is
the next
this
wave.
for?
I see now.
Okay, who is this for?
Recruit 8 pikemen and skirmishers. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. And knew what American burgers do brain damage? True.
Iranians.
These people think we are in the 90s or early 2000s. The idea of being the world police is entirely fallen out of favor with Americans of both parties. It's not our job to make every country like the U.S. This is for nobody. Only the NASDAQ establishment.
Plus 6% damage to all units. Sacrifice 15 random units. Worth it.
This is for
we're taking that.
The same. The
Screw
only
it.
people
All our units are gone.
After her. Okay.
We don't have any more time for the next wave. Oh shit.
Democracy, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal /think tank. This is for the guys who write for The Atlantic, not even for the people who read The Atlantic. Okay? This is for the guys who don't even write for Foreign Policy magazine.
We need these buildings built yesterday. I should not have picked the one that's like, oh yeah, sacrifice all your units. Then again, if I do survive this...
Thank God someone's out there speaking truth to power. And I'm
paid
$250,000 a year to also speak that exact truth to power. It's not for the masses, okay? Because if you're a liberal and you read in, if you're a liberal and you hear Zohran Mamdani's take, that's very convincing. You're like, why the fuck are we doing this? I hate Orange Man. I love Zohran Mamdani. I agree with Zohran Mamdani. Why the fuck are we going to war again? Another regime change war? I don't like that. If you're a Republican, you're like, why is this crazy-haired Iranian lady telling me I must fight her ethnic war? You know what I mean? That's like
I don't like all my units being dead. That is not ideal.
Convincing to the average person at all. It's convincing for a tiny group of people that are already been convinced, that are looking for anything that they can fucking lean into.
Who carried the
If my town center could kill the enemies, that would be great.
By the Iranian government, and now you lecture us about safety, security, peace, and war. You better when you kept up.
He's also got bad vibes. Fukuyama is baby boomer drivel. Not all societies have to be the same. America is not Iran. Most Americans, especially elites in Washington, know shit about Iran. Yeah, that's the executive director of Amcon Mag, the American conservative magazine. Kurt Mills saying that, by the way. Okay? Like this
we actually having units now.
This right here,
we did lose one of our villages, which sucks. Because we need villagers for making wood. Oh shit!
Anyway, right? Like the average American doesn't care about what happens.
Why can't they see my units?
Okay, they don't. But when they see someone go, I am Iranian and I am celebrating that little babies were melted with American and Israeli weapons.
Okay, and they're just killing all my villagers. Nice, thanks game. Very fair that you can just see all my units in the fog of war. Very cool. Okay, get these upgrades ASAP. What are they doing? Permanently increase armor by 4 for all units. Permanently increase all units armor by 4. That's like there's 400.
I will be honest though, straight up.
Sacrifice 15 random units.
As far as the diaspora
No,
populations goes, I think Iranians do take the cake.
I mean, we don't really have any units anyway,
Like,
so.
they gotta be in the diasporoid Olympics.
Diasporoid.
Who is the worst diasporoid?
Permanently increase
Straight up has
damage
to be
by
Iranians.
4 for all units.
No disrespect to the Iranian
Ooh,
diaspora that's in my chat right now, but God,
Let's go with the
dude,
recruit
is worse-
10
is
each
worse
of
than
these
the
units.
Cubans, bro. How is that?
They will be useful.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know. There is. It's heavy competition, but like
I don't like the time is still passing. Meanwhile, yes, let's do that.
Like, I am a diasporoid, okay? I am a fucking diasporoid myself.
Okay, these siege units are insane. What?
Okay,
Okay, they're also doing a lot of friendly fire. Stop doing that right now.
Okay, I can't go back to Turkey. Turkey has no free speech. Turkey is very heavy in its prosecution and persecution of people who have spoken out against the state. I've written extensively back in the day at Huffington Post about the Turkish coup d'etat. Okay, and I was critical of the government regardless, right? I was critical of the government, and I still am, and I haven't stopped being critical of the Erdogan regime. However, there has never been a moment in my life where I have felt the indignity in my soul of saying Turkey would be better off with an American puppet installed in its leadership.
Okay, these war machines.
It is the most
I'm doing so much work.
disgusting worm-like behavior that I have ever seen, and for some weird fucking
Archers and
reason,
skirmishers,
there
or
are
villagers. We're taking the villagers. We need those
many,
villagers.
so many in the Iranian diaspora, so many in the Cuban diaspora, so many in the Venezuelan diaspora that straight up think that this is the appropriate measure. It is disgusting to me.
This is a pretty fun game
It's heinous.
so far.
It's heinous behavior. I'm telling you, my uncle died.
Or
I
siege
couldn't
units.
go back to my country that I grew up in
Or
to
something else.
see
Probably
his
some
funeral.
see wood.
And if you think, in
Golden
spite of
food,
all of that,
wood.
when Israel comes out and says Turkey's next, if you think I'm not gonna fucking say fuck that shit, no matter how much I hate
Okay,
Erdogan, if you
okay.
think I'm not gonna sit there and say, oh yeah.
Why is the game like this?
If I could just go back to Turkey, see my fucking family.
You guys control group 2. I just need to move you guys away from everything.
Turkish installations
The moment
and
shit happens.
completely take over the country. That is disgusting. That is the most worm-like fucking behavior that anyone could ever engage in. It's disgusting to me. It's heartless. It's disgusting. It already happened in Turkey too. Fethullah Gülen is an American CIA asset, okay? And they were able to develop a parallel state in Turkey. They took over the courts, they took over the police, they took over the fucking military. And they tried to do a fucking coup d'etat, and it was very bloody. Turkish people died.
Okay.
They took over they took over Turkish fighter jets. And they bombed
We're 2 heroes?
Turkish soil,
Sure.
killing Turkish civilians. Those jets got refueled
were those
by
heroes?
Americans. Those jets took
Oh,
off
there
from
they are.
American military bases. Have you no fucking dignity? Have you no soul? How can you see your countrymen, your countrywomen die
I wish the game would pause for these
directed
moments.
by the American state? And then
units for some
think
time.
this is somehow going to lead to a positive result.
Let's go with this one.
Insanity. It is disgusting. Maybe that's the reason why I'm so fucking rough on the diaspora populations in the United States of America that fucking beg for this shit. It disgusts me. Okay? Comparing Turkey to Iran is disgusting as well, to be honest. No offense taken, we understand. At least the Cubans only went through this ordeal once. Us Iranians already fell for this propaganda once by reinstating the Shah's power and fell for it again with Khomeini. Now we fell for it again. Fool me once, twice, thrice. I'm Cuban, and I think it's about the same when it comes to bloodthirst. Some of my family members have said they would support the bombing of Havana if it meant the end of the Cuban government. They also support the current starvation in Cuba. Yeah, I don't understand it. Your brain is broken, dude. You have no fucking soul. You're heartless. You don't care about your fucking family members. You don't care about anything. You just want to extend your decades-long petty grievance. And you want to get a fucking W somehow. It is the most deranged behavior of all fucking time.
Shit, I do kind of feel the exact way he does. Who does? Hasan?
Diğer ülkelerde böyle bir şey çok görmüyorum. Sen de bunu söylüyorsun şu an. Evet, birazcık. I don't know what it is. I just don't understand it. Like, there are so many fucking Turkish people.
Don't increase all melee units. Damage points by 4. Don't increase armor for some other units.
You know, Kurds deserve their own state. They're stateless. Now, to a certain extent, of course. I'm not in favor of a Kurdistan that looks like Israel, obviously. But, like, in spite of all that, in spite of all the shit that I eat from Turkish nationalists, from Turkish,
this is where they're coming from this time?
Don't actually fucking hate me as much anymore because of my advocacy for the Palestinian cause, but from the Turkish nationalists, from Turkish liberals, okay? In spite of all of that, you will never see me defend intervention in Turkey. You will never see me defend intervention in the hands of America and Israel in Turkey. I will always stand against that. It is fucking disgusting. It blows my goddamn mind that people fucking sit there and celebrate this shit. Children are being slaughtered and they sit there and they celebrate it. It's nasty.
It is absolutely insane.
Generalizing, but Iranian American interest groups are some of the most mobilized and have the most pull within their own community. If you've ever worked in public office, you'll be constantly harassed by MEK fronts, OIAC, and the Pahlavis. They will show up to your office and scream at you. They will call you 15 times a day. No one else even compares. I mean, the Israelis don't have to do that because they already have everyone on everyone's nuts in a vice grip. Given the option of an American puppet leading the country, like Fethullah Gulen and Erdogan, I prefer Erdogan 100% of the time. Okay? 100% of the time. That's it. That's it.
10 siege units and war beast. Yes.
Like the guy at all. It's not even a question. It's not even a fucking question. It's disgusting. Fuck you. Okay. Sure. That clip will do numbers, lol. I mean, that's the common Turkish position, by the way. People whose family members have been thrown in fucking prison. People whose family members have been thrown in fucking prison in Turkey also have that position. There was a referendum that took place in the aftermath of the failed coup. And Erdogan changed the constitution. He seized more control over the government. He basically destroyed any kind of independence that the Turkish military could ever have. He extended his regime for another decade plus. He is at his weakest right now in this very moment. And even now, in his most ruthless, if there was an opportunity for Israel to do regime change in Turkey, I would stand by Erdogan's side every single fucking time.
Whoa, okay? I can't believe Hassan says that he's saying that he's pro-Erdogan. Whoa, that's so crazy. That's exactly what he's saying. That's so messed up.
Okay? I can't even go back to Turkey. And I say this. It's ridiculous. Erdogan is also an American puppet. Yes, that's also true.
8 knights and lancers.
He at least has a little bit more sovereignty than a direct puppet that would be installed. Because at the very act of a coup d'etat, the implication there is that he is not as controllable as whoever they will put in charge.
2 heroes, yes please.
I think a lot of people refuse to understand what it means to have sovereignty. A lot of people in the West don't understand because they've never had to encounter a much more powerful force coming in and ripping away their sovereignty.
Yep.
Okay? They don't get it. A lot of people in America don't understand what it's like to live under the thumb of a much more powerful fucking country. Breaking scene in Jerusalem right now from a direct hit. It looks like the Iranians have hit something very sensitive in Jerusalem. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hit my catapults, just killed my own villagers. Nice. Thank you, game. Very cool.
That's a lot of EMTs, man. Holy shit.
Come on, man. Alright, and this one, and this one. Why can I not pause it? I'm going to increase the range of your melee units by 2, sure.
Turkey worked with the CIA to steer weapons to extremist proxies in Syria who were massacring the Kurds and others. He's already U.S. aligned. I know, you're not telling me something new. I've covered that extensively here.
Sure.
Turkey also played a formative role in toppling Bashar al-Assad. Okay? It doesn't matter, because guess what? Now, Turkey's in the fucking crosshairs of Israel. Okay? Because they have too much influence in their
Oh shit, my melee units have range. Right,
So
I forgot about that.
They're saying, Naftali Bennett is coming out and saying after Iran is toppled, Turkey is next. Because there is an unlimited appetite here in Israel to destabilize every other country and dominate them. Make everyone servile little piggies. When will the fucking Gulf nation states understand that, like, the nice contracts that you get and the development projects that you get from the West is not worth it? Can confirm with Tara Kopp and Alex Horton that the U.S. troops killed overnight were a sustainment unit deployed to Kuwait. According to 2 U.S. officials, one of them adds that they were in the army. Details previously were reported by NBC News.
You just go, you can catch humans in Palworld? Yes. Dude, it's so insane. For 10 siege units and war beasts, permanent increase 4 damage. All units. Yeah, let's do that one. We're getting a production of units finally. We need more villagers again.
A new Turkish threat is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey.
Bro, these guys are fucking monsters, dude. They're just fucking insane.
We have
I can't
10
wait
in
to hear from
progress.
white Americans from
Alright, where they
Iowa
come
tell
from?
me,
Okay,
oh,
over there.
classic. Hassan hates Israel because of this. No, man. I hated Israel before this, okay? Long before this.
And Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran.
Turkey is the new Iran? Nice.
Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Orospu çocuğu.
Erdogan is
Orospunun dölü.
sophisticated, dangerous.
Yetmedi yaptığı yetimler. Gazze'de yaptığı yetimler yetmedi. Türkiye'nin de anasını sikecek. İran'ın anasını sikecekler. Sonra Türkiye'nin anasını sikecekler. Az siktir lan.
And he seeks to encircle Israel. And while some senior Israelis were on Qatar's payroll, Qatar and Turkey are nourishing the Islamic Brotherhood monster that is growing and eventually might become as dangerous as the one created by Iran.
This is when pedal hits the metal, okay? I mean, this is so far out in the future, but this is where this is where we find out, all of us collectively, whether this is actually a material thing, like imperialism, or if it's actually David Duke's theory of Zog, okay? Because as it stands, I don't think this is a serious threat. Okay.
We really need more villages, game. If you could give us some villages, that would be
Turkey
sick.
has played an incredibly important role in America's imperial endeavors in the region. That's why America will always gift wrap the Kurdish militias after they're done using them for destabilizing initiatives, and then they tell the Turks, you can go bomb them if you want, do whatever the fuck you want, okay? If America were to be like, yeah, fuck NATO, we're gonna release the second largest NATO standing army, so that Israel.
And these units are becoming insanely powerful.
America will actually participate in the process when American nukes.
So that this is become like, even with like just 2 catapults, we're able to keep cursing while I can't.
When there are already American bases in the country, all over the country, as a NATO nation, if Israel's interests supersede
Our units are becoming
America's own
stronger and
personal
stronger.
interests, at that point, it's not, this is fully, we're just, we're just straight up doing Israel's bidding. Careful with the test rage, bro. Malding final.
You think
boss,
Turkey should
20
already get
9/11.
nukes? I'm not sure if I want Turkey specifically to get nukes.
Are you talking
increase
to
my all
Naftali
millions
Bennett or me?
points before.
Turkey and Qatar are gaining influence not only in Syria, but also in Gaza, through the front door, and everywhere, and trying to create
See
a new
heroes? Yes.
Tok-Green.
More heroes, please.
Turkey is trying to flip Saudi Arabia against us and establish a hostile Sunni axis with nuclear Pakistan.
Manufacturing konsepti bu bir 5-10 seneye biz de vurmaya ikna ederler gibime geliyor. İnşallah yanılıyorumdur. Yok abi, öyle sike sike yapamazlar ona öyle bir şey bence. Has Turkey responded to this? It's kind of a wild thing to say all of a sudden. It's not new. They've been saying that. They've been signaling that Turkey's next after Iran for, months at this point. Yeah, NATO boosters are notably silent about these open threats against a NATO country.
Yeah, very interesting how they're doing that. Very interesting. But what does this potion thing do? Oh shit, that's a
There
lot
are
of
nukes in
units.
7 different cities in Turkey. There are American nukes in 7 different cities in Turkey, bro. And Israel's like, we gotta fucking take out Turkey. It's ridiculous.
Okay, this might be the end.
I think it's not happening. There's no shot. Having said that, if America was like, you know what, actually Israel's right, then there is no other theory. There is no other theory that makes sense. Okay? Because Iran is a foreign adversary. But when Israel gets to take out one of the most consequential foreign allies, it's no different than, at that point, it's literally like it's like Israel saying, we got to take out Lithuania, but worse. Because Turkey's significance in the Middle Eastern project for America
Victoria?
is far more
Wait, you
consequential
could win?
than Lithuania or Estonia or even like
I didn't know you could
Poland,
win this.
You know what I mean?
It didn't seem like something you could win. Okay, nice.
At that point, it's
We
like,
got
all right, we're
a lot of
great.
points.
This is the United States of Israel. Like,
Okay, nice.
nothing
Sick.
else.
Absolutely quiet.
So what's this? Knight
about the
evolve
massacre-
knight to knight of the order,
40,000 innocent people.
which is
kept quiet.
misspelled, but whatever.
He's actually correct on the last part. There are new emerging blocks in Middle Eastern
What else
geopolitics
can
after
we
Iran has
get?
been sidelined. Turkey, Saudi, Pakistan are
How's the last
allies,
increase in
Israel,
our
UAE,
using at the same
plus
time?
India as
Building
a
the voice to
byproduct
access
of
into the
Saudi
empire through the
Syria
walls, the
replacing
gate closed the
former
mind.
Saudi versus Iran rivalry
Approaches.
that dominated since 1979. I know.
Piece of harvesting, carrying
That is
capacity.
inconsequential and insignificant.
The
Even if
forge
it's
protects
correct, it
villages'
doesn't
armor,
matter,
reduces
because vassals like Turkey are supposed to make piecemeal out of all of the other
let's get the archer
non-aligned
building.
countries. Like that's the
And I mainly just want better archers. Comes a high range,
yeah,
average unit
all of
expansion,
these
limited
guys play ball with
archers.
us, so they get to fucking do genocide in Yemen, or they get to do genocide in Sudan, right? That's the American calculation.
Towers, defensive building,
Israel
yes,
is
I want
mad about the extra attention,
houses,
and extra power
better
that they're
gathering.
able to, the extra power that they're able
One
to
knight of
fucking,
the order as well. Does make them
for themselves
stronger.
in the region, and they
So
wanna,
library make
they wanna
upgrades that
strike
benefit
back.
all units, more life, more defense, more attack. Okay, let's get that.
Turkey's a vassal state, but is very close to Russia. Yes, but that's the whole point of Turkey's existence. That's where... That's part of Turkey's significance in terms of its like foreign policy maneuvering for America.
Wait,
because
what were we
when
at?
push
A
comes to
weekly
shove,
challenge. Let's
Look
see.
at what the fuck they did in Syria. What are you talking about? Do you think that
Okay,
was at
community.
the behest of Russia? When they basically took
Quests.
out... When they
There's
played
nothing.
an incredibly
Nothing.
important
But the
role
game itself is like
in
fun so
taking
far, I
out
think.
Bashar al-Assad. You think Russia liked that?
Empire
No,
select
because Turkey is at the end of the day a
Celestians
servant
and Tarians.
of American empire.
Why did
That's
they make?
what I'm trying to say. That's precisely the reason why I'm
Hey,
saying
I'm not
this is
gonna
like
question that
this
too
is
much.
when push comes to shove, where we find out if like Zog is real or not. You know what I mean? Because there
They have
would
a
be
tech tree as
functionally
well.
no reason to do such a thing other than being hit with like the Israeli hypnosis beam or something, or compromise.
Customize.
Or
Oh, you
whatever
can
the fuck,
customize them as
people
well.
think on that side of the political spectrum.
Locked item. That's a lot of customization.
Breaking. Initial reports of suspected UAV impacted British RAF Akrotiri Air Base in Limassol, Cyprus.
Wait.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what happened? Initial reports of it. You wait, what?
Israeli singer Ofer Levy calls for Netanyahu to drop an atomic bomb on Yemen, Iran, and Turkey. Levi encouraged Netanyahu to start the last world war and that redemption is ahead. Bro, psychos, dude.
Alright, let's try the weekly challenges. Skeletonians.
Israel's really committed to turning Turkey into his new bête noire as the Ayatollah's grip on Iran gets closer by the minute. How America and Europe respond to this is how we know if NATO is really dead.
Okay, go to villages. Yes.
Before Ayatollah was dead. It's just a death cult. Like, why are we fucking being dominated by a complete psychopathic death cult, dude? Anyway, here is the Israeli peace negotiator Daniel Levy explaining Israel's creating chaos in the Middle East by attacking Iran. I gotta pee.
Put another two villages. Yes, please.
Israel
Nice.
has a national security
Off to a great start.
of simply seizing the territory of the immediate surrounding states, and of course permanently seizing all of Palestine. What this is really about then is going to the next stage, and perhaps the defining moment in Israel's reach for regional domination, that all of the region will see that it must bend the knee, that the US is Israel, and that is omnipotent.
Yeah, sounds about right. Pretty accurate.
The claim
Right, let's
that
explore
this is
some of the
to
map
prevent a
before
nuclear Iran is not credible. By the way, one of the things this almost
Almas
certainly
insuficientes para pedir el favor de dioses.
proliferation, because everyone in the
I don't know if this is
as how
Spanish
the
or
nuclear-armed
Portuguese or
bully
something.
Israel can act with another nuclear-armed bully.
Either way, I like the art style. Like, it's rather quaint.
Israel's bet is that with the US at its side, it can't be stopped. Not in this surge for regional domination, and not in its eradication.
Permanent increase on many
war against the Palestinians. Israel is a dependent protectorate of the US. What's strange is
the permanent upgrades are
simultaneous
going
to
to
that,
come in
Israel can be
handy.
the one calling the shots.
So,
not that there isn't a camp for war in the US, but the strong, palpable sense is that it's hard to depict this is a US national interest. Israel is dragging the US into this. Israel plays fast and loose with US lives. This is
Sounded Spanish.
Here you go.
Yeah, I think it's Spanish, but I don't know.
Literally, Israeli Jewish peace negotiator for Israel saying what I've been saying before all the fucking New York Times op-ed writers turn around and go, oh, this is, is this anti-Semitism?
What,
Like, what am I supposed to do?
Okay.
What the fuck am I supposed to do if this is just like abject reality? It's not my fault that like this is just what it is. I'm sorry if your fucking feelings are hurt or if, you feel threatened by an accurate reflection of what we are seeing and what is unfolding, but that's just the reality.
popular inside the US. This may be one of the reasons this doesn't go well for Israel.
Thank you very much. A short time ago,
Nice, easy peasy.
In June of 2025, President Trump apparently got a taste for sitting in that situation room, seeing the, as he depicts it, awesome, destructive power of the American military. And the I'm not a war guy, I'm the peace president has subsided ever since.
That's annoying. You receive some resources. Let's go with resources. Sucks. We misclicked. It'd be like that. Permanent effect, more damage, melee units, less damage for a little bit. Let's go with that.
Just
Faster we
imagine
get
what
these,
it
the
does.
better.
It mean if someone wished to be judged upon early, like being suicidal and even taking others them, how it was that it's like they didn't read the New Testament and Quran, What?
What?
Would you ever consider leaving?
Oh, some chatters are just a little bit insane. I want to say a little bit, I mean very insane.
Yeah, let me go live in Turkey. Here, anyway.
Increase in Benjamin millions with 2. Yes,
giving the game away.
That's useful. The free barracks is also quite useful. But
President Trump wrote this quote. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. Is hope the plan for the future of Iran?
No, the future of Iran is going to be determined by the Iranian people. The new Iran, whatever it is, whether it's a or a representative democracy, our goal is to make sure it cannot become, again, the largest state sponsor of terrorism. That's a win for us.
But is there a plan to make sure that happens, Senator? Is there a plan? Does the president have a plan to guarantee that that happens?
No, it's not his job or my job to do this.
What?
How many times
How is it not his job?
Is to make sure Iran is no longer the
insane.
sponsor of terrorism, to help the people reconstruct a new government, no boots on the ground. We don't own, you know this idea you break it, you own it? I don't buy that one bit. It's in America's interest to make sure the Ayatollah is dead. He's dead.
There it is, baby. There it is. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a single solitary fuck about what happens to the Iranians. Okay, we killed your Ayatollah. We want a failed state. They're saying it. They're saying it out loud. The only problem, look, from the American perspective, if you want to understand the American foreign policy perspective, you want to know what the biggest fucking problem is
less
for America's ambitions
damage to melee units for 30 seconds, more armor to melee units.
Annihilator of ISIS
let's go with
groups. Okay, this presented a significant threat
I
to America
keep
and Israel's interest in the
screwing
region.
that up.
All these
Can
other
increase
countries.
armor
That's
by
number one.
archers and
number
skirmishers
two,
by 4, can increase
this
damage by
meant
4
that they
for
couldn't
knights and
create,
lancers.
like, a
Yeah, we need
Salafist
the
brigade
thing for
internally
knights
in the
because
country.
our main units are knights.
That was the real issue here. And that's precisely the reason why they can't do this destabilization initiative, because they don't have popular fucking forces on the ground.
Shit.
That's it. That's why it's always laughable when dumb fucks in the chat will be like, "Oh, you love ISIS, bro." Which one is it? Do I love the Ayatollah or do I love ISIS? I can't love both, and I'm not exactly a big fan of either. Let's be real.
From Iran was deliberate, not least because we believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement, one in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon. But Iran is striking British interests nonetheless.
Are they?
Putting British people at huge risk, along with our allies across the region. That is the situation we face today. Our partners in the Gulf have asked us to do more to defend them, and it is my duty to protect British lives. We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes. But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots, or the launchers which are used to fire the missiles. The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose.
Kid Starver is such a horrible person. I hope he suffers so much for these awful takes. For this awful policy he's doing.
Killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been.
Bro, Iran has never put British lives at risk. He's currently putting British lives at risk. Oh, he's such a fucking cuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Unimaginable. Like, cuckening to a degree that I previously thought was impossible to reach, okay? Oh, he's the cuck final boss. Yep, guess we gotta go to fucking... guess we gotta go wage war with Iran now. Incredible. Incredible, dude. Oh.
Involved. The basis of our decision is the collective self-defense of
collective self-defense, eh?
And
Wank.
protecting British lives. That is in accordance with international law.
No,
and we are publishing a summary
I don't think it is.
of our legal advice. We are not joining these strikes, but we will continue with our defensive actions in the region.
It's so funny because he's also constantly looking like he has a gun pointed at him, like off camera. And obviously,
He does
that's
look
not the
like that
case.
now
He's
that he
like,
mentions it.
You know, a willing servant, right? But he just has such bad vibes that it just looks that way.
And we will also bring experts from Ukraine together with our own experts to help Gulf partners shoot down Iranian drones attacking them. I want to be very clear.
Whoa, Ukraine mention.
We all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. We were not involved in the initial strikes on
What
Iran.
are these siege units?
And we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy. So we are supporting the collective self-defense.
Wait, what are these siege
of our
units?
allies and our people in the region. Because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat and prevent the situation spiraling further. This is the British government protecting...
Okay, why are you just running?
And British
I hate when my units do that. So what are these siege units? Siege.
I have a question. Israel is the most unpopular it's ever been in the Western world. Overwhelming majorities will see this as going out to defend Israel's interests, putting their nationals'
It won't be
lives
so
on the
siege
line
units.
to protect the needs of interest, protect the needs and interests of Israel. What do you think happens
Will increase the
to
range of your rangers
Western
by
liberal
2, recruit 2
democracy
villages.
when overwhelming majorities get so mad and so angry that they start taking matters into their own hands? Especially after 80 plus years of propaganda that dictated that this was also, Israel's interests were done for the Jews, to protect the Jews. What do you think happens at that point? Because now you're actually universalizing the pain. Now it's not even just like, oh, you need to shut the fuck up. If you say anything about Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Now you're like, if you don't die for Israel, you're anti-Semitic. What do you think happens in the Western world? These are such unimaginably short-sighted initiatives.
Sorry.
They're acting like there's no tomorrow.
Nice. Oh shit.
Clip of the Iranian reply to Starmer. Let's hear Fox News sell how U.S. troops have been killed. By the way, I bet those numbers are even higher.
5 others are seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. We do not know where those casualties occurred. However, we do know that U.S. bases in Iraq have come under attack by Islamic militia now. Those militia that are aligned with Iran. Those are the ones that they fund and purpose at their will, that regime. The president launched the major offensive against Iran's terrorist regime early yesterday morning. Israel today continues to go after strategic sites deep inside Iran, dubbing its military offensive Operation Roaring Lion. This is a special Sunday edition of the Faulkner Focus. I'm Harris Faulkner.
Alright, all my emails will be slower for a little bit. That's okay. Worth it for the upcoming upgrade.
By the way, they used missile systems with 300-kilometer range, and they openly showed that at least one of the Arab nations that they're one of these Arab nations, we don't know which one. I don't know if they figured out which one it was, but at least one of the Arab nations were actually being utilized to deploy strikes against Iran.
Commanders since the operations began, which includes the top Revolutionary Guard leadership and Iran's defense minister. A huge development now, coming together in just the last bit. Iranian state media confirming Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. Now, we knew that yesterday. Fox confirmed, the president talked about it, and now wide media. And Fox can also confirm that the CIA provided Israel with the intelligence to conduct that strike on Khomeini's compound. President
Nice. Okay, that was a pretty good run. Not run. Wave.
To
whatever
one outlet
it's called.
the president said the nation's potential
Sacrifice random units, recruit 2 heroes. Ooh.
Want to talk,
I don't know.
and I have agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them.
Nope.
They should have done it sooner. They should have given what was very practical and easy to do sooner. They waited too long. End of quote from President Trump. Iran's exiled crown prince shared his thoughts on the future of his country.
Ew.
There's no question that this is
literally the worst person.
We've been waiting for all this time. This is like full decapitation of the regime, and ultimately what will expedite its total collapse. The Iranian
Over
people
here,
have
this side?
suffered too much to settle for anything less than that.
Well, while Iran's leadership is calling for revenge, citizens are in the streets, really all over the world, wherever they live, including the United States. You're taking
I'm sure they
now.
are.
This is Berlin, Germany. Streets are cheering the killings of the top regime officials who have been oppressors
Shameless.
of the people for decades.
Yeah, Kieslings. All of them Kieslings. Like, absolutely. The most right-wing chuds. And even if they're not, then alright, fine. Then just dipshits. Like, horrible people who care more about, like, their egos than the safety of their countrymen. Supposed countrymen. They probably don't even consider them that.
We have Fox team
like, what I say about them, talking shit, is probably much less bad than how they view them. Almost certainly.
Continue to intercept Iranian missiles. Let's begin with Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Jennifer.
Harris, as you mentioned, CENTCOM has confirmed that 3 American service members were killed and 5 were seriously wounded in a missile strike. We're told other Americans sustained shrapnel injuries and suffered concussions. These are the first casualties of the war the U.S. and Israel have launched against Iran. CENTCOM would not say which U.S. base the missile strike targeted, while family notifications continue. We also can now report that 4 B-2 bombers flew from their home base of Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri on a round trip to Iran and are now safely home. A senior U.S. defense official told me they dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs on Iranian ballistic missile sites that are hidden underground. The Iranian
No, all my villagers, no!
Can be rolled out of caves and then pushed back into a protective bunker. They may have fewer of those launchers today, however. The
very good that
strategy seems to be to escalate to de-escalate. The Iranians have fired
escalate to de-escalate. Yeah, okay.
209
okay,
drones
bro.
at UAE.
R.I.P. Why did that villager go that way?
and 45 at Bahrain, along with
Dipshit.
9 drones. Hotels and
Dipshit
civilian
units.
apartment buildings are being hit by Iranian missiles and drones in neighboring Gulf states. Missiles have been fired at a U.S. military base in Erbil, likely by Shia militias in Iraq, who have long been funded by Iran. A mob tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons and live fire to push back an angry crowd threatening the
Pakistani security forces?
Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan
Bro.
have large Shia Muslim
That's-
populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey
I never have
said
anything
2
good to say
missiles had been
about
fired
Pakistan.
toward Cyprus,
And this is
where the
especially
British Army has
a moment where I
service
don't.
stationed. It's the first time Cyprus has ever been targeted by Iranian ballistic missiles, likely fired from
I think it's
Tabriz
arrangements
in
with
western
2,
Iran.
yes please.
There are reports the Iranians have reached out to Oman, saying
These
they
are
are willing
arrangements
to
attached
talk.
before,
President
increase
Trump,
or
as you just
armor
mentioned, just
follow
told
units
the
before.
Atlantic that the Iranians have reached out and want to talk, and he is willing to talk to them. Israel's defense minister announced that Israel is now using stand-in weapons over Tehran and will now have 24/7 presence in the skies above Tehran. That means that they and the U.S. military have effectively suppressed the air defense systems over Tehran, a huge step forward in terms of being able to track the movements of Iranian leaders and forces. We reported
I really need
yesterday
more
that
hero
the start
units
of the
ASAP.
joint operation had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, the meeting at Khamenei's compound. Fox has now confirmed the intelligence for that strike came from the CIA, who passed it to the Israelis. The New York Times was the first to report this. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He has moved into the top position in Iran. He just gave an interview in which he threatened revenge for the killing of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei.
Whoa, what a surprise. I can't believe that he would threaten revenge. What a violent person, man.
If they can't reliably strike our bases.
That's so
They
crazy.
can't reliably strike your bases. You said W American Embassy?
I do?
An American
Sorry, what do you say
fucking
you do
security
too?
Staff killed 10 Pakistani people protesting outside of it, and you said W American Embassy?
I'll increase the range of your arrangements by 2 or millions by 2. Millions by 2.
First of all, who the fuck said the Iranian missiles are not capable of striking the bases? Here.
Please give me some heroes, dang it.
Does this look like
Archers and skirmishers, alright, that's good enough.
Dumbass?
Yeah, these guys having longer range is very, very useful.
What purpose does it serve to lie to yourself? You think?
Positive things. Don't forget, you're posting things to say about Pakistan.
I will never understand that.
Disgusting. Don't make me unmod you.
People who would just like
Do not speak
rather
positive
live in an
of
alternative
Pakistan in my press.
Both the United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts.
Hashtag no forget.
Now it seems both
Okay,
sides
you
want to talk. Not clear if that means there will be regime
you
change
guys
in the end. If there's a
don't
new
like
Why do
be
so many
suicidal, please.
Americans want to be such rabid fascist dogs? Do you really have nothing going good in your life? Yes.
Supreme Leader, and Ali Larijani keeps the reins of power. He was one of the main members of the Iranian leadership, Harris, ordering the
Cool.
vicious
2 heroes?
killing of
Yes,
thousands of
please.
Iranian protesters just weeks ago. Harris.
Jennifer, thank you very much for getting us started. The conflict is having major impacts across the
Apparently
Middle
increase
East.
the range
We'll
of
hear
millions
more
by
and
2.
more about that,
Yeah, we'll do
during
that.
the Faulkner Focus today. Iran has launched waves of missiles and drones into Israel and the United States military bases and some civilian areas in the region. And we were told to expect some of that. What is an oddity, though,
seems like they're coming this
is that
way.
they are hitting Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates hard. Nations with at least relationships with Iran, if not some actual support.
Yeah, they have relationship with Iran, but they still have American bases there.
In Bahrain
Like-
hit by an Iranian strike.
Fox News obviously like they might know better than this. I think most of them know better than this. I don't know about the individuals at Fox.
Iran
though.
just stated that they are going
Stop this. Iran, no. Khalil, no.
Oh shit, we actually had the max amount of
very
units.
hard today,
Shit.
harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before! Exclamation point from the commander-in-chief. And this is Israel. You hear the sirens sounding repeatedly as Iranian projectiles are flying toward population centers there. The top level of that country's vast air
increase damage by
defenses
4 for all units. Yes,
working to
please.
intercept the barrage. Still, an Iranian ballistic missile struck west of Jerusalem.
Send siege units
Killed
and beat
9
warbees.
people, injured
Movement
nearly
speed to melee
50
units for more
others,
damage.
including children.
Yes.
An Israeli military spokesperson says
Including
Israel
children.
has called up 100,000 reserve soldiers.
Recruit
Chief
one.
Foreign correspondent Trey Yinks is
It's
in Tel
unlucky that we
Aviv with
didn't
the
get
latest
that,
on this. Trey, it is nightfall there now, and sometimes we can see things tick up, although a lot of this has been playing out in the daytime. What is the latest?
Yeah, Harris, good afternoon. Throughout the day, we've watched as Iranian ballistic missiles soared through the skies of Israel, many of them intercepted by Israel's advanced air defense systems. But just outside of Jerusalem, one of those missiles slamming into a heavily populated area, killing at least 9 people, according to first responders. You can see crews here digging through the rubble, trying to put out the flames. Just a horrific scene. Tonight, Israel's prime minister addressing his country.
Always remember,
and the
chat,
world,
don't
saying
fed
this.
post. Don't fed post.
Our forces are acting now in the heart of Tehran with increasing intensity, and it will only increase further in the coming days. And yet, these are painful days.
Green
Yesterday
screen.
here in Tel Aviv, and
Motherfuckers
now
in
in
Berlin.
Beit Shemesh, we lost dear people. My heart goes out to the families.
I mean, I don't think he's outside. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu would dare being outside.
Strength to the wounded.
Which, I mean, understandably
As
so,
the Israelis
I
are
hope.
continuing their airstrikes tonight against the Iranian regime.
Woo, we
know some
won!
Protesters in Iran have
Yeah,
taken
we
to
did.
the streets. They are celebrating.
Because I already, because I realized that, you know, we can't have more. We started with more villages, or like more opportunities to get villages, and also like I knew what to go for, like barracks to also reduce units. This went so much better.
In other locations.
Like getting units does not matter. What matters is like
Smaller group of people
upgrading
were
the shit.
like, death to America.
Nice, nice, nice. What is this? This is used by anti to move underground across great distances quickly. Ooh.
Bro said Hamanai.
Hearing tonight from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian, one of the few Iranian leaders still alive.
Defensive tower. Bone protection.
America and Israel should
Please,
be aware.
the villages increase the enslavement of the souls carry 3 more resources in each
Our
collection
great
cycle.
nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
We also have some new video from the Israelis showing strikes earlier today in the Iranian capital of Tehran. I'm told by a senior Israeli security official that these strikes were taking out a building that the IRGC used to crack down on protesters earlier this year when President Trump said 32,000 civilians were killed. Now, Harris, I just got a message from a senior White House official who tells Fox
This
News
game is pretty fun.
President Trump said new potential
Also,
leadership
I like the
in
look
Iran
of the
has
skeleton
indicated
guys.
they
They
want
kind
to talk, and eventually
low
we will
kirk
talk.
adorable.
For now, Operation Epic Fury continues unabated.
It's so funny that Trump's like, no, they want to talk to me. And Iran's like, no, we're
Give me
good.
villages, give me villages. Ugh. Wood, siege units, archers. Go with the wood.
I don't understand why you're saying this is only Israel driving the war. America's wanted regime change in Iran for decades. Okay, brother. Americans don't know their ass from their fucking elbow. Who do you think in the United States of America, especially in contemporary American society, has been the driving force? Or do you think it's just a simple accident that they also happen to be the most pro-Israel individuals out here? Like, what are we talking about? You could have perhaps made an argument of uniparty.
Shit. Please don't
If Barack
make this one
Obama's
be the good
administration
one.
didn't exist.
Permanent increase. Oh, nice one wood.
Guy who literally gave Israel $38 billion on his way out. Guy who literally gave Israel $38 billion on his way out actually had an alternative vision to dealing with Iran. It was successful. It showed that if the goal here was to defang their nuclear program, they were capable of doing it. Also, once again, this is not just my assessment. You will hear this assessment from others
Something
as well.
good.
I know
2 villages,
dumb fucks
nice.
think. There's like dumb
Wood,
fucks in my
please.
replies and shit who think like, oh, you know, this is you're getting red pilled. You're like, oh, dude, you're getting red pilled. You're like you're naming the Jews or whatever the fuck they're saying. But there is an argument to be made about imperialism and Israel's. Obama admin had a different strategy to advance the interests of capital. Yeah, that's my argument, dumbass. Exactly.
Okay, put all the units back. Hello, Chenanders. I'll have to rewatch that one now. That one meme about the women's unit child comes
in the driver's seat.
Comes to mind. Which one?
Joe Biden was an insanely pro-Israel person. Why do you think so many Democrats
Where are they coming from?
have
Shit, I
such a
didn't see
hard
it.
time talking about the Trump administration's attitude towards Israel? Why do they never bring it up? Why do they never criticize it? Why do they rarely ever criticize it? Yeah, it's not Israel's interest superseding the American ones. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. They're not just doing what Israel wants. He's right. This is a long-standing goal of the Nasdaq establishment. They've always wanted revenge on Iran. Guys, you are out of your fucking mind if you don't think right now, the reason why we're doing this right now is not because of Israel. Israel is the least popular it has ever been. Israel has been able to defang, alongside the United States of America, over the course of the last 2.5 years, all of the acts of resistance in the region.
It's off to a great
but
start.
It also happens to be the least popular it has ever been. This is
Oh shit, I need to do my Duolingo. Increase archers damage by 2, receive wood and a bunch of other resources.
America was still
increase archer damage by 2.
Middle Eastern policy, they would not be going to fucking war with Iran. I'm sorry.
Come on, give us a rare upgrade. Will increase armor by 2 for archers, will increase armor by 2 for skirmishers. Archers. Okay.
They're not just doing what he's right. It's a long-standing goal of the Nasdaq establishment. They've always wanted revenge on Iran, wanted to remove Iran's influence over the Strait of Hormuz, and wanted to remove Iran's role as a revisionist power. Israel is definitely very influential in these circles of the Gulf states, as are the Gulf states, but it's in line with U.S. policy as well. No, defanging or dealing with Iran, and defanging Iran has always been an American foreign policy goal.
Units.
Doing it right now in the way that we're doing it is Israel's doing. It's
that one is
Israel's
risky,
ambitions.
but
It's Israel's wishes. 100%.
Right.
This doesn't mean that America is like I'm not like abdicating the responsibility of the American state, for the record. Make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. It's just the way we're doing it and the time we're doing it. It absolutely is because this is the last opportune time for Israel to be able to do it before it's so politically consequential that they can't do it at all.
On, kill them quickly.
You're being ridiculous.
There was melee units.
America would just as easily be happy with a completely defanged Iran existing as a sovereign state. Israel doesn't want that. America could be happy with a better relationship with the Iranian government. Iran is perfectly capable of having a better relationship with the American government. They beg for it.
There you go.
There's only one spoiler in this deal.
Right, just keep chasing that one enemy unit.
Like, you can't even say that,
okay.
brother. It's like
shit. I need to do Duolingo.
It's like having this conversation while Israel's literally talking about once,
also, hello,
once
Janandis.
Iran is
What's
done,
up?
we're going after Turkey next. What are you gonna say then? Are you gonna say America's long hated Turkey? Is that what you're gonna say?
Notifications. I've shown notifications. Pain.
7 fucking nukes.
Pain.
Inside of it, you're gonna be like, America's long hated Turkey. Like, you're coping. You're coping. That's it. You're 100% coping.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Harris.
And what are you hearing from leadership there in Israel about, you know, kind of the ramp up against Tehran at this point, specifically that?
I spoke with a number of Israeli officials today who indicate that they are speaking hourly with American counterparts to prepare for this to be a prolonged campaign. We understand there are a number of off-ramps worked into this, but the bottom line here is that both the Trump administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government are approaching this war with Iran through a peace through strength initiative. They are trying to pressure the Iranian regime by not only taking out their leadership, but depleting their ballistic missile stockpile and basically forcing them eventually back to the negotiating table, understanding that this is the largest military operation against the Iranian regime in history.
Il a choisi une bague en or.
Thank you for the late-breaking notes on that.
Je dois acheter des vêtements parce que j'ai grossi. Oh no, look, it's Brian Kilme.
What the fuck happened to the video? Video went
This hour
private.
with Fox News alert.
Elles sont sorties à quelle heure? On ne reste pas sur le... Elles sont venues avec la...
America has numerous options of dealing with Iran. Israel is the only country that actually wants to completely destroy Iran. Even other Gulf nation states that have ideological battles or sectarian battles with or sectarian conflict with the Iranian nation, with the Iranian government, don't want Iran to be completely completely destroyed.
I don't know what.
Okay, Israel is the only country in the region that America is listening to in this incident, the way that they're going after. And also, I will say another thing. I don't believe the Wall Street Journal about Saudi Arabia also separately petitioning the American government. I don't believe it. I think that's fucking bullshit. I think right now there is, as you've also personally recognized and talked about, there's a separate security cooperation happening in the region. And Saudi Arabia has a lot of smoke for the UAE. Okay? They don't like Iran. We all know that. They've been diehard fucking anti-Iranians. I'm telling you, the reason why that Washington article...
Is the game still ongoing?
Like, no, Saudi Arabia still wants it too. They don't want it. They don't want it. It makes sense why they wouldn't want it.
Wait, you can't pause it?
Destroyed all of the proxy groups. They literally collaborated with the Iranian proxy in fucking Yemen after starving the Yemeni population in a genocide. They turned around and said, you know who we actually don't want in Yemen? The UAE.
That is come on. Okay, this game is an asshole. You're shitting me.
You're wrong. I don't even think Saudi Arabia actually wanted this this round of conflict with Iran. I don't even think that. I don't even believe that.
Shit.
I think there's one country in the fucking region. There's one country in the fucking region that wants.
Is there not a way to pause this damn game?
And that is the
they did not add a way to pause the game.
Be the only country that
are you shitting me?
Anyway, sucks, but it's just the truth.
What? Okay, this is stable enough that I can just kind of like still do my Duolingo at least. Ils sont partis hier soir. They badly need a way to pause this game. That's insane. Ils sont rentrés chez eux. Ils sont rentrés chez eux. Le chat est sorti de la maison. The other game is just like, you know, we're not gonna. When you pause the game, you can't do anything. You can't click anything. This game is just like, there's no pause. We haven't added a pause option. Il est revenu hier. Il est retourné chez lui pour prendre son parapluie. Pourquoi est-ce que tu es monté à l'étage? Il y a une araignée sur les réfrigérateurs.
Look, my family lives in Tel Aviv. My aunt and uncle and cousin literally are texting me from the bomb shelter.
Sacrifice 15 random units, yes.
You know, I take Israel's security very seriously. It's literally my family. And Bibi Netanyahu has literally been trying to get presidents from both parties to do a regime change operation in Iran with him for decades.
People in Iran want regime change.
To build up to its house for free. People increase all range units armor by 4.
The chatters who were like, Hassan, you don't understand. Why are you shifting the blame over to Israel? It seems like you're abdicating the responsibility of America. America wanted this too. Clearly, they wanted it enough that they're sending billions of dollars worth of assets. But if you don't think that America is operating at the behest of Israel here, almost single-handedly at the behest of Israel here, I don't know what to tell you. They literally are allowing their bases to be melted by Iranian drones, dude. They straight up pulled out their forces from their radar facilities, from their fucking bases, so that there's a bullet sponge there so that they can focus on defending Israel. It's nutty.
We don't read
It's
population
unbelievable.
capacity for now.
Yeah, drones were basically useless for Iran during the 12-day war because they had to cross so much hostile airspace to get to Israel. But they are an unsolvable problem for the Gulf, and Iran can keep up this costly harassment for much longer than its missile stockpiles last. Yes.
This market will allow us to get more wood, so we'll make use of that. Shit. Don't go for our units!
Israel is making the cost-benefit analysis. They recognize they are very tuned into Western approvals. They do need Western approval until they're... Because the reality of the matter is, Israel understands that if the West collapses, and if the Western world doesn't decouple from Israel, in the next decade, the Western world will collapse. 100%. I promise you that. Believe it, okay?
Believe it!
If...
And destroy one of our buildings. That's not ideal.
With this level of unprecedented unpopularity...
Why are these units not moving?
Okay.
What is wrong with you?
At this level of unprecedented unpopularity, if the Western world does not decouple from Israel, if they don't change trajectory, they're fucked. Like,
come on,
it's over. It's done. Because every day
it's double clicking in the worst ways possible.
This is for a foreign nation. A foreign nation who's very arrogant, very entitled, and is also dominating my life in ways that I never thought was
they don't
possible.
do a longer lesson at least.
Completely unacceptable. I don't think you guys understand, like...
I shouldn't say that.
I feel like you don't understand.
I am annoyed at the game for being like, oh yeah, so we're just gonna like screw you real quick.
Israel recognizes that too. And this is precisely the reason why it's their last option. It's their last best option to do this. Yeah, here is... whenever supporters of the 2015 Iran deal claimed it was preferable to war, critics took offense and insisted instead of military conflict they could use maximum pressure to get a better deal. They never got a better deal, they got the war.
Units. I have increased melee units armor, please. I have increased all range units armor.
Is Iran gonna mine the Strait? I
Is
don't
that
know
all
if they'll
damage
mine the
range
Strait
units?
because I feel like they've made it not very easy to traverse already.
Increase knights and armor damage. Archers. Armor's melee units damage. I think increase armor. Okay, let's go with this one. It'll be a little bit annoying, but
Sleep my beauty. I'll tell you all about the events my dear. Sen uyu güzelim. Ben sana anlatırım tüm olayları. Vay be ne güzel uyuyor ama. Krok Monsieur de yapmış. Vay amına koyayım. İyi sahur. Sometimes I feel like we're going for a simplistic answer that puts Israel as the 100% responsible party. No, there is no 100% responsibility in general. America is the one who's still moving their fucking units there. American politicians, either because they have Israel's dick launched far up their assholes or because of their own personal bloodlust, are totally on board with this. Okay? But like, what are we doing? There is no other country on the planet that we do this for. Please. Please be fucking real, dude. Be fucking real. There is literally no.
So we're finally producing more units than
we do this for.
Than the enemy can destroy, which is very
no
nice.
Other country where we do this for, whether it be our domestic policies, in terms of like, in terms of straight up punishing American citizens at the behest of a foreign nation. Like you can straight up be an immigrant with a green card and say fuck America and you're fine. But if you say fuck Israel, you get deported. What the fuck are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Shit. Recruit one hero. Yeah, okay.
Israel better than we treat any
Shit.
other country on the planet.
Keep
We were fantasizing
clicking.
about invading
Ooh.
Greenland not that long
Ah.
ago. There is no real reason as to
Click,
why
click.
America is doing this beyond the fact that Israel support is cratering in the Western world, and they know that they're running out of time for unlimited funds. And Iran is relatively weak, I guess, because it doesn't have its proxies in the region. But very clearly, it's not that fucking weak. Look at what they're doing now. Turns out Iran is not that weak at all, it seems. This entire time, their strategic restraint was genuinely strategic restraint for some fucking weird reason.
I mean, the weird reason. I don't think it's a weird reason. I think it's an understandable fear of like if you attack, then who knows what's gonna happen. Like I think that's fairly understandable. Still silly in a way, I'd say, but you know, whatever.
נדרש לטפל באיומים על ישראל, אבל הכניסה למלחמה הזאת עוד תביא לנו צרות צרורות להמשך הקיום שלנו פה, ותערער את הקיום שלנו פה באופן כבר מערערת, כבר מעורער כבר הרבה זמן. זהו.
מה זאת אומרת? אחלה מצב שבעולם. סוף סוף תקפנו את האיראנים.
More for archers, skirmishers, some more
עוד
damage.
50, 60, 70, 100 שנה. יותר טוב מזה לא יכול להיות.
Delusional.
Sacrifice random units for more health or armor.
I don't want
That's
to wait anymore for what's coming. Now it's coming.
Hopefully we didn't lose our hero,
Finish
but
it and let's start the day.
we
I
probably
swear to
did.
God, it's a fucking death call, bro.
Please damage
Israel
for all
is like-
units. Yes, please.
Israel is a death cult. Zionism is fascism, and fascism is a death cult. You know?
Increase armor for knights and lancers.
It's
For
like I'm
archers,
reading a
skirmishers.
fucking history book about how fascism developed in Nazi Germany.
Yep.
You know?
Of course, it sacrificed a hero. You guys go over here.
It's crazy.
We got Purim in 3 days, celebration of freedom. And it's kind of the history repeats itself because it was with Iranian diamond passion and it's coming back.
I think it's something we had to do. We see our enemies trying to get us back into war and to attack and threaten us. And
It's something we had to do. Yeah, we had to attack them to avoid the threat of war.
Arab enemies. We know
What an
that
intelligent
from
person.
43, I've knew some wars in my life that we have to be the first. We have to establish that we are strong, we are not scared, and we are here to protect our land.
At this point, the Iron Dome is done. Israel will hide as much as possible on the destruction that's happening. That's not a real video. I don't think. That doesn't look
These
like a real
buildings have a
video.
lot of HP.
Unless it's the Haifa. It looks like it's AI, but Haifa was struck for the record, but I don't think this is a real video. This is fake. Yeah, this is AI. Explosions don't look like that. Yeah, I think people are just trying to send me fake videos so they can clip me believing the fake video, but what is this? Was the oil tanker actually hit? I don't know. Liberal calling for the death. What's the penalty for treason again? What is this? Hassan Pakato's chest. Suicide bombing is dead. Just buy a 10K shot head drone from China. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them online in marketplace. China literally sells. Are these guys stupid?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, the answer is yes. Like, obviously, I'm not saying this is a good idea, man. Why is it that, like, I'm incapable? My ideological enemies are incapable of making a fucking joke about, like, the actual circumstances at play here. I'm literally memeing on the Taliban, you fucking idiot.
You guys go chop this wood over here, because I'm worried.
Anyway, I don't really give a
all
shit.
my units.
Whatever. Suck my dick, dude. Oh, what's the death penalty?
There.
We gotta kill
You guys
this guy.
go back to chopping wood here.
The truth, I'm quite surprised that Israel is the first one to attack. I was expecting the United States to attack first. I'm not sure that it's good for Israel to be the first one, but once it's taken and once it's done, I think and the hope for a great change in the Mediterranean.
I'm standing here today above this synagogue in the Israeli community of Bet Shemesh, a place where an Iranian missile has struck today, killing.
Yeah, this cratered the shelter.
Multiple Israeli civilians. This wasn't a.
But the fact that they're doing this, the fact that they're showing this, I think,
is to justify more violent
they were trying
attacks.
To garner sympathy.
It's their target.
They're not going to get it. Ironically enough.
Iranian regime purposely targets civilians. This is what we're up against. A terror regime.
Like, I'm sorry. It rings hollow when I hear it from an IDF commander. Oh, wow. You mean to tell me there's a terror regime targeting civilians? Wow.
Oh shit, is it killing one of my villagers?
First of
course
its kind,
it is.
you say.
Civilian casualties as a war tactic.
People really hate you, and it's all the better to see time after time when you're vindicated on your own positions and just spreading the word of awareness. You keep fighting a good fight on the right side of history.
Oh shit.
Street, yeah. In
and
English
we'll
too.
Target innocent civilians to advance that goal. We send our condolences to the family.
First time I've ever encountered such a thing in this region. You know? Wow. Wow, that's crazy.
The bombardments go on. In Tehran, the boom of destruction. American and Israeli forces renewing their assault.
Okay, I only have one villager left. And the game's gonna be an asshole and not allow me to have more of them, I'm sure of it. Oh shit.
Satellite imagery from planet suggests the Qatar early warning radar. A $1 billion Raytheon FPS 132 system may have been damaged as claimed by Iran. May have? Brother, what the fuck are you saying? The 3M image is not definitive, but there is what could be burn scarring on the ground near the radar. The IDF demanding sympathy from the population in the Western world is so fucking
Knights and Lancers.
People who are already pro-Israel are going to go, oh, I hate this. I can't believe it. Oh, this was awesome, yeah.
Your Prime Minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war crime. This is a war crime. Targeting civilians, targeting...
Have you seen Gaza?
Elderly woman killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime...
I bet you they're going to kick that guy out, by the way. Yeah. Iran has a right to defend itself. 100%.
Is targeting not only us in Israel. They are targeting...
Like, the international rule-based order is not designed around only Israel getting to do offensive initiatives over and over again and then claim self-defense.
The entire region.
What about the 100 or so schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike at
death? And this must stop. This must be stopped, and this is what we're trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
But what about those Iranian
Let's allow others. Please.
I'm Lomas from... But your Prime Minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is the war.
All Israel has to do is release the 10K Palestinian hostages. Yeah. It's just like, it's not happening. It's not happening. Wait, it keeps going? Is it 2 minutes long?
Oh shit, am I actually gonna lose this? I hope not. I might have screwed up.
But the Iranian regime is targeting our civilians, our children, our women, our elderly. This is not only happening here in Israel. The Iranian regime is attacking the entire region. 8 countries. I repeat, 8 countries.
Only we get to attack those countries. Brother,
true.
You bombed Qatar.
Truth nuke.
Like, you
yeah,
don't
okay, we lost.
No! Nothing. You have literally...
I blame this on the game being... Okay. On the game not having a pause button. I'm not gonna be too mean, because they might, like, have a look at the you know, us streaming it at some point, the VOD.
Fuck you mean?
But,
like,
yeah,
only
that was...
we get to do it.
Wait, what just happened?
Does not have a right to defend itself. At all.
Is it not gonna give me the points either for us for the loss?
By ballistic missiles of Iran.
Yeah,
Okay.
Israel perfected liberal
Come.
fascism,
Okay,
by
this
the
is.
way.
If it does not give me the points for this, then I'm gonna be very upset.
You know what I mean? They perfected.
Like I survived until
like
level,
soy
wave 9. I should
rice
get a
every
fair amount of
fucking
points at
day.
least.
They're like, why have you called me a Nazi?
Oh, and the game
I
crashed.
only care about national socialism
Oh, yeah, there
in
you go.
Israel.
It was fun though. It was a fun game. I think it was a fun game.
Arab countries.
Yeah,
It didn't have the best ending, but you know, you win some, you lose some.
And we say it very clear. We don't have any fight, any quarrel with the Iranian people. The only objective, the only quarrel
Hezbollah is back.
is the Iranian regime.
Hezbollah is back. Hezbollah has entered the war. Urgent. Israeli Channel 12 on the army. Launch missiles from Lebanon towards northern
What?
Israel. Ooh.
Hezbollah comeback?
Let me see something. Let me see something. The attack currently targeting Haifa, Israel, originated from Lebanon, the IDF says.
Oh shit. They might actually be making a comeback. Okay, this is the last game.
Ooh,
Or maybe not the
someone
last
said
game, but
Him murdering
Hez.
attacks. This is what it's all
Incredible.
about.
Right. There's another game, another
Now I'll
demo.
take some questions, please.
Because I downloaded a bunch of them.
Channel 4 News. Khomeini, the Iranian regime, have clearly done terrible things, particularly to their own people. But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war crime. This is a war crime.
It is only a war crime if it happens to Israel, the only nation in the world.
Yeah.
Tiny Israel. Israel, tiny nation. Size of New Jersey.
Targeting civilians, targeting elderly women, killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime is targeting not only us.
Developed by tiny indie team from Canada. So this video is trademark of Reverie World Studios 8. You got a trademark? That's wild. Oh my shit.
This must be stopped, and this is what we're trying to do.
Enter username for online play.
Israel killed the live feed as soon
Submit.
as the Hezbollah attack started.
It is very loud, and I think it's
Reports indicate
requiring a
that
lot of
Israel launched
resources.
from
What?
Hezbollah. Israel killed the
Okay, there we go.
live feed. We've got impacts. At least
Name overtaken.
confirmed
Try again.
more
Okay,
than
let's try
one
share in
explosion.
one.
No word on intercept.
English, please. Right, and then we need to immediately turn down the sound and the graphics. They still give off the vibes of some. Okay, there we go. That's a lot more
For
doable.
Lebanon.
Voice volumes 9,
Yeah, but
6, and
Israel's got
4.
its hands a little too full right now.
Rotate minimap? No. Draw distance high. That is something I want high. Anti-aliasing disabled. We want lower graphics. Highest draw distance. We don't want the high shadow quality, but we do want high draw distance.
dormant.
Maybe just high draw distance. This would be fine. Can we get the this graphic? We don't really need a high resolution. As nice as that would be for me, I think this is fine because I think I'm only streaming in 720p. So inshallah someday I'll upgrade it, but not yet. High sound quality, corpses, extra bright bloom, no. VSync, fog. Oh nice, it changed all the graphic settings. Nice.
So to wipe out the Jewish people. And it began
Save these options. Okay, it feels like it feels much better. The historical story driven grand campaign for one of the 3 city-states in the 12th century. Campaign constantly oversaves.
She acted before.
Nestled among the mountains of Andalusia, in the bustling port, across the forests, nestled among the mountains of Andalusia.
There's no way we can't play as the. There's no way we don't play as the Emirate of Granada. Like, come on.
By the way, and he's doing it at the United Nations. I feel like they're flexing. You know
Disabled in demo.
Did he get fatter? Yeah, he did. Every time a baby is murdered by Israel,
Alright, never mind.
he gets fatter and fatter. Him and Randy
Also,
find both.
What? What is the name? City States.
Electoral architects of this war are already moving the
Evil.
goalposts to a small ground force in Iran. This is an out of control war, he says. I mean, I don't really care to hear this too much, but let's continue.
Okay, we need to change the graphic settings to windowed.
Trade routes across the Mediterranean and expand.
For the record,
Oh, nice. And now we're forced to hear the.
clashes erupting between the Shia.
Yeah, okay. This game did give off the vibes because I've played this game that looks very similar to this one, and it's very janky, very janky.
Yesterday, we were
I just hope it's still gonna be fun. That's like my greatest worry.
Wow Mao's calling your ass out. They literally arrested Shia Bahrainis.
Wow Mao is calling him out?
For celebrating the strikes on the American military base. A lot of you don't realize that there's a Shia minority population the Bahraini administration has suppressed actively. And they're continuing to do so.
You can enter towns in RTS mode as long as your lord has sufficient personal time. Additional time is added each month. To breach town gates, you can destroy the gates or destroy the gate controls, blah blah blah blah.
Oh, Bahrain is Shia majority.
Is Bahrain Shia majority? Huh. I thought the only Shia majority country in the world.
In the year of our Lord 1118, the aftermath of the First Crusade and the conquest of the Holy Land had reshaped trade, power, and allegiance across the Mediterranean.
Amalek was a guy who Allah told King Saul to obliterate. King Saul defeated Amalek, but kept plunder and wealth in defiance of Allah's order to destroy this. Saul lost favor in the sight of the Lord King, and David was anointed to replace Saul.
Fueling the rise of these city-states were powerful merchant princes. One such figure was
What's
Marco
your read on
Doria,
this? If Trump gets
a
the
prominent
interceptions running out,
Genoese
but Iranian
trader.
missiles still flying at a
On
steady
this
pace, to give it a
December
50-50, he launched a
was
tactical
far from
nuke
home
rather
in
than
the
face
Holy
humiliation.
Land, near
Maybe
the
the Europeans will
newly
once
founded
again support
Crusader
him.
kingdom of
I can see
Antioch,
that.
when his
I can see
steward
that
arrived
happening.
bearing urgent
And in the
news.
absence of
Oh shit! Urgent
absence
news.
of any sort of counterforce to the planet that says if we launch nukes, we're launching nukes ourselves. I don't think China's going to do it. I don't think fucking Russia is going to do it.
Madonna.
In the absence of that,
in the year
Trump
of
might
our
actually
Lord
do it.
1118.
Thank you for telling me the exact
Or
date.
Israel might even fucking do it, honestly. Trump might just get Israel to do it
Look
and then
upon
shift
the
the blame
world
over to
map,
them.
Messere, and hear the full account of our grim misfortunes.
Continue. Okay, let's run on the map using WSD. Done.
Military might, even as news of US deaths emerged. But Iran
It's a pretty big map.
missiles, and by
Oh, it looks. Okay, the map is really pretty. I like the map quite a bit.
America and Israel should be
Like, it has a nice amount of
bring
detail.
them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, Khamenei,
Okay,
foiled the
flashbang.
enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
And this is what Iran's rage looks like.
Sometimes you feel like we deserve to be wiped out as a species. Don't worry. We're getting there.
The town of Beit Shemesh,
More like
just a
Pisa.
short drive from Jerusalem, was hit by a missile.
A great earthquake
The explosion
in 1118
flattened a
shattered
school,
roads
a
and
synagogue,
damaged Genoa's
homes,
defenses.
and a bomb shelter
And with the
where
consul
dozens had sought
Roberto
refuge.
Fieschi
At least
gravely
9.
ill.
I could see
Rivalry
North
among the
Korea
House of Doria, the Fieschi,
presenting a
Fieschi.
nuclear deterrent.
Spinola.
Iran before
Whoa,
actually
isn't that
trying
like a
doing
food?
it.
In a confirmed day.
Wait, are there mountains here? In this? I didn't know there were mountains here, IRL.
Who's
Is that
This
true?
has nothing to do with
Is
black
that
and
correct?
Asian
Is that
people?
wrong? Scout Acre.
Okay. Does this have anything to do with Arabs? You think Arabs?
Ouch!
and
Why are they flashbanging us?
In general, like, do you think they brought this upon themselves?
Seeking to preserve.
We did update the game, right? Yes.
What do these
Yeah.
people ever do to them? What do these babies do to harm them? They've never done anything bad for Iran. We don't even share a border with Iran. It was for no reason at all, except pure hatred for the sake of hatred.
Pezeshkian waiting for his turn to soft effect by offering himself as a caretaker leader. Screenshot this. Delcy Rodriguez
I'm
vibes.
asking all those who defend them in the world. Who are you defending? Monsters.
More than trade. They
The people we spoke to insisted this is simply
Uh-oh.
a presidential community with no
I do want to know
chance
more
of
about the history of Genoa.
For many Israelis, the first day of this war was all about images of missiles being intercepted and bombing raids on Iran. But this is a very different scene.
Damn pox with
Schools,
dogs.
synagogue, homes demolished, and people killed. This attack
We must ride for Accra at once. Okay. Select your army.
A bloody business. This is what it is. This is what it looks like.
Right click on Accra to travel there. Where is that?
Just for reference, this is one
Oh,
missile
right. It's,
that
I think it's like
hits
around here.
and affects
Yes.
so many buildings and so many lives.
bones and my flesh
so
be hacked.
think about the amount.
Troop units from available
We've
roster.
done in Gaza.
Oh.
Right? That's what you're gonna say?
Oh my.
Lieutenant Colonel Yochai Manhoff.
I mean, I don't think we have any
about what
money.
we've
Oh,
done in Gaza.
flashbang.
That were on the way from Iran towards Israel in the last 2 days. So the damage can be immense.
Iran has continued its attack on Gulf nations. Smoke rising in Sharjah and Dubai. This high-rise.
This game has like the vibes of like an old game, like from like the year 2000 or something. And I quite like 2005.
Shipping seen as vulnerable here, and that
It reminds me a little bit of
Iranian
Counter Strike.
attacks on shipping
It's a vibe.
crossing the Strait of Hormuz. This whole region has been rendered unpredictable. In Iraq, not typically Iran's friend, a huge rally to honor.
Pray do not judge the game too early, Messere. Alright, I will not.
As it closed in.
I mean, I'm judging. So far, I'm judging it positively.
The Middle East is rippling.
Well, I guess I did say the
Why
jank,
did you
but
spend money on Israel-U.S. propaganda in LA? Thank you, Trump, from the Iranian people. Laura Loomer,
Well met,
God
my
bless
lord.
President Trump.
Take heed. These signs may bode ill.
Yeah, this'll do it. That'll do it. People, yeah, I think the Iranian diaspora,
if you want
leaning into an
Us faces to a
objectively
man.
unpopular president and objectively the least popular country in the Western world right now is certainly going to cause more people to come
Let's
on
enter
board
the
with their
seats of
cause,
Accra.
you know, because literally
Okay,
two of the least popular
Dev, if you see
figures
this,
right now in the
please
world, like Donald Trump and
remove the flashbang whenever you do a cinematic thing. It's very annoying.
They're just straight up going.
It's very annoying.
Especially right now. Imagine
Good grief.
fucking going around and being like, "Thank you, pedophiles. We
Coverage
love you.
problem units.
These
slowing down.
pedophiles are our
These things
pedophiles.
can probably
And
also be like
everyone else that's in the periphery, that's
a little bit more
watching,
prominent on the
just
screen.
know that these pedophiles are on our side, and you should also be
That
on
is
our
quite
side.
nice.
You
I
should join
hope
the
it's not
pedophilia
AI.
army.
That is my
That's what it's
worry.
like.
And it does look quite janky, which
Good luck. Hassan, Shocker, Goon, and Piker. I love my
maybe
haters
I'm
so much.
desperate.
They're
That could just be
so
me. I hope.
fucking stupid.
I just hope it's not.
They can't even like. None of these guys that come in here to fucking chirp
I like the city design.
are capable of writing like a coherent narrative. They're just so angry that they just like slam their fucking keyboard. They just slam words together. They do word association.
Wait, I can highlight the text. That's funny.
It's awesome.
Shut it.
Oh, that's very lucky.
Lol, you get rage baited with low effort. Yeah, everyone in here was like, "Wow, you were
To
brilliant."
attack another country because you don't like its policies. Is that the world that we want to live in? Donald Trump and the Israelis, and now I see Keir Starmer saying that he's got aircraft, British aircraft in the skies.
Mostly Akavata Oslo transport is Chinese mission will still be live. Last escaping elite allies. Scout the city, press the mark. Press.
Up top.
Okay,
Anytime Keir's
why are we in the middle of this?
I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy dog
Okay,
for the
we
American
need to
Empire.
scout these
Every
places.
time British media is gonna slam that forever.
British aircraft in the skies.
Oh yeah.
I hear and
Yes,
obey.
my good sir.
Okay, scout as in go there. Okay.
Your papers are on the floor. Let me pick them up for you. I am your dog.
This is an act of international lawlessness. Another act by Trump of international lawlessness, and it sends a signal to
Okay,
people
so
around
Knights
the
of
world
Patella
that
might
is right. And secondly,
schools.
if might is right, then you jolly
Next
well
one.
better rush to get some nuclear
Market.
weapons. If I was whoever runs Liechtenstein, possible president,
This
of
is
it,
where the
I'd just
January
send my
messenger
banker to
might
go to
be.
Pakistan to buy some pocket
January
nukes.
messenger.
If this is the world that we
What
are
was
going
this?
to live in, then
Elements
my
again?
goodness me,
I really like the vibes of the game so far. Like, if you can put units on these walls and shit, then I'm like that's a big positive thing for me. I'll support this trick.
47 years of execution, getting killed, getting raped.
Donald Trump is a hero.
Go here to escape.
Enough is enough, and they did the dirty job for us.
Enough
I don't
is
care
enough.
about
Oh, there's some
international
units.
law. As long as we don't get killed,
There's a lot of
we don't
units
get
there.
executed, we don't get raped.
So you're sure?
If you don't care about international law, if you care about
We've seen enough measures go behind the Eastern market, but we need to high protection of the hospital chapter back to the region. Who now much for the shite-stained peace and cutthroats? Andiamo.
I don't care.
Okay, so Yashar, what would you
All right.
say to China if they would invade
Double-click,
Taiwan tomorrow?
double right-click to order your troops
What's
to
your argument going to be?
run. Where's your horse? Good question.
A moral case.
Yeah, there is. I want Taiwan. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The Chinese moral case is I want Taiwan because I believe that it should be reunified with me. That is the moral case.
It's not moral, Ali. It's not moral.
It is.
It's not moral. I know who this Britbong is, but Britbong?
Yashar.
British guy is.
Yashar.
Seems
Morality.
seems good.
Morality.
Gains speed control loads. Set gain to speed 2 now.
The
Okay, sure.
beholder, my friend. If you go down that road and you're entitled to go down that road, then don't bleat when China invade Taiwan.
Why are there shields on the right?
I mean, you don't give a fuck if China invades Taiwan. Also, it's so, like, I love that this argument is like...
God's wounds is foul work. My brother's age spills some guts and shites. Put these peace and arse faces.
What if another
Arse face is back in the place. Alas, now must donate some silver to the temple for our protection.
What is this argument?
Okay.
I don't know why people think that, like, hypocrisy
How much money do I
when it
have?
comes to
Okay.
American dominance.
Send
People on
one
my
order
side
knight
do this
and
as
one
well.
order crossbow.
I know AOC has brought up, like, hypocrisy is a national security weakness. It's like, America has never had a
What a sergeant.
non-hypocritical moment post-World War II. Okay? Like, I was there.
I
Like,
hear
Russia
and obey.
literally invaded Ukraine.
We recruited them.
Said, the fuck are you talking
Yeah, the controls are
about? You guys
janky. Like,
invaded Iraq. You guys
things are reacting a little a fair bit of time
brought
afterwards.
up the point that what Russia was doing was similar to what America had done.
He's like they were able to cover with the scope because not all the whole group's moves together. PO willing to miss just a wait.
They're actually so
Alright.
much worse because that's
We had a
Russia
control
doing
group.
it,
Nice,
and
you
not
can do
us
that.
doing it. They didn't understand when I compare
So we want to go
a
there.
foreign adversary to the United States of America. I'm actually giving them
Do we
the
want to actually
maximum
attack them?
Where is my horse?
like designation that I possibly
Like I feel like we don't.
But they don't
Oh
get it.
shit! There's a lot of enemies. Huh.
To the death! I go
If Taiwan is a province, the
Attack select unit and rank the enemies attack. Focus on one target at a time.
I think AOC is right about that because in the case of Russia, Ukraine, the U.S. likely would have got more support from the global south and other states if they did actually see a difference between the U.S. and Russia. But the reason why they don't see a difference between the U.S. and Russia, also, what fucking good does it make? What good is it if the global south defends Russia or America? America doesn't give a shit.
That's right. Attack with the town militia as I shoot into you bastards.
Not
men are
Maldives.
eager, sir. Where is my horse?
Malvinas.
What are the stats of his units?
Oh shit, it may have
Not
been
bad.
Hezbollah, not Iran that struck the British base? Wait, what?
Nice. We have completely owned those guys.
Oh shit.
Crank those bows, men.
What the fuck
Crank.
are they doing?
Crank them bows.
Where is my
They're
horse?
crazy, bro.
Our steady
Shoot.
arms standing by. Blades attack now! Where is my horse? To the death!
Something is going down in Haifa. AP and Reuters have both cut their
Get
feeds.
ready.
Yes, it is Hezbollah, I think.
Fire, men!
Hezbollah, I think, has started throwing bombs in Israel's direction. What is this? Gropers and Muslims want me murdered for exposing the woke Reich as an Islamic movement. They want to murder me. The Islamic terrorists in Texas who shot up a bar in Austin last night obsessively tweeted at me. We are truly surrounded by enemy combatants. Deport all Muslims. I think there's more than just Muslims that want to do that to Laura.
It feels a little bit janky so far, but you know, it's whatever.
I pledge my life.
Oh yeah, Nick Fuentes is woke now.
Very nice.
He wants his Groiper army to vote Democrat in the midterms.
That's
I
funny.
swear to God, establishment Democrats are going to hug and kiss Nick Fuentes before they recognize what I have to say is good for them.
Hear and obey. To the death! Where is my horse? To the death! I pledge mine life. We are attacked. Blades are on the move. Now steady on.
When Russia invaded Ukraine, your argument about international law is totally and utterly redundant because you have made it redundant by saying it doesn't matter. Because
Come on, fire your
morals matter. If
crossbows.
morals matter, he who has the morals decides what
There we
they
go.
are and calls
Nice.
the tune if they have
We
the
killed them
power to
all.
pull the tune,
Very
and
good.
That's all that matters.
So
In a
did
righteous
my
right
units
world, my friend,
level up or
why is
something?
it in British taxpayer and citizens' interest to get involved in a messy war in the Middle East? Why?
To avoid terrorism in this country.
Which are in
You found the message alive, barely carrying vital message from Genoa, one that would change Marco's life entirely. Gasp!
Okay, what's the link with Iran?
Still school so far.
And what is their link with Iran, Spencer? Do you know what their link with Iran is?
I'm sure MI5...
Grazie, oh Dio, your leader. I come on behalf of your family. Genoa is in crisis, with the council close to death. An early election is coming. Your father believes you can secure the vote with enough silver for bribes. Alas, as you flee Accra, the path is surely lost. Godspeed, Messere, may Madonna guide you.
Al-Qaeda had nothing to do with Iran whatsoever. I was asking you specifically about the link to British terrorism, of which you have provided the sum total of nothing. If you want to go around and advocate for intervention...
The Accra chapter of the Knights Hospital stands with us because we might be a future leader of Genoa. Damn, we have motion. We'll spare siege agents to dogs to smash the palaces, lead on sire. A wee siege on our hands, eh lads? Oh, they are bloodthirsty. What is that? Is that money? They're bringing force to the dark side. The gates out of port is your way outside of Accra.
Now there is a procedure set in our constitution that when we lose
I pledge my life.
leader, there would be
Where is my
a new one
horse?
elected by the Assembly of Experts. And now
This is literally war by Reddit intellectuals.
We have, started the procedure. There is a transitional council.
Is it bad that I think he's hot? There's something crazy going on. Have you guys seen
what
photos of Khamenei as well without the headgear?
Wait, what? What are they?
Literally has a two-head or had a two-head.
Two-head?
It's actually kind of crazy. I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know Iranians had like the craziest hair genes, dude.
Oh no, brother. Hamilton bloody hamsters. Okay, whatever.
I hear and obey.
Alright.
Of the president.
Take the battle ram, destroy the gate, and march troops behind the mantlet shields.
Here we go, my lord.
Pull them over there, boys.
Mantlets on the move. Blades are on the move.
Arrange the election of the new leader by the Assembly of Experts. And the members of the Assembly of Experts are elected themselves by the people every 4 years.
The men are eager, sir. Shelter is on the way.
Just reported that
we are
40
ready to
senior
serve.
commanders were killed in the
Good
first
oaken
minutes
mantlets here.
of the strike. How much damage
Keen
has
eyes,
this done to
gleaming
military
gaze.
infrastructure?
Winding up, taking action.
Well, we have lost some
Steady arm,
commanders, that is a
standing by.
fact, and the names
Okay.
are already announced.
Task ram to break the gate. Oh, okay.
That nothing has changed in our, military capability.
Can you guys like shoot?
This is exactly what
okay.
happened last time. You remember in June when Israel attacked us?
Shelter is on the
they
way.
killed some of our top commanders at the beginning of the strikes.
Haul them over there,
they were
boys.
replaced very soon, and
Mantlets on the
in less
move.
than 12 hours, we were able to
I
start
hear and
retaliation.
obey.
This time, it was
I
even
pledge my life.
faster. In less than 2 hours, we started to...
This game is very confusing. Also, why the mantlet is not turning the right way?
Shelter is on the way.
Fire! Oh, the crosswoman. Ugh.
Good oaken mantlets.
Yeah, okay, that's me being stupid.
Here we go, my lord.
To defend our country even more. They are more
into
prepared
position.
and capable
Keen
than
eyes,
previous
gleaming
wars
gaze.
before 12 years.
How are we doing so much damage to the units? They must be some very good shots.
And I seen you have seen how
Mantlets
they
on the move.
acted so far.
President Trump issued a warning overnight, warning the Iranians not to retaliate. He said they better not do that. If they do, we will hit them with a force that has never
Oh shit.
been seen.
We're throwing down the gates. And the dogs turn to slaughter. Young Guido Visconti stood trembling among the defenders, praying on his breath, his mind on his noble father in Pisa. The journeys and hospitals drew on.
No, we are defending ourselves, and we have every right, every legitimate right to defend ourselves. What the United States is doing is an act of aggression. What we
Okay,
are
you
doing
guys
is the act of self-defense.
get in there.
There are huge differences between these two. So one should tell, you know, the president of the United States, do not attack, do not, make any aggression against another country. But nobody can tell us that you don't have any right to defend yourself. We are defending ourselves, whatever it takes. And
Alright, just get in there.
we see no
Get in there, units.
to defend our people, to protect our people. Just release your boat. Yesterday they hit.
Oh, they are low.
Against,
One, and Guido Visconti peacefully dead. The aura of his death was not lost on a hero. Marquardt sailed at once, but first whatever spice and silver could be taken from the slain pieces might yet find his flight in the coming January election. Time to loot. Why are these units going?
You say you want to protect your people. You say you want
Escape,
to
just skip that. Alas, no chance was my dead young noble among the dead, and since awesome peasants hit through the fighting, set them to loot the fallen corpses. Every commander took a speech.
These guys are long gone, brother.
How do we tell the peasants to loot corpses? Say peasants are right-clicking fallen soldiers who loot silver and trade goods.
Like good friends.
Oh. You can also use resource task button near the peasants.
Iranian community.
Password.
Maybe you can have a conversation with them and like explain to them that this is
task
identical to
support.
like Iraq.
Coming up.
There were plenty of people in Iraq that were celebrating the fall of Saddam. Saddam was ruthless. He was brutal. But at the end of the day, those people either took up arms against America or greatly. They hated that initial decision.
So we can take Vas, gather the men. Guido Visconti is dead, and the city will soon howl for it. When ready, click the world map button and sail at once. Do not linger in Acre Mesere. Piss on it, we leave now.
Some members of the diaspora
Damn, we lost a viewer for my talophobia.
You're not going to be able to have a normal conversation with them. Like, they're just as MAGA brain poisoned as like the average hog is in this country. So either talk to them about everything else and not this issue at all, or, you know,
Turn to the world map. We're not going to do that. Not until we've looted more.
Maybe you don't talk to them.
your people, but your own regime, according to
We need to fully loot these men.
the last several months, is responsible for the killing of up to 30,000 of Iranian citizens.
Okay, let's. Can we not say?
Khamenei was no Saddam, though.
Wait,
yes,
that's a lot of loot.
Wait,
we're still getting money.
Khamenei's worse than Saddam because Khamenei was not worse than Saddam. I don't think.
These units are also very low.
Khamenei just happened to be in charge of Iran for a lot longer than Saddam reigned over Iraq.
Alright, so we can also loot the units up here. Are we getting wood for that?
It's really
Not
hard
sure
to
if we can
convince
bring
someone
wood with
that
us,
this is the
but
politics when it comes to their native country. True with most diasporas, people who are woke.
the way the bodies are just like
when it comes to their home country,
that's funny. The bodies are just like disappearing into the ground, but because they are on the you know the wall thingy, they're just like floating downwards. That's
like
funny.
there was a reason why there was a thing called progressive except Palestine in left circles for years and years, because there were a lot of people who are like some of the most woke motherfuckers you ever met, right?
Alright, what are they going to loot now?
Sure, my lord.
Urban spearmen.
I pledge mine life.
Can we kill these?
I go forth. Here we go, my lord.
Okay, no, we can't.
I hear.
Probably for the best. What are we looting here? Oh, there's some other things to loot.
This accusation, you know,
Lots of wood and other resources.
We were faced with a terrorist operation.
Khamenei was worse than Saddam, bro. Had a harem of Slovenian femboys. The media doesn't want you to know. What the fuck are you saying?
It was first
I think that's just a chat of being a little bit silly on purpose.
Demonstrations.
To the people of Iran, Khamenei is as bad as Saddam. Okay, it doesn't even matter.
I don't think
whether he's
he
as bad as Saddam or worse. It doesn't matter. All these people that fucking
And even then,
celebrated
yeah,
the
sunset.
fall of Saddam, who straight up fucking genocided the Kurds. Okay, so I think many of you just don't know enough about Saddam, but
yeah, didn't
for a
Saddam
lot-
like
he used chemical weapons? Like, come on, dude, that's
yeah
crazy.
chemically
Like, it's not even
like he was actually a
not
genocide.
even a comparison, in my opinion. Yeah, Saddam committed 2 genocides, invaded neighboring countries like 3 times. I think he was worse than Khamenei. I think people just have a little bit of a recency bias here. Yeah, but regardless of the evil Olympics that you're trying to do here,
evil Olympics.
Saddam's fall was worse for Iraq.
What do you need?
Okay, they're corpse looting still. I don't know what corpses they're looting. Since we're getting stoned at this point. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we don't really know. Ask me, please, Miss Britain. We're winning so much, we can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country until you came along. We're just losing, but now we're winning again too much. And I say, no, you're going to win again. You're going to win bigly. You're going to win bigger than ever.
For both of these countries.
Thank you, Lucas Shock official. Very cool.
And both of their leadership, like a lot of people don't realize that American bombs and American intervention.
Is that all we can loot?
That's a crazy comparison. I'm Iraqi, and that's a crazy comparison. People are crazy. Yeah.
Looking into it now.
American intervention doesn't yield prosperity for the country at all.
I wonder if I can just loot those things as well before we leave.
Our people have the right to protest and to go for gatherings and demonstrations.
This is a very nice map, by the way. I like this.
January, we had
this whatever they made here.
And nobody was killed. And then on 8th January to 10, we faced with a terrorist operation.
Yes, some horses. I wonder if we can get horses, if that's a thing. Like if horses are a separate entity and we can mount our units on horses like in Castles, right? That would be very cool.
Protesters. Why? Because they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Since the
I think we're at the max amount of silver we can get.
The United States had already said that if there are killings,
world map time.
He would come to rescue. So they wanted to actually drag him to this question. So they started to kill people. So that was a terrorist operation for 3 days. And
remember to follow if you thought my impression was funny.
3,117. And the names of those victims, all of those victims have been already published.
Oh, don't! I can't.
Together with their identification number. If anybody claims that the number is more, as you said, 30,000, 50,000, whatever.
Questa resa to Italy before Tito Visconti's death was known and the election was decided, but followed would determine whether Genoa gained the leader or fell into chaos.
Out of those 300, 100 people, we have announced 2,500 as martyrs
Messenger.
because they were killed by terrorist elements. 200 of our police forces have been
Peace will come from God. Madonna mia, will those ass faces strike Genoa next? Perhaps poor Paschal the second will stop them, unless we must secure the bloody election. Dio mio, Silva alone may not sway the vote. Ecco Eurica, a trade pact with Sicily will seal our claim. But first, they'll sail for the nearby port of Nicosia. Perfect place to sell our spice and resupply. Presto!
Oh, the hypocrisy of Hassan won't even finish as a guy lies his ass off. React, bro.
Some foul deed.
Go to this.
What do you want me to fucking say, man?
Nicosia. Oh, that's up there.
What do you want me to say? Yeah, he actually fucking totally deserves it. Like, the Iran deserves it.
Which you know by May 118 with enough silver.
What's needest thou?
No, you're right. Iran deserves. Do you believe this guy? Guys.
This is a matter for swords and drums, my lord.
Was agitation from Israel and America. They openly fucking stated it.
So expensive.
That doesn't mean that the Iranian government's reaction was appropriate in
at
any
the top,
way,
you can see
shape, or
trade
form.
goods for commerce.
It also has nothing to do with this current bombing campaign. What do you want him to say? Fucking. Yes, we slaughtered our own citizens and we're welcoming the bombing campaign.
Both city of Nicosia was owned to generate trade with crossroad silk spice.
It's only appropriate if you fucking kill our citizens. It's justified when you do it. Like, what is this fucking conversation? He's absolutely right. They were armed Israeli astroturf agitators. How does any police force from Beijing to Washington deal with something like this?
Senor.
If anything, they crack down harder, and this gives the IRGC a valid out to not meet workers' demands.
Silla spice bikes sold in Son. I hear it's highly valued to bikes for food rations. If food runs out on the journey, we're done.
The initial Bazari, the initial.
Select your army, then click the trade button.
Strike and merchants
I like trade in video games. Trade in video games is great.
Okay.
To market specialized specific trade goods, prices and quantities change over time.
Into something much larger, and there were
So
absolutely
sell our spices.
but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the Iranian government did what it does all the fucking time, which is aggressively stamp out protesters,
buy some
utilize
food,
the American and the Israeli
and
government's
some
response to
what
the
just
protest
happened?
that
What
very
just happened?
clearly said Mossad operatives are doing this protest with you. Okay, the lie he's saying is who killed the protesters.
Good mercenaries. In fretta, I had to sort of high amount of weight. It's shite was paid. These 3 mercenary troops reached Sicily alive. With the arms, click the recruit button. High mercenaries avoid siege weapons.
The Iranian
Cavalry.
government,
We can't really do that anymore because it just spent. Oh, did the game give us more money? Nice.
Was unimaginably violent.
Okay, let us get
And the Iranian
the
government's lie in the aftermath of the protest was, oh, it's all
elite rangers.
Everyone that got killed by, you know, Mossad agents or whatever. That's bullshit.
Elite rangers.
We have seen evidence of new
Men at
Oh yes, Iran killed no protesters. No, is that what I said?
And Genoese cross.
At least
Peace,
you
Germans,
admitted it.
Muslim, they provide healing encouragement to the
Is that what
faithful
I
in
said?
cities alongside armies.
I said the exact opposite. Why do you even tune in? Why do you even fucking tune into the broadcast if you're just not going to listen to what I have to say and just write what you think I said? This is not even a pancakes waffle situation. This is me saying pancake, pancake, pancake over and over again, and you going, wow, you never said pancake.
This is a matter for swords and drums, my
Like,
lord.
this is worse than having little listening comprehension. This is like
Open the mercenary
you hear the
recruitment.
opposite of the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth.
Lermo, DD, as subsidy of if you can be so only one engagement against split church. Scots is the first and second force by the capital.
Are those who are celebrating in the streets right now subject to the same kind of discipline?
Open the mercenary
Because
window?
they were blind shootings at the ordinary people, at ordinary cars who were passed through the streets.
Hassan Abi's Fedayeen for the IRGC shaking my head.
Fire
Yeah.
and sword doth crouch for employment.
Or sailing Scots is
Blindly
lead
by
to
these
this
terrorist
route.
elements, because they were ordered by Israel at that time. They were instructed
Well met, my lord.
to kill people and give a big number
so-
of.
This has nothing to do with.
Actually, it's logic.
This has nothing
I won't
to do
parachute
with
for flying
this.
and sailing around, then you have only enough men to win.
Agitators when they
You
kill
have enough men to win only
protesters
one
and
naval
including
engagement.
2023, yes.
Killings to the president of the United States.
The game will
We have
probably
big
force us
voices.
into a battle
The
anyways, but
instructions which coming from Mossad,
Dude,
from,
recruit,
from
let's see.
outside,
It wants to
these
open the
terrorist
recruit
elements.
Do you
thingy.
believe their numbers? I think the numbers
Open the
that they
mercenary
gave were like
recruitment window.
3,500 or something.
Uneasy rests the head that
And they
wears
said that the
the
bulk
crown.
of it
Done.
was like Mossad protesters killing people, which I don't believe. I think the number, the estimates I've seen from
What
like
can we
HRNA
sell? We can
are
sell
around,
nothing.
7,000. But the 30,000 number is fucking made up. Like that's just made up. I don't know why people.
Bloody business calls
They can't even agree on the fucking made up number.
Or Scott.
It's so
Use smash
crazy.
restores
Sometimes
capacity
it's
armies,
50,000.
essential
I've heard
RTS mode
50,000.
sieges and long battles to keep armies
And
supplied with the
if
resources.
you can't comprehend that the reason why Zionists
This is Kingdom of
within
Jerusalem,
the
that's
media
fine.
are actually
Not an
greatly
issue.
increasing those numbers in
Summon
an
up
effort
your
to
blood, my
make
lord.
Israel's
This matter
genocide
calls thee.
look not as bad in comparison. And they don't even hide that, by the way. They just like straight up say it. Like
This is a matter for
pro-Israel
swords and
people
drums, my lord.
straight up will be
Okay.
like,
What reach mark whether this
people
holy
will straight up
Holiness
fucking be
Pope
like,
Pasha
oh,
II
so
died was so
that's
long
what
check
Iran
pieces
did,
aggression.
genocide.
At the moment
Israel
Guido
was
Visconti was
not
perfect
genocide.
possibility
They
and with
straight
the
up say
earthquakes
that.
leaving Genoa's walls broken, the peace and siege would spell the end of the Republic. Oh shit.
Kill police officers.
That's not good. I hope this campaign is not the entire demo.
Because
This is required to recruit units
or
and
even
attach armies allowed to
3,000, the
win
most
battles as a national
conservative
privilege
estimate
for this
that,
long. City consent level is
given by the
positive.
government or whatever the government says is
Each
still
citizen
fucking
generation special tax coming every
unacceptable.
month
What are
will
we
consume
talking
food every
about?
few months.
Except none of that is pertinent to the conversation of whether it's appropriate to fucking bomb Iran or not.
Okay, the game is like open mercenary recruitment window, but like, you know,
Is the
it's
negotiated
not really
settlement with the United
thing.
States still possible?
Fire and sword doth crouch for employment, your grace.
Well,
And no, the reason why I say the HRNA numbers are at 7,000 is because that's not a fucking
Wait, what?
Iranian group at all. It's not like an
What just
independent
happened?
investigation either, okay? The reason why I bring up the HRNA number,
But just okay, that thing just spawned on top of
the
me.
most anti-Iranian number, like the most anti-Iranian groups number.
Order to solve the
okay?
battle.
The men can handle these shite-stained
Like, I'm sorry.
City
It
militia,
is
blah blah blah.
virtually impossible for any state to kill 30,000
City
people
militia, nomad
in a
bowman.
matter
Yeah, okay.
of
Should be
fucking
able to
2
win
days.
this fairly easily.
What are we talking about?
Order solve.
Israel
We better
leveled
get some
the
good loot.
entirety of
We got
Gaza for,
nothing.
like, the first
I was
month,
talking
and
about
it didn't reach that number.
when you're leading person, few will die,
What are
capito.
you
Now sail and
talking about?
we can heal and repair there with a cold dirty and mason need every sword.
A bloody business
I'll
calls
take
thee
it.
now, your grace.
Like that's
The game is still like,
truly think
oh, open the
the
mercenary
Iranian
window.
government is capable of killing 30,000 people in a matter of.
When you reach Sicily, says the port of Palermo, you hear diplomatic guns only watch within range.
What weapons do you think they used? What weapons do you think they
Okay, I've opened it.
used?
It's like open the mercenary recruitment window. I have done that. Stop bugging me, dang it.
We have not seen.
Trade.
Because think about it this way.
We're not gonna
Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Do you know how many people were killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? 52,000 people. Did Iran deploy a fucking nuke on its own citizens? I've heard 50,000 as a number being floated around. Is that what Iran used? They actually did have a domestic nuclear program. They just choose not to use it on anybody else but their own people. Like, what are you talking about?
Palermo, ruled by Roger II of Sicily, was a Norman hub of Mediterranean trade. A formal trade agreement with Roger II would strengthen Marco's claim in the coming election. But he could not shake the dread. Was Genoa already burning as he negotiated?
Uh-oh. Stinky.
You answered this question.
This is a matter for swords and drums, my lord.
Signore, Palermo at last. Grazie a Dio. I present the capital grants power of diplomatic advance. Now see the blood training. Give me one. The men will heal in port and we recruit more mercenaries. Sell old silk to your father's son is sold for election
That has
crimes.
become a very bitter experience for us.
Not telling in
Last
Fred.
June, we were negotiating.
Fire and sword
we had
doth
5
crouch
rounds
for
of
employment.
negotiations, and we had
Trade.
already fixed
Sell the
6th
silk.
round for 15 June when the Israeli attacked us and then the US joined the attack. And this time we had 3 rounds. Last Thursday we had a very good discussion.
Gold, silver,
very good talks in
3,000. Strength, 33. Gold, sign a trade agreement. Sicily. Select panel, they click on performance in the bottom left. Offer gift and...
I can go into the details of what we agreed and how a deal was
Okay.
reached. And when
I don't understand your point.
Select
What difference
Palermo.
does it make? 7K is still far too many. Yes, I
Big
agree.
diplomacy. Yeah, it's a wee bit janky border. Select Palermo.
The reason why
Offer a gift
the
and trade
reason
agreement.
why,
Send gift.
I'm stressing this is because a lot of people who are
Then
pro-Israel
offer
use
trade
this
agreement. Establish trade
number
agreement
in an
between
effort to
nations.
undermine what Israel
Allowing much
did in
needed goods
Gaza.
to flow and give each nation an income through
And
tariffs.
it's not
Trade
like
improves
they
standing.
keep that interest hidden.
Okay, we don't have enough
A lot of
money.
people don't understand what it looks like to kill
Healing
30,000
recruits
people.
3 units
We
strength.
know what it looks like to kill 30,000 people. Okay? We've seen it. Israel's done it in Gaza.
Peace imposed by nobles when the Holy Roman Empire struck the city. Genoa was leaderless on its knees. Even if each was repelled, the city could burn and rise
thing
would
that I
follow.
just read from you as a commentary on this. Yes, 7,000 is an insane number. It's completely unacceptable.
Madonna
Anyway,
mia.
here is the impact coming in. Here's the secondary impact, by the way. Oil futures.
The battle must be auto-resolved.
In the first trades since the U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran began.
Victory, yay.
between us, he concluded by saying in his post that we
The city is held. Grazie a Dio, but the city was stolen. Genoa's guard.
this time.
Fires took the outskirts and Angabon and the streets on the right. We must reach Genoa at once or shite chance to revolt the city itself.
Well met, my lord.
Some of our
Fight till
differences,
my bones and my flesh be
some
hacked.
other differences were left for the next
Fire
meeting,
and sword
and we
doth crouch for
decided to go
employment,
for
your
Vienna
grace.
to send our technical
I'll
teams
fight till my
to Vienna
bones and my
on
flesh be
Monday,
hacked.
which
Jesus,
means
right there.
tomorrow,
It is quite
to go to the
dangerous for us to
IAEA
say. Does Pisa own that much? They own like these islands as well. How do we even get there? Okay, almost certainly we're going to get into a fight on the way there. That's what I feel like at least.
Political problem, and we both believed. I mean, the both delegations believed that this is
Uneasy
possible.
rests
So
the
a deal
head
was
that
at our
wears the
reach,
crown.
and we left
shouldst
Geneva
attend.
happily. With the understanding that we can reach a deal next time.
Marco, my son, it's good to see you. Benvenuto a casa alla Genoa's Prince of Pot smoke rice knives and alleys. They blame this on your Visconti mess. The pox were in the fool, porca miseria, killing that lad put knives to your throat, you shite fiend. Lard arse. Prego. Pray Marco, has been in the last shite sting point for system election. Please study the city, capito.
Islamic Republic of Iran against, the desires of us, against, and they...
And if yes, so we're not only take the vote, we hang. Porca miseria.
Americans scrambled to leave the Middle East amid strikes. Footage from on the ground near the southern Iranian city of Shiraz captured an MQ-9 Reaper with the U.S. Air Force firing an AGM-114 Hellfire air-to-surface missile against the ballistic missile.
Spent every last coin in the family had on bribes to dedicate a Visconti.
Preparing to launch against Israel or other countries in the Middle East. They took out not an MQ-9, but they took out an Israeli one earlier today. The Iranians did.
coin and whispers did the rest, and Marco was elected consul, now ruling over a city that had become a shadow.
Messere, consul, Marco. A fine ring to it. Che bello. Complimenti.
If no matter the number is unacceptable, what would have been acceptable to you? There are videos from all over the country, ambulances and buses being burned by agitators, Molotov cocktails thrown at children, agitators shooting in the crowds of civilians. What should the government have done? If trying to stop this with armed force was unacceptable, the government should have not allowed itself to be a fucking leaky faucet as a matter of national security by being a repressive force upon the Iranian population for far longer before this last iteration of protest took place.
All right.
I know that the primary source of the anger and the primary source of the protest still
select the units in one army, then select the unit I saw now.
The Iranian people experience as a consequence of the sanctions. But as I've repeatedly explained over and over again, there are certain tools at your disposal, and one of those tools is always going to be to let up on the maximalist
so there's lower taxes to
demands that you have of the
lower
population.
taxes, done, increase happiness above 0, demolish the stolen mine.
Israeli media is claiming an Israeli. Oh God, why are we talking about this right now?
Just to what
Again,
someone can reduce.
it doesn't matter. Will you shut the fuck up about
Like
it when
demolish.
America, the American-Israeli kill count reaches a higher number than what they
Please games
suspect
user
the
3 and
Iranian
wait
killed? Is
1
that what we're
month
gonna shut the
to
fuck
for
up
happiness
about
to
this?
rise.
Or will you say
1
no,
month?
it's actually appropriate to do that? Only America and Israel get to kill Iranians, you know? This is exactly the same shit that they tried to do with Hamas.
How can I see how far in the game is?
We are freeing Gaza from Hamas. Hamas kills gays.
This is a
throws
person
them off the
plan.
roof.
5 reserve price each month, you gain more time with him. Inside Mayday, Laban, he's in construction by hand. City Mercedes guided its recovery.
Shockwaves across the Middle East this morning as Iran.
Since it is
lashes
eventually
out
breakthrough, there's a
in response
limited
to
time
US
of building each
and
one has
Israeli
more
Why
time.
we
The
have to
select
shut up
another
about
big ends
it?
at the bottom left.
What do you mean? Your chat? Like some of these motherfuckers deserve to be on a watch list?
Insert.
Yeah, guy who wants more government
There's no
surveillance
time resource.
while also simultaneously mad about government repression from the Iranian
Barracks and
government.
manor.
Guy who's like, I'm really mad about the Iranian government's forms of repression, but also the American government should put you in Guantanamo Bay.
Just a mildly insane chatter.
What the fuck are you? Do you not understand that you're a fucking moron? Like,
strikes.
They
you would be
probably
the
don't.
IRGC dick rider in Iran, for the record, idiot.
No way, that's why it's so loud.
Missiles and drones raining down on at least 8 countries across the region, forcing millions to take shelter. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Jordan and Iraq, all in the firing line. Every major US base in the region in Iranian sights. Oman also struck. The country that had mediated now abandoned talks. Defense systems intercepting hundreds of projectiles, but some finding their targets and falling debris causing serious
Okay, the
damage.
music is suddenly very loud.
It's home to millions of foreigners and an important transport hub, now paralyzed by airspace closure.
Oops. Skip that. There's a price of delay. The enemy was around, but the outskirts were ravaged. Closest to light unburied. Stop repairing the manor and cruising peasants with the work. Meanwhile, the peasants were waiting and looting both the corpses outside the city.
And Americans who were
Peasants.
visiting the region, unsure
Not enough resources.
when
Repair the
they'll be
manor
home.
building.
A lot of explosions, a lot of warnings, a lot of jet
There.
sounds.
And now US
This is what I was literally worried about in Clutter.
diplomatic missions abroad are being targeted by angry crowds. The US consulate in Karachi stormed, and clashes near
Wait, what?
Baghdad zone, where the US embassy is located. The embassy staff and the roughly 35,000 US military personnel in the Middle East, all now on high alert.
This is like the response.
With the internet almost completely cut, the situation is unclear, but some videos are emerging of crowds cheering the death of the supreme leader. And this morning, despite Israeli efforts to kill him, Iran's president, apparently still alive, vowing revenge, saying the supreme leader was martyred at the hands of the most wicked villains in the world, and that his killing is considered a declaration of open war on Muslims, especially Shiites, in all corners of the world. US allies might
Yeah,
be
that
urging
sounds
calm, but right now no one is listening.
I do wonder how
The Prime
Shia
Ministers
Muslims
of
are
Germany,
going to
France
respond.
and the United Kingdom saying they condemn
An
Iranian
attack
attacks
on countries in the region in the strongest terms.
calling for the resumption of
Such
US-Iranian
disgusting
negotiations.
countries. Now select manor and recruit 4 peasant units only if 3 citizens remain under the 20 unit limit.
Khamenei's death. But many question the legal basis for his killing.
Now, the UN is calling for
Personal
restraint.
time.
They're calling on Iran,
Yes, you might.
Israel, and the United States to
That's what they
de-escalate. They're worried about a
Occasion might
wider
put the X on the
regional
minima
conflict. But I've got to tell you
by
guys,
person
it feels
task.
like we are already there.
This time.
James Longman for us. Thank you so much.
Toothpicks and
Iran
timber
has
coming
failed.
up.
I need you guys to understand something.
On alert.
The American and Israeli bombing campaigns right now are not directed at regime loyalists, okay? They are very carefully and very deliberately, and you're not going to get this from any Western
All the
news
work,
outlet
my
at
lord.
all, unfortunately. But they are very carefully and
Toothpicks and timber
very
coming up.
deliberately
Before we
taking police precincts.
This was first restore the village bond, then not the village burning where it differs from the building city. Let's start by gathering silver, wood, and food and stone. Once we follow the resource city, we will turn our attention to the city.
Environment of destabilization. Because the goal here is not even to do regime change. Because
Then select right click tree and multi-gather
to
resource.
successfully
Also,
do
resources from
regime
the
change,
peasants.
you must have a regime. You also need popular support for the regime. Or you need boots on the ground to defend the regime. They don't want to send troops. They're not going to spend troops into Iran. It would be a fuck fest. Okay?
I started level 2% cheaper for level.
It's the same dishonest black and white thinking that's allowed for the Palestinian genocide. You're not allowed to say the Iranian government is an extraordinary repressive force while also stating that decapitating them will be extraordinarily catastrophic. Same as you can't disagree with Israel's actions in Palestine without being called anti-Semitic. It's a purposeful and intentionally dull point of view.
Whoa, how?
Bombing multiple police stations,
Violence
and
allows
attacking
create
border
lives
posts
to
suggest that they are not
select
attempting
people
to do
and
regime change, but cause the dissolution of the society in general.
Industry?
Right now, the only hope for the
Silver
Iranian
mine?
population is
Oh.
unironically the IRGC holding shit together.
Construct economy,
Okay?
barn building on
It
a
gives
plot.
me no pleasure to say this.
Let's
I
do
know
it
that
here.
people will get mad at me and say, how dare you say this? The IRGC is a ruthless regime that has killed Iranian people. What comes after the dissolution of the IRGC? What comes after a complete failure of a state will be far more consequential and far more deadly for the Iranians. Okay? It's just the truth.
Mines are your main
There is
source of
no
donate help in silver. After construction, sign of peasants and mine start.
democracy. You are
Construct
going
stone
to
mine,
have
barn building on a
super
plot, and
ISIS.
silver mine.
Okay.
Industry.
Partially directly in the hands of
Stone
ISIS.
mine. Doesn't matter where I
ironically
put
enough.
these.
There's a group of people that fucking despise the Iranian population the most,
Silver mine.
and the IRGC the most. It's ISIS. So
Making
these
another lodge,
bombing
my lord.
campaigns are not. I mean, there's no such thing as like bombing a country to destabilize it enough to like bring about regime change. Anyway,
Storehouse.
that's bullshit. That's never happened and is never going to happen. But the way that they're bombing currently
Was
shows
also
that they are not even invested in bringing in a force, a puppet state, or anything of that sort, which would look like Iraq or Afghanistan. Even in Libya, they had popular mobilization on the ground because they had a bunch of fucking Salafist brigades.
Put
in
3
Libya.
chickens in the barn, send
Okay.
peasants into silver mine and the other mine.
They don't even have that inside of Iran because Iran is more intact than Libya. Iran has more control.
Chickens
over
generate
its own
small monthly food income throughout the year.
than Libya
They're more
did.
drugs inside hamlets where you all see the town. They generate food for
They're
armies during
trying
battles,
to
but around
rid
the world.
that state apparatus to the best of their ability. They're trying to erode that state apparatus. Okay? And the reason why they
Marshals
want
and
to erode it
hamlets.
is so that while all the Iranian diaspora right now fucking are waving these flags, waving the old Iranian flag, like whatever, the Persian
Silver
flag
mines, wait,
with the lion in it.
construct industry Honda
What they
lodge.
fail to comprehend is what comes next. If the IRGC completely falls,
Economy,
completely collapses.
Industry.
And I'm not saying this because like, oh,
This small amount of food throughout the year can only be placed in
punishing,
hamlets and not large.
you know, the enemy of Palestine or whatever. I'm straight up telling you right now, if the IRGC cannot keep the country intact, what comes after is going to be enormously consequential.
Okay, you guys can
Okay?
get a small.
Of course, your worship.
It will be unlike
The 4 primary
anything
resources in
you've ever
artist mode.
seen
Look at the
before.
resource top panel
There
master of
is
each
no
one.
good
Secrets and
outcome here.
description.
It's all bad outcomes, and the least bad outcome here is that the IRGC keeps shit together
Of course,
for
your worship.
as as long as they can, while America and Israel back away.
Just a moment.
Through the point of attrition, because it's
card.
far too costly.
I'll use my
it
storage
melts the
because I've seen
economy too
outside.
much, and then they have to find like a more reasonable cessation of hostilities. I think it's the opposite. The RGC is the most likely to form a military government that will make a deal with the West. The RGC is the largest corporate entity in Iran that is interested in maintaining its hold on commercial activity. Yes, I agree. I know. That's what I think is going to happen eventually. The problem is Israel doesn't believe that. Israel doesn't want that. Israel does not want the least bad of all of the worst outcomes here would be if there's a tit for tat, a back and forth, and then America goes, all right, enough to Israel. Enough. You gave us too much bad intelligence. You brought us into this. You told us a lie, and now my own people in the MAGA base are screaming at me because American military members are coming back in the American flag draped coffins. And I'm already at the historically low popularity that I've been at. You're fucking up the bag. The Jamie Dimon is giving me phone calls being like, you got to put an end to this dumbass. And eventually they cut a deal with the IRGC to keep the government intact. And, they let like foreign capital flow into the country somehow. But Israel has to be kicked out of the equation. If Israel is still in the driver's seat, that will never happen. That is the least bad scenario. That is the least bad scenario. It's also not the most likely scenario. Let's be real.
Instead of calling decisions such as Simba still before we turn inward, we will stockpile what we need.
Salvation coming.
Recruit additional peasants, set them to the forest, construct another stone mine with a peasant working on it, position horse guard near the forest.
Coming in with a fucking parasite and being able to like mobilize popular support for himself. You're fucking out of your mind.
Industry. Lumber camp. Yes. I think that makes sense to make.
To punish the US and Israel for killing its supreme leader and starting
What else do we want?
Look, this is your guy. Like this.
The game wants another stone mine.
There is still vowing revenge.
This man doesn't have a plan for anything. Anytime he opens his mouth, it becomes abundantly clear. He never discusses specificities, a concrete vision for how he intends to lead the transition. Absolutely clueless clown. He doesn't even want to do this. It's just like Israel. Literally. He doesn't even want to do it. He was fine having his wife get fucked.
Not enough resources?
By the fitness instructor.
Oh, do we have too
like,
many
in Maryland
people?
Or whatever the fuck.
Oh, shit.
He is literally Israel's puppet.
Revenge. How does this transitional government look when you have Persians, Shia, Sunni, secular government? What do you envision?
Well, Maria, obviously, I think this campaign is this time something not just to set back the Iranian nuclear program or anything like that. This is like full decapitation of the regime, and ultimately what will expedite its total collapse. The Iranian people has suffered too much to settle for anything less than that. But as soon as the transition plan is put into gear, we want to make sure that we address the issue immediately, to make sure that we have the ability to have a stable process, to obviously lead to ultimately a democratic outcome, so the Iranian people get to choose their future government and system. What we need to do now is to make sure that we bring all the elements that can help that process into place. I was talking earlier today with Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a good friend of Iran. In fact, people now call him lovingly Uncle Lindsey for his position. And he talked to me earlier saying that he would try to organize a bipartisan group at Senate level for us to present that plan. Both the administration and Congress will understand better what we have in mind. And we'll get more into the details. So you and I had talked about the IPP project, Iran Prosperity Project, before.
I'm trying to get a little bit ahead of the game.
Critically important of how we do that for the initial transition. I've been working with a number of Iranians from across the spectrum that are united in on this purpose. We have the most diverse coalition of people dedicated to that process, representing different parts of the country, including religious minorities, ethnic groups that are all aligned in this national project that we have. So I feel extremely confident that we get the
How do I delete a unit?
And make sure that
I still don't understand what is the
Can I delete a unit?
on W for Israel here.
Am I so fucked?
Completely collapse Iranian society as it stands. Death and destruction befalls Iran. Iran falls into sectarian and ethnic conflict, and there's no state that remains, and they'll deal with like the impacts of it as it comes along, because it will actually be consequential for Israel as well as it will be for every other country in the region, including Europe, including pretty much anywhere that refugees will go to, right? But Israel gets to do greater Israel without any fear or any scrutiny whatsoever. That's Israel's goal here. Israel's goal is to destroy the Iranian civil society, to destroy the Iranian state in and of itself, to collapse it completely. Lindsey Graham literally openly said it, yes. Lindsey Graham literally said he does not care if clerics get to stay in power, diaspora and protesters in Iran who are naive enough to the nature of U.S. intervention are in for a rude awakening. No, but Lindsey Graham also said they don't care about what happens after. Lindsey Graham was asked straight up, is there hope for the Iranian population? He said, no. Because Lindsey Graham does not care about what happens to Iran. Okay? They just want to break it. They don't want to build it. What the American government has learned from both neocons and perhaps more consequentially Barack Obama with what he did in Libya is that it's not the problem was the nation building aspect. You can just go in and break shit and then say, sorry, it's your fault, you deal with it, and fuck right off. It's when you stay behind for 20 plus years that is the problem. Okay? He literally said, Lindsey Graham said, not our problem when asked, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to Iran? They're dropping bombs over Tehran right now. Yes, they've been going crazy mode. They've been doing carpet bombing on Tehran tonight, and I guess they haven't stopped doing it, which is crazy because they told people to go out and fucking protest.
The city approves its council.
As I told you yesterday, they're slowly but surely going to increase the dial of cruelty. Okay? They're slowly but surely going to increase the dial of cruelty. They're going to go in and they're going to kick it up a notch over and over again. This is not because they want to fucking blow up like missile launchers or whatever. No. Once they realize that there is not going to be any sort of like possible rebellion in the country.
One is well taken, so one will not be won by words, because will not get over these. Okay, the parents in constructing archery range and siege workshop.
They're saying, all right,
these works will expand into general space and let's raise first troops and siege.
They are going to try to turn Tehran into Gaza.
Alright, barracks upgrade.
They are currently directly bombing the family members of the motherfuckers
building name
who
banners make it easier. Building name banners? I say building construction and building plus inside the city. Assigning peasants construction speeds it up, yeah.
Approach here. The goal here was
okay, construct military siege workshop and
Iran. If they wanted to deal with a stable Iran, a sovereign Iran, well,
let's make a siege workshop here.
And we saw exactly how Israel reacted to that.
And the archer thing. Oh, we don't have any.
Do you understand? Do you understand why when people come to me and they say, well, what about the Iranian government? What about the Iranian government? Look.
Alright, you guys go chop wood.
Look.
Get handy, lads.
Neocons learned a lesson from Obama's Libya intervention that it's actually far better. There were numerous techniques of intervention that was implemented. You got Syria on the one hand, again, costly, too sophisticated, too difficult to pull off. You got Libya, which was less costly, and they were in and out, boom, boom, boom. Not a single asset was harmed in the process. They did some bombing.
Situation we must ready wars papers. Coin, stone, and silver. Contract the tax collector bring in the coin needed to hire and maintain new troops. Then begin with building the stone walls. The 6 purchases to raise, but we can afford only 1 for now. Followed by the eastern gate where the next person was likely to fall. Sharp. That's it. Ah!
Holy shit!
Stone walls, let's go.
Oh my god.
I wonder, is every wall. I wonder if every map's handcrafted or
I don't know what that
May
is, but sounds like hell.
I could do that. Let's do the economy. Industry tax. So how each we'll put the tax collector.
Is there no oil in Iran, or was this just a toppler regime? No, oil is the benefits. Look at this shit, dude. Yes, this is Tehran. Of course it's Tehran. There's no fucking, there's no defense systems.
What? Time is almost done. Check the hourglass in the top panel. Save some time for later. Let's return to the world map. I would like to, but I want the Archer building first. Come on, we need just a little bit more wood. We have a shit ton of food.
Supporting Iran. Europe is going full Nazi if the Iranian state collapses. They already are crazy about Syrian refugees. Imagine what will happen when 30 million Iranians will try to flee.
Dude, I don't even want to think about that.
Androids are going to learn a very different lesson about how the fucking European Nazis feel about their presence and their existence on European soil, for the record. That's the other side of the story.
Oh, runtime error.
People never fucking
the game
learn.
has crashed. Oh well.
Hassan,
that was an interest. That was a cool demo.
In LA right now? Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit. There are fucking people supporting the American intervention in Iraq
that
too.
Was not that surprising.
Yeah, this bizarre statement can probably be taken as a hint that more casualties have already been incurred that have not been disclosed yet, and whose announcement will be staggered over time to avoid generating immediate domestic pressure to end the operation. And I agree with that too. 100%. That's what's going on. That's why when he said, "Oh, more casualties will happen as well,"
I think
they're signaling that a lot more people died.
But I am done for now. Thank you everyone for watching.
It right now
we shall raid into someone.
500
Give me just a moment.
Died yesterday. The American public would be up in arms. Love how the mods delete chats that go against what you say.
Funny.
There you go.
Following.
I'm not saying the number is 500, by the way. I'm just saying if it's something much higher than, you know.
Let's raid. Am I a pineapple? It's playing a horsey game. Either everyone behave or misbehave. Does not matter too much. In any case, here's this one and this one.
Nearly a dozen KC
and right, Shemraid
/T Stratotankers with the U.S. Air Force have departed air bases tonight in Spain, bound for bases in Germany.
There you go. That's the raid message.
In Europe, with it, the possible that Spain has ordered the withdrawal of U.S. aerial refueling fleet from the country in protest of the ongoing conflict with Iran.
Thank you everyone for watching. I shall see you in the future. Hopefully soon. Actually, tomorrow in about 14 or so hours. Okay. Take care and go have fun. Assalamu alaikum.
Doha International Airport. This
because the panel, the Islam leftist panel,
yeah, that
something.
Makes sense.